Chapter 1 Rolling the Dice for 11 Years, One Youthful Luck Top. Name, Han Ju. Life, 11 of 65. Race, mortal. Repair 4, none. Gong method, none. Spell, none. Supernatural powers, none. Artifact, none. Lincoln qualification, very poor, click to shake the dice. The first weather is as follows, click to roll the dice. Earth and wood spirits, enhancement of the qualifications of soil and wood spirit roots. Gun doll, improved gun dues qualifications and physical enhancement. Looking at the attribute list in front of him, the 11-year-old Han Ju was desperate. Lincoln qualifications and first weather luck can be randomly changed by rolling the dice every day, but they can only be shaken once, and they can be refreshed at 7 o'clock every morning. Han Ju has been shaking since he was born. It has been 11 years, and I haven't had the first luck with the best qualifications and excellence. How about that? A thought came out of Han Ju's heart. Can't do it. After finally coming to the world of immortals and ghosts, how can mortals cultivate immortals? Han Ju wants to be the hero of Xuangguan. Shake again. Han Ju raised his hand and pointed at the attribute list in front of him. Lincoln qualifications changed. Lincoln qualification, none. Han Ju's immature young face turned black in an instant. Click again. Lone Star of Destiny, Kelvin, lonely life, life expectancy increased by 100 years. Nima. The Lone Star of Destiny has come out. Who wants to be alone for a lifetime? Han was so angry that he lay down, rolling and kicking on the grass. For 11 years, I have not been able to shake up the spirit root qualifications and luck. Can't do it. Keep shaking. I don't believe it. Han Ju was trembling coldly. It took half an hour before he got up. Han Ju is a reborn person. His previous life came from the 21st century on the Earth. He was diagnosed with advanced cancer at a young age. He did not want painful treatment and went home to wait for death. In order to paralyze himself that night, he found a nostalgic immortality game. Play. I played all night and it was very hilarious. I was sleepy at dawn, and then people disappeared. Opened his eyes again, he was reborn and came to this ancient world. He was born in a sect of immortality. Yuqing Zong, the righteous cultivating school of the Dian dynasty. On the day when he was diagnosed with an advanced stage of cancer, Han Ju was very frightened, knowing that life is so important for the first time. You can cultivate immortals in this life. He was pleasantly surprised. He must cultivate immortals. He wants to live longer than anyone else. But he can't cultivate immortals for mortals. Since his birth, Han Ju has lived without pressure. His parents are servants of Tai Lao, an alchemist outside the Yuqing sect. He grows herbs for Tai Lao on weekdays. The alchemist has a special status. In the outer door, no one dares to offend Tai Lao. Tai Lao has dozens of servants, all of whom are mortals. Even if he had spiritual roots, Tai Lao would not allow his servants to practice, probably because he was afraid of stealing his herbs. His herbal medicine is full of benefits for the cultivator, but it is an absolute poison for mortals. When he was only 6 years old, his parents fled, leaving the young Han Ju in Tai Lao's herb garden. Han Ju could also understand that it must have been inconvenient to run away with a child. Tai Lao didn't care about it, and instead asked Han Ju to help him plant herbs. After a long time, Han Ju has also known all the flowers and plants in the herb garden. Tai Lao didn't make things difficult for Han Ju, so Han Ju continued to shake his luck. Anyway, he is immortal now, so it's better to wait. Oh, keep on shaking. If you can't shake the luck against the sky before the age of 30, then forget it. Mortals cultivate immortals, mortals cultivate immortals. Han Ju thought silently. The oldest servant in the herb garden is over 70 years old. His name is Old Man Wang. He was selected by Old Tai when he was a teenager. Now he is the leader of the servants, and all the servants regard him as his head. Han Ju got up, returned to the herb garden, started sprinkling water, and cleaned up the dead leaves. The herb garden is huge, as big as a football field. Every servant is very careful when he is busy. If he accidentally destroys the flowers and plants, Tai Lao will be furious, and some of the herbs are even full of poison. Tai Lao only went out last month, and it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 years to come back. For a cultivator, 2 or 3 years is nothing at all. In the herb garden, Han-ju was very reticent and had no friends, so he communicated a lot with old Manhwa. After was busy, he went back to the house and started doing push-ups to exercise his physique. The next morning, Han-ju finished washing. He sat on the wooden bed and waited. Waiting until the time when the attribute list was refreshed, Han-ju was refreshed. It feels like a lottery. This is what he looks forward to most every day. He rubbed his hands. First, shake the spirit root qualifications. Lingen qualification, none. This is too dark. Han almost died of anger. His hands began to tremble, and he continued to try luck. One roll of the dice. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Madness, top Kendo qualifications, top Kendo comprehension. Shinfa Jiuchen, top level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, after the beginning of the game life, obtain a peerless cultivation technique and 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Han-ju was taken aback. His eyes widened, and he was immediately surprised. For first weather luck. This is the first time that the 4 first-time lucks have been refreshed, and they all seem very impressive. Han-ju became more excited as he watched. Is it? Do not. They. 4 top, 1 peerless. Is amazing at first glance. After 11 years, day after day, Wang Tian finally lived up to his painstaking efforts. Han-ju tried his best to calm down. Lingen does not have the qualifications, and he cannot click to start the game life for the time being. I have to shake Lingen again. Finally, all the hardships are coming. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com has these 4 best fortunes. Even if I am 40 years old, I still have time to cultivate. I can shake my spiritual root aptitude with peace of mind. Han-ju thought of this, feeling happy. Has been shaking for 11 years, what about another 11 years? Han-ju let out a sigh of relief, then got up and went out of the house to start today's work. There are 6 people living in his house, each with a bed, and the others get up early in the morning. Everyone has an area of his own responsibility, so I dare not make mistakes. Han-ju is still young, he only needs to do some simple work, and Tai Lao dare not let him take charge of an area. Today's sunshine is especially bright. May have something to do with mood. The other servants didn't feel Han-ju's changes, and they hadn't started the game life yet, so naturally the bonuses of the 4 early weather luck hadn't appeared yet. Noon. 2 monks arrived. The Yuqing sect is very large, and the herb garden is surrounded by mountains. The monks are not allowed to come here. Most of the time it is the outer deacon who comes to ask for the medicine. The 2 monks have excellent temperament, 1 male and 1 female, like gods the servants attracted all. The servants turned their heads to look around. Han-ju also turned to look at the gate of the herb garden. It's so glamorous. Han-ju sighed. The clothes of their servants are all tattered, and the robes of the 2 monks are clean and gorgeous, just like the NPCs that came out of Xiuxian online games. Han-ju just sighed casually, he didn't envy him at all. He has already shaken out 4 early days, and his future achievements are by no means comparable to those of the outer disciples of Yuqing sect. From today onwards, the 2 of us are responsible for guarding Tai Lao's herb garden. You don't need to pay attention to us or disturb our cultivation. The male monk said to the old man Wang blankly. Chapter 2 6 Spiritual Bodies, Top Spiritual Roots. What happened to old Tai? Old man Wang asked cautiously. Although Tai Lao is moody, but Mr. Wang has been with him for decades, so naturally he does not want Tai Lao to have an accident. The female monk shook her head and said, Yuqing Zone recently sneaked into the magic repair, and the outer door specially asked us to protect it. Don't worry. When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He bowed his hands, then turned and left. The 2 monks walked away and meditated under the trees on both sides of the herb garden gate. As they began to vomit, a whirlwind visible to the naked eye appeared all over them. That is Reiki. Han-ju thought silently, and then continued to sprinkle water. The next day, Han-ju continued to shake the dice. Lingen qualification, none. Han-ju rolled his eyes. He didn't feel strange. He didn't panic either. Anyway, he had shaken out 4 top-level first-time luck, and his Lingen qualifications could be shaken slowly. The boring life continues. In addition to work, Hanju exercises his body and shakes dice every day. The third day. 1 roll of the dice. Lingen qualification, none. Yes. I'm on the pole. Hanju cursed secretly in his heart. The fourth day. Spiritual qualifications, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, achievement is difficult to superbuild a foundation. Well, standard for mortals to cultivate immortality. Hanju shook his head. He will continue to shake, and even mortals can't cultivate immortality even if he is killed. Just like that, Hanju exercises every day and rolls dice every day. Most of the time, it's mixed spirit root. He is not discouraged, and believes that he can always shake the spiritual root aptitude against the sky. It's okay to cultivate a fairy later. He has no enemies anyway. 2 years later. Tai Lao came back, the 2 monks saluted and said goodbye. All the servants gathered and bowed down to Tai Lao. Tai Lao wears a black robe with 2 gourds pinned around his waist. His hair is black and white, and his face is stern, giving the impression of a bad temper. Not bad, no errors occurred. Tai Lao looked around and smiled with satisfaction. The servants breathed a sigh of relief and all smiled. Tai Lao looked at Hanju and the other teenagers beside him. The 4 of you come with me. Tai Lao pointed and walked to his attic. Hanju is one of the 4. They immediately followed. Are you going to arrange for us to take charge of a part of the park? Hanju thought silently. He suddenly noticed that the right hand in Tai Lao's sleeve was dripping blood. Hanju was suddenly horrified. Could it be that Tai Lao was injured, and he wanted to use them to refine puppets or pill? Hanju has read a lot of Xiao novels in his previous life. His most impressive sentence is that a dead fellow is not dead and poor. For a monk, nothing is more important than his own life. Hanju became more panicked as he thought about it. After entering the house, a teenager closed the door. Tai Lao sat in the first seat and looked at the 4 Hanju. You stretch out your hands. Tai Lao opened his mouth and ordered. The 4 Hanju raised their right hands one after another. Tai Lao touched one by one. Hanju's goosebumps are almost getting up. As long as you have spiritual roots, let others go back. Tai Lao said to a tall and strong young man. Hanju was relieved. Early this morning, he shook his Lingen qualifications. Yesterday it was still the sea Lingen, but he shook it out today. I didn't expect a blessing in disguise. Han glanced at the tall and strong boy in sympathy. Zhanggu, a passionate kid king who likes pigeons. The other 2 teenagers looked at Zhanggu enviously. Zhanggu is both looking forward to, but also perturbed. Tai Lao does not allow slaves to practice, but this is the first time that they have checked their spiritual roots. After leaving the attic, Hanju ignored the discussion of the other 2 teenagers and went back to work. Since then, Zhanggu has stopped working. It turned out that he was accepted as an apprentice by Tai Lao, which made the other servants even more envy and hatred. Hanju did not envy him at all. There must be fraud. Raise it before killing it. Hanju is very thankful that he was not selected. He has a system and does not need to be a teacher. Dazzled, another 2 years. Tai Lao left the herb garden 6 months ago. After he left, the 2 monks who had come to guard the herb garden came again. Zhanggu is already a chi-refining monk, and he is still talking to the 2 monks. All the servants have to sniff on him now. Fortunately, Zhanggu was busy cultivating on weekdays, and he did not bully other servants. These slaves are slaves throughout their lives. Tai Lao often goes out. They are not allowed to leave the herb garden. There is no dispute over interests, so there are few conflicts. Hanju is already 15 years old, still low-key. In 4 years, the best aptitude he has shaken is the 3 spirit roots, and he can reach the golden core realm. Hanju's goal is to live forever and become a god. This morning, Hanju rolls the dice casually, without expecting it, just like rinsing his mouth every day. Lingen qualifications, water and wood shuangling roots, excellent aptitude, hope to cultivate to the nascent infant realm. Shuanglingen. Yuanying realm. Just hope. Hanju cut, completely unmoved. He is only 15 years old, and he can shake for another 15 years. Keep shaking. Spring goes to autumn. Another year has passed. Hanju always rolls the dice every morning. Spiritual qualifications: 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderlying roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. That's it. Hanju cut subconsciously. And many more. That's it. Hanju's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. Coming. 16 full years. Finally shakes out the spiritual root aptitude that the Xuangwen hero should have. Hanju rubbed his eyes and carefully confirmed. Top spirit roots. Is still the top spiritual root of 6 attributes. Hanju tried his best to calm down. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Finally come. This is it. This is the spiritual root aptitude he should have. Han never clicked to start the game life immediately. He was afraid that there would be too much movement. After all, there were 2 monks guarding at the door. The question is coming, when shall I wait? Hanju thought tangledly. A line suddenly appeared before his eyes. You can choose a small place. The system helps to create the enchantment. The monks outside the enchantment cannot detect the changes in the enchantment. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked to the door, and after making sure that all the servants had gone to the herb garden, he closed the door. He stood in the middle of the room, called up the attribute list, and pointed his trembling finger to the bottom. Click to start the game of life. Click successfully. The attribute list has changed. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Start the game of life. Review of life experience. Hanju, you were born in the first mortal sect of immortality. From childhood to large, beautiful, and beloved, your parents abandoned you when you were young. It seems that there is some destiny that needs you in the future. Bear it on your back. You have a great talent in kendo that surpasses the world. You can often feel that there are 6 mysterious powers that are inaccurate and invisible in the heavens and the earth. Until today, you accidentally awakened the immortal emperor inheritance and obtained a peerless exercise, 6 paths of reincarnation, so you embarked on the road of spiritual practice. Please choose your main practice route. 1. Jian Xiao. 2nd, Lei Xiao. 4. Fire repair. 5. Water repair. 6. Mu Xiao. 7. Feng Xiao. Chapter 3 Qi Refining Realm 7th Floor, Dam Charm. Practice direction. Han never hesitated too much. He noticed that he had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation, which must be related to the 6 paths of spiritual body, and the 6 superb spiritual root aptitudes must develop together and cannot be partial to disciplines. At the same time, he possesses the ultimate kendo aptitude, so naturally he has to choose sword repair. After Hanju wanted to understand, he immediately clicked Jianxiu. In an instant, a strange heat source surged in his body. He was in a daze. It seemed to have a dream. It was very long, but he couldn't remember what happened in the dream. Opened his eyes again, Hanju was sweaty. The light curtain in front of him has become a list of attributes. Name, Hanju. Life, 16 of 65. Race, mortal. Repair 4, none. Spell, none. Supernatural powers, none. Artifact, none. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderlying roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, Top Charm. Destiny Sword Madness, Top Kendo Qualifications, Top Kendo Comprehension. Shenfa Jiuechen, Top Level Qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a Peerless Immortal Cultivation Technique, 1000 high-grade Spirit Stones. View Interpersonal Relationship. Han never rushed to inherit the 6 reincarnations, but clicked on the bottom Interpersonal Relationship. The light curtain changed, and an avatar appeared, which was a photo of a real person. Tai Lao's photo is exactly the same as the real person. Tai Lao, Qi Refining Realm 7th Floor, full of hatred for you. If you have a spiritual root for cultivating immortals, you will definitely be calculated, and the hatred is 1 star. I work so hard for you, do you still hate me? Hanju cursed in his heart. Soon he calmed down again. This is a golden finger. Can check the impression of others of you. But why is there no one else? Are mortals out of consideration? Zhanggu has no feelings for him. Han absolutely couldn't figure it out, and didn't think too much. He opened the door first and found that it was almost noon. He could no longer be lazy, he would be noticed. He immediately ran to the herb garden. "Han-ju, is your kid sleeping late?" A middle-aged servant smiled and cursed. Han-ju scratched his head in embarrassment, causing others to laugh. They didn't think too much, and didn't scold him. Han-ju rarely neglected his duty, and once in a while, it was nothing. The female monk at the entrance of the herb garden suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Han-ju. She frowned slightly. "This boy, so handsome." Han-ju followed a line of words. "Xing Hongxian has a good opinion of you, the current degree of goodwill is 1 star. "What the hell? Who is Xing Hongxian?" Han-ju was inexplicable, and turned his head to look subconsciously. Could it be that female sister? As expected, the female sister stared at him. For eyes met, Xing Hongxian smiled lightly at him. Han-ju quickly turned his head away. Bad. The top charm is being watched. I am a mortal, she is a monk, it is impossible to love each other. Does she want to use me as a stove? Can't do it. Have to find a way to avoid it. Into the night. After the other 5 servants in the house were asleep, Han-ju lay on the bed and began to inherit the 6 reincarnation exercises. Huge memories flooded into his mind. A long time. He opened his eyes. Is this the method of cultivating immortals? It's really cumbersome. Han-ju thought silently that he had only inherited the 1st level of exercises and could cultivate to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation art focuses on the balanced development of the 6 elements of spiritual roots, and the body has to cultivate the spiritual power of 6 attributes. Although the cultivation process is more cumbersome than the single attribute exercises, Han-ju's aptitude can make up for this gap. The 6 auras reach a certain level before they can build a foundation. Han-ju was full of energy, and quietly sat up. He let the system use his bed as the scope to open the barrier to avoid being noticed by the 3 monks outside. The other 5 servants slept deeply, snoring. After all, they were tired all day. Han-ju began to talk in accordance with the 1st layer of mind. To vomit is a method of breathing. In the process of vomiting, patiently feel the aura of heaven and earth. In less than 10 seconds, Han-ju felt the wind, earth, wood, and water in the air. As for the fire aura and thunder aura, it cannot be captured temporarily. Han-ju began to absorb these 4 auras. A line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. It is amazing that he can see these words with his eyes closed clearly. You start to practice for the first time, you have the following options for the development of your practice. 1. High-profile Peerless Tianjiao can obtain a Qi refining realm artifact. 2nd, low-key practice, you can turn on the function of hiding cultivation base and spiritual root. Han never hesitated to choose the second one. The second feature is a magical skill. This way he can practice with peace of mind in the future, without fear of being noticed. You can turn on the hidden function at any time. Han-ju smiled and stabilized. Tai Lao hasn't returned yet, he has to hurry up to become stronger. Blinked. 2 years passed quickly. 18-year-old Han-ju has already cultivated to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, and the 4 spiritual roots of wind, earth, wood, and water have all cultivated to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Through the list of interpersonal relationships, Han-ju knew that Xing Hongxian was only able to refine the cultivation level of the 7th level Qi realm. In the past 2 years, Tai Lao has not come back. It is worth mentioning that Xing Hongxuan's favorability for him has risen to 2 stars. Neither of them communicated. However, Han-ju could notice that Xing Hongxian often stared at him, which made him very uncomfortable. Is too handsome and troublesome. Ugh. I just want to cultivate immortals. Han-ju sighed in his heart. Xing Hongxian is very good-looking, but he hasn't yet become the face of the country and the city, and Han absolutely doesn't want to have a relationship with her. Once he has love, he has weaknesses. He wants to live forever. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com can't die halfway. Wait for him to live forever, then consider love. As long as it is invincible, there will be as many women as you want by then, and you are not afraid of your enemies making trouble. While working hard, Han-ju firmly thought that he regarded Xing Hongxian as a monster. At this time, Xing Hongxian suddenly got up. She walked in sumptuously and attracted the attention of other servants. She went straight to Han Ju and said with a smile, "You come with me." Han Ju was stunned. The other servants looked at him enviously. It should be good to be stared at by such a fairy. It is them, even if they are alone, this life is enough. Han never dared to refuse, he could only nod his head. The two walked out of the herb garden. The male monk opened his eyes and asked, "Sister Xing, are you?" He looked at Han Ju and frowned. This son is so handsome. The servants of the herb garden have never left the herb garden in their entire life. They have no aesthetics, and coupled with inertial thinking, they have not observed Han Ju much. Opposites attract each other. Xing Hongxian is the first to discover the difference between Han Ju. The male monk carefully observed Han Ju because of Xing Hongxian. Han Ju's image makes him instinctively uncomfortable. "It's okay, brother, continue to practice, I want to chat with this little brother alone." Xing Hongxian covered his mouth and smiled. The male monk Han Juecho smiled awkwardly and looked very nervous. The male monk frowned, but said nothing. Han Ju followed Xing Hongxian to the woods. He was in a struggle in his heart. My charm. What should I do next? Revolt. Or, submissive? Chapter 4 Devil Repair Coercion, Reward Swordsmanship. Han Ju and Xing Hongxian came to an unmanned wood. Han Ju was uneasy, for fear of Xing Hongshuan's request. Xing Hongxian turned to look at him, his eyes burning. Han never dared to look at him. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "Brother, don't be nervous, I am not trying to embarrass you, I want to ask you, are you willing to be a servant of this herb garden forever?" Han Ju was silent. "The next thing is to ask me to bow my head and be your gadget." Xing Hongxian stepped forward and said in his ear, "Do one thing for me. I will take you to cultivate immortals and get rid of your mortal status." "What's the matter?" Xing Hongshuan's lips were closed, and no sound came out, but Han Ju could hear clearly. "Help me get Tai Lao's alchemy. I will take you away from the Yuqing sect and go to the demon sect. I will treat you well in the future. Under my hand, you will not suffer the slightest sin. If your qualifications are good, your cultivation level with success, we can even form Taoists." Voice transmission. Han Ju's eyes widened. This lady turned out to be a magic repair. Han Ju is messed up. This is not a joke. If he agrees, he will offend the entire Yuqing sect. If he refuses, Xing Hongxian will never let him out of this woods. Tai Lao is not here, this is just the outer door of Yuqing zone, he shouted so badly that no one would answer. Xing Hongxian did not urge, and went around Han Jue's Huan and waited patiently. Han Ju is weighing his chances of winning against Xing Hongxian. Can't head on. Han Ju pretended to be frightened, and said, "I don't know the location of that thing, besides, there is Zhang Guin." Xing Hongxian looked satisfied. Han Ju did not say the word Denpu, which shows that he is still very smart. "It doesn't matter, there is still time, I can wait for you." Xing Hongxian laughed softly. She took out a pill and said, "This pill can help you unlock your spiritual roots. If you take it first, it will be a meeting ceremony." Han Ju looked at this Dan, like chocolate. The cliff is poison. Han could not refuse, he could only feed in the mouth. He wrapped the pill with spiritual power to prevent the pill from melting. After swallowed in his belly, Han Ju opened his mouth, deliberately let Xing Hongxian see, excitedly said, "Thank you, fairy. I will do my best. Maid. Wait for me to practice for another year, let you know how great." It is absolutely impossible for Han to join the demon cult like this. What he wants is immortality, not a lifetime risk. Xing Hongxian covered his mouth and smiled, reached out his hand to touch Han Ju's cheek, and smiled, "Brother is really sensible, good, I will train you as my husband in the future." Han Ju was excited. "Was disgusting in my heart. Stinky lady, are you worthy of me?" After being beaten by Xing Hongxian for a while, the two returned to the herb garden. The male monk looked at Han Ju suspiciously, frowning. Xing Hongxian smiled mysteriously and continued to meditate. Han Ju walked into the herb garden, and a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. "You are threatened by the magic repair Xing Hongxian, you have the following options. 1. Steal the alchemy, get the favor of Xing Hongxian, and get the 5-star hatred of Yuqing zone. 2nd, never obey, don't let Xing Hongxian get the alchemy, and when Xing Hongxian leaves, he can get the sword technique, the ultimate sword." Okay. There are alternative rewards. Han Ju's eyes lit up, became more determined and refused to obey. Night falls. Han Ju returned to the house and activated the enchantment function. He vomited the pill from his belly and put it in his belt. Then, he walked to the wooden bed and sat down, took out the steamed buns and started eating. He has Bigu, but in order to act, he also has to eat. Late at night, after the 5 servants fell asleep, Han Ju continued to practice. With his aptitude, it is not difficult to surpass Xing Hongxian. In the next few days, Han Ju worked as usual. Zhang Gu has been cultivating in Tai Lao's attic, giving Han Ju an excuse not to enter the building. Xing Hongxian does not seem to be anxious. Blinked, half a year passed. Name, Han Ju. Life, 1885. Race, mortal. Cultivation, refining Qi realm 8th floor. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spell, none. Supernatural powers, none. Artifact, none. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderling roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Madness, top Kendo qualifications, top Kendo comprehension. Shenfa Jiuchen, top level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a Peerless Immortal cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones, can be extracted. View interpersonal relationship. Han Ju broke through to the 8th level of the refining state, and all 4 spiritual roots reached the 8th level of the refining state. It is worth mentioning that his lifespan has also increased by 20 years, which made him overjoyed. The feeling of rapid spiritual growth is really wonderful. Looking at Xing Hongxian and Tai Lao, the cultivation base has not improved. This is the difference between genius and mortal. Han Ju was secretly smug. Sure enough, you have to endure loneliness to be stronger. If he started mortal cultivation, he might not even reach the 4th level of the Qi refining realm now. This day and night, Han Ju heard footsteps outside the door. He immediately lay down and closed the barrier. I am going to lead Zhang Gu away, and then you will go in and look for it. Xing Hongshuan's voice came into Han Ju's ears. Han Ju opened his eyes and quickly got up. Maid. Still can't hide. Han must wait patiently. The 8th level of the Qi refining realm, he has cultivated spiritual consciousness, and his senses have surpassed ordinary people. He vaguely heard the sound of tables and chairs colliding in the attic in the distance. You can act now. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Xing Hongshuan's voice came, and then Han Ju felt Xing Hongxian and Zhang Gu looting from the eaves. Han Ju got up quietly, ready to do something. After leaving the house cautiously, he looked towards the entrance of the herb garden and found that the male monk had fallen under the tree, reluctant to live or die. What a weak passerby. Han Ju secretly complained to himself. He walked towards the attic. Tai Lao's attic has 2 floors. Like a villa, it is magnificent and full of various porcelains and scrolls. After Han Ju entered the house, he began to wander around. Is totally unconcerned. Even if there is a baby, he has no place to put it. After sitting for half an hour, Han Ju got up and continued tumbling, at least to behave. Another half hour passed. Xing Hongxian is back. She hurried into the house, found Han Ju, and asked, "Did you find it?" Han Ju stood beside a vase, turned around and said, "I can't find it. I searched it all over but couldn't find it." He suddenly saw Xing Hongshuan's body covered with blood. Could it be that Zhang Gu was killed by her? Han Ju backed away subconsciously, and accidentally knocked down the vase on the small table. Ping! The vase fell on the ground and broke. Han Ju saw a cheat book appearing in the vase fragment, with 2 large characters engraved on it. Dan Spectrum. The room was silent for a moment, and the needles fell. Han Ju was stunned, extremely embarrassed. This. Oh shit. Tai Lao just did things like this. Xing Hongxian shifted his gaze from the Dan Pu and looked at Han Ju with a faint gaze. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. Hidden in a vase, this old man can really hide things. Chapter 5 absolutely refers to the Excalibur, ready to build a foundation. Han Ju was extremely nervous. He was very pleasantly surprised by his efforts, and he was always prepared for Xing Hongshuan's action. Xing Hongxian suddenly stepped forward, clutched his hand tightly, and smiled excitedly. As expected, it is you, really my mascot. As long as you are happy. Xing Hongshuan's affection for you grows, he can become a companion, and his affection degree is 3 stars. Han Ju appeared this line, and he smiled wryly. However, Xing Hongxian did not see through it. She bypassed Han Ju, picked up the Danpu, and started to read it. She seems to be looking for something. Han Ju was anxiously waiting. Do you want to shoot? If Xing Hongxian is asked to take away the Danpu, he will not get the swordsmanship. Xing Hongxian seems to be injured, her breath is very unstable. In her one hand. Let her retreat. Just when Han Ju hesitated, a cold wind swept through the gate. Han Ju was caught off guard, was knocked out, hit the wall, and bounced to the ground. Is just a little scary. Han took a close look, Tai Lao. His neck crooked and his right foot trembled, pretending to faint. Let down my den score. Tai Lao said in a cold tone. Xing Hongxian said coldly, you are back. Tai Lao said expressionlessly, I've been back long ago. I've just been waiting for you to show up. I saw you both when I came back. For so many years, the other disciples have not accepted my task. You will accept it, for sure. It's tricky. After that, Tai Lao shot suddenly and slapped Xing Hongxian with a palm. A piece of talisman paper stuck in his palm. Xing Hongxian jumped away subconsciously, thunder and lightning burst out of Tai Lao's palm, turning into a power grid to entangle Xing Hongxian. Tai Lao kicked and kicked Xing Hongxian out. Almost instantly, the Iron Veteran Dan Pu took away. Xing Hongxian landed, she convulsed all over. Tai Lao chased after victory, Xing Hongxian quickly ran away. The two rushed out quickly. Han Ju lying on the ground hesitated to get up. Can't do it. If you get up, you can't get rid of the guilt. Han Ju also wanted to escape. But it was too dangerous, he didn't even know where to escape. He waited patiently. An hour passed, Han Ju couldn't help scratching his butt. He suddenly felt a breath approaching the attic. Iron old. Han never dared to move. Tai Lao walked into the attic. He frowned when he saw Han Ju. Han Ju coughed suddenly. Tai Lao walked to the side chair and sat down, staring at Han Ju quietly. Han Ju showed the most outstanding and realistic acting skills in the past and present. He held his head and got up. Looked around in confusion, he was surprised when he saw Tai Lao. Tai Lao. You are finally back. Han Ju shrank his neck and looked around nervously. He asked cautiously, where did the witch go? Tai Lao looked at him blankly. Han Ju stood up quickly, lowered his head to face Lao Tai, looking uneasy. Han Ju is betting. Gambling. Tai Lao did not notice Xing Hongshuan's communication with him. If he found out, then Han would definitely have to fight. What did she tell you? Tai Lao asked. Han never dared to hide, and answered truthfully. She wants to train you to become a husband, it's a joke. Tai Lao was angry and laughed, thinking that this kid was dreaming. He looked at Han Ju carefully. What? Don't tell me. This kid has really become handsome. Just looking at his face and eyes, he is not inferior to those inner disciples. Has changed too much. Could it be? Tai Lao stretched out his hand, grabbed Han Ju's right wrist, and pondered carefully. Han Ju is very nervous, ready to take action at any time. This kid has no spiritual roots and no cultivation base. Could it be that I worry too much? Tai Lao thought silently, seeing Han Jueching's panic, he couldn't help but think of Han Ju's parents, and he was suddenly upset. He didn't get angry, go back to sleep. Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly saluted. He quickly left the attic. Tai Lao started to clean up the house. Back in the house, Han Ju went to bed quietly. Because you did not help Xing Hongxian steal the alchemy, you succeeded in obtaining the sword technique, the ultimate sword. Han Ju feels happy, and finally has the means to save his life. He immediately chose to inherit. A stream of memories poured into his mind. Jueji Excalibur is not a martial arts, but a spell. The finger is a sword, and spiritual power is transformed into sword energy. Han Ju possesses a great kendo comprehension, and learned this spell that night. But he hasn't been exposed, he still keeps a low profile. The next day, after Han Ju got up, he heard other servants say that Zhang Gu is dead. It is said that the death was extremely miserable, and the 7 orifices were bleeding. The male monk guarding at the entrance of the herb garden also left early in the morning. It seemed that something big happened last night. Han could not help but silently mourn for Zhang Gu. Xing Hongshuan's affection for you has increased, and he can become a companion. The current affection degree is 3.5 stars. Han Ju was stunned. How did the degree of goodwill increase again? Somehow. But within a short time, Xing Hongxian should not dare to appear again, and Han Ju can practice with peace of mind. Half a month later, Tai Lao left the herb garden again. In the past 10 years, he has gone out more and more frequently. Han Ju heard from old Man Wang that Tai Lao seemed to be on the verge of a deadline, and he was looking for medicinal materials to increase his life. Not everyone is like Han Ju, who can break through easily. Tai Lao's cultivation base is stuck on the 7th floor of the refining realm, unable to grow any more. This is the difference in qualifications. Tai is always a typical mortal cultivating immortality, wanting to change his fate against the sky. Han Ju prayed in his heart, hoping that the old man would die on the road. The reason why he is so vicious is because he noticed that Tai Lao still has 1-star hatred towards him. A potential enemy. Blinked. 2 years have passed. 20-year-old Han Ju has cultivated all 4 spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Only need to cultivate the thunder and fire spirit roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and he can begin to prepare to break through the foundation building realm. But thunder aura and fire aura cannot be captured around the herb garden. Han Ju knew that he should leave. That night, he quietly left. Han Ju still has 1,000 high-grade spirit stones that he has not taken out. This will be his confidence to walk in the realm of comprehension. Along the way, Han Ju walked while exploring the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He is going to worship the Yuqing sect directly and become a disciple of the Yuqing sect. Jade Qingzong should not refuse a cultivator of the 9th level Qi refining realm. The next morning, Han Ju finally found the gate of Yuqingzong. Yuqingzong, located in the valley between the mountains, is filled with fairy mist. There are 2 huge stone statues standing on the gate of the mountain. The gods are like unicorns. A disciple of Yuqingzong raised the sword in his hand and said, "There are a total of 4 disciples guarding Yuqingzong to enter the valley, and their cultivation is all on the 5th level of the Qi refining realm." Han Ju turned off the hidden function, and said, "In the next Han Ju, it is a casual cultivator with 9 levels of Qi refining realm. If you want to worship the Yuqing sect, I don't know if there is a way out. 9 layers of Qi refining realm." The attitude of the 4 disciples changed instantly. The disciple holding the sword said to the disciple next to him, and the disciple left quickly. "Wait a minute, I have asked the deacon of the outer gate." The sword-holding disciple said. Han Ju thanked him. In the Yuqing sect, apart from Tai Lao, no other monk knew his name. Tai Lao hadn't returned yet, and probably died outside, so Han Ju didn't worry about revealing his identity. Anyway, he has not done anything to endanger Yuqingzong, so he has a clear conscience. Chapter 6: To worship the Yuqing sect and cultivate the root of fire spirit. Han never waited too long, and soon an outside deacon arrived. This person's cultivation is also the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. At the outer deacon of the Xia Yuqingzong, Yang Luo, "Can Brother Han let me check that some magic repairs have sneaked into our Yuqingzong in the past few years?" The outer deacon said with his hands, and behaved very politely. Han Ju had nothing on him, and he was not afraid of inspection. He raised his hands. Yang Luo started to explore. After searching, he asked in doubt, why Brother Han doesn't even have a storage ring or storage bag. Han Ju said helplessly, "I was attacked by the base building magic repair on the way here, in order to save my life, you know." Yang Luo was silent and looked at him sympathetically. "Can you use your spiritual power?" Yang Luo continued to ask. Han absolutely understands and wants to see if he is a magic repair. He immediately raised his right hand, using his finger as a sword, and pointed towards the nearby mountain wall. A sword gas shot along his index finger, piercing the mountain wall. Yang Luo's eyes lit up. "What kind of spell is this?" He is embarrassed to ask more, but he can feel that Han is definitely not a magic repair. No problem, come with me, I will take you to the outer door to register your identity. From now on, you will be the outer disciple of Yuqing Sect. Yang Luo said with a smile. Then, he led Han Ju into the valley. Han Ju asked as he walked, how many disciples are there at the outer gate? What are the requirements for entering the inner gate? There are more than 2,000 disciples in the outer gate. Only by building the foundation can they enter the inner gate. However, it is difficult to build the foundation. Every 3 years, the sect will conduct a sect comparison. Help the 9 layers of the refining realm to break through the foundation building. Are there many inner disciples? I don't know this. The inner gate of Yuqingzong is located in a small world. Even our outer gate can't understand the situation of the inner gate. It seems that the Yuqing sect is very powerful. That's natural, Yuqingzong is a decent sect in Dian's practice world. Can the Yuqing sect have a place to practice thunder and fire aura? There is no outer door, and there may be an inner door. If you have Leilingen, you can apply to the Presbyterian Church. You may be able to make an exception to visit the inner door. This kind of rare spiritual root will usually be specially cultivated by the sect. Yang Luo secretly surprised, does this person still have Leilingen? Han Ju's eyes lit up and asked, as long as there is Leilingen. Yang Luo nodded. Brother Yang, can you recommend me? If I can enter the inner door, I will never forget your kindness in the future. Han Ju whispered. He raised his right hand, thunder and lightning burst out of his palm. Yang Luo's pupils shrank. Yang Luo, deacon of the outer sect of Yuqing sect, has a good opinion of you, the current degree of goodwill is 1 star. Yang Luo smiled and said, since you and I are both brothers, I have to help you with this matter, so I will make an exception to help you explain to the Elder Hall. Thank you Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. It's easy to talk and talk. Yang Roka has been on the 9th level of the Qi refining realm for 20 years. It is difficult for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The only thing he can do is to build up contacts. Under the leadership of Yang Luo, Han Ju saw many outside disciples meditating along the way. The outer gate did not allocate exclusive training venues and caves to the disciples. Everyone just found a place to get Qi and didn't get into trouble. Soon, Han Ju came to the building complex at the outer gate. Most of the houses were similar to Tai Lao's attic. They were antique and there were quite a few disciples on the street. In addition to monks, there were mortals. It turns out that there are also many mortal servants in the cultivation sect, not just for alchemists. Ordinary people are also willing to work for them, at least they will not be in danger of life, and they will be able to eat well. The Presbyterian Church is located in the middle of the valley, with a 4-story attic, filled with a strange fragrance. Han Ju followed Yang Luo in. Yang Luo walked to the counter and said, there is a casual practitioner on the 9th floor of the Qi refining realm who wants to join our Yuqing sect. The first floor is not too big, there are only people in front of the counter, an old man. The old man glanced at Han Ju. This look made Han Ju feel flustered inexplicably. He can't see through the other side's realm either. Could it be a monk in the foundation building realm? Okay. The old man responded and turned around and took off a sign on the wooden cabinet behind him. Yang Luo followed in a low voice, is the great elder here? This person has Leilingen and wants to enter the inner door. Leilingen. The old man gave Han Ju a surprised look. He beckoned. Han Ju immediately followed. At the same time, he made the system only reveal the roots of thunder, fire, and wind in his heart. Sanlingen qualification. The old man's face was shocked, and he said, Sanlingen. Yang Luo was not surprised, but showed envy. Register your identity first, temporarily as an outer disciple, when the great elder comes back, I will tell him this. The old man groaned. Han Ju begins to register his identity. After, Han Ju took the Zhongling, storage bag, Jade Qingzong Taoist robe, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of Qi gathering pill and left. Yang Luo personally arranged a place for him, not far from Yang Luo, in a separate wooden house. Okay, Brother Han, let's rest first, someone will inform you when there is news, I have something else. Yang Luo smiled. Han Ju clasped his fists and watched Yang Luo leave. Yang Luo's attitude makes him feel very real, which is different from what is written in the novel. Even if someone deliberately wins over him, they will not deliberately please him. are all monks, and won't be a dog just because you are better qualified. Hanju closed the door and began to practice. He can finally practice boldly with confidence. What surprised him again appeared. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The fire aura can be sensed here. Hanju decided to cultivate the fire spirit root to the 9th level of the refining realm. Generally speaking, monks will only choose one exercise method to practice, and the attributes of exercise methods are mostly single. Few people practice 6-2 attributes like Hanju. Hanju has the top qualifications, and he doesn't feel tired at all. He enjoys the feeling of becoming stronger. To be precise, it is the feeling of increased lifespan. When Hanju saw the property panel, his first thought was Chongsheng. He doesn't want fame and fortune. He doesn't want beauty. As long as he lives for a long time, he will never get terminally ill at a young age like his previous life. My qualifications destined that I don't need to take risks to seek opportunities. I must practice steadily and never cause trouble. If I can't provoke the enemy, don't provoke me, unless the other party insists on killing me. Hanju thought silently. Blinked. Half a year is fleeting. Hanju's fire spirit root cultivated to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. The great elder of the outer sect finally came back, and Yang Luo personally came to inform Hanju. Hanju packed his things, tied the storage bag to his belt, and followed Yang Luo to the elders' hall. Originally, the Presbyterian Church has forgotten about this. I happened to pass by your door and found that you were still cultivating, so I remembered this. Ascetic monk elders like you should appreciate it. Yang Luo said with a smile. His tone is full of admiration. For half a year, Hanju never opened the door of the room. If it were not for aura fluctuations, others thought it was a vacant room. Hanju said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Yang. If I have more chances to build Jiden in the future, I will definitely find one for you." Chapter 7 Fairy Shixian, her favorability increased. The Presbyterian Church. Hanju met the great elder. The big elder is fat, very similar to Maitreya Buddha, with a smile on his face, and his eyes are curved into 2 slits. He looked at Hanju and said with satisfaction, "The temperament is very good, not inferior to the inner disciples, and even catch up with the elite disciples." Yuqing Zhongdao robe with white background and blue silk. After Hanju put it on, the charm effect was completely revealed, and he didn't seem to be a slave at all. On the way came, many female sisters peeped at him. Disciples can't be compared with elite disciples. Hanju said modestly. The great elder smiled and said, "Let's go with me to the inner gate. If you want to join the inner gate, you have to go to the teacher. The inner gate has 18 peaks and 18 missionary elders. You can directly become an inner disciple. If you don't have one, you can only participate in the sect contest and strive to build the foundation as soon as possible." The disciple understands. Then the two left the Presbyterian Church. The old man in front of the counter exclaimed, "This child's fire spiritual power has increased a lot. It seems that he has been cultivating hard for half a year." Yang Luo said with a smile, "Yes, he has never gone out before. He has good aptitude and is willing to cultivate hard. He might become an elite disciple in the future." The old man shook his head and laughed, and said nothing more. He has been here for hundreds of years, and he has seen geniuses better than Hanju. He only has a little emotion in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. No words all the way. Under the leadership of the great elder, Hanju came to a teleportation formation in the corner of the valley, where several disciples guarded him. The teleportation array is very much like an altar, a circular stone platform with weird patterns carved on it, stone pillars on all sides, and many irregular cavities on it, specially for spiritual stones. Han definitely uses the teleportation circle for the first time. He is very nervous, but he dare not show it for fear of embarrassment. The outer disciples began to place spirit stones. What kind of spiritual practice do you want to join? Because of the different personalities and ethos of the coaching elders, some are competitive, some are low-key penance, and some go out for missions all the year round. The elder suddenly asked. Hanju replied, "Low-key and hard practice. I don't like lively or high profile." The great elder showed a weird smile and said, "Then I will take Yufeng first." At this time, the teleportation circle was activated, and a bright light burst out, making Hanju close his eyes. Hanju felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and when he was a mortal, he would definitely vomit. About 3 seconds have passed. Han Ju opened his eyes, and what he saw in front of him were mountains towering high into the clouds. The sea of clouds filled the front, and he seemed to be standing on top of the clouds. At his feet is the teleportation circle, and in front is a stone step leading to the city. This city is located on a low mountain. Compared with the surrounding 18 giant peaks, it is a low mountain, but Han Ju looked below the teleportation circle, like a cliff of 10,000 feet, because of the clouds and mist, he could not see the ground. The city of Low Mountain is very large, and many monks flying with swords can be seen in the air, and even various birds of prey can be seen. That is the inner gate of Yuqing Sect, where you can do tasks and receive salaries, and you can also trade inside. The elder introduced, his tone was full of pride. Han Ju was also surprised. He originally thought that Yuqing Zone was the kind of small sect in the ancient costume fairy tales, but he didn't expect it to be so big. He thought he had come to the fairy world. He really underestimated the strength of Yuqing Zone. After all, he has been in the herb garden for the past 20 years, and his active range is less than 2 li. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a caged bird. The elder waved his hand, and Han Ju felt that he was being lifted up by something and almost fell. He looked down, and a huge gourd appeared at his feet. Stand firmly. If you fall, even if you have the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, you will have to fall to death. The great elder laughed loudly, laughing very boldly. Han Ju quickly attached to the soles of his feet with his spiritual power, clinging to the surface of the gourd. The giant gourd took them to the most partial giant mountain. Other giant peaks have disciples up and down, but this one seems very lonely. The elder of Yufeng's coaching elder is Fairy Shixian. Her cultivation level is unpredictable. She likes to practice in retreat and quiet, so Yufeng is not lively, and she does not allow her disciples to have affection and become a Taoist companion, so there are few disciples, and most of the disciples who stay in Yufeng are ascetic monks. The elder said with a smile. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? That's great." He was afraid of being entangled by female monks. After all, he is unparalleled and his charm is full. The elder shook his head and laughed. The great elder of the outer sect of Yuqing Sect has a good impression of you. The current good impression is 1 star. A line of words appeared before Han Ju's eyes. He felt inexplicable. Soon, they came to the palace complex of Yufeng and flew straight to the main hall. The great elder stood in front of the gate, his mouth moved slightly, probably using voice transmission. Boom. The door opens. The great elder led Han Ju in. The hall was dark, and as they walked in, the oil lamps on both sides lit up. Han Ju's eyes fell on the 2 figures in front of him who were meditating. 2 sisters. One of the females was dressed in a blue robe, with a graceful posture, and her face could be described as an overwhelming country. It is probably Fairy Shixian. The female cultivator behind her should be a disciple. Her temperament and appearance are quite different, but she is also a beauty. Fairy Shishuan opened his eyes, and his eyes fell on Han Ju. After the great elder approached, he smiled and said, "This son is named Han Ju. He is a casual cultivator with 3 spirit root qualifications and a rare Lei Ling root. I asked about it on the way. He also likes quiet training places. Hope it's too high profile." Han Ju bends down and salutes. "Chang Yuer has a good impression of you. The current good impression is 2 stars. Is this 2 stars? Superficial." Han Ju murmured to himself. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com became nervous. The name of this Jade Yofeng doesn't match the truth. The female disciples don't all be wolves and tigers. Fairy Shixian asked, "Join the peak. This seat will not help you seek good profit. Everything depends on yourself. In the practice, this seat will not neglect to teach you, but if you are slack, this seat will gradually you are on top." Han Ju immediately assured, as long as there is no order, the disciple can stay in seclusion for 100 years without leaving the house. Really? There is no falsehood. Fairy Shixian has a good impression of you. The current good impression is 1 star. Chang Yuer's favorability towards you has decreased. The current favorability rating is 1 star. 2 lines appeared before Han Ju's eyes. He couldn't help despising that Chang Yuer. Are you a love brain? This is a place for cultivating immortals. Can you know spells? Attack on this seat and let this seat see what you can do. Fairy Shixian continued to ask. Han Ju nodded and decided to go all out. This Yufeng is too suitable for him. Change to other peaks, he has to be annoyed by female cultivators like Chang Yuer. Han is definitely not Lu Xiaohui, and he also likes women, but women are definitely not important for life, he just wants to practice now. There is a knife on the head of the color word. Waiting for a successful cultivation level in the future, you can train a few Taoists for fun, but you can't touch real feelings, just to practice together. Han Ju mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were brought together, facing Fairy Chang Shi. 5 fingers burst out sword aura, and gathered a palm-wide sword aura, killing Fairy Shixian like lightning. When he was about to meet Fairy Shixian, the sword energy dissipated out of thin air, and the hair on Fairy Shixian's forehead fluttered. Chang Yuer's favorability towards you has increased, the current favorability rating is 2 stars. Chapter 8 Master Yuanying, only Lei Lingqi. Han Ju ignored the prompt that appeared in front of him, and waited for Fairy Shixian to speak. Fairy Shixian asked, "Will you do this trick?" "Yes it is." Han Ju is very frank, and he doesn't want to make a fat man with a swollen face. This swordsmanship is good, stay in Yuyo Peak in the future. Fairy Shixian nodded slightly. Great Elder laughed, "Then I won't bother." He nodded towards Han Ju, then turned and left. Fairy Shixian stared at Han Ju, and said, "Don't you kneel down to apprentice." Han Ju returned to his senses and knelt down immediately. The disciple Han Ju pays homage to Master, long live Master, long live, long live, long live. Fairy Shixian couldn't help but laughed, and said with no good air, "Are you a queen as a teacher?" Han never looked up. Fairy Shixian secretly said, "This child has a very good image and temperament, and his temperament is also very good." She took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Chang Yuer behind her. "Take your brother to the inner gate to register, and help him arrange the cave house by the way." "Okay, Master." Chang Yuer got up nicely. Han Ju got up and saluted, and then left with Chang Yuer. They just walked out of the palace, and the gate closed. "Senior brother Han, my name is Chang Yuer, and I will call me senior sister from now on. If you are a newcomer, please consult senior sister if you don't understand." Chang Yuer smiled, just to meet Han Ju's gaze. She was not shy, but stared at him directly. Han Ju lowered his head slightly, and said, "Thank you, senior sister, junior brother dare not trouble, but if senior sister needs help, you can always ask junior brother to help." "Hee, you are such a nice person. Looks better than other brothers and brothers." It was the first time that Chang Yuer met such a handsome man, and his attitude and character made her very comfortable. She secretly swore that she must protect junior brother Han and not let him be bullied. The two talked and laughed all the way, and when they came to the edge of the cliff, Chang Yuer offered a flying sword and asked Han Ju to stand behind her and hold her waist. Han Ju hesitated. "Except for you, other juniors have no chance to hold senior sister's waist." Chang Yuer hummed. In fact, she met Han Ju, a junior. The whole Yufeng, Han Juneng is her junior, and Yufeng has been difficult to join a new disciple for several years. When it comes to this, Han Ju is not hypocritical. "I have to say, sister's waist is really thin." An hour later, Chang Yuer brought Han Ju to the entrance of a cave, and said, "Inside is your cave mansion, and senior sister's cave mansion is right next to him. You can usually practice with peace of mind." So close. Han Ju looked in the direction she was pointing. Her cave entrance was just 100 meters away. Han Ju sighed in his heart, and on the surface he thanked Chang Yuer. The two said goodbye. After entering the entrance of the cave, Han Ju saw a mechanism on the wall of the cave. He twisted it, and a stone gate appeared directly at the entrance of the cave, blocking the entrance. Then, the tunnel lighted up. He walked towards the end of the cave. It was a cavern of about 100 square meters, with beds, tables and chairs, and wooden cabinets. The treatment was good. Han Ju went to sit on the bed and took out the Shintoku inner door storage bag. The storage bag of the inner door has a space 10 times larger than that of the outer door, and it can store 100 cubic meters of things inside. He got Yufeng's Taoist robe, a flying sword, swordsmanship secrets, Yufeng token, 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of qi-gathering pill. Han Ju learned through Chang Yuer that a high-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 middle-grade spiritual stones, and 1 middle-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Lingshur can be used for cultivation, or it can be used as currency. He immediately took out the 1000 high-grade spirit stone stored in the attribute panel and put it in the storage bag. This spiritual stone is enough to make Hanju a rich man. Deserves to be the luck of the descendants of the immortal emperor, starting with 1000 high-grade spirit stones. Hanju brings up the property panel to check the interpersonal relationship. Changyuer, on the second floor of the base building, your senior sister treats you as a younger brother, and the current favorability rating is 2 stars. Fairy Shishuan, on the third floor of the nascent soul realm, your master, appreciates your character, the current favorability rating is 1 star. Brother, look at it. Hanju was speechless. Sure enough, the degree of affection does not mean that I like it, and I cannot be affectionate in the future. But he was surprised at Fairy Shishien's cultivation. The great elder of the outer sect is also the base building realm cultivation base. Chi refining, foundation building, golden core, and nascent soul are the realms he currently understands. In other words, Fairy Shishien is the strongest monk he has come into contact with. Not bad. Hanju thinks of it beautifully. He packed up his things and began to read the secrets of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship must be mastered, otherwise you will have to hold senior sister Chanqian's waist when going down the mountain. Top kendo talent, let him master swordsmanship in half an hour. He dipped the flying sword to recognize the Lord, and this method was recorded in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After everything was over, he walked out of the cave, stepped on the flying sword, and began to circle the Yuyo Peak, familiar with the swordsmanship. In the Yuyo Hall, Fairy Shishuan suddenly opened her eyes, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. Is this really the first time he has practiced swordsmanship? Hanju's communication with Changyuer, she had overheard before. Could it be a lie? If you are lying, why bother to show your sword skills now? Fairy Shishuan couldn't figure it out, so she decided to observe again. After flying dozens of laps, Hanju quickly returned to the cave and began to practice. He began to practice fire spiritual power. You have successfully become a disciple of the inner door of the Yiqing sect and have started your first practice after getting started. You can choose the following development route. 1. Earn prestige, lead Yufeng to become the most powerful peak, and get a superb magic weapon. Yuyu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com offends Fairy Shishien. 2nd, low-key practice, unknown, recognized by Fairy Shishien, can obtain a secret book of physical skills. Hanju looked at it and couldn't help putting on a mask of pain. What the hell? Leading Yufeng to become the strongest peak, but offending Fairy Shishien. This master is very wrong. Don't be a traitor to the magic repair. Hanju shook his head and laughed, silently choosing the second one. He is not interested in the exquisite magical instruments, he just wants to practice practically. 3 years of this practice are fleeting. Hanju successfully cultivated Huolingen to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Lei Ling Qi is missing. Can't catch the spirit of thunder on Yuyo Peak. Hanju was distressed and decided to go to see his master. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave. He used swordsmanship and quickly flew to the gate of Yuyo Hall. He knelt down in front of the gate and said, "Master, I have something to ask for you." His voice is not loud, I believe Fairy Shishien can hear it. After a while, the door opened. Han never walked into the hall hurriedly. He walked to Fairy Shishien and knelt down and said, Tuir cultivates the wind and fire spirit roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and then Lei Lingen is required to build the foundation. I hope Master will point the disciple. Practicing thunder spiritual energy. Fairy Shishuan opened his eyes, frowned and said, You want to cultivate the 3 elements of spiritual power. More than that, I repair 6 elements. Yes, Master. Hanju replied respectfully. Fairy Shishuan whispered, This road is not easy to walk, and the tribulation you encounter will be stronger than other people. You can only cultivate one kind of aura. After the golden core is completed, it will not be too late to cultivate other auras. Chapter 9 Build the 3rd floor of the base realm, no revenge. Tuir wants to go on like this, although it is difficult, but Tuir believes that he can succeed by relying on his will, and Tuir is willing to spend all his time on cultivation. Hanju replied. Fairy Shishuan did not directly refuse, indicating that there is still a show. Fairy Shishuan looked at Hanju meaningfully and said, The inner door has a teleportation circle leading to the Thunder Spirit Pool, but it takes 10 middle-grade spirit stones to stay in the Thunder Spirit Pool for a day. Is very cheap at first glance, but for monks, how can one day be enough? Hanju said in surprise, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I will go now." After said, he got up and left in a hurry. Fairy Shishuan smiled, then closed his eyes again and continued to practice. Hanju came to the inner gate city. He stopped a female disciple casually, and asked, "Senior sister, excuse me, where is Lei Lingqi? Can you tell me?" "Go over there, and at the end, there is the Lei Ling pond with the thunder lantern." "Thank you, brother." Hanju slipped very fast and didn't give him a chance to strike up a conversation. There are rivers and lakes where there are people. The fewer friends he makes, the less trouble he has. What is a friend? You help me, I help you, and then I am a friend. Since I want to help, there is a problem. 10 minutes later, Hanju found the Lei Ling attic. Entering the attic, he saw a teleportation circle in the inner courtyard. He directly took out 100 high-grade spirit stones and packaged them for 3 years. If you leave early, you can return the spirit stone. Yu Qingzong will not pit his disciples. The disciples who work here have all taken up the task. The owner of Lei Lingqi is an elder, and no one dares to make trouble. The migrant disciple was a little surprised to see Hanju so generous, but he didn't say much. Lei Lingen is rare, but Yu Qingzong is not only a few people. Opening his eyes again, Hanju came to a hot pool with a very close range of visibility, and the thundercloud was so short that he could reach it with his hand. In addition to him, there is already a monk who is not far away meditating. Don't walk around in the thunder spirit pool, you can only practice by the pool, otherwise you will be struck by lightning, and you deserve it. A cold snort came from behind. Hanju turned his head to look, and he was talking about a big tree. The main trunk of this tree had a human face, full of acrimonious writings. Dryad. Hanju nodded at it, then walked aside and meditated. Lei Lingqi soon fell into silence, with only thunder. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to find that there were so many thunder auras here, which was faster than his usual practice of other auras. Awesome. Hanju was very excited. Just 1 year. Hanju successfully trained Lei Lingen to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. He did not leave, but was ready to build a foundation. Before, he had cultivated the spiritual power of each element to consummation, and it happened that Lei Lingen was also trained to consummation on the 9th level. The 6 elements of Qi refining are completed, and the foundation will be built directly. To build a foundation, it is necessary to build a foundation, but that is for mortals. Hanju is the ultimate spiritual root qualification. The first level of the 6 paths of reincarnation Gong records the method of avoiding catastrophe, which is extremely overbearing. That is to absorb the thunder. The 6 reincarnations dissolve the sky thunder into thunder spirit power and help him strengthen his cultivation. 1 month later, Hanju began to build a foundation. Just because there are few people in Lei Lingqi, even if the foundation is successfully built, it will not cause much repercussions. Hanju, who was meditating, kept changing his hands, running 6 reincarnation techniques, and the 6 elements of spiritual power revolved in his body, forming a 6-color vortex in his dantian. The tree demon suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. The monk not far away also opened his eyes. I saw the thunder and lightning in the Lei Ling pond starting to gather towards Hanju. He is going to build a foundation. The monk had a weird face, and he silently distanced himself from Hanju, fearing that he would be hit by the sky thunder. Half an hour later. The thunder and lightning are intertwined on the top of Hanju's head like dragons and snakes. The weird thing is that these thunder and lightning disappeared as soon as they hit Hanju, without causing any harm to him. Both the tree demon and the monk frowned. What kind of exercise does this child practice? Can turn the robbery. Although they were surprised, they didn't bother. Influencing others to cross the catastrophe, this is a taboo in the spiritual world, lack of virtue. With his superb spiritual root aptitude and peerless skills, Hanju's foundation building was without surprises and dangers, and went very smoothly. 3 days later, he successfully built the foundation and reached the first level of the foundation level. Congratulations on reaching the foundation building. You have the following options. 1. The famous Jade Qingzong. You can get the Hatred of 9 Nether Thunder technique and Fairy Shishian. 2nd, practice silently, practice the golden core as soon as possible, and get a superb sword. Han chose the 2nd without hesitation. After the breakthrough succeeded, he did not leave immediately, but planned to continue to cultivate Thunder Spirit until the end of time. He first inherited the second layer mental method of the 6 reincarnation exercises. Early the next morning, he continued to practice. This person is really good-natured. He didn't go out to celebrate the success of foundation building, but continued to practice. The monk thought silently. Han Ju followed a line of words. Mo revenge has a good impression on you, the current good impression is 1 star. Han Ju opened his eyes and noticed that the monk was staring at him. Han Ju nodded slightly at him politely. Mo took revenge and nodded, then the two continued to practice without communicating. Han Ju walked out of the Lei Ling pond. He called up his attribute panel. Name, Han Ju. Life, 27/187. Race, mortal. Creation 4, 3 floors of the base building. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spell, absolutely finger sword. Supernatural powers, none. Artifact, none. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderling roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Infantry, top kendo qualifications, Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com top kendo comprehension. Shenfa Jiuechen, top level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationship. Build the 3-story base. This is his Lei Ling root cultivation base, and the base building is also divided into 9 layers. Such a speed is not unpleasant. 2 years, 3-layer cultivation base. The most important thing is that life expectancy has skyrocketed to 187 years. Han Ju is very satisfied. Xiongtai, I don't know your name. No revenge in Leifing next day. A voice came from behind Han Ju, and Han Ju couldn't help stopping and turned to look. Han Ju clasped his fists and smiled. Han Ju is in Xiaoyuyo Peak. Yufeng. No wonder I saw your surprise. It's a pity that you are waiting for your talent to join Yufeng. If you want to come to my Tian Leifing, my master is Lei Xiao. Mo Fuqiang shook his head. Han Ju said with a smile, I have worshipped Fairy Xishuan as my teacher, and I will be my teacher for the rest of my life. How can I rebel at will? Thank you brother Mo for your kindness. Mo Revenge smiled and said, your technique is amazing. You have reached the 3rd level of the foundation building in just 2 years. Looking at the entire inner door, you can also be regarded as a leader. Brother Mo has been awarded. I have no intention of comparing it with other brothers in the inner sect. Ha ha ha. The two chatted for a long time before they left. After returning to Yuyo Peak, Han Ju hesitated to say hello to Fairy Shixian. Forget it. Master is also an ascetic monk, so I still don't want to bother. Han Ju returned to the cave in silence. Back on the bed, Han Ju wanted to take a break, so he clicked on the relationship check. He found a male mark in the upper right corner with a red dot. He couldn't help being curious, and clicked to check. Chapter 10 Tragic Friend, Goodwill of Big Brother. Your good friend Xing Hongxian was chased by Yu Qingzong and was seriously injured and escaped by chance. Your friend Xing Hongxian was chased by the same family, but he was lucky enough to fight back. Your friend Xing Hongxian betrayed the Qingming demon cult and was chased by the Qingming demon cult. Your friend Xing Hongshuan's favorability for you has grown, and the current favorability rating is 4 stars. Han Ju was speechless. This woman is really miserable. The most outrageous thing is that in the past few years, Xing Hongshuan's favorability for him has increased. They never met again. A woman's heart, a needle on the bottom of the sea. Don't understand. Han Ju looked at it, and none of the people who had a relationship with him had any progress. This is very cool. First set a small goal to surpass Fairy Shixian. Han Ju closed the attribute panel, refreshed, and continued to practice. 3 years later. Han Ju's fire spirit root cultivated to the 3rd floor of the base building realm. In terms of the concentration of aura alone, the Lei Ling Qi is stronger than the aura outside, so Han Ju took a longer time. It should be 12 years before he cultivates the earth, wind, water, and wind to the 3rd level of the base building. Anyway, his current lifespan is 187 years, too late. However, if the 6 elements of spiritual roots are cultivated to the completion of the foundation, it is estimated that they will have to compete with the life expectancy. Han Ju thought silently. The reason for practicing 6 elements is 6 times as long as practicing single elements. Han Ju thought of Lei Ling Qi. It seems that these spiritual ponds still have to be used. In the Yuqing sect, apart from the Thunder Spirit Pond, there are other spirit ponds, with a total of 8 attributes, and the other 2 attributes are gold and ice. I have to say that the Yuqing sect is indeed strong. This is good. Han Ju does not need to change the sect. A few days later, Yufeng suddenly rang a bell. Han Ju opened his eyes and got up immediately. Once the bell rings, it means Fairy Shixian will summon all the disciples. It's the first time after so many years. I hope it won't be troublesome. I still want to continue practicing. Han Ju thought silently. After walking out of the cave, he ran into Chang Yuer. Junior, long time no see, eh? Have you built the foundation? Chang Yuer said hello with a smile, and then she stared beautifully. She only built the 2nd floor of the base realm. She couldn't see through Han Ju's cultivation base, but she could feel that Han Ju's spiritual power was very strong, far beyond the reach of chi-refining cultivators. Han Ju smiled modestly. Fluke. Chang Yuer was secretly surprised. Will the younger brother have surpassed me? Can't do it. I have to seize the time to practice, and I can't be compared with my junior. Chang Yuer's favorability towards you has decreased. The current favorability rating is 1.5 stars. Han Ju is full of question marks. What the hell? Did I say something wrong? Chang Yuer took Han Ju up the mountain with a smile, as if the relationship between the two was the same. Along the way, they met other Yufeng disciples. Han Ju was the youngest in his generation, so he had to call his brother and sister when he saw anyone. Different from what he imagined, there are also other male disciples in Yuyo Peak. The ratio of men to women is similar. A group of people bowed before the gate of Yuyo Hall. They waited patiently. Han Ju was looked at by others. The female disciples all smiled at him. But no one has a good impression of him. These disciples have been practicing hard for many years, unlike Chang Yuer who joined Yufeng a few years earlier than Han Ju. Disciples came one after another. When the door opened, Han Ju calculated that there were 56 disciples in total. The most desolate Yuyo Peak has so many disciples, let alone other peaks. The cultivation base of most of the disciples is stronger than that of Han Ju, so that he can't see through the cultivation base. After entering the palace, Han Ju silently retreated to the end. As a younger brother, he naturally has to be at the bottom, so as not to offend some cautious brothers and sisters. Futons have been placed in the hall, divided into 2 rows, for the disciples to sit face to face. Han Ju sits at the end, opposite Chang Yuer. Chang Yuer winked at him, like a child. Childish. Han Ju quietly raised a middle finger. Chang Yuer didn't understand this gesture, thought it was a secret sign, and followed the Korean and Koreans to raise their middle finger. Han Ju. At this time, Fairy Shixian said, the Master Commander has just made a decision. In the future, the 18 peaks fighting technique, the last 3 peaks, will each select 10 disciples to fight the Qingming demon cult. These years, Qingming demon the sect sent spies to calculate Yuqingzong in this way, and the sect is ready to fight back. Han Ju observes the expressions of other people. Found no one panicked. Okay. Isn't Yufeng ranked in the bottom 3? Han Ju had always thought that Yuyo Peak was the weakest peak. Big disciple Lu Sanqin smiled and said, Master, although our Yufeng is not outstanding, we have always been in the top 10. Don't worry. Other disciples followed. No matter how low-key we are, we can't be the bottom. Qingming demon cult is really getting more and more arrogant. It is said that there are many detailed works of Qingming demon cult in the outer door. Recently, I have to be careful in recruiting disciples. The demon sect does not even practice magic skills. I should have dealt with the Qingming demon cult a long time ago. Every time I go out to practice, I will meet their people and they are extremely arrogant. Han Ju listened silently, without saying a word. Fairy Shixian said, as a teacher, I don't worry about ranking, but this incident also indicates that the Yuqing sect will sooner or later have a battle with the Qingming demon cult. Although Feng is low-key, it's not that he doesn't want to play for the sect. The disciples nodded. Han Ju. Fairy Shixian suddenly called. Han Ju got up quickly. Other disciples looked at him one after another. For a few years after entering the peak, you will reach the 3rd floor of the base building from the 9th level of the refining state. It seems that you are a genius. Fairy Shixian laughed. Everyone's complexion changed as soon as he said this. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Such a speed of practice. Han Ju replied, fuck by fluke. Master, I don't want to be high profile. Recently, Zongman has put out a training plan. The most outstanding talents of each peak will be cultivated together. In the future, they will become the card of the younger generation of Yuqingzong. I want to recommend you to the teacher. Fairy Xishuan said with a smile. The eyes of the disciples looking at Han Ju changed. Han Ju knelt directly, and said with sincere fear, Master, the disciple doesn't want to go. How can the disciple do? The disciple just wants to stay in Yuyo Peak and practice silently, and doesn't want to compete for fame and fortune. Moreover, the disciple just arrived here, so the opportunity should be given to senior brothers and sisters. There is fraud on the cliff. Han Ju had a compelling number in his heart. Even if he is really a genius second to none, he has a low level of qualifications. Has become the core training object of the sect right after he came in. Isn't this a trap? Could Fairy Xishuan test him? If he were the of Qing Ming demon cult, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Really? Fairy Shixian asked, squinting. Han Ju nodded and said, there is absolutely no falsehood. Fairy Shixian nodded. Han Ju was relieved and sat down. The eyes of other disciples looking at him softened. Yu Sanqin has a good impression of you. The current good impression is 1 star. As expected. Big brother wants to go. Also, if this kind of thing is accepted by other disciples, where will the master's face be saved? Fairy Xishuan looked at Lu Sanqin and said, then it's up to you. You are a big disciple of Yufeng, so you can't cause trouble. The student understands. Lu Sanqin smiled, and the other disciples congratulated him. Chapter 11. The 9th floor of the base building, the chance of the tree demon. Walking out of Yuyo Peak, Han Ju was about to return to the cave. Lu Sanqin walked up, stretched out his hand to hold his shoulders, and smiled, little brother, your kindness brother has been accepted. If you encounter trouble in the future, please feel free to talk to your brother. Han Ju blinked, and said, the younger brother first wished the older brother all the best. How can the favor that came to the door be pushed away? Haha. Lu Sanqin laughed and left. Han Ju just walked a few steps, and Chang Yuer caught up again. Senior brother, you haven't done the sect mission yet. Would you like senior sister to take you? Chang Yuer asked with a smile. No, I want to practice. Cultivation in the cave is very slow. Do quests to earn spiritual stones, and then go to various spiritual pools to practice. You will get twice the result with half the effort. At the same time, you will have a contribution rate when doing tasks. If you have a high contribution rate, you can buy pill. I'm afraid of death, so forget it. How can a monk of my generation be afraid of death? Don't be afraid of death. What kind of immortal cultivation? You. Chang Yuer was irritated. Why is this brother so persuaded? The reason why Han Ju did not go was because he had a lot of spiritual stones. Ha, don't go, don't go. Chang Yuer turned his head and left. Han Ju fell into thinking. It is true that you can't stay in the cave to practice, you have to go to the Lingqi. Don't wait 100 years and go again when your lifespan is tight, it would be too wasteful. After thinking about it, Han Ju left directly for the inner gate city. 10 years are fleeting. Han Ju has been lingering in each spiritual pond. The high-grade spirit stone has spent nearly 400 yuan. His cultivation reached the 5th level of the foundation level, and all 6 spiritual roots were cultivated to the 5th level of the foundation level. If this continues, he will spend the remaining 400 high-grade spirit stones, and he will not be able to achieve the Golden Core realm. Han Ju began to concentrate on cultivating Thunder Reiki and Fire Reiki. He can't completely spend the spirit stone, there must be expenses later. Another 10 years. Simply finish the cultivation of Lei Lingen directly, and you can absorb a lot of fire aura in the cave. That's all. After Han Ju decided, he went directly to the Lei Ling pond. Lei Ling Qi currently does not have a monk, and Han Ju is not afraid of loneliness. Buddy, you are here again. I thought you were a genius before, so why are you still only building the third floor of the basic realm after so many years? The tree demon couldn't help but teased. Hanju shrugged and said, it is precisely because of his dull aptitude that he works so hard. So too. The tree demon closed his eyes after speaking. Han is definitely a regular customer, so he doesn't need to remind him too much. Soon, Hanju entered the cultivation state. Time passed quickly. Year after year passed. 5 years later. Hanju's Lei Ling root cultivation base has reached the 7th level of the base building realm. Mo's revenge came again, and a female disciple was brought. This female disciple is very pretty and has a pretty demeanor. Brother Han, you are here too. Mo Revenge said in surprise. Hanju opened his eyes and looked. He smiled and replied, Brother Mo, you are here too. Mo Revenge is an absolute genius. Through interpersonal relationships, Hanju noticed that he had reached the 9th level of the foundation building. Although nearly 20 years have passed, what is it not to be a genius to break through 2 levels in the foundation realm and attack the golden core realm? Introduce, this is our little junior from Tianlifing, and my clan sister, Mo Zhu. Mo Fuchio said with a smile. Hanju followed with a fist and said, Hanju is in Xiaoyuyo Peak. Mo Zhu nodded, looked at Hanju carefully, and asked, why are you still building the 3rd basement level? My brother said you may have already built the 6th basement level. Hanju smiled and said, be steady, you guys should hurry up and practice. After speaking, he sat down. Even though Mo Revenge doubted his cultivation level, he didn't ask much. The two soon began to meditate. It didn't take long for them to find that Hanju could absorb aura much faster than them. What kind of exercise does he cultivate? No, it's the spiritual root aptitude. Mo Revenge is secretly shocked. Mo Zhu also looked at Hanju in surprise. Han never paid attention to their reaction, he had to hurry up. Every minute is a spirit stone. 3 years later. Mo Revenge, Mo Zhu is ready to leave. Mo Revenge looked at Hanju, and wanted to say something, but when he saw Hanju being so serious, I felt it was difficult to bother. The 2 brothers and sisters left Lei Ling Qi. Big brother, why didn't Hanju's realm improve? Mo Zhu asked doubtfully. With the speed at which Hanju can absorb aura, he should have broken through long ago. Mo had complicated vengeful eyes, and said, this person must have the means to suppress his cultivation base. I am afraid that his cultivation base has caught up with me, building the 9th level of the base realm. Mo Zhu glared at him, and said, you said before that he only refined the 9th level of the Qi realm 20 years ago, so fast. Mo Revenge took a deep breath, and said, you Yofeng are all ascetic monks. I didn't expect such a genius to appear. Let's go. We have to work hard like him. Mo Zhu nodded. At the same time, Hanju saw 2 lines. Mo Revenge's favorability for you has grown, the current favorability rating is 2 stars. Mo Zhu has a good opinion of you, the current degree of goodwill is 2 stars. Han is absolutely indifferent. He has reached the 9th level of the foundation building realm, and he is hitting the realm of consummation. After half a year, Hanju finally cultivated his thunder spirit power to perfection, and he couldn't increase it if he wanted to practice any more. He got up to leave. Boy, it seems that you have a way to suppress cultivation. It's not easy. Dryad smiled and said, his tone was not the same as before. Hanju shrugged and smiled. He walked to the teleportation circle and was about to leave. I have a chance here, do you want to participate? The tree demon asked. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, I don't want to. The tree demon was stunned, and said, there are a lot of spirit stones, as well as sect contributions. You may even get magical artifacts and heavenly materials. Are you sure you don't participate? Is it dangerous? If you want a good chance, you reading www.akancha.com will naturally have to go in danger. Forget it, I'm afraid of death. You. The tree demon was so angry that the branches trembled. Hanju urged, Senior, let me go out quickly, I have to go back to the cave house to retreat. The tree demon snorted coldly, activated the magic circle, and sent Hanju out. Hanju retired the spiritual stones in the attic for a year and a half, and there were nearly 300 spiritual stones left in his storage bag. He didn't immediately return to the cave, but went to the Fenglu building. He hasn't received his salary for so many years, so he should take it. Yuqingzong pays a salary once a year, which can be collected and received. Pianlalu is one of the most lively attic in Yuqing sect. There are many disciples, and you need to line up to get it. Han Ju's temperament drew the girl monk's attention, and the male monk quickly noticed Han Ju. With the continuous improvement of Han Ju's cultivation base, the charm of peerless warriors has also been thoroughly revealed. The system can only hide his cultivation, but not his charm. Who is this person, so handsome? Our Yuqing sect actually has such a man. I have seen it before, it seems to be a disciple of Yufeng. Hey, it's the same as the one that came out in the painting. All of Yufeng's disciples have good skins. Who do you know his name? Facing the surrounding discussion, Han Ju pretended not to notice. After receiving his salary, he ran away quickly, which made the female sisters who wanted to strike up a lot of regret. As soon as he walked out of the saloon building, Han Ju ran into Mo Ju. Brother Han, you are here, we are really destined, we can all meet each other. Mo Ju said in surprise, leaning forward and holding Han Ju's arm. Han Ju's face instantly solidified. Chapter 12 7 Magic Steps, 10,000 Demons World. The female nuns who came out of the Fenglu building frowned when they saw Mo Ju holding Han Ju's arms. They are all wailing in their hearts. Han Ju retreated one step quickly, keeping a distance from Mo Ju. Mo Ju enthusiastically smiled and said, Brother Han, I happen to have something and I need your help. Branch plot is here. Refuse. Han Ju shook his head and said, Sorry, I have to go back to practice. What are you practicing? This is a great opportunity. I have heard of. Mo Ju said quickly. She suddenly noticed the female sisters behind Han Ju, and felt it was inconvenient to talk here, so she took Han Ju to leave here first. Miss Mo, don't pull or pull. I am not afraid of a girl, are you still afraid as a man? Master forbids us to have between men and women. Bah, we only met for the second time, do you think I am in love with you? Mo Ju's pretty face blushed instantly. She glanced at Han Ju quietly. Brother Han is indeed good-looking, and it is the first time she has seen such a good-looking man. If you become a couple. Mo Ju's ears are red. Han Ju noticed her expression and felt bad. It's dangerous. He doesn't have a golden core yet, but he can't have children's affection. This Mo Ju looks beautiful, but he can't hurt his Taoism. Han Ju immediately moved a step aside, kept a distance of 1 meter from her, and walked side by side. The two walked to a deserted alley. Let's talk, what's the matter? Han Ju asked. Mo Ju looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, he whispered, Brother Mo, have you heard of Li Qianlong? Never heard of that. What, haven't you heard of Li Qianlong? Say business. Han never had a good air. Although he is almost 50 years old in this life, he has not left the Yuqing sect. He does not even recognize the celebrities of the Yuqing sect, let alone the entire world of immortality. Li Qianlong is an outstanding talent who was hard to come out of the Yuqing sect in 100 years. It is said that he almost became a of transformation. His Dongfu is located on a big mountain outside the Yuqing zone. He has set a lot of restrictions in the Dongfu, which has been hidden before. Recently, I got information that his cave mansion has appeared, but his beast is guarded inside. This beast is afraid of thunder and lightning. We are all Leixiao, so we can definitely overcome it. Mo Ju said, the more excited it became. Han Ju asked, where is your brother? Last year, the inner sect competition just ended. He was selected by the head teacher and specially trained. I couldn't find him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Ended. Bad. I have practiced too much, forget these important things, hope Fairy Shixian will not blame him. As you said, why didn't the sect of these caves personally collect it? Han Ju asked back. Mo Ju shrugged and said, his cave mansion is not very attractive to the sect, but for us foundation building cultivators, this is an opportunity. Han Ju asked, how did you hear about this news? A friend of mine told me that this news was not on the task list. There is fraud. Definitely can't go. Han Ju immediately refused, it's too dangerous, I won't go, I advise you, don't join in, otherwise you will die miserably. After speaking, Han Ju turned and left. You guy. Mo Ju stamped his feet with anger. But her affection for Han Ju did not decrease, she hesitated instead. Even a genius like Han Ju dare not go, is it really dangerous? Back at Yuyo Peak, Han Ju came to Yuyo Hall and bowed down. The inner gate is a big thing. If Yofeng is the only one who didn't go to watch the battle, then the sin would be serious. Come in, I happen to be looking for you for something. Fairy Shishuan's voice floated, and the door opened. After entering the palace, Han Ju found that Fairy Shishian was not the only one. Chang Yuer and an old man were also there. And many more. This old man. Iron old. Han Ju was taken aback and moved on. Tai Lao's expression became wonderful when he saw him. This child is also a disciple of Yufeng. How could it be possible? Tai Lao was shocked and unbelievable. This is the new disciple who has come to Yuyo Peak. From now on, he will be your junior. You can call him Junior Tai. Fairy Shixian said. Han Ju nodded, looked at old Tai, and said, Junior brother Tai, if you have trouble in the future, please call me anytime. Tai Lao gritted his teeth and said, Han Ju, your kid has become an inner disciple. He was shocked to find that he couldn't see through Han Ju's cultivation. In just over 20 years, Han Ju has grown from a mortal, and his cultivation is far beyond him. Fairy Shishuan did not doubt that they knew each other, but asked, why are you still the third-tier cultivation base of the foundation building? Build the 3-story base. Tai Lao is even more shocked. He has worked so hard to build the foundation. Han Ju has already built the 3rd floor of the foundation. Han Ju is afraid of Tai Lao's small actions, and must increase his weight in Fairy Shishuan's heart, so he no longer hides his cultivation base, saying, Master, the disciple has already built the 9th floor of the base realm. I just want to keep a low profile, so I hide my cultivation base. As soon as these words came out, Tai Lao and Chang Yuer both stared. Brother. Why did you break through so fast? Chang Yuer exclaimed. She can be said to watch Han Ju leap from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 9th level of the foundation building. This is too exaggerated. Han Ju said, I have been cultivating in the Thunder Spirit Pond, and I dare not neglect to make such progress. Fairy Shishuan smiled with satisfaction, and said, if everyone in Yufeng works as hard as you, Yufeng will definitely become the strongest peak of Yuqing Zone. You practice low-key, and successfully get the approval of Fairy Shixian, rewarding a secret of body skills. Congratulations on getting the 7 magic steps. Han Ju was surprised secretly, and quickly said, Master's remarks are really a shameless disciple. Disciple just likes to practice. Tai Lao tried his best to calm down. He knew that he couldn't overpower Han Ju again. Yu reading www.akansha.com. It's best to forget the previous things. If you tell Fairy Shixian, you might be dissatisfied with Fairy Shixian. He suddenly became nervous. With Han Ju's cultivation base, killing him is easy. Can't do it. Must resolve this grievance. Since you like to practice so much, I will arrange a task for you to guard Yukingzong's 10,000 demons world. Fairy Shixian suddenly smiled, her smile full of deep meaning. 10,000 demons world. Sounds so awesome, so dangerous. Han absolutely resisted instinctively, but still cautiously asked, Master, where is the 10,000 demon realm? Chang Yuer said excitedly, this is the place where Yuqing Zone raises demon pets. Master, I also want to go, let me accompany junior brother Han to avoid him being bullied. Fairy Shishuan glared at her, and she was so frightened that she did not dare to speak anymore. Each peak will send a disciple to guard the 10,000 demon realm. Because there are so many kinds of demon pets, the 10,000 demon realm contains a variety of auras and is very rich. It is suitable for your cultivation, but there is also a certain danger. Often demon pets run away and disciples are cruel. An example of killing. Fairy Shixian introduced to Han Ju. Han Ju couldn't hear the slightest leeway, but it was a good thing to be able to practice. Fighting with monsters is better than fighting with people. Isn't that the zoo security guard? I'll go. That disciple listened to Master's arrangement. Han Ju said with a fist. Fairy Shixian nodded and said, you tidy up and go directly to the demon pet building. Someone will take you to the 10,000 demon realm. The previous one was your senior brother. Now he has been taken away by the master teacher. You can only let you go. If the task goes well, I will reward you for the Teachers Association. In addition, you can get 10 high-grade spirit stones for 1 year in the 10,000 demon realm, without capping. This is a continuous sect mission. Before you go, you can get the mission first. Chapter 13 Mysterious Monster, the head teacher is missing. Before returning to the cave, Han-ju first inherited the 7 magic steps. He has to strengthen his strength first to avoid accidents. Shinfa Juechin, top-level qualifications. By virtue of this first weather luck, Han-ju completely mastered the 7-fold magic step in 1 hour. There are 7 layers of this footwork. Each layer can be divided into an afterimage, 7 layers of afterimage, which can confuse the enemy and make the enemy unclear who is the deity. Using this footwork can also greatly increase the speed of escape. After learned, Han-ju returned to the cave mansion to pack up his things, and then went to the inner gate city. First go to the mission building to receive the mission, and then go to the demon pet building. In the Yuyo Hall, Fairy Shishien stared at the old Tai in the temple without expression, and slowly said, "You and Han-ju's past, I don't want to care about it. From now on, you are brothers, you have to respect him, and rely on this. If you understand him, he won't calculate you, so you can rest assured." Tai Lao knelt on the temple, sighed, and nodded slowly. In the future, Han-ju will be Yu Yofeng's personal disciple. It will only benefit you to have a good relationship with him. As long as it is not a deadly enmity, it can be resolved. Fairy Shishuan's words shocked Lao Tai. Personally pass the disciple. Fairy Shishien is so important to Han-ju. Thinking of Han-ju's breakthrough speed, he was silent. That kid really deserves it. Walking out of the teleportation circle, Han-ju came to the 10,000 demon realm. The sky in the 10,000 demon realm was overcast, as if it was going to rain heavily at any time. Han-ju took out the flying sword and started flying with the sword. According to the instructions from the disciples of the Yao Chong Lu, he had to find Yu Yofeng's attic first, which would be his place of residence. This attic had a restriction mechanism, and ordinary monsters would not dare to approach it. Of course, he can't hide in the attic all the time. If he encounters a monster riot, he has to act to reduce the loss of Yu Qing Zone. The demon pets in the 10,000 demon realm were all bought by the Jade Qing Zone at a high price, and cultivating them also requires a lot of resources. The attic was not far from the teleportation circle, and Han-ju quickly found it. There are 2 floors in the attic, which is not too big. The house is empty and empty. Han-ju got acquainted with the prohibition mechanism and began to meditate. The long and boring practice has begun again. 1.5 years passed quickly. Han-ju is 50 years old. Name, Han-ju. Life, 5196. Race, mortal. Cultivation 4, 9 floors of Jijijing. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spell, absolutely finger Excalibur, 7 magic steps. Supernatural powers, none. Artifact, none. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderling roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Madness, top kendo qualifications, top kendo comprehension. Shinfa Juechin, top level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationship. Feng Lingen was cultivated to the 6th floor of the base building. Except for the Lei Lingen, the other spiritual roots were still on the 5th floor of the base building. Han-ju has nothing to do, click to open the interpersonal relationship to check. Xing Hongxian actually broke through to the foundation building. Interesting. Tai Lao is still on the 1st floor of the base building. Han-ju click to open the mail to check. Your friend Mo-ju was attacked by the magic repair and was almost seriously injured. Your friend Mo-ju was attacked by a disciple of Yu Qing Zone, his life hanging by a thread, fell off the cliff. Han-ju was speechless. Sure enough, there was fraud in the cave, but fortunately he didn't go. Mo-ju was so miserable, Han-ju could only pray silently for her. Roar dash. There was a roar from outside the attic, and Han-ju frowned and got up immediately. Walked out the gate, he saw a white cat standing on a branch. This white cat has a slender figure, but it has the lines of a white tiger, and its purple eyes are even more fascinating. Han never felt the danger, so he ignored the little white cat. At this time, the white cat suddenly rushed to Hanju. Hanju instinctively used 7 magic steps to avoid. The white cat hit the wall of the attic, kicked on all fours, turned and continued to pounce on Hanju. Hanju frowned, but the ban was not triggered. He quickly jumped out and came to the clearing. The white cat pounced again, several times faster than before, like lightning. So fast! Hanju performed 7 magic steps, splitting out 7 afterimages to surround the white cat, and the 7 Hanju raised their hands at the same time and shot the Excalibur sword. The white cat looked around, caught off guard from being hit by the real sword energy. Blood splashed, it wailed. It quickly jumped away, jumped directly into the woods, and disappeared. Hanju stopped and returned to the attic. He took a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he learned the 7-fold magic step ahead of time, otherwise at the speed of the white cat, he was really no opponent before. What is the origin of the white cat? The speed is so fast, fortunately, it has no other means of attack. Hanju thought silently. Seems to be more cautious in the future. After thinking about it, Hanju continued to practice. Inside a palace. 18 Peaks coaching elders gathered here. The head teacher is not there. We have to investigate the recent monster riots in the 10,000 Demon Realm. An elder said. He is the coaching elder of Tianlei Peak, Daolei. This matter is quite strange. I always think it has something to do with the Qingming demon sect. That's right, there was a Qingming demon cultivation in the nearby Li Qianlong cave mansion. I suspect that there is a traitor in our senior level. As soon as the headmaster left, they started a series of actions. Does the Qingming demon cult want to use the monsters of the 10,000 Demon Realm? It is very possible that after 200 years of training in the Yuqing sect, the 10,000 Demon Realm is already a force that cannot be underestimated. Let's send more disciples into the 10,000 Demon Realm. The elders said babbledly. Fairy Xishuan sat quietly without interrupting. Discussed for a while, and finally, each peak decided to send 2 more disciples into the 10,000 Demon Realm. The elders left, and when Fairy Xishuan was about to leave, old Immortal Daolei suddenly stopped her. When only the 2 of them were left in the hall, old Immortal Daolei asked, "Junior sister, why didn't you say a word just now?" Fairy Xishuan said calmly, "You only need to decide these matters." Daolei Lao Xian squinted and asked, "Do you know where the headmaster took the 18 core disciples?" Fairy Xishuan did not answer. "If there is really among the elders, then the only one I can trust is you, the younger sister. You and I have to join forces." Daolei said seriously. Fairy Xishuan replied, "That's natural, after all, you and I have come from the same line." Daolei Old Fairy smiled with satisfaction. 10,000 Demons World. 2 years have passed since the White Cat, and Hanju's 5 elements of spiritual power have all reached the 6th level of the Foundation building. Fight steadily. From the Golden Core realm, he is already halfway through. Little friend, do you regard the 10,000 Demon Realm as a place of cultivation? A joking voice came. Hanju opened his eyes and saw that an old man appeared at the door for some time. This old man was wearing a rough cloth, shaking a wine gourd in his hand, and his nose was flushed with drunk. Hanju frowned and asked, "Who is your excellency?" He didn't even notice the approach of the other party. Too dangerous. Chapter 14 Demon King, Get Peerless Swordsmanship. Just like you, I am a disciple of the Yuqing sect. I will guard the 10,000 Demon Realm. The old man with a red nose smiled. He looked at Hanju, and was surprised. The 3rd floor of the Foundation building, but the speed of your practice is definitely not the 3rd floor of the Foundation building. You guessed it has reached the 9th floor of the Foundation building, right? Han could not help but be wary. Was actually seen through. This is the first time he has met someone who can see through his cultivation level directly. Could this person have the same cultivation base as Fairy Xishuan? You don't need to be nervous. Did you come on the initiative, or did your master send you? The red-nosed old man asked. With Hanju's attitude towards cultivation, it's not like taking the initiative to come. Hanju replied, "My master, Fairy Xishuan, sent me here. I have a backer, don't count me. Li Qingzi has a good opinion of you, the current degree of goodwill is 1 star. A line of words appeared before Hanju's eyes. He hurriedly called up the attribute list to check the interpersonal relationship. Li Qingzi, 8th floor of Yuanying stage, master of Yuqing sect, Fairy Imu Xishuan, current favorability rating is 1 star. Yuqing Zong Zong Jiao. Isn't that the suzerain? Han Ju was shocked. Does this force still like his master? When he thinks of the scene of Li Qingzi and Fairy Shixian together, he feels cold. Li Qingzi is not worthy. Does your master give you a task? Li Qingzi asked. Han Ju replied, even if there is, how can I tell you? Li Qingzi smiled and said, oh. Can't you tell others about the task? Han Ju was silent. Li Qingzi stretched his waist and smiled, then you come with me, you are in trouble, I can help you solve it because of your master's face. Han Ju was puzzled, got up and followed. As the head teacher of the Yuqing sect, Li Qingzi should not harm him. The two walked into the woods. Do you know why I came here? Li Qingzi asked with a smile with her hands behind her waist. Han Ju shook his head. Maybe because of licking the dog, but he can't say that the sect is to save face. There are more and more monsters near you, and there is a trend of riots. The key is that these monsters are very safe at the moment, as if they are lurking. It must be the Demon King who can order so many monsters. You probably provoked the tiger. Xin Bailong, the father of this little guy, is a famous Demon King. He is born with the blood of the Demon King. It can only deal with you by gathering so many monsters. After hearing what Li Qingzi said, Han could not help but think of the white cat 2 years ago. Could it be a tiger with a heart and a white dragon? Han Juejiang recounted his previous experience. You are actually faster than a tiger heart and a white dragon. Li Qingzi asked in surprise. Could this son get the true biography of junior sister? Thinking of Fairy Shixian's words before, Li Qingzi couldn't help but nod. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has increased, and the current favorability rating is 1.5 stars. Han Ju raised his eyebrows, and said, I have learned a body technique, and it is normal to be faster than it. He was instantly balanced. It seems that it is not that he is weak, but that Tiger Heart and White Dragon are really fast. If you change to another disciple, you may not be able to keep up. Under the leadership of Li Qingzi, Han Ju came to a cliff. He looked down and saw that there were monsters everywhere in the wilderness below. All monsters look terrifying, the big ones are like a hill, and the small ones are all kinds of worms, also the size of a wash basin. Han Ju's face was pale when he saw such a scene for the first time. He probably counted it, there are thousands of monsters, to be less. If all of them swept the attic where he was, he would surely be able to level off easily, and he could only escape. His eyes fell on a large rock, and the white cat from 2 years ago was lying on it sleeping soundly. Han Ju was speechless. He was lucky, he ran into the little Demon King directly. Senior, you said you want to help me solve it, are you going to kill it? Han Ju asked. Li Qingzi glared at him and said, this tiger-hearted white dragon has great potential. Killing it, won't the sect trouble me? Han Ju was depressed, and said, then how to solve it? You go to surrender it. Li Qingzi pinched his beard and smiled. Han Ju turned around and left. There are so many monsters, he takes his head to surrender. Smelly boy, what are you going on? Li Qingzi quickly pressed his shoulders, not having a good air. How did junior sister accept such an apprentice? I will use the formation and trap them here for up to 5 years. If you can surrender the tiger heart and the white dragon within 5 years, I will reward you Qingzong's unparalleled learning. Li Qingzi said seriously. You face the task of teaching Li Qingzi, the head of the Yuqingzong, you have the following options. 1. Accept the task and try your best to surrender the tiger heart and the white dragon, you can get Li Qingzi's unique reward, the hatred of the Demon King, and the attention of the Qingming demon cult. 2nd, reject the task, go back and continue to practice, you can get a swordsmanship secret book, Li Qingzi's favorability is reduced. Okay. The hatred of the Demon King. Qingming demon cult's attention. Han almost exploded. He immediately organized the language and said, Senior, forget it, you should find someone else. I'm really scared, I just want to practice with peace of mind. Li Qingzi was stunned. He frowned and said, I can teach you the supreme technique of Yuqingzong, Yuqingju. Is comparable to my 6 reincarnation exercises. Han Ju still shook his head. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has decreased, the current favorability rating is 0.5 stars. Li Qingzi hummed, then get out. Han Ju salutes and quickly escapes. Li Qingzi sighed, Is it possible that the person arranged by junior sister is not him? Went back to the attic. Han Ju chose the second option. You refused Li Qingzi's mission and got a swordsmanship secret. Congratulations on obtaining the Peerless Swordsmanship Sanqing Jueying Sword. Peerless Swordsmanship. Han Ju's surprise is finally here. Ju means that the Excalibur is good, but its damage range is limited, and the sword aura it shoots is more like a bullet. If you face a large-scale invasion of monsters, Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com is difficult to withstand. He did not pass on immediately, but waited. Half an hour later, he began to pass on this sword technique. With Han Ju's inheritance of the Sanqing Jueying sword, his body began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. It didn't take long for a strong wind to wind around the attic. The surrounding trees shook, as if a storm was about to come. This vision lasted for half an hour. The inheritance is over. The top-level Kendo aptitude and Kendo comprehension made Han Ju pass on without the slightest difficulty. Han Ju in the room opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand to pinch the tactics, mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and used the Sanqing Jueying sword. I saw 3 sword shadows appearing behind him, with different colors. Thunder Spirit Power Sword Shadow, showing the color of electric light. Fire Spirit Sword Shadow, like a raging flame, burning blazingly. The shadow of the wind and spiritual power is blue, and the blade is entwined with strong wind. What a powerful sword technique, worthy of a peerless sword technique. Han Ju immediately got up and walked out of the attic, with 3 sword shadows floating behind him, like a shadow. His right hand uses the finger as a sword, and he points forward. The 3 sword shadows behind were killed fiercely, extremely fast, faster than a tiger heart and a white dragon, just like 3 lightnings of different colors. Blast. The sword light was shining. Dozens of big trees within a radius of 100 meters were chopped into 3 by 3 sword shadows, the tree body soared, the leaves withered, and the picture was quite magnificent. As these big trees fell to the ground, billowing dust rose up. So overbearing. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. This is unique. Is too strong. He didn't use all his strength. If this is facing an army of monsters and beasts, turn the battlefield into a meat grinder in minutes. Chapter 15 The Sword Shadows, The Monsters Fall. After learning the Sanqing Jueying sword, Han Ju suddenly became more confident. Sanqing Jueying sword, the sword aura becomes a shadow. It can use up to 3 different spiritual powers, 1 spiritual power and 1 sword shadow. Like an arm. This can be used continuously, that is, when the 3 sword shadows dissipate, Han Ju can use it until his spiritual power is exhausted. Han Ju's spiritual power far exceeds that of monks in the same realm. After all, he is practicing the exercises inherited by the immortal emperor, the 6 reincarnation exercises. In addition to cultivating 6 spiritual powers, each of the 6 spiritual powers can be cultivated to a strong level. From today, I am not a weak person anymore. Han Ju thought proudly. He returned to the attic, refreshed, ready to continue practicing. Shio is the key. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the effect of displaying jerkiness. Wait for him to become nasal infant, and then use the Sanqing Jueying sword, which will destroy the world. Han Ju is looking forward to it. A few days later, Yu Yufeng sent 2 more disciples, one is Chang Yuer and the other is brother Menghe. Menghe is the 7th senior of Yufeng. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the base building realm, and his strength is good. Why the woods outside were cut off, what happened? Menghe asked suspiciously. Han Ju replied, before a monster wanted to besiege me, fortunately, a senior shot it. Chang Yuer looked at Han Ju and asked, Junior brother, are you okay? While talking, she reached out and touched Han Ju. Han Ju took a step back quickly. Chang Yuer was suddenly annoyed and scolded, is this retreat serious? Han Juhan coughed, and said, Master warned that disciple Yufeng must not. Humph, you want to be beautiful, sister just cares about you. Menghe shook his head and laughed. He is not surprised. Although Han Ju is low-key, his appearance has spread. Many female cultivators in the inner door are discussing that Yufeng has a male disciple with a peerless appearance, but he does not know his name. Menghe understood that it was Han Ju after hearing that. Not to mention Yufeng, looking at the entire inner door, there is no more handsome male disciple than Han Ju. Chang Yue looks good, but there is still a certain distance from the first-class appearance in the sect. Junior brother Han Ju has no worries about being a companion. Master is afraid that you are in danger, so he sent us to help you. It is said that the Qingming demon sect may have infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm, so we must be careful. Meng He reminded. Cyan Ming demon cult. Han Ju frowned. No wonder he would get the attention of Qingming demon cult if he conquered Tiger Heart and White Dragon. It turns out that the 10,000 demon realm has been infiltrated by the Qingming demon cult. Perhaps this is why Li Qingzi came to the 10,000 demon realm. Is really dangerous. Han Ju suddenly wanted to leave the 10,000 demon realm. Senior sister, let's rest first. Senior brother, go out and have a look. Meng He left these words and walked out of the attic. Han Ju walked aside and continued to meditate, not giving Chang Yue a chance to strike up a conversation. Chang Yue curled his lips and began to practice. Ever since she knew that Han Ju had built the 9th basement level, she was stimulated, and she practiced in retreat on weekdays. Regarding Han Ju's cultivation base, Fairy Shixian prevented her from spreading it out, so the other disciples of Yufeng didn't know Han Ju's cultivation base. 2 days later. Meng He just came back. He was a little embarrassed. Han Ju and Chang Yue quickly got up to greet each other. I encountered a great demon, equivalent to the Golden Core realm, and almost died. Meng He wiped the blood from his mouth, and said with lingering fear. Han Ju asked, are there many monsters nearby? A few miles away is a group of monsters, but I don't know who is trapped by the formation. It is not a concern. The big monster I met is a little far away, and it won't threaten us. Meng He replied. Then brother, hurry up and recover. Okay. Meng He meditates, exercises and heals. Not long after, he vomited another mouthful of blood. The blood was black and he was very cautious. Fortunately, I didn't wander around. Sure enough, people can't wave. Han Ju thought while practicing. Chang Yue is also very upset. Just 2 days after coming, senior brother 7 was injured. This 10,000 demon realm is really fierce. Why did junior brother Han stay okay for a few years? Chang Yue looked suspiciously at Han Ju. After Meng He was injured, he dared not go out and wander around. Han Ju was busy practicing, and didn't go out. Chang Yue naturally didn't dare to go out. 1 year passed quickly. Han Ju is practicing. Meng He suddenly said, there are more and more monsters nearby, and they are moving fast. The target should be us. As soon as these words came out, Han Ju and Chang Yue opened their eyes. Han Ju opened his mouth and said, then you won't run away. Chang Yue frowned and said, but here is our Yuyo Peak. Are we leaving our job without permission? Then you stay and wait for death. I will tell master your heroic deeds. Han Ju got up after speaking. Chang Yue got up in a hurry. Junior brother Han is right, the 18 Peaks has a management area, and it must not only be us who are attacked by the monster tide, there will inevitably be others running. Meng He said. Since he was attacked by the big monster, he has lost the spirited spirit he had when he first came. Leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood, let's go. Han Ju rushed out of the attic after speaking, followed by Chang Yue and Meng He. 3 people fly with swords. When they came to the sky, they looked down. As expected, with the attic as the center, countless monsters were running close in all directions. Han Ju had a cold sweat on his forehead. So much. It seems that he is still not vigilant enough, and his spiritual consciousness has to be practiced again. If it weren't for Meng He's reminder, they must be panicked now. There was a sound of breaking through the air ahead, and the 3 of them turned their heads and saw a black eagle with a wingspan of 3 feet galloping. The feathers on its body were like sharp metal arrows. Be careful. Meng He immediately shot, took out a piece of talisman paper in his hand, and quickly recited the spell. 3 groups of flames shot out from the talisman paper and rushed towards the black sculpture. The black eagle quickly dodges. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com made a big circle high in the sky and continued to pounce on the 3 of them. At the same time, other monsters attacked and killed them. Han Ju glanced, there were 7 in total. Are all very fast. Chang Yue was scared and her pretty face paled, and her hands were shaking. Meng He was also scared, and shouted, let's escape separately. Han Ju cursed secretly. To separate is to run alone. On the bright side, Han Ju and Chang Yuer's cultivation base is not as good as Meng He's. Meng He turned around and ran away. This boy cast a spell, turned into a gust of wind, and escaped extremely fast. Chang Yuer was at a loss. It was the first time that she had encountered such a critical moment. Seeing the 7 monsters attacked and killed, Han Ju immediately used the Sanqing Jueying sword. The 3 sword shadows quickly condensed and flew away. Chang Yuer only felt that the sword light in front of him flashed, and the 7 demon birds were cut into several segments and died on the spot. She widened her eyes and looked at Han Ju beside her in disbelief. Han Ju's long hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were cold, exuding an awe-inspiring vibe. Chang Yuer's favorability for you has grown, and the current favorability rating is 4 stars. Han Ju's face changed. Oops. He turned his head and saw that Chang Yuer's eyes were shining towards him. Meng He has already escaped and is nowhere to be seen. This grandson slipped so fast. Chang Yuer said excitedly, "Junior brother Han, you are so amazing." Han Ju said solemnly, "Senior sister, I can't talk about this matter. I still want to practice low-key. If my strength is exposed, I might become a core disciple. Then it will be difficult for senior sister to see me." Chang Yuer heard it and nodded quickly. Chapter 16 Facing the Wall and Thinking for 0 Years, Xiantian Cave Mansion. Han Ju dived down, and Chang Yuer hurried to catch up. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Han Ju replied, "Isn't there a lot of valuable materials on the monster beast? I have to collect it." The shot just now made him suddenly realize that he was a bit fierce. The monster is not as strong as he thought. As soon as this thought appeared, Han Ju was immediately relaxed, and he was full of self-confidence. "Oh, yes, junior brother, let me help you. I have learned to dissect monsters, so I should repay my favor," Chang Yuer said positively. Han Ju thought for a while and nodded in agreement. 2 people can hurry up with their hands and feet. About 5 minutes later, the 2 of them scraped the bones of the 7 monsters and left quickly. Along the way, Chang Yuer was very excited. But when she mentioned Meng He, she gritted her teeth. The 7th brother is too much. No. He is not worthy to be our 7th brother. When I go back, I must sue Master. I hope he will die in the monster's mouth. "Brother, where are we going next?" Han Ju also hesitated. "Is really too dangerous. Forget it. Go back, the big deal is to kneel down and admit your mistakes to the master," Han Ju said seriously. Although ordinary monsters can't hurt him, what if the Demon King and Qing Ming demon cult appear? Chang Yuer hesitated and asked, "Is this really good? If you feel bad, stay here. Don't. I'll go back with you." The 2 rushed towards the teleportation circle. It didn't take long for them to find the teleportation circle they had left. A dozen monks gathered in front of the teleportation circle. Meng He is also among them. As soon as he saw Han Ju and Chang Yuer, Meng He was stunned, and quickly put on a surprised smile, and said, "Junior brother. Junior sister. You are still alive, great." Chang Yuer gritted his teeth with anger, and wanted to scold Meng He. Han Ju raised his hand, beckoning her not to say more. He suddenly saw Mo Revenge. "Brother Han, why are you here?" Mo Fu asked with a smile. He noticed Chang Yuer's expression and couldn't help but glanced at Meng He. Meng He felt his gaze, embarrassed, and forced a smile. "Master arranged for me to come. By the way, your sister Mo Zhu is in trouble. She went to Li Qianlong's cave for treasure hunting. I persuaded her, and she went there anyway." Han Ju said. After speaking, he walked to the teleportation circle. Chang Yuer followed closely, and the 2 took out the spirit stone, activated the magic circle and left. Mo Vengeance frowned, his face changed. Someone next to him asked, "Who is this person?" "Yu Feng's disciple." "Why haven't you seen it before?" Meng He replied, "My Yu Feng's disciple, named Han Ju, is highly regarded by Master. Before, Master wanted him to join the cultivation plan of the Master Teacher, but he refused." Everyone was moved when he said this. Mo's vengeful eyes flickered, and said, "He is indeed worthy." Back to the inner door, Han Ju and Chang Yuer went to sell monster materials first. There is a place specializing in the purchase and sale of monster materials in the inner gate. What surprised Han Ju was that these materials actually sold 397 high-grade spirit stones. Is it so profitable to kill monsters? Han Ju said excitedly. He suddenly wanted to turn around and go back and continue to kill the monster. Chang Yuer hurriedly stopped him and whispered, "Junior brother, don't think about it. The 10,000 demon realm is a small world specially cultivated by the sect. The value of the monsters inside is not bad. Under normal circumstances, the disciples are not allowed to kill the monsters inside. Once the situation is special, we may not be held accountable, but the next time it will definitely be troublesome." When Han Ju heard it, it seemed that he was thinking too much. Still honestly shut down and hang up. The two returned to Yuyo Peak, and first visited Fairy Xishuan. After the door opened, the two went into the hall and bowed down. "Why are you back?" Fairy Xishuan asked with a frown. Han Ju replied, "I found that the 10,000 demon realm is very dangerous. There is a demon king and a demon cult. We were attacked by the demon beast before. I also offended the son of the demon king. I really can't get mixed up in it. Master, please punish me. I am willing to face the wall and think about it for 100 years. Fairy Xishuan was speechless. Chang Yuer looked at Han Ju with a weird expression. 100 years is too cruel. What if you can't practice in 100 years? Fairy Xishuan asked. Han Ju's face instantly solidified. Chang Yuer said at the right time, "Master, we were attacked by monsters, the seventh brother Meng He left us and ran away." When she mentioned this matter, she was furious. However, Fairy Xishuan was not angry and still calm, saying, "Your seventh brother just didn't save you. After all, you are too weak. You can't let your seventh brother stay and wait for death with you." This. Chang Yuer wanted to speak but stopped, speechless. Although it is ruthless, it is true. Meng He didn't hurt them, just wanted to protect himself. Fairy Xishuan said, "Yuer, you can withdraw first." Chang Yuer glanced at Han Ju, then bowed and left. When only Fairy Han Ju and Xishuan were left in the hall, an atmosphere of solemnity filled. Han Ju's heart stunned. What does Master want to do? He didn't dare to look up, he behaved honestly. Han Ju, what are you practicing for? Fairy Xishuan asked, her voice indifferent and she couldn't hear any emotion. For immortality. If you have been in retreat and practice hard, it is impossible for you to live forever. Man is always talking about fighting for chance. Tuer understands, but Tuer wants to increase his cultivation first, and then fight for opportunities after he has enough strength. Master. You do not understand. Tuer Lingen is extremely qualified, and there are 4 top weather lucks. Han Ju thought silently. Fighting fortune is what people with insufficient talent need to do. Fairy Xishuan continued, originally, I arranged a chance for your teacher. If you make a contribution in the 10,000 demon realm this time, you will surely become a core disciple in the future, and you will enjoy far more treatment than you do now. You gave up. Thank you, Master. I can only blame the disciples for not enjoying themselves. The techniques you practice are unpredictable, and there is nothing to teach you as a teacher, so, do you want to have a cave that is not inferior to Thunder Spirit Pool? In addition to Thunder Spirit Chi, there are other types of Spirit Chi. Hearing this, Han Ju raised his head abruptly, and asked in surprise, where is it? Fairy Xishuan said blankly, the Jade Qing Zone recently discovered 3 innate caves. These caves were not created by monks, but conceived from heaven and earth. It is near the Yuqing Zone. If you want to get the innate caves, you have to participate in the 10-year inner gate assessment, and all core disciples and below can participate. If you win the top 3, you can get the Xiantian Dongfu, which is selected according to the ranking. Han Ju frowned. Fairy Xishuan glared at him, and said in a bad mood, could it be that you are even afraid of fighting? It won't hurt your life. Han Ju hesitated and asked, Master, under normal circumstances, can there be disciples from the Golden Core Realm to participate? Do you think the Golden Core Realm is a cabbage? Any disciple who cultivates to the Golden Core Realm will either become a core disciple, or become an elder or deacon. That is to say, those who participate in the inner gate assessment are all foundation building cultivators. That's right. That's stable. Okay. Thank you for the point, Master. I will do my best to fight for Yufeng. Fairy Xishuan finally smiled, looking at Han Ju's eyes full of playfulness. Brat. As a teacher, I don't believe you are not tempted. Fairy Shixian's favorability for you has increased, and the current favorability rating is 2.5 stars. Chapter 17 The Mahayana monk reincarnated and his cultivation base increased greatly. Han never returned to the cave, but went to the inner spiritual pond to practice. With Xiantian Dongfu, he doesn't need to worry about aura anymore, he can really not shrink. Before that, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. He asked Fairy Shixian about it, and there are still 8 years to go before the next inner gate assessment. Han Ju came to the fire spirit pool first and bought it for a year. There were a lot of disciples in the fire spirit pond, 20 or 30 people, and Han Ju found a corner and began to meditate. His appearance attracted some female disciples' attention. That person is so handsome. Could it be the mysterious handsome disciple of Yufeng? Perhaps, besides him, I have never seen anyone so good-looking. I really want to know him. Han Ju heard their discussion vaguely, but he pretended not to hear it. There is no woman in my heart, and I practice the of nature. 1 year later, Han Ju's fire spirit root reached the 8th floor of the base building realm. It may be that Lei Lingen has reached the 9th level of the base building realm, causing him to cultivate other spiritual powers faster than before. Han Ju went to Shui Ling Qi non-stop. That's it, 4 years later. Han Ju's other spiritual roots have all reached the 8th floor of the base building realm. There are 3 years left. He continued to practice. Strive for the 6 spiritual roots to reach the 9th level of the foundation building before the inner gate assessment. Feng Ling Qi. As soon as Han Ju came in, he saw a group of disciples surrounding him. Zhou Fan, didn't you threaten to surpass us in the next inner gate assessment? How can you build the foundation level? Ha ha ha, how can he surpass us with his spiritual root aptitude? Today, if you are willing to kneel and kowtow to us, we will not embarrass you. Brother, this kid has been relying on Senior Sister Lu before, and now Senior Sister Lu is ready to become a Taoist companion with the big disciple Jianfeng, and she will definitely break the relationship with him in the future. We can deal with him now. Maybe Senior Sister Lu is still happy. Listening to the words of these disciples, Han Ju shook his head, and then found a corner to meditate. Contradictions like this are not uncommon in Yuqing sect. Although Yuqingzong is a decent school, there are rivers and lakes where there are people. Han Ju had seen more than one such incident before. Ha, you rubbish, dare you to do something to me here? Are you afraid of the punishment of the law enforcement hall? The demon cult is about to stir recently, and you are still engaged in infighting. I have reason to suspect that you are the demon treacherous people with the elders. A cold snort followed, very stubborn. Han Ju opened his eyes and saw that the speaker was surrounded by Zhou Fan. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, making him stunned. The first weather operator. He immediately chose to view. Zhou Fan, the reincarnation of the Mahayana monk, was born in the town of Mortal Realm. Together with his childhood sweetheart and bamboo horse, he was detected by the Jade Qingzong for his spiritual roots. There is a spiritual treasure hidden deep in his soul. The spiritual treasure was severely damaged by protecting him. During Zhou Fan's cultivation, he unconsciously absorbed the spiritual energy, which caused Zhou Fan's cultivation speed to be extremely slow. At present, the spiritual treasure is about to be repaired successfully. Han Ju's expression is weird. This is a bit fierce. Can be the protagonist in a novel. He squinted and saw that Zhou Fan, who was surrounded, had a calm expression. Even if he was pushed by someone, he did not get angry at all. Although he was not handsome, he gave people a very firm and forbearing mature temperament. Do you want to help this protagonist? Help the hammer. Han Ju closed his eyes directly. No matter how awesome Zhou Fan's background is, it has nothing to do with Han Ju. On the contrary, there are such early luckers around, and he wants to hurry up to practice. Han Ju's goal is to live forever and be invincible. When he is invincible, he will do whatever he wants. At the moment, I can avoid causing trouble, and try not to cause trouble. The group of disciples scolded Zhou Fan for a while, but was finally scared off by Zhou Fan and didn't dare to do anything. I spent money here, and if you delay it, they will suffer. Feng Lingqi fell into calm. 1 year later, Han Ju's Fengling route reaches the 9 levels of the base building realm. He got up and left. Came to the attic of Feng Lingqi, and by coincidence, he met Zhou Fan again. Zhou Fan is talking with a beautiful Tsing-yi woman. He noticed that Zhou Fan's hands in his sleeves clenched into fists, obviously restraining his emotions. The woman in Xing looked calm, and quickly turned and left. Zhou Fan stood still, his shoulders trembling. Han Ju could probably guess what happened. He walked up and passed Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was still angry, he couldn't help frowning when he caught sight of Han Ju's figure. "Stop!" Zhou Fan opened his mouth and shouted. As soon as he said this, the disciples around him stopped one after another. Han Ju did not stop, and quickly walked out of the attic, ready to go to other spiritual ponds. Zhou Fan suddenly stopped in front of him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there something wrong with this Xiongtai? Are you Han Ju? Ah. Do you know me? In the next day of Leifeng Zhou Fan, I often heard senior brother Mo mention you, saying that you must be the future powerful monk of Yuqing Sect." Han Ju was ashamed, but he didn't expect Mo revenge to blow him everywhere. He asked politely, "You have something to do with me?" Zhou Fan looked tangled, took a deep breath, and said, "I heard that you are very popular with women. When junior sister Mo Zhu mentioned you, my eyes were full of peach blossoms. I would like to ask, how should I pursue my sweetheart?" Han Ju had a question mark on his face. "What the hell? I thought you were going to fight me." Han Ju said seriously, "How can the monks of my generation sink into the love of their children? What is a woman? If you get a great way, the world will return what you want, you will naturally get what. Do you see me getting close to a woman?" Abandoning these words, Han Ju shook Zhou Fan and walked away quickly. "Fool, can your looks compare to me?" Han Ju complained in his heart. Zhou Fan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Han Ju's back in shock. So fast, this person is really amazing. Zhou Fan thought to himself, and immediately he began to ponder Han Ju's words. Mo Revenge once said that Han Ju's cultivation will is definitely the first person he has ever seen in his life. He hesitated and continued to follow Han Ju. "Zhou Fan has a good impression of you, the current good impression is 1 star. Han Ju saw this line of words and secretly said inexplicably. He could feel Zhou Fan following him, but he didn't take it seriously. In the next year, Han Ju stayed in the Fire Spirit Pond and raised his spiritual root cultivation base to the 9th level of the base construction realm. Zhou Fan has been gone for 2 months. When left, he looked unwilling. Han Ju guesses he has no spirit stone. The wealthy couple is in law, it's really miserable to have no wealthy partners. Han Ju left for the Muling Qi, and spent a year to cultivate the Muling root to the 9th floor of the base building realm. At this point, his spiritual roots are only water and soil in the 8th floor of the basement. Han Ju is very satisfied with the progress of his cultivation. The internal gate assessment is about to begin. Han Ju returned to the cave and waited. Less than half a month after returning, the bell of Yufeng rang, and all the disciples gathered in front of the gate of Yuyo Hall. Tai Lao is also here. Tai Lao's cultivation base is still stuck on the 1st floor of the base building. Poor qualifications. Han Ju couldn't help but sympathize with him. When all the disciples bowed down at the entrance of the hall, the eldest disciple Lu Sanqin suddenly spoke to Han Ju, "Junior brother Han, do you know a woman named Xing Hongxian?" Chapter 18 passed on to the disciple and obtained the 9 Dragon Slayer marks. Xing Hongxian. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. How did this witch meet Lu Sanqin? Did Xing Hongxian sneak into the 10,000 demon realm with the Qingming demon cult? After all these years, the situation in the 10,000 demon realm is still unknown. Han Ju immediately replied with voice transmission, "I don't know him, why did the brother ask me?" The sound transmission technique is very simple. The foundation building monks only need to master some skills and can quickly learn it. In these years, brothers have been lurking in the 10,000 demon realm with the master teacher and encountered the Qingming demon cult looting the tiger heart and the white dragon. We have launched a great battle. With the master teacher's participation, this battle will not hurt a disciple. After winning it, the headmaster told us that the reason why it was so easy was that he had obtained the information of the traitor of the demon cult, so the headmaster pretended to leave the Yuqing sect, and he was lying in ambush in the world of 10,000 monsters. The traitor to the demon cult is Xing Hongxian. When she was young, the Qingming demon was taught some kind of poison and threatened her to come to the Yuqing sect to do meticulous work. However, she has always had hatred in her heart. Lididanpu found the antidote, but unfortunately, she thought too simple. How can the alchemist of the outer door dissolve the poison of the demon cult? Later, she decided to leave the Qingming demon cult and was chased by the Qingming demon cult. The headmaster happened to be following the Qingming demon cult's work, so she rescued her because she had never harmed the Qingming demon sect. This action of encircling and suppressing the evil spirits is credited to the fact that the headmaster allowed him to join the inner sect and become a disciple of the inner sect. Lu Sanqin said in a voice transmission. Han Ju was almost dumbfounded when he heard it, but fortunately, he tried to control his expression. Xing Hongxian is now following us to practice at the main peak. Master Jingxiu is the teacher in charge of the main peak. He is in charge of the main peak and personally leads the core disciples. We met Xing Hongxian before and heard her inquire about a disciple named Han Ju. They also talked about their communication. It is worth mentioning that the outer alchemist she mentioned has already worshipped us at Yufeng. It happened that this alchemist had a servant named Han Ju, and Yufeng also had a servant. A disciple of Han Ju. Junior brother Han Ju, did you say a coincidence? Lu Sanqin looked at Han Ju jokingly. Han Ju was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. This lady has done all the tricks. Now he is already an inner disciple on the 9th floor of the base building realm. Although the past was unbearable, it had little effect. In desperation, Han Ju had no choice but to transmit the sound, "Well, I am the Han Ju she knows. I had no choice at the time." Haha, brother understands, but brother did not expect your qualifications to be so outstanding. Lu Sanqin joked, letting Han Ju breathe a sigh of relief. Han couldn't help but glance at Tai Lao. The two used voice transmission, and no one heard their conversation. Tai Lao lowered his head, unable to see his expression. Han Ju clicked on the properties panel to check the interpersonal relationship. Xing Hongxian, 9 layers of Qi refining realm, can develop into Dao lover. Current favorability rating is 4.5 stars. This woman is about to build a foundation. 4.5 stars, the person who has the most affection for Han Ju. For you like me so much, I wish you less suffering in the future. Han Ju thought silently. To be honest, he couldn't figure out why Xing Hongxian liked herself so much. Just because he looks good. Peerless warriors. Well, sometimes appearance is everything. In addition, why can Xing Hongxian have so much information about the Qingming demon cult? Could it be that she still has an unknown special identity? At this time, the gate of Yuyo Hall opened, and all the disciples got up and entered the hall. After took their seats, they all looked at Fairy Shixian. Fairy Xishuan said, "The inner gate assessment is about to begin. Every peak must send at least 10 disciples. Who is willing to participate this time?" 6 disciples raised their hands immediately, including Chang Wei. Han Ju felt strange that Fairy Shixian did not mention the innate cave. If it is mentioned, it is estimated that they are all rushing to participate. Could this be the back door that Fairy Shixian opened for him? While thinking, Han Ju raised his hand silently. Seeing him raise his hand, the disciples were all surprised. Oh, junior brother Han Ju actually wants to participate. Ha ha ha, I thought junior brother Han Ju would continue to retreat. That's it. Keeping closed will affect Dao Xin. Then I want to participate too. Several disciples followed by raising their hands, making this time more than 10 participants. Han Ju smiled. He didn't expect his influence to be so great. Although he didn't communicate much with other disciples, because he often practiced in various spiritual pools, many people knew that Yufeng had a very handsome young disciple. When this matter reached the ears of Yufeng's disciples, they all guessed it was Han Ju. Over time, although Han Ju is low-key, there are already his legends in the inner door. Is famous for being handsome. Tai Lao saw Han Ju's popularity, and his eyes became more complicated. He is still small and transparent in Yufeng, without any sense of existence. After the matter was finalized, Fairy Shixian let all the disciples leave, leaving Han Ju alone. The disciples looked at Han Ju enviously. Obviously, Master values Han Ju very much. The door is closed. I have to say, Master is so beautiful. It has been decades since Han Ju came to the inner gate, and has never seen a female Xiao more beautiful than Fairy Shixian. It's just that Fairy Shixian is so powerful that people dare not feel blasphemous. Han Ju also just sighed, without any evil thoughts. The disciples are not as good-looking as the master, and the inheritance of Yukingzong's beauty is not good. Your cultivation level has improved again. I underestimated you for your teacher. With all three elements, your breakthrough speed is still outstanding. It can even be said that no one in the Yuqing sect can compare to you. Fairy Shixian said with squinting eyes, as if he wanted to see through Han Ju. She was really surprised. In just 8 years, Han Ju's other 2 spiritual roots have been cultivated to the 8th floor of the foundation building. What kind of talent is this? The most important thing is that she has never taught Han Ju. She was very curious about who Han Ju learned from. Master discovered all this, and Master is really amazing. Han Ju replied, flattering is obvious, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com is not very effective. Fairy Shixian said, your exercises and swordsmanship are very good, but it is not the unique knowledge of the Yuqing sect. You must have been a teacher before and have observed you for your teacher. You have been practicing diligently after entering the sect. To harm the sect's intentions, and someone testified that you were born at the outer door, it shows that you only got the chance when you were young, and everyone has a chance, so you don't get to the bottom as a teacher. In this inner sect assessment, you can confidently display your strength without fear of causing trouble. In this Yuqing sect, you still have the face of being a teacher. Han Ju hastened to thank you. He was actually a little worried before. I'm not afraid now. Push directly with the Sanqing Jueying sword. Based on the relationship between Fairy Shixian and the head teacher, it is estimated that the head teacher is also such a guess. These words should also be the meaning of the head teacher Li Qingzi. The greater the potential of Han Ju, the happier Yuqing Zong naturally. For unnecessary trouble, you will be a direct disciple of the teacher from today, and you will report to the sect as the teacher. Fairy Shixian said again. Personally pass the disciple. Han Ju looked up, with an unexpected look on his face. Don't look at Fairy Shixian who has dozens of disciples, but most of them are collected for the sect. You improve your status in Yuqing Zone, become a direct disciple of the coaching elder, and get a magic secret book. Congratulations on getting the Jiu Long Demon Seal. 2 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He was so pleasantly surprised that he quickly worshipped Fairy Xie Xishuan. Fairy Xishuan took out a token and threw it to Han Ju, and said, go down. Han Ju took a look. It was a jade card with the word Xishuan engraved on it. He put the jade card away, then bowed and left. Chapter 19 Xing Hongshuan's Mind, 6 Spiritual Roots to Build the 9th Floor. Back to the cave, Han Ju began to inherit the 9 Dragon Slayer seal. This is his 3rd spell. Before, it was all swordsmanship. This time it was different. With the memory of inheritance pouring into his mind, Han Ju entered a state of epiphany. Jiulong Demon Seal is similar to the palm technique, but different from the fierce palm technique. It is a seal that can suppress demons and exorcise evil spirits. Use different attributes of spiritual power to play the 9 Dragons Demon Seal, which will have different effects. Although Han Ju did not have the top-level Indian qualifications, his Lingyan qualifications were so great that he didn't encounter confusion in learning the 9 Dragons Demon Seal. 7 days later, Han Ju finally mastered the 9 Dragon Slayer seal. It's close to the inner gate assessment, and the coaching elder of Shibafeng has handed in the list of participants. Chang Yuer visited and told him the rules of the inner door assessment. 18 peaks will build a fighting platform, and the disciples will be arranged to fight one-on-one on each peak, until the top 10 is finally determined, and then fight in the inner gate city. Let the whole family watch the battle. Han Ju really likes this. In this case, he only needs to shoot 3 or 4 times in public, and the exposure will not be so high. Even if he gains the limelight this time, as long as he is low-key, no one will remember him soon. Junior, the disciples of the peaks have organized a banquet. Do you want to attend? Chang Yuer asked. It is worth mentioning that Chang Yuer is also a direct disciple of Fairy Shixian. Han Ju suspects that they have relatives. In his opinion, Chang Yuer's qualifications are average. Don't go, you go. Han Ju shook his head and refused. Generally speaking, such banquets are prone to contradictions. They are all direct disciples of the peaks, and they will inevitably compete for the limelight, especially on the eve of the inner gate assessment. Fine. Chang Yuer shook his head, and then left. Han Ju continued to practice the 9 Dragons Demon Seal. Although he has learned it, he wants to master it thoroughly, as easy as using swordsmanship. Anyway, the remaining time is not enough to enhance the cultivation realm. Just like that, time passed day by day. Inner door assessment finally started. 13 disciples who participated in the assessment gathered in front of the gate of Yuyo Hall. A large wooden sign was hung on the gate, which recorded the place and time of the disciples fighting. On the first day, everyone has to participate in the fight. Han Ju's first battle was at Tianju Peak. Tian's Hufeng ranks in the top 3 in the Yuqing sect, and is strong. The time is noon tomorrow. Han Ju took it down and quickly returned to the cave. Came to the cave, he suddenly saw someone. Xing Hongxian. She hasn't seen her for decades. Wearing a Yuqing's own Taoist robe, she looks better than before. Husband. Xing Hongxian exclaimed in surprise, and walked quickly to Han Ju. Han Ju was speechless, took a step back, and said, "Girl, you can't yell at people." Xing Hongxian covered his mouth and smiled. "We were outside the door, didn't we say it?" Han Ju had no choice but to frankly said, "I was acting every time. If I refuse you, I am afraid you will kill me." "It's okay, I take it seriously. When I met the head teacher, I was worried that you would betray me, but you did not. Give me the opportunity to confess, and I have the opportunity to rejoin the Yuqing sect in exchange for today's status." Xing Hongxian smiled. She took out a jade bottle from her sleeve and said, "This is a jade clear pill, and it is suitable for foundation building monks to enhance their cultivation base. I haven't built the foundation yet. Let's use it for you first. I will follow Jingshu now. When a real person cultivates, he will get such a pill on a regular basis." Han Ju was stunned. Xing Hongxian forcibly handed the medicine bottle to Han Ju, saying, "I worked hard in the inner door assessment. I didn't expect my husband to be a genius. I have average aptitude. I will try my best to help you later." "Me, right." She smiled very sweetly, very innocent, and she didn't feel like a magic repair. Han never knows whether he should refuse. Xing Hongxian suddenly turned and left, using his swordsmanship, and quickly disappeared into the clouds. There is no room for Han Ju to refuse at all. Han Ju returned to the cave. He opened the medicine bottle and found that there were 7 Yuqing pills inside. He takes the next one first. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual energy contained in a jade clear pill was extremely huge, and he hurriedly refined it. Half an hour later, he has completely refined the medicinal power and transformed it into water spiritual power, which is better than the power of at least half a month of cultivation. With his aptitude, half a month's practice is equivalent to a regular number of people practice. This Dan is so powerful. Is this the treatment of the core disciple? Han Ju was secretly surprised. He suddenly felt that Xing Hongxian was a little bit serious about him. At the same time, he was very puzzled that just providing the Qingming demon cult's action plan for the 10,000 demon realm would give her such treatment. Xing Hongxian was just a chi-refining monk before, and was active in the outer gate of Yuqing sect. How did he discover the secrets of the Qingming demon cult? It seems that her identity is far from as simple as Han Ju had imagined. Han never thought much, and continued to take Yuqing pill. 3 elixir. His water spirit roots successfully reached the 9 levels of the base building realm. He converted all the remaining Yuqing pills into earth spiritual power, and successfully reached the 9 levels of the foundation building realm. At this point, the 6 spiritual roots have all reached the 9 levels of the foundation building realm. His consciousness swept away. It was already late at night. The overbearing Yuqing pill, no wonder the status of the alchemist is so lofty. Han Ju thought silently. Suddenly he had an idea about the pill. Main peak. In a dark hall, Xing Hongxian sat in front of an old Donnie. This old Don is the real Jingshu. You gave Yufeng the Yuqing pill to that kid, don't you regret it? Jingshu asked the real person. Xing Hongxian whispered, I don't regret it, Tuer is already in love. Because he has a good skin. Isn't it enough? His appearance is really outstanding, as the teacher has seen in his life, and no one looks better than him. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com just let you help me by his looks, and I don't think it's worth being a teacher. He is also very talented. When I saw him, he hadn't practiced yet. I listened to the master's teaching and said that he is now on the 9th floor of the foundation building. The real Jingshu frowned and fell into deep thought. This kind of talent is indeed. She asked in doubt, why haven't I heard of him for so many years as a teacher? Xing Hongxian replied, the master teacher said that he is very low-key. Since entering the inner door, he has been busy practicing in retreat. The master teacher wanted to give him opportunities, but he refused on the grounds of fear of death. The real Jingshu jokingly said, "If you are afraid of death, how can you have such an experience?" It seems that he is very firm and confident in himself. Xing Hongxian nodded. Thinking of Han Ju's extremely handsome face, her face was a little blush. "It seems that I also pay more attention to him as a teacher," Jingshu said with a smile. Noon. Han Ju left, heading to Tianju Peak. He stood on the flying sword, his expression tangled. "How do you perform today?" "Cannot be too strong." 6 elements of spiritual roots built the foundation and 9 levels of cultivation base, coupled with the peerless swordsmanship. Han Ju really didn't pay attention to the inner disciples. He has inquired that only the highest cultivation level of the disciples who participated in the inner sect assessment was to build the 9th level of the base. The disciples of higher cultivation level have already been out of the teacher, or become direct disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and do not need the rewards of the inner door assessment. At the same level of cultivation, Han Ju felt that he could not lose. Detection of Yuqing Sect's inner gate assessment is about to start. You have the following options. 1. High-profile victory, famous inner door, you can get 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 2nd, get the top 3 with a low profile, minimize the impact and get a spiritual treasure. Chapter 20 Suppress the Supreme Elder. Lingbao. Han Ju's eyes lit up. He had heard before that Lingbao is more powerful than magical artifacts. Every time I choose, there is a low-key one, which seems to be related to the development path I initially chose. Han Ju thought silently. When he started the game life, he chose to practice low-key, and also turned on the function of hiding cultivation. Pretty good. I like this. Play pig eat tiger. Not right. Go to the world invincible. Han Ju thinks of it beautifully. He wants to be the sweeping monk of Yuqing Zone. Han can never choose the second option directly, he can only be assessed after the inner door assessment is over. With a vigorous spirit, he speeds up to Tianju Peak. Tianju Peak. Dozens of disciples gathered around a fighting platform, and Mo Revenge and Mo Zhu also came. Looking at the battle on the stage, the expressions of the two of them were strange. Han Ju is stuck in a stalemate with his opponent. Most of the time, he is defending and avoiding, and he is obviously at a disadvantage. The opponent is Tian Xiufeng's disciple, and the more excited he gets as he fights. It's great to meet such a weak person in the first round. Tian Xiufeng's disciple thought silently that he squandered his spiritual power and maintained a handsome posture during the battle. Han Ju is miserable. Is really tired for this role. He has been using 7 magic steps to evade, but he still has to act as if he is not subtle. He gritted his teeth and continued to insist. As the fighting between the two became longer and longer, the disciples who watched the battle felt bored and left one after another. Mo Revenge, Mo Zhu is still watching the battle. Should he not be so weak? Mo Zhu couldn't help asking. Mo Revenge calmly said, he deliberately. At this time, Han Ju suddenly used the Excalibur sword, using the finger as the sword, shooting sword energy, piercing the opponent's shoulder, stepping on the 7-fold phantom step, quickly pushing up, kicking the opponent off the fighting platform with 1 foot. The fight is over. The 3 deacons who presided over the fight were stunned. They all lost their minds, but they didn't expect the fight to end suddenly. Han Ju clasped his fist and said, "Come on." He walked to the 3 deacons in the audience to register the victory. The Tian Xiufeng disciple left in despair. Mo Revenge brother and sister immediately ushered in. "Brother Han, why don't you win directly?" Mo Fu asked. In his opinion, Han Ju is the most qualified disciple of the Yuqing sect, not one of them. However, Han Ju is too low-key, and no one believes in his talent. Han Ju shook his head and smiled, "I just found his flaw." He looked at Mo Zhu, and changed the subject and said, "How is Miss Mo recently?" It's okay if he doesn't mention it, but Mo Zhu gets angry when he mentions it. "I knew that I was listening to you at the beginning. I went to Li Qianlong's cave, but I encountered demonic cultivators and fellow disciples who joined forces to deal with me. Later, I was forced to jump off the cliff. Fortunately, a senior helped me." Mo Zhu cursed, very indignant. Han Ju asked, "Who is the senior?" "I don't know, he left after he rescued me, maybe it was some expert of Yuqing Zone." Oh. The topic ends here. Han Ju bid farewell to his brother and sister and left quickly. Mo Ju looked at his leaving back, and said depressed, "Big brother, why do I think he seems to avoid me and don't want to talk to me more?" Mo Revenge smiled and said, "Your mind is too obvious. Brother Han is an ascetic monk, and I don't want to be caught in the pace of spiritual practice by the love of children. I have been practicing hard. Is life still interesting? Everyone's pursuit is different. What he pursues is longevity, which is a great way. I see, you two are one kind of people. I can't beat him." Returning to the cave, Han Ju continued to practice the 9-dragon demon seal. In the previous fight, he only relied on the 7-fold phantom step to evade, so he didn't consume much physical strength. In the next few days, Han Ju will be the same. Every time the onlookers are exhausted before defeating the opponent, the defeated generals are embarrassed to mention, so Han Ju has passed all the way, but his reputation has not been obvious. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Fan, the reincarnated Mahayana monk, suddenly rises. He has won successively and reached the top 10. The whole inner door is discussing him. Just because he wanted to the Taoist companion from Jianfeng's disciple, many people looked down on him and thought he was wishful thinking. However, the big disciple of Jianfeng did not participate in the inner gate assessment. He spoke in public that if Zhou Fan could make it into the top 3, he would agree to openly compete with Zhou Fan on the condition of a Taoist companion. There was a lot of trouble in the inner door. Han Ju was not interested after hearing this. He has read too many plots like this in novels. This night, Han Ju cultivated the 9-dragon demon seal in the cave. In the previous Bidu, he had not used this trick, but with the practice of the past few days, the 9 dragons demon slayer seal has been handy. Han can definitely cast this spell in 1 second. When most of the spells are cast, they need to move the magic tactics to stimulate the mind, not like martial arts, they are directly typed. But as the proficiency increases, sooner or later it can be directly played. Hoo-hoo. There was a sound of wind outside the cave, and Han never cared at first. It didn't take long for Han Ju to be inexplicably uneasy. He hurriedly stopped and spread the spiritual consciousness. There are no people, no monsters, beasts, or birds in the open space outside the cave. Under the crescent moon, Yufeng turned out to be very gloomy. What happened? Han Ju frowned. The trees outside did not shake, indicating that there was no wind, but why could he still hear the wind? Could it be an evil attack? Han Ju's back was cold. Rebirth decades, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. There are demons, monks, and ghosts, it's normal. Han Ju was nervous, holding his breath. If it is really a ghost and fairy Shixian hasn't found it, how strong is it? The monsters and ghosts leave soon, the monsters and ghosts leave soon. He read in his heart. At this time, he suddenly saw a ray of black air coming out of the gap in the stone gate of the cave mansion, flying towards the inside of the cave. I wipe it. Is really a ghost. Han Ju said nothing, raising his hand is a seal of 9 Dragon Slayer. A golden jade seal hits it in a horizontal position. 9 dragons are inlaid on this golden jade seal. UU reading www.Bakansha.com's domineering power directly shook the black energy, and then disappeared out of thin air. Han Ju frowned. He felt a strong repulsion. According to reason, the 9 dragons demon seal should continue to hit forward, knocking Shimon down. He fixed his eyes, and the black energy that had been broken up was condensing again. Han stepped up quickly, and once again displayed the 9 Dragon Slayer seal. Boom. Is not enough, come again. Boom. Boom. Han Ju stood in front of the black air, slapped with one palm, and directly punched a large hole in the ground, and the wall next to it cracked. This is still under his precise control, otherwise the entire cave can be collapsed with one palm. Wait. Stop. 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 A wailing sound followed. Han never stopped, frowning, and looking down at Heike. The old man is the supreme elder of Yuqing Zone, your junior disrespects the old senior so much. Black angrily roared, and Han Ju was stunned. The elder too. I saw the black energy quickly condense into a human form, very short, only half a meter high. This person is skinny, wearing a large white robe, with white hair, and is looking up at Han Ju angrily. Han Ju said helplessly, "Senior, in the middle of the night, you sneaked into my cave, what do you want to do?" The elder Taizhang said in a bad mood, the old man is only cultivating supernatural powers, and the soul is out of his body. Hearing that your cave is making noises, I can't help but come in because of curiosity." Scolded and scolded, he was shocked. What spell did this child cast just now? Almost killed him. Its spiritual power feels no less inferior to the 5th floor of the Golden Core realm. The inner gate of Yuqingzong is so good. Chapter 21 Tiangang Golden Body, Unstoppable Zhou Fan. I have to tell my master about this matter. If the seniors do this, it is easy to scare the disciple to death. Han Ju shook his head, he was really speechless. Practicing supernatural powers in the middle of the night, pretending to be supernatural. Just now, he should directly kill this super elder's soul. Don't. The old man didn't have fun for a while, the old man apologized to you. The elder said quickly. Han Juela was delighted, and asked, "Do you know my master?" "Ahem, in fact, your master is my disciple, including the current head teacher." The elder Taizhang held his head high, with a high-pitched appearance. However, Han Ju did not change his face, and did not move. The smile of the elder Taizhang suddenly collapsed. Does this younger generation not believe it? Han Ju said, "Then what happened tonight did not happen to me, you can go." "Really? Okay." Taizhang elder immediately turned and left. Just a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Boy, the old man is surprised at your bones, do you want to inherit the old man's mantle?" Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked, "What mantle?" "The old man taught you the Tiangang golden body of the surpassing technique, do you want to practice?" In the entire Yiqing sect, only the head teacher and the old man can do it. Tiangang golden body. Sounds great. Han Ju's eyes lit up. Can think about it again, something is wrong, the two were not happy when they met for the first time, why did this old man pass on his exercises? There must be fraud. Want to pit me? Han Ju shook his head and said, "Forget it, thank you senior for your kindness." Taizhang elder's smile solidified again, he snorted coldly, and walked away. Half an hour later. Han Ju left the cave and flew towards the Yuyo Hall. He came to the gate and knelt down. The door opened suddenly. Han Ju walked in quickly. "Why are you visiting late at night?" Fairy Shixian asked. She did not open her eyes. Han Ju knelt in front of her and told the truth about what happened just now. Fairy Shishuan opened her eyes and frowned. She was unhappy in her heart. This dead old man is restless. You almost killed him. Fairy Shixian asked curiously. Han Ju scratched his head and said, "Senior is cultivating supernatural powers. I can only resist it. These are not important. Master, will he come to harass the disciple again? Disciple doesn't want to be scared every night." "Don't worry, I will go to him as a teacher tomorrow. If he dares to come again, he will do it himself." "Thank you, Master." "Okay." Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief, and now he completely relaxed. Before leaving, he asked curiously, "Master, is Tiangang golden body powerful? That senior wants to teach me this technique." "Awesome, it can be called the strongest technique of Yuqingzong. It is more powerful than Yuqingju, but you need to cut off the roots before practicing." "What is the human root?" "The foundation of a man." Han Ju wanted to swear. As expected. That old thing is not at ease. And many more. In this way, the elders and head teachers have. Han Ju found a shocking gossip, and only felt that the three views were broken. This matter must not be spread. Fairy Shixian said solemnly. The student understands. Han Ju saluted after speaking, then got up and left. Back to the cave, Han Ju was still thinking about the golden body of Tiangang. No wonder Li Qingzi likes Fairy Shixian, but the two of them are still married. Senior is still ruthless, and also far away from women, they cut themselves directly. Han Ju admired, and at the same time labeled the elder Taizhang as untrustworthy in his heart. The next day dawned. Han Ju left for the Inner Gate City. The top 10 battles of the Inner Gate assessment officially opened at noon. Inner Sect assessment is different from Inner Sect competition. Inner Sect assessment is a way to elite disciples. You can sign up freely. Inner Gate competition is the 18 peaks fighting method, which determines the ranking and encourages each other. Dufatai has been set up. It is located on the square in the center of the city. It is 100 meters long and wide. There are crowds of people around it. Many disciples are suspended in the air with flying swords. It is very spectacular. Brother, you are finally here. Chang Yuer immediately rushed forward and said excitedly. More than a dozen disciples came from Yuyo Peak, and they all gathered around to cheer for Han Ju. Han Ju frowned when he saw so many people. With so many people, how to act? How about it? Directly for the full second. Han Ju fell into hesitation. He suddenly felt a look. He turned his head to look. Zhou Fen was staring at himself with scorching eyes, full of fighting spirit. Han is absolutely inexplicable. When did I provoke him? Zhou Fen remembered what Mo Revenge had told him, that in this inner gate assessment, his biggest opponent was Han Ju. Mo Revenge said that Han Ju had always hidden his strength and was no less inferior to the elite disciples. Because of this, Zhou Fen has always used Han Ju as an imaginary enemy. He didn't understand Han Ju very much. Outstanding qualifications and amazing looks, why is it so low-key? I heard that Mo Ju fell in love with Han Ju, but Han Ju kept avoiding. The lower Han Ju is, the more sad Zhou Fen is. But I already have a powerful magic weapon, he must not be my opponent. Zhou Fen thought firmly. At this time, Mo Ju suddenly came to Han Ju and said excitedly, Brother Han, I believe you will be the first. Chang Yuer warned, who are you? Mo Ju looked at her, and the two women looked at each other upset. Han Ju saw that they were about to break out of contradictions, and felt bad. Husband. There was a laughter, and Han Ju turned to look at Xing Hongxian. Chang Yuer and Mo Ju turned their heads together to look. Oops. Mars hit the earth. Han Ju immediately turned and left, away from the place of right and wrong. The three daughters did not follow, but came together and began to confront each other. The disciples of Yufeng surrounding him are very envious of Han Ju. www.novel.com for looking good, he is confident. So many beautiful girls rushed to the door, he still didn't care. Was condemned by God. Noon. Inner door assessment officially started. This time, it is Dao Lei from Tianlei Peak who is presiding over the internal gate assessment. The other elders in charge of the 17 peaks did not come. Those who came were ordinary elders, deacons, hall masters, etc. There were more than 2,000 inner disciples and mortal servants who watched the battle. Although there are not many disciples in the inner gate, there are many mortal servants in the inner gate city. The first battle was when Han Ju came to power. Han Ju immediately took the stage when he heard his name being called. Yufeng Han Ju, fight, Tianlifeng Zhou Fan. Wow. As soon as Zhou Fan's name came out, there was a lot of excitement in the audience. Recently, Zhou Fan is the most famous disciple in the inner sect. He can be called a counterattack with waste wood. It is said that he has a magic weapon in his hand. It is invincible and invincible. The momentum is extremely fast. Zhou Fan clasped his fists and smiled, Brother Han, you have to do your best this time. Han Ju had no expression on his face, and asked, Really? Really? Zhou Fan raised his right hand, and a small black clock appeared in his palm. On a nearby attic, the elders and deacons frowned. They had long heard that Zhou Fan had a magic weapon, which was very strong. It is said that this treasure was also Zhou Fan's companion magic weapon. What is the companion magic weapon? Is born with people. Generally speaking, the companion magic weapon is the ancestor. Even if this kind of person is not qualified and has the protection of ancestors' luck, the achievement will not be low. When they saw this treasure today, they all thought it was amazing. Zhou Fan may really win the first place in this inner door assessment. Chapter 22 Obtained Lingbao, Jin Chan Xian Shen Yi. Seeing that Zhou Fan was so confident, Han Ju decided to move for real. Defeated Zhou Fan before he showed strong strength, so the influence would not be great. Otherwise, if Zhou Fan behaves well enough, Han Ju will defeat him again, and he won't be able to keep a low profile. With so many people watching the battle, it is absolutely impossible for Han to drag everyone away. After thinking about it, Han Ju stepped towards Zhou Fan. Mo Ju looked solemn and said, Zhou Fan's companion magic weapon is very strong. Because of this treasure, Master made an exception and accepted him as a personal disciple. Chang Yuer disdainfully said, compared with my junior brother Han, he is far behind. Xing Hongxian did not speak, but Meimu stared at Han Ju closely. Zhou Fan smiled confidently, but when he saw Han Ju walking straight towards him, he was still flustered inexplicably. Because he heard Mo's revenge, he often blew Han Ju. Over time, he felt that Han Ju was very strong. Today I will defeat him, soaring into the sky. You are optimistic. I want to make you regret it, and let you understand that you are wrong. Zhou Fan thought silently, thinking of that smiling pretty face. He became very angry. He raised the little black clock, ready to show his edge. He has a crazy smile on his face. What about Tianjiao? Today, Zhou Fan, I want to defeat Tianjiao upright. A sword light shone, making Zhou Fan subconsciously close his eyes. Zhou Fan was bombarded with vomiting blood and flew upside down, like a kite with a broken line, flying directly out of the fighting platform. The audience is silent. Everyone was stunned, none of them recovered. Fighting started. Fighting is over. Even old immortal Dao Lei, who was sitting in this inner gate assessment, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Han Ju stopped, and the sword shadow behind him quickly disappeared, only appearing for less than 2 seconds. He turned around and bent over to clasp his fist towards old immortal Dao Lei. Dao Lei returned to his senses and announced, Yuyufeng Han Ju wins. Boom. There was a sensation in the audience. The male disciples were discussing, and the female disciples' eyes on Han Ju were beaming. So fast. Zhou Fan is nothing but that. It's Han Ju who is too strong. Who is Han Ju? When did Yufeng have such an arrogant talent? He is so handsome. Is he the one that female disciples often discuss? Han Ju quickly stepped down and disappeared into the crowd. Since the fighting platform was not damaged, the second fighting started soon. Zhou Fan withdrew from the crowd with the help of a group of Tianlifeng disciples. There are still blood stains on the corners of his mouth, his face is pale, his eyes are blank, and his whole body is desperate. The blow was too big. He doesn't even know how he lost. But the moment he was hit by the Sanqing Jueying sword, he smelled the breath of death. He knew that Han absolutely could kill himself. A second ago, he was still full of confidence. A second later, he fell off the fighting platform. Zhou Fan couldn't wait to find a seam to drill in. He knew he was going to become a joke. Chang Yuer, Xing Hongxian, and Mo Zhu wanted to find Han Ju, but found that they couldn't find this guy. Han Ju hides in the crowd, watching the battle silently. An hour later. The top 5 decided. The 5 disciples will draw lots to determine the Bai, and the Bai will directly advance to the top 3. The disciples have no opinion. At this point, everyone's strength gap is not big, and everyone can be in the top 3. Luck is an indispensable thing on the path of spiritual practice. Han Ju hesitated. If he became the top 3 Bai, can he just give up? Anyway, the first 3 can choose Xian Tian Dongfu. Yes. In this case, his influence will be minimized. He prayed silently. Bais, Yufeng Han Ju. Dao Lei Lao Xian announced that the other 4 disciples cast envy and vigilant gazes at Han Ju. They all witnessed Han Juskan's victory over Zhou Fan, and the spirit power of this fellow was not consumed much, and it was in a state of heyday. Han Ju was ecstatic. He walked off the stage silently. Chang Yue's sons and 3 daughters immediately surrounded him, so that he could not escape. Junior brother, you are very hopeful to win the first place this time. Chang Yue said excitedly. Mo Zhu and Xing Hongxian were also very excited. They all adore Han Ju, and they naturally want to see Han Ju make the most of the show. Han Ju shook his head and said, I can't. It's not easy to get here. Zhou Fan, who was squeezing here, almost didn't hold back when he heard it. He also wanted to ask Han Ju what magic trick he used to defeat him, but he heard such words. Zhou Fan was anxious and couldn't help but spray blood, spraying the head of a disciple in front of him with blood. He quickly turned and left. Han Ju turned his head to look. He could no longer see Zhou Fan. The next 2 battles are extremely exciting. The magical weapons, spells, body skills, charms, etc., are displayed incisively and vividly. The strength of the 4 disciples is comprehensive, and it can be said that they are evenly matched. No matter who wins and who loses, they have contributed wonderfully. Which performed? The top 3 came on stage. The 3 of them fought each of them fought 2 games, with a complete victory for the first place, 1 win and 1 loss for the second place, and 2 losses for the third place. Dao Lei said. Hanju suddenly raised his hand and said, "Elder, I admit defeat. In order to quickly defeat the opponent, my spiritual power has been exhausted and has not recovered. Let them decide the outcome. I am willing to be third." Everyone was in an uproar, and Chang Yuer and 3 daughters also stared beautifully. Zhou Fan of the crowd was stunned when he heard it. Is that true? If this is not the case, why does Hanju admit defeat? So I am not that weak. Zhou Fan's favorability for you has increased, the current favorability is 2 stars. Hanju saw this line of words in front of him, he was insane. Daolei Laoxian took a deep look at Hanju, then nodded and changed the rules. Hanju was in 3rd place. Hanju stepped down immediately. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The next fighting method is less exciting than the previous one, and both of them have consumed a lot of spiritual power. Hanju felt that he could pick 2. In the end, the top 3 were decided, and this inner door assessment was over. The top 3 followed Daolei Laoxian to the main peak. During the flight of the sword, Hanju appeared in front of his eyes. You won the top 3 low-key in the internal assessment, and got a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 7th rank Lingbao Jin Chan Xian Shen Yi. Golden Chan Xian Shen Yi, 7 rank Lingbao, can automatically resist the enemy's attack. The maximum can resist the attack of the cultivator of the god. If the spiritual power is injected, the defense power will be enhanced. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Is worthy of being a spiritual treasure that is stronger than magical weapons and magic weapons. 7 rank Lingbao, is there a 6th rank, 5 rank to 1st rank? How strong is the 1st grade Lingbao? Hanju guessed silently. He is in a good mood. This wave is too cool. He got the Jin Chan Xian Shen Yi. His sense of security greatly increased, coupled with the innate cave mansion. It can be described as a bumper harvest. Putting on the golden cicada mysterious clothes, he can practice with peace of mind, not afraid of sneak attacks. There are very few Huashan monks, and it is difficult to give birth to one like Yiqingzong for hundreds of years. But Jin Chan Xian Shen Yi can only protect him. He ran into the nascent soul monk, and the opponent could not kill him, nor could he kill the opponent. Hanju couldn't help but smile. Is so happy to be third. Is it possible that Fairy Shixian asked you to fight for third? Daolei asked suddenly. The 2 disciples in front of him turned to look at Hanju, with weird expressions. They are not stupid, and they think Hanju's surrender is too weird, but this is also a good thing for them, so they didn't question it. Chapter 23 Get Xiantian Dongfu, target the Golden Core Realm. Hanju replied, the juniors are not happy to be third, but they are very excited when they come to the main peak for the first time. Master didn't let me compete for the top 3. I entered the peak late. Although I became a personal disciple, the master said that it would be good to do my best. Daolei Laoxian snorted, obviously not convinced. Zhou Fan was his personal disciple. Hanju only defeated Zhou Fan and gave up. This is undoubtedly damaging the face of Tianlifeng, but as a senior, he cannot directly blame him. Hanju smiled politely at the other 2 disciples. The 3 did not communicate too much, and it is not suitable for communication at the moment. It didn't take long. They enter the main peak. Daolei Laoxian took them to meet the real person Jingshu, and then left first by himself. The top 3 in this inner gate assessment can all be promoted to elite disciples. In addition, you can choose Xiantian Dongfu, and the first one will be selected first. Jingshu said blankly, and she glanced at Hanju without showing a trace. This child turned out to be the top 3. It seems that Xianer didn't look away. His talent is indeed amazing. The 2 disciples were not surprised. Obviously, they had learned about Xiantian Dongfu in advance. The real Jingshu waved his right hand, and a scene appeared in front of him, 3 congenital caves. These 3 congenital caves are surrounded by the edge of a group of mountains. Hanju glanced at it. It is estimated that it is the map of Yiqingzong. Is this making us a security guard? Hanju complained in his heart, and the 3 cave houses just surrounded the 18 peaks. Tutsao returned to Tutsao. The attraction of the innate cave mansion is too great, it is equivalent to a free spiritual pond, Hanju Ebiao. Now he has the golden cicada mysterious clothes, and he is not afraid of threats. Realman Jingshu began to introduce the 3 cave houses. The first innate cave mansion is extremely rich in fire aura and wind aura. The second congenital cave is rich in water aura, fire aura, and wood aura. In the third congenital cave, although the aura reaches the richness of the spiritual pond, the aura attributes are mixed. There is no accident. The third congenital cave mansion belongs to Han Ju. The monks who can reach this step are all geniuses with 3 spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots, but they cultivate a kind of spiritual energy, so they will choose the first 2 congenital caves. Han never had a choice, but got the most suitable innate cave. After choosing the Xiantian Dongfu, Han Ju got a piece of talisman paper. Tear open the talisman paper, you can find the target. The 3 people bowed and left. After walking out of the hall, Han Ju tore open the talisman paper, a golden pigeon appeared out of thin air and flew towards the distance. Han Ju immediately followed. The other 2 saluted each other and left. After flying with the golden pigeon for half an hour, Han Ju finally found the Xiantian cave. This cave house is located in a mountain forest. The golden dove flew into the mountain wall, and the mountain wall glowed with light. Han Ju felt a wave of spiritual power. It is estimated that there was a magic circle before. The mountain wall turned into a cave, and Han Ju immediately walked into it. The tunnel can accommodate 3 or 4 people walking together. After 50 steps, he saw the cavern. The cavern was very big, the walls were damp, and the roof had a mouth. The cold wind was blowing, and there was still a piece of it in the middle of the cave. A lot of water plants grow in the hot pool. Han Ju felt a strong aura, which was indeed not inferior to the spiritual pond of the inner door, and even thicker. There are 6 types of aura. Han Ju is satisfied. He first took out the golden cicada mysterious robes, put them on his body, and then put on the jade sect robe. As soon as he put on this spirit treasure, Han Ju felt that his whole personality had changed. I feel safe. Han Ju smiled happily, and he walked to the entrance of the cave again. He raised his head and looked up. Is exclusive to his cave, how can he be nominated? He used his finger as a sword and engraved on it above the entrance of the cave. Forbearance for a moment, the sky and the sea are brighter. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction, writing well, vigorously and powerfully, reflecting his powerful sword aura. After nomination, Han Ju cut a tree nearby. He wanted to build a table, chair, and bench bed. Yuyo Hall. Xishuan Fairy has no expression on her face. Chang Yuer talked about the inner door assessment in front of her. The corners of her mouth twitched when she heard Han Ju admit defeat after entering the first 3. This kid is too ambitious. Fairy Xishuan admired Han Ju's heart to Dao, but couldn't understand why he was so afraid of showing off. Is outrageous. The key is that Han Ju's appearance is still very outstanding, it is difficult to think of it. Master, did junior brother Han encounter persecution when he was young? Chang Yuer asked. Xishuan Fairy thoughtfully. Seems to ask Tai Lao. Could it be Tai Lao once tortured Han Ju? Fairy Xixian's eyes cold when he thinks of this. She didn't catch a cold for Tai Lao. If Tai Lao had done a lot on the outside, no one would want to accept it even if he built a foundation and entered the inner door, because the qualifications are too bad. After the inner gate assessment, Han Ju did not evoke much response, and the disciples laughed off when they mentioned him. Han Ju never went to the inner gate city again, staying in the Xiantian Dongfu to practice. He is ready to become a golden pill as soon as possible. His 6 elements of aura have reached the 9 levels of the foundation building realm, and he only needs to train to perfection to achieve the golden core. Han Ju is high-spirited. When reaches the golden core realm, he will be able to perform the magical powers of the 6 reincarnation techniques. The 6 paths of reincarnation gong has its own magical powers, but it needs to reach a certain level, and the golden core realm has its own magical powers. Half a month later, someone came to visit. Mo Revenge and Zhou Fan. The 2 looked at the 7 words engraved on the entrance of the cave, and they fell silent. Forbearance for a while, the sea and the sky. Brother Han, come to visit with Revenge. Mo Revenge shouted. After a few seconds, the cave door opened wide. The 2 immediately walked in. See Han Ju again www.novel.com. The 2 saw him meditate by the pool. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked, why are the 2 brothers looking for me? Zhou Fen stared at him complicatedly. Mo Fuqiang said with a smile, recently, the friction between Qingming Demon Sect and our Jade Qingzong has become more and more serious, and there may be a full-scale war on the day. We would like to invite you to do a task together and take out one of the Qingming Demon Sect. Punish the rudder. It is said that the rudder has a lot of panacea that can help you cultivate. Before came, Mo Revenge had thought about it. If you want to impress Han Ju, you still have to take practice as an example. Han Ju shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, I don't want to leave for the time being, I have to retreat and break through." Break through and retreat. The two were stunned. Zhou Fan couldn't help asking, "Are you going to achieve the Golden Core Realm?" Han Ju nodded. The Golden Core Realm is not so good to break through. The heavenly tribulation you are facing is even more terrifying than when you built the Foundation Realm. You have to rely on some crossing tribulation cores to resolve the power of the heavenly thunder and consolidate the Tao heart. Mo Revenge reminded. Zhou Fan followed, "This task is of great importance. If we perform well, we will definitely make contributions. In the future, our position in the Yuqing sect will rise and we will be able to gain a reputation in the realm of cultivation. You are invited by a disciple of the same class, facing fame and fortune. You have the following choices. 1. Promise them, go to work together, get a low-grade spiritual stone. 2nd, reject them, practice low-key, and get a magical artifact." 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju's eyes. This. Still you selection. Han Jue said righteously, "Sorry, I am not interested in fame and wealth, I just want to practice steadily. If the Yuqing sect is in trouble in the future, I will definitely work hard, but I don't want to leave the Yuqing sect at the moment." Chapter 24 Achievement Jindan, Qilin Sword. No matter how Mo Revenge and Zhou Fan exhorted, Han Ju would not let go. The two had no choice but to leave. After leaving the cave, the two flew out a distance. Zhou Fan couldn't help but said, "Although he is powerful, he is too timid." Put it nicely, in Zhou Fan's view, he was afraid of death. He asked from the disciple Yifeng that Han Ju was good at everything, but he was too courageous. Mo Revenge didn't help Han Ju out this time, sighed, "In the first life of cultivation, you can't stay in retreat. You and I are mortals. You still have to fight for opportunities. Just wait and see. He will wake up sooner or later." Zhou Fan nodded. He suddenly looked forward to this mission trip. Once he gets those panacea, he may be able to surpass Han Ju. Zhou Fan felt hot when he thought of this. Before, Han Ju was immediately beaten by Han Ju in the inner gate assessment, which caused great trauma to his heart. Although he didn't hate Han Ju, he always wanted to get his face back. Congratulations on getting the belt of Shao Qiankuan. Shao Qiankuan belt contains a huge mustard seed space, can be used as a storage ring, storage bag. The belt shrinks freely and is not easy to be destroyed. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and looked at Shao Qiankuan's belt in his hand. Shao Qiankuan's belt is like the same picture scroll, but the picture is very narrow. He put his spiritual knowledge into the belt, and inside is a piece of mustard space, which is 1,000 cubic meters, much larger than his storage bag. He immediately shed blood to recognize the Lord. After was successful, he threw all the contents of the storage bag into the belt of Shao Qiankuan, and then tied the belt around his waist. Shao Qiankuan's belt shrank slightly, tightening his robes tightly, but his waist didn't feel restrained or loose, so it was very comfortable. Han Ju played around for a while before continuing to practice. 2 years are fleeting. All his 6 elements of spiritual power have reached completion. He is ready to cross the catastrophe. He directly activated the enchantment function and crossed the catastrophe in the cave. Although the heavenly tribulation of the Golden Core realm is overbearing, it has not yet destroyed the mountain, and it is mainly gathered on the top of the breakers. It is said that the Golden Core realm heavenly tribulation is easy to produce inner demons. Of the 10 foundation building monks, only 2 or 3 can make a breakthrough. Either he was hacked to death by the robbery, or he went crazy. Han Ju is extremely talented, and he has practiced top-level exercises, so naturally he is not afraid of these. As he kept stimulating his mind, clouds gathered above his head and thunder and lightning were shining. At the same time, a voice rang in Han Ju's heart. "What do you want?" First name. Li. Woman. "You are strong enough, don't forbear it anymore, show your strength to the world." This voice is like a devil, bewitching Han Ju constantly. Han Ju is indifferent, even wanting to laugh. Is this the demon? Is not enough to break my defense. Han Ju's hands changed, and the spiritual power in his body surged. Build a foundation, not a golden pill. His dantian began to gather spiritual power, like the center of the whirlpool in the human body. A series of sky thunder suddenly split from the dark clouds and kept falling on Han Ju. Han Ju directly used 6 reincarnation techniques to absorb the sky thunder. The 6 elements of spiritual power cross the catastrophe, it is simply too stable. Han Ju's Lei Lingen could not fully absorb the sky thunder, but relying on other spiritual powers to resist it made him feel painless or itchy. Soon, he discovered that it was not his spiritual power, but the golden cicada mysterious clothes. This spiritual treasure can actually help overcome the catastrophe. Han Ju thought in surprise. The golden cicada mysterious clothes can withstand the attack of the cultivator of the god. Will it also be possible to cross the Jie Yuanying in the future? Han Ju became excited. What a good baby. Han Ju was full of energy, and continued to cross the catastrophe. 7 days later, Han Ju finally succeeded in crossing the catastrophe. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core realm and obtaining a superb magic sword. Congratulations on getting the Unicorn Sword. Kirin Sword, a sword made by the bones of a Kirin, containing the soul of a Kirin and having an exorcism effect. A sword appeared in Han Ju's hand. The sword was pitch black. The upper end of the blade was inlaid with unicorn scales. The hilt was even more domineering. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Holding this sword in his hand, Han Ju's palm felt cool. What a handsome sword. Goes well with him. Han Ju collected the Qilin sword, and then began to consolidate the Golden Core realm cultivation base. Half a month later, he began to practice the 3rd layer mental method of the 6 reincarnation exercises, and at the same time inherited the first magical power. 6 soul sucking. As the name suggests, this supernatural power can absorb souls, especially lonely ghosts. After mastering this supernatural power, Han Ju can also see the soul body that ordinary people can't see. After Han Ju learned the mental method, he began to practice this supernatural power. The top 6 system spirit root aptitude made him use the 10-day learning. Supernatural powers are supernatural powers, more profound than spells. Is naturally more powerful. Han Ju wanted to find a lonely ghost, but this is Yuqing Zone. He called up his attribute panel. Name, Han Ju. Life, 64/399. Race, mortal. Repair, level 1 of the Golden Core realm. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spells, Absolutely Finger Excalibur, 7-fold Magic Step, Sunching Absolute Shadow Sword, Peerless, 9 Dragons Demon Seal. Supernatural powers, 6 ways of sucking soul. Artifacts, Golden Chanxian Shini, 7 Rankling Bow, Shaoqian Kuan Belt, Qilin Sword. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderlying roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, Top Charm. Destiny Sword Madness, Top Kendo Qualifications, Top Kendo Comprehension. Shinfa Jiuechen, Top Level Qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a Peerless Immortal Cultivation Technique, 1000 high-grade Spirit Stones. View interpersonal relationship. The life expectancy has risen to 399 years old, which is not bad. More than 300 years is enough for him to break through to the nascent soul realm. Takes more than 100 years, even if he loses. Han Ju thought proudly. He suddenly remembered that after the inner gate assessment, he had not bid farewell to Fairy Shixian. There are a few impolites. Han Ju got up and left immediately. After leaving the cave, Yu reads www.yuukangshu. He flew to the inner gate of Yuqing Zone. The direction is easy to distinguish, and the 18 peaks are too eye-catching. Han Ju flew with his sword while checking interpersonal relationships. There is almost no change in the favorability and hatred of the avatars. He clicked on the email. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by magic repair. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by magic repair. Omitted dozens of reminders. Your good friendly Qingzi was attacked by Mashio and was seriously injured and escaped by chance. Han Ju was stunned. The Palm teacher was attacked by the magic repair. There are so many emails, it looks terrible. Han couldn't help but get nervous. Could it be that Qing Ming demon cult is about to attack Yuqing Zone soon? While thinking, Han Ju reached Yuyo Peak. He quickly came to the Yuyo Hall and bowed down. The door opened and he got up and entered the hall. "Junior brother Han, you are finally willing to come back," Chang Yuer complained. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. "Is this girl really a relative of Fairy Shixian? How come you can bump into her every time you come?" Chang Yuer's cultivation base has been raised to the 5th level of the Foundation construction realm. Such a speed is indeed fast among ordinary people, but it is definitely not comparable to Han. Can't be compared at all. Han Ju knelt down in front of Fairy Shixian and said, "Tuayer visits master." After the inner door assessment is over, Tuayer is anxious to practice and forgot to visit your old man. Fairy Shixian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you still know that you are back? The teacher thinks you have betrayed the teacher." Han Ju was ashamed. As he was about to explain, Fairy Shixian continued, "Jade Qingzong is about to usher in an unprecedented disaster. Give you a chance as a teacher. You can leave Qingzong directly." Chapter 25 Sister Almighty Sister. Upon hearing Fairy Shixian's words, Han Ju's first reaction was that Fairy Shixian was joking. At this time, 3 lines suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Qingzong Jiao is in distress, life and death are uncertain, you have the following options. 1. Leave the Yuqing sect, wander into the realm of cultivation, and get a bottle of qi gathering pill. 2nd, stay in Yuqing sect until the fall of Yuqing sect, or Qingming demon cult will give up targeting Yuqing sect, and you can get a magic weapon and a magic book." Han Ju frowned. He subconsciously wanted to be the first choice, to stay away from danger. But after another thought, "I am wearing a golden cicada mysterious clothes, what am I afraid of?" Han Ju asked, "Then master, how about you?" Fairy Shixian looked calm, and replied, "Being a teacher and Yu Qingzong live and die together." Chang Yuer hesitated to speak but stopped. Han Ju said seriously, "That disciple will live and die together with master. Do a task, and brush up your favorability by the way. Fairy Shixian's affection for you has grown, and his current affection degree is 3 stars. 3 stars. 1 more star, is it possible to develop into a Taoist couple?" Han Ju had such a thought in his mind. "Want to be crooked? I want to say, not to be dirty." Fairy Shixian did not change her face, and asked, "Really? Are you afraid of death? People are inherently dead, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. I pursue longevity, but I don't want to abandon my master. Being a teacher doesn't teach you anything." Although he did not teach, but his kindness is deep, the master has repeatedly fought for the disciple for opportunities, and also helped the disciple to settle some potential troubles, and the disciple will remember it in his heart. These words, he was telling the truth. Was born again and lived for more than 60 years. Fairy Shixian is the best person to him. Although Xing Hongxian has the most affection for him, she has threatened him. Such a good master, Han Ju really didn't want her to die. But if he encounters an irresistible enemy, then Han Ju has to save his life first. The main mission of life can't be messy. Longevity. 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 After listening to Han Ju's heartfelt words, Fairy Shixian smiled and was filled with relief. It is indeed a disciple of my Yufeng, but the matter is not serious enough to the point where the sect is disbanded, and the head teacher is missing, but the background of the Yuqing sect is still there. As a teacher, I just see that you are extremely afraid of death on weekdays. Leave. Fairy Shixian smiled. Han Ju nodded and asked, "Where did the head teacher disappear?" "He went to investigate the Qingming demon cult." "That's it." Han Ju was relieved immediately. If you were kidnapped in the Yuqing sect, that would be fine. Qingming demon cult besieged Li Qingzi dozens of times, only to seriously wound Li Qingzi. It seems that there should be no gods. In that case, Han Ju would not be in vain. Yuan Ying can't beat him to death. Is there any confusion in practice recently? Fairy Shixian asked, her eyes soft. Speaking of which, she has not really taught this apprentice. Han Ju shook his head and said, "No, I won't bother master." Following Fairy Shixian to practice, wouldn't it expose his cultivation in the Golden Core realm? If it reaches the ears of the elders of the sect, he may be taken to work as a labor force. When Fairy Shixian heard it, he hummed, "Then get out. Respect and follow the teacher's order." Han Ju left. He just left the hall. Fairy Shixian took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Yuer, saying, "Help your junior brother as I said." Chang Yuer nodded and got up excitedly. As soon as Han Ju flew out of Yuyo Peak, He heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him. He turned his head to look, and Chang Yuer's Yujian chased him. "Brother Han, wait for senior sister." Chang Yuer waved and shouted, with a happy smile on his face. Han Ju frowned, then stopped. Chang Yuer came to him and raised the storage bag in his hand, saying, "There is a magic circle and some spiritual grass seeds in it. Master asked me to help you arrange the formation and plant spiritual grass to grow your cave." Aura. When Han Ju heard this, his brows suddenly stretched out, and he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master and Sister." Chang Yuer smiled happily. The two continued to fly to Xiantian Dongfu. Came to the entrance of the cave house, Chang Yuer saw the words on the stone gate, looked weird, and muttered, forbearance for a moment, the name. Han has no expression on his face, and is the first to enter the cave. Chang Yuer followed closely. She stopped at the edge of the tunnel, took out the magic circle equipment from the storage bag, and began to deploy the circle. Han Ju turned back, stood behind her, and observed carefully. Learning how to line up is also good for the future. Chang Yuer noticed that he was behind him and couldn't help being more serious. It took nearly an hour before Chang Yuer set up the formation. The switch was inlaid on the wall of the cave by her. It was a piece of jade, and it could be activated by injecting spiritual power into it. This formation can hide the entrance of the cave. If you forcibly break in, you will be in an illusion, unable to extricate yourself. Han Ju said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to have these." Chang Yuer smiled triumphantly. "What do you think I am learning from my master often? Don't look at my cultivation level as bad as you. Alchemy, talisman, formation, exorcism, etc. I can do it." Han definitely looked at her with admiration. Chang Yuer turned around and walked into the cave. She looked at it for a while, then walked to the side of the pond and started planting spirit grass. "If I become an immortal in the future, let you be a medicine boy. You have to increase your abilities," Han Ju said with a smile. Chang Yuer hummed, "I want to be beautiful, but I am your senior sister, and I should be the one, huh?" She suddenly laughed. Han pretended to be silly and didn't answer the conversation. Chang Yuer asked herself to be bored and continued to plant spiritual grass. After a cup of tea time, she planted all the seeds. Han Ju quickly thanked him. "Let's do it, don't disturb your practice." After some time, the senior sister moved over to be with you. How about it? Chang Yuer asked with a smile and asked Han Ju. Han Ju was wary, and asked, "Do you want to rub my cave?" Chang Yuer rolled his eyes and turned away so angry. After she left the cave, Han Ju let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and murmured, Han Ju, it's really hard to keep your body." Han Ju walked to the entrance of the cave, activated the magic circle, then returned to the wooden bed to start practicing. The first level of the Golden Core realm can't satisfy him. After practicing the third level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his speed of receiving qi is much faster than before, and coupled with the rich spiritual qi of the innate cave, he practiced very happily. Blinked. 5 years are fleeting. Han Ju's Lei Lingen cultivated to the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, while the other spiritual roots have not yet been cultivated. He plans to cultivate Lei Lingen to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm first, and then cultivate other spiritual roots. After all, the Qingming demon sect may strike at any time. His lifespan has also been increased a little. There are many ways to increase lifespan on the path of spiritual practice, such as pill, heaven, material and earth treasures, exercises and so on. Han Ju's lifespan is only his most basic lifespan. If the cultivation base cannot be broken, he can use other methods to increase it. In the past 5 years, Yu Qingzong has been fine. However, the head teacher Li Qingzi was often chased by demons and was severely injured all the time. Mo Revenge, Zhou Fan also often encounter demonic attacks. It seems that they have a wonderful adventure. Whenever he saw them being attacked by Ma Xiu, Han Ju was very fortunate, but fortunately he didn't mix with them. Han Ju was still cultivating at this time, and a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. Chapter 26 Born Demon Tire Chen 3 Laugh. The first weather operator. Han Ju frowned. Is there someone outside the cave? He quickly checked its history. Chen Santian, born with a demon fetus, has a strong affinity for the magic way. When he was young, he wandered with his parents, and his parents were killed by stray bandits. He accidentally awakened the wicked fetus. At the age of 7, he killed hundreds of stray bandits and killed them. Heart release, from then on out of control, until joining the Qingming demon cult, like a fish in water, now ranks as the core major disciple of the Qingming demon cult. Is indeed a member of the Qingming demon cult. The core disciple. In other words, it has not yet reached the level of elders. According to Han Ju's understanding, the strength of the Qingming demon sect is similar to that of the Yuqingzong. Chen Santianding breaks the sky, which is the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Why did this person come to Yuqingzong? Is he alone, or is there a large army hidden? Han Ju got up and came to the entrance of the cave cautiously. He looked out and saw a man in black walking out of the woods not far away, sneaking. Han Ju couldn't even feel his breath. There is no one else except Chen Santian. Chen Santian walked to the entrance of the cave, his eyes fell on the line of characters on the mountain wall. Forbearance for a moment, the sea and the sky are wide, it's ridiculous, the people of the Yuqing sect are really tortoises. Chen Santian couldn't help but sneered. Han Ju in the cave felt offended. Looking for death. Han Ju used the Sanqing Jueying sword, with 3 sword shadows floating behind him, ready to kill Chen Santian at any time. Because of the formation, Chen Santian couldn't see Han Ju, nor could he feel Han Ju's breath. The two are less than 10 steps apart. Chen Santian looked at it for a while and noticed something was wrong. Could this be a cave mansion? Chen Santian squinted, he flipped his hand out and took out a sword, and gently stabbed it towards the mountain wall. Call out. Call out. The sword light shone, and Chen Santian closed his eyes subconsciously, and he instinctively leaped back. The 3 sword shadows are like lightning, piercing directly through Chen Santian's body, splashing blood. Chen Santian fell a dozen meters away like a sandbag, and hit a big tree, shaking the leaves like rain. It hurts. Chen Santian gritted his teeth and looked up. 3 sword shadows hovered over his head, ready to fall at any time, scaring him to death. What is this? He quickly shouted, "Senior, stop." Standing at the entrance of the cave, Han Ju shook his head. So weak. Can't bear it in one blow. Still, my Sanqing Jueying sword is too strong. Han Ju touched his chin and thought. After being attacked by the Sanqing Jueying sword, Chen Santian's spiritual energy aura also appeared. Han definitely compares, Chen Santian's spiritual power is not as strong as him. It's just that he can't see through Chen Santian's realm. In other words, Chen Santian's realm is higher than him, but his spiritual strength is not as strong as him. The domineering effect of the 6 reincarnation techniques finally surfaced. Han Ju was in a wonderful mood. He asked, "What do you want to do when you come to Yuqing sect?" Chen Santian replied, "I passed by here by accident, and I didn't want to enter the Yuqing sect." Is really a lie. 3 sword shadows fell again. Chen Santian's face changed and he hurriedly jumped to the side, but his right leg was still pierced by the sword shadow and directly nailed to the ground. He then fell down, like a bad dog pooping. Damn. Chen exploded after being frustrated for 3 days. He is the core disciple of the Qingming demon cult, and he was surrendered by his opponent before he even made a move. The 3 sword shadows were like ghosts and charms, and their speed was ridiculously fast. They were nailed to his legs, and they were still dissolving the spiritual power in his body. What kind of spell is this? Chen Santian was panicked. He has investigated Yuqingzong. Yuqingzong is not a pure sword repair sect. Among the elders, no one has such powerful sword spells. Could it be the mysterious Supreme Elder? Chen Santian, the congenital demon fetus, the major disciple of the Qingming demon cult, if you were handed over to Yuqingzong, what do you think you will end up with? Han Ju's voice came again. Chen Santian's face changed drastically, and a storm surged in his heart. How can the other party know his details? Chen Santian panicked completely, and hurriedly bowed down to worship Xiantian Cave Mansion, and said in panic, "Senior. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I never killed the Yuqingzong disciple." Han Ju was hesitant to kill Chen Santian. According to his experience in reading novels, killing such an arrogant might lead to continuous sideline plots. Generally speaking, geniuses carry the elders' means of contacting them. Once they die, their elders will sense and then hunt down the protagonist. Kill the small, come the big, kill the big, come the old, kill the old, the sky comes older and bigger. Or catch him, and if the headmaster is arrested in the future, Will he change the headmaster with the Qingming demon cult? Han Ju thought silently. He thinks it works. Anyway, he is wearing the golden cicada mysterious clothes, it is impossible for Chen Santian to hurt him. Han Ju waved his right hand, and the three sword shadows disappeared out of thin air. Chen did not dare to escape for 3 days, so he could only kneel on the spot, shivering. He was already injured. With Han Ju's strength, he couldn't escape even if he tried his best to escape. Come in. Han Ju's voice floated. The entrance of the cave appeared, and the stone gate opened. Chen Santian saw Han Ju. What a handsome man. Very young. He thought that Han Ju was the disciple of that senior. He gritted his teeth and got up. After entering the cave entrance, Han Ju activated the magic circle again and closed the cave entrance. Han Ju turned and walked towards the cave. Chen Santian suddenly grabbed Han Ju, with the sword in his hand hanging in front of Han Ju's neck. He shouted in a deep voice, "Senior, let me go, otherwise I will kill your disciple." Han Ju. Chen Santian was uneasy, glanced back and forth. Han Jueyo said quietly, "I have no disciples." Chen froze immediately after hearing it for 3 days. Clang. His sword fell to the ground. He knelt down suddenly, and said with a strong smile, "Senior, I'm just kidding." He felt the realm of Han Ju. Build 9 floors of the base environment. Impossible. Is definitely a blindfold. Can directly suppress him, and still consider his origin. www.novel.com must be an expert. Han Ju walked towards the cave, and left a sentence, "Follow me." Chen hurried to keep up for 3 days. Han Ju came to his wooden bed and sat down. Chen Santian knelt in front of him, behaving respectfully. This is the core disciple of the Qingming demon sect. Han Ju wanted to hand Chen Santian to Fairy Shixian, but if he did that, Chen Santian would definitely run away desperately. He did not have the strength to suppress Chen Santian. At best he could defeat him. The reason why Chen Santian dare not escape now is that he overestimated his strength. Anyway, there is Jin Chan Xianchen clothing protecting his body. He is not afraid of Chen Santian attacking himself. Han Ju whispered, "Pick up your sword and try to stab me with all your strength." Chen shivered for 3 days and wailed, "Senior, I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. Come on, don't try, you will always think about attacking me in the future." "I cannot." "Come on, I don't blame you." "Senior, I will kowtow to you." Chen almost cried for 3 days, and quickly kowtowed to Han Ju. He thought that Han Ju was trying to get him off the hook and found a reason to kill him. Anyway, he made a shot, and it definitely didn't end well. Han Ju is speechless. "Am I so scary?" He saw Chen Santian's introduction before, and he thought that he was extremely cruel. He would rather die than surrender. He didn't expect to be so hard-hearted. "From today, you will stay here, plant spiritual grass for me, clean up, and you can also practice here," Han Ju ordered. "Okay, when can I leave?" "Okay. I said something wrong, my mouth." Chapter 26 Born Demon Tire Chen 3 days. The first weather operator. Han Ju frowned. Is there someone outside the cave? He quickly checked its history. Chen Santian, born with a demon fetus, has a strong affinity for the magic way. When he was young, he wandered with his parents, and his parents were killed by stray bandits. He accidentally awakened the wicked fetus. At the age of 7, he killed hundreds of stray bandits and killed them. Heart release, from then on out of control, until joining the Qingming demon cult, like a fish in water, now ranks as the core major disciple of the Qingming demon cult. Is indeed a member of the Qingming demon cult. The core disciple. In other words, it has not yet reached the level of elders. According to Han Ju's understanding, the strength of the Qingming demon sect is similar to that of the Yuqing zone. Chen Santianding breaks the sky, which is the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Why did this person come to Yuqing zone? Is he alone, or is there a large army hidden? Han Ju got up and came to the entrance of the cave cautiously. He looked out and saw a man in black walking out of the woods not far away, sneaking. Han Ju couldn't even feel his breath. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might not have spotted Chen Santian. There is no one else except Chen Santian. Chen Santian walked to the entrance of the cave. His eyes fell on the line of characters on the mountain wall. Forbearance for a moment, the sea and the sky are wide, ridiculous, the people of the Yuqing sect are really turtles with heads. Chen Santian couldn't help but sneered. Han Ju in the cave felt offended. Looking for death. Han Ju used the Sanqing Jueying sword, with 3 sword shadows floating behind him, ready to kill Chen Santian at any time. Because of the formation, Chen Santian couldn't see Han Ju, nor could he feel Han Ju's breath. The two are less than 10 steps apart. Chen Santian looked at it for a while and noticed something was wrong. Could this be a cave mansion? Chen Santian squinted, he flipped his hand out and took out a sword, and gently stabbed it towards the mountain wall. Call out. Call out. The sword light shone, and Chen Santian closed his eyes subconsciously, and he instinctively leaped back. The 3 sword shadows are like lightning, piercing directly through Chen Santian's body, splashing blood. Chen Santian fell a dozen meters away like a sandbag, and hit a big tree, shaking the leaves like rain. It hurts. Chen Santian gritted his teeth and looked up. 3 sword shadows hovered over his head, ready to fall at any time, scaring him to death. What is this? He quickly shouted, "Senior, stop." Standing at the entrance of the cave, Han Ju shook his head. So weak. Can't bear it in one blow. Still, my Sanqing Jueying sword is too strong. Han Ju touched his chin and thought. After being attacked by the Sanqing Jueying sword, Chen Santian's spiritual energy aura also appeared. Han definitely compares. Chen Santian's spiritual power is not as strong as him. It's just that he can't see through Chen Santian's realm. The domineering effect of the 6 reincarnation techniques finally surfaced. Han Ju was in a wonderful mood. He asked, "What do you want to do when you come to Yiqing Sect?" Chen Santian replied, "I passed by here by accident, and I didn't want to enter the Yiqing Sect." Is really a lie. 3 sword shadows fell again. Chen Santian's face changed and he hurriedly jumped to the side, but his right leg was still pierced by the sword shadow and directly nailed to the ground. He then fell down, like a bad dog pooping. Damn. Chen exploded after being frustrated for 3 days. He is the core disciple of the Qingming demon cult, and he was surrendered by his opponent before he even made a move. The 3 sword shadows were like ghosts and charms, and their speed was ridiculously fast. They were nailed to his legs, and they were still dissolving the spiritual power in his body. What kind of spell is this? Chen Santian was panicked. He has investigated Yiqing Zone. Yiqing Zone is not a pure sword repair sect. Among the elders, no one has such powerful sword spells. Could it be the mysterious Supreme Elder? Chen Santian, the congenital demon fetus, the major disciple of the Qingming demon cult, if you were handed over to Yiqing Zone, what do you think you will end up with? Han Ju's voice came again. Chen Santian's face changed drastically, and a storm surged in his heart. How can the other party know his details? Chen Santian panicked completely, and hurriedly bowed down to worship Xiantian Cave Mansion, and said in panic, "Senior. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I never killed the Yiqing Zone disciple." Han Ju was hesitant to kill Chen Santian. According to his experience in reading novels, killing such an arrogant might lead to continuous sideline plots. Generally speaking, geniuses carry the elders' means of contacting them. Once they die, their elders will sense and then hunt down the protagonist. Kill the small, come the big, kill the big, come the old, kill the old, the sky comes older and bigger. Or catch him, and if the headmaster is arrested in the future, will he change the headmaster with the Qingming demon cult? Han Ju thought silently. He thinks it works. Anyway, he is wearing the golden cicada mysterious clothes, it is impossible for Chen Santian to hurt him. Han Ju waved his right hand, and the 3 sword shadows disappeared out of thin air. Chen did not dare to escape for 3 days, so he could only kneel on the spot, shivering. He was already injured. With Han Ju's strength, he couldn't escape even if he tried his best to escape. Come in. Han Ju's voice floated. The entrance of the cave appeared, and the stone gate opened. Chen Santian saw Han Ju. What a handsome man. Very young. He thought that Han Ju was the disciple of that senior. He gritted his teeth and got up. After entering the cave entrance, Han Ju activated the magic circle again and closed the cave entrance. Han Ju turned and walked towards the cave. Chen Santian suddenly grabbed Han Ju, with the sword in his hand hanging in front of Han Ju's neck. He shouted in a deep voice, "Senior, let me go, otherwise I will kill your disciple." Han Ju. Dong Fu fell into silence. Chen Santian was uneasy, glanced back and forth. Han Jueyo said quietly, "I have no disciples." Chen froze immediately after hearing it for 3 days. Clang! His sword fell to the ground. He knelt down suddenly, and said with a strong smile, "Senior, I was kidding." He felt the realm of Han Ju. Build 9 floors of the base environment. Impossible. Is definitely a blindfold. Can directly suppress him, and still consider his origins. Yu reading www.uukamshu.com must be an expert. Han Ju walked towards the cave, and left a sentence, "Follow me." Chen hurried to keep up for 3 days. Han Ju came to his wooden bed and sat down. Chen Santian knelt in front of him, behaving respectfully. This is the core disciple of the Qingming demon sect. Han Ju wanted to hand Chen Santian to Fairy Shixian, but if he did that, Chen Santian would definitely run away desperately. He did not have the strength to suppress Chen Santian. At best he could defeat him. The reason why Chen Santian dare not escape now is that he overestimated his strength. Anyway, there is Jin Chan Xianchen clothing protecting his body. He is not afraid of Chen Santian attacking himself. The golden cicada mysterious clothes can not only protect the body, but also protect the head. Anyway, Chen Santian can't hurt him. Han Ju whispered, "Pick up your sword and try to stab me with all your strength." Chen shivered for 3 days and wailed, "Senior, I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. Come on, don't try, you will always think about attacking me in the future." "I cannot." "Come on, I don't blame you. Senior, I will kowtow to you." Chen almost cried for 3 days, and quickly kowtowed to Han Ju. He thought that Han Ju was trying to get him off the hook and found a reason to kill him. Anyway, he made a shot, and it definitely didn't end well. Han Ju is speechless. "Am I so scary?" He saw Chen Santian's introduction before, and he thought that he was extremely cruel. He would rather die than surrender. He didn't expect to be so dedicated. "From today, you will stay here, plant spiritual grass for me, clean up, and you can also practice here," Han Ju ordered. "Okay, when can I leave?" "Okay. I said something wrong, my mouth." Chapter 27 Devil's Pawn, under Cao Cao, 9th floor of Golden Core Realm. The joining of Chen Santian did not change Han Ju's life. He concentrates on practicing daily. He used his wooden bed as a barrier, and Chen Santian couldn't feel his spiritual power fluctuations at all when he was practicing. Han Ju's image in Chen Santian's heart is even more unpredictable. Blinked. 1 year passed quickly. With the planting of the spirit grass, the aura in the cave became more and more intense, and Han Ju's Leilingen successfully reached the 4th level of the Golden Core Realm. 1 floor per year, the speed is not bad. If this spreads out, I don't know how many people will be scared to death. Chen Santian has calmed down. He found that Han Ju didn't make things difficult for him, but he didn't dare to escape, so he could only follow the practice. Han Ju has been cultivating and never left, which made Chen Santian feel more anxious. Although the practice is very good, but if it continues like this, it will delay intelligence. Chen Santian turned his back to Han Ju, frowning and thinking. He is the core disciple, and he has not returned. Qingming demon cult must be worried, even panic. How to do? In his hand. Chen struggled for 3 days. Thinking of the scene where Han Ju was defeated a year ago, he shuddered. The strength gap is too big, and Han Ju dared to cultivate so confidently. He must have been eaten by him. Damn it. What the does this guy want to do, keep trapping me? If it wasn't for my lack of strength, I would have to make you repay it 100 times. A trace of coldness flashed in Chen Santian's eyes. Who is he? He is the fearsome demonic fetus in the Qingming demon cult. Chen Santian's hatred of you grows. The current hatred is 4 stars. Han Ju, who was practicing, frowned. Nima has risen again. Han Ju wants to vomit blood. In this year, he has not tortured Chen Santian. Chen Santian seems to be obedient, and his hatred for him has been growing, and now he has reached 4 stars. The degree of immortality. Chen Santian didn't know Han Ju's psychological activities. He was still planning Han Ju and how to escape. I can only wait for him to go out for something. His cultivation level must be the elder or the super elder. Recently, the demon cult has been harassing Yu Qingzong, and he will never be able to continue practicing with peace of mind. When I escape, I will lead the demon cult to step down the I Ching sect, and then I will smash this grandson's body into thousands of pieces, and draw his soul for refining. Chen Santian was full of murderous intent, but he dared not show the slightest. When he thought of his torture, Han Ju knelt down and begged for mercy. He was so happy. At this time, call out! Call out! The familiar sound of breaking through the sky came, and Chen Santian had not had time to react in the future. 3 sword shadows pierced his chest and blood spilled all over his chest. Chen Santian's eyes widened, bloodshot in his eyes. He turned his head to look in disbelief. Han Ju had no expression on his face and made a move with his right hand. Sanqing Jueying sword whirled, exploding its head. Chen Santian, born demon birth, die. This time is even crisper than a year ago, and Chen didn't have time to hide for 3 days. Until Chen Santian died, Han Ju had no idea what his strength was. Chen Santian had already let go of his vigilance, thinking that Han Ju would keep him for a long time, but never thought that he would be killed today. Chen Santian's body fell to the ground, and a ball of light emerged from his body. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be? The ball of light changed rapidly, turning into a figure. This person's face was old, and his eyes were full of evil. He glanced at Chen Santian's body first, and then stared at Han Ju. There was silence in the cave. Han Ju sighed. I didn't expect an old one to come. The old man snorted coldly. I sigh because I regret it. Kill my disciple, you are dead, please sign up. Han Ju said blankly, Chow Chow, how about you? Qing Ming Demon Cult, Zhang Kunmo. Oh. Huh, wait for you to die. After Zhang Kunmo finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhang Kunmo hates you. The current hatred is 5 stars. 5 stars. Very high. Han Ju was panicked. He quickly checked the interpersonal relationship and breathed a sigh of relief. The 8th floor of Yuanying realm. That's it. Hearing his tone, Han Ju thought he was a powerhouse. But so. Han Ju got up and began to search for Chen Santian's storage bag and storage ring. After the death of a person, the identification mark of the storage ring and storage bag will automatically disappear. This kid is quite rich. There are countless spirit stones and elixirs. There are also many talisman papers and spells. There are very few magical implements, and there is no cheat book. Away from home, just bring money. Han Ju poured everything into Xiao Qianquan's belt. With a wave of his right hand, the fire spirit power turned into flames to wrap Chen Santian's corpse and burn it to ashes. Han Ju returned to bed and continued to practice. Time flies. 8 years passed quickly. Han Ju finally reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Except for Lei Lingen, the other 5 spiritual roots are still the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. If such a breakthrough speed is spread out, no one can believe it. Han Ju began to practice Feng Lingen. Feng Lingen can help his flight speed, suitable for running. Half a month later. Someone visited. Xing Hongxian. Husband, are you there? Hearing these words, Han Ju's mouth twitched. After so many years, Xing Hongxuan's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the foundation stage. It seems that Jingshu treats her very well. When she was still in the Qi refining realm, her breakthrough speed was not so fast. Han Ju thought for a while, waved his hand to close the magic circle at the entrance of the cave, and the stone gate opened wide. Xing Hongxian walked in quickly, and when she saw Han Ju, she opened her eyes and smiled. She first took a look at the situation in the cave, then walked over to Han Ju and sat down, followed by sticking to Han Ju. Han Ju frowned and said, Miss Xing, self-respect, I haven't promised to be your husband yet. Xing Hongxian curled his lips and said, we were outside before, aren't you very excited? Han Ju was embarrassed, but his face remained unchanged. www.novel.com with a cold look. Xing Hongxian waved his right hand to the ground, and 10 medicine bottles appeared on the ground. These are all Yiqing Dan, which I have accumulated over the years. Xing Hongxian smiled, with a smug look on his face. I don't believe you are not tempted. Han Ju's expression eased, and said, you take it back, I don't need it anymore. Xing Hongxuan's smile solidified, and his brows suddenly frowned. Soon, her face changed drastically, and she asked with a trembling voice, did you already? Han Ju smiled. Xing Hongxian was about to jump over immediately, but was blocked by his spiritual power. Miss Xing, if you want to be my Taoist companion, you have to practice hard, otherwise hundreds of years later, I will become immortal, but you will become bones, and your affection is a punishment for me. Han Ju earnestly said. Xing Hongxian couldn't help calming down when he heard it. Does make sense. She immediately got up and said, you are right, I can't hold you back, I will help you ask for the Golden Pill Realm cultivation medicine. After finishing speaking, she took away the medicine bottle on the ground and walked to the hole. Miss Xing, don't tell me about my breakthrough. Han Ju reminded that his breakthrough speed is amazing. If he spreads out, don't think about practicing with peace of mind. Xing Hongxian turned his head and smiled, don't worry, I'm afraid you will be entangled by other fairies. She smiled like a flower, and she looked very touching. Han Ju quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart. What a terrible woman. Almost said. After Xing Hongxian left, Han Ju waved his hand, restarted the circle, closed the stone gate, and continued to practice. Xing Hongxian. Fairy Xishuan, both have the word Xian, is there a relationship between the two? Han Ju thought silently as he breathed in. Chapter 28. The target is a metaphysical infant, things are not humans. The grievances between Qingming Demon Sect and Yuqing Zone have been going on for decades. This is Han Ju's perspective, and it's actually even longer. There are not only the two sects in the realm of cultivation, but there are other sects, and their enemies are not just the other side. Because of this, the Qingming Demon Sect and the Yuqing Sect did not dare to move out of their nests, for fear that both would be harmed and give the other sect fishermen a chance to benefit. In a dark hall, there are 8 figures meditating. Zhang Kunmo is in it. Headed by is a man in a blood robe with black and white hair and an indifferent face, holding a whisk in his hand. He is the leader of the Qingming demon cult, Duan Tong Tian. I haven't caught Li Qingzi in so long. Duan Tong Tian asked in a deep voice. The 7 elders were silent. They chased and killed Li Qingzi for nearly 20 years, and each time they let Li Qingzi escape by chance. Li Qingzi deliberately did not return to the Yuqing sect, and has been holding back most of the attention of Qingming demon cult. Zhang Kunmo said, leave him alone and attack Yuqing Zone directly. My disciple died in Yuqing Zone. How much effort the demon sect has put into him, how can you stop? Thinking of Han Ju, he gritted his teeth. At the beginning, he spoke harshly, but after so many years, he has not yet settled the account with Han Ju. He can think of Han Ju mocking his face when he speaks big words. I also think that if we directly attack Yuqing sect, our overall strength has already surpassed Yuqing sect. At the time of the Demon Dao conference, other sects have already stated that they will not submit to us unless we annex the nearby Yuqing sect. That's right, the Lord of the Demon Path can't even beat the nearby Orthodox sect. How to convince the crowd? I would like to personally lead my disciples to attack Yuqing sect. In addition to Li Qingzi, Yuqing Zone also has an old monster. The elders began to discuss. Duan Tongtian's eyes flickered without interrupting. For a long time, all the elders stopped, turned to look at him, and waited for him to make a decision. Duan Tongtian opened his mouth and said, this seat is ready to transform the gods. If the transformation is successful, it will not be too late to attack the Yuqing sect. At that time, we will attack the Yuqing sect. God. The elders looked at him in shock. Zhang Kunmo took a deep breath and asked, Master, are you confident? Duan Tongtian calmly said, this seat has been prepared for decades, and I have 90% confidence. It will not be too late to wait another 30 years. 30 years. For mortals, it may be half a lifetime. But for them, it's not long. It has been 10 years since Xing Hongxian left. Han Ju cultivated Feng Lingen to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, and Fire Lingen to the 3rd level. Since his Lei Ling root reached the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, he cultivated other Ling roots with less effort. Han Ju has seen Yuaning beckoning to himself. Is getting stronger every day, this feeling is so wonderful that he doesn't feel boring to practice retreat. When you reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, you can truly break away from the weak. Han Ju is now 88 years old. At the age of 88, he is on the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. There is absolutely no second person in the realm of cultivation. But he still feels that it is not enough. Even if it reaches the nascent soul realm, it is still not enough. He will continue to practice until the end of his practice, absolutely invincible. This day, Chang Yuer came to visit. Hanju closed the circle and welcomed her into the house. Junior brother, I came to see you, and by the way I brought you some natural treasures, planted by the pool, can make your Dongfu's aura even stronger, and it may become the best Dongfu with the best aura in the Yuqing sect in the future. Chang Yuer smiled. She walked to the edge of the pool and began to sow seeds. Hanju smiled and said, "Thank you, senior sister." "Don't thank me either, it's all rewarded by the master, and your sister, I just help with some physical work." Chang Yuer laughed. Han could not help thinking of Fairy Shixian. He is silently grateful in his heart. Chang Yuer continued to speak, "Since you retreat, Yufeng has joined several new disciples. The younger brother Tai, who is behind you, has reached the end of his life 2 years ago. Tai is old and dead." Hanju was taken aback. He quickly clicked on the relationship, and found that Tai Lao's head was no longer found. People are gone. Speaking of this junior brother Tai, his aptitude is too bad. He should have died at the outer door. It is not a pity to come to the inner door in this life, but he still wants to see you before he died. This is his Dantong said. Why do you want to see me? Hanju asked with a complicated expression. He used to hate Tai Lao. But looking back now, Tai Lao never hurt him, and it can even be said that he has nurtured him. Tai Lao's death made Hanju's disgust disappear in his heart, and even a little melancholy. This is the path of spiritual practice. There are always people dying on the road. I can never die halfway. Hanju's desire to pursue longevity is firmer. Chang Yuer shook his head and said, "How do I know? Did you guys know each other before?" Hanju and Tai Lao met, only a few people know about this, not including Chang Yuer. "It doesn't matter whether you know you or not, senior sister, please practice hard, if you die, junior brother will be sad." Hanju said seriously, these words are sincere. When he came to this world, he didn't know many people, and he had only a few good relationships. Chang Yuer turned her head to look at him, and said with a smile, Brother Smelly, I thought you didn't have me at all in your heart." Hanju smiled and shook his head. The two began to chat. Most of the time, Chang Yuer was talking about what happened in the sect. Zhou Fan has completely risen and become a man of the inner sect. He succeeded in challenging the big disciple of Jianfeng with Jixio, winning the Taoist couple and making a sensation in the whole school. However, on the second day of his marriage, he divorced the woman. Attracted internal criticism. Now, Zhou Fan and Mo Revenge have become the cards of Tian Lifeng, both of which are direct disciples. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Mo Revenge is the core disciple status. Xing Hongxian has been staying on the main peak to practice, but he has no reputation. Okay, it's time for the senior sister to go back to practice, try to accompany her younger brother on the path of practice. Chang Yuer smiled playfully, then got up and left. Hanju sighed. Although Chang Yuer was joking, these words fell in Hanju's ears, but they were sad truths. Hanju is a person who wants to live forever. Chang Yuer's aptitude is far inferior to him, and he certainly does not live long without him. But Hanju is not a hypocritical person, and soon adjusted his mentality. If you have the ability in the future, you can also bring someone close to you. For example, Xishuan Fairy, Chang Yuer, Xing Hongxian. Would Mo Zhu count as one? Hanju thought silently. He suddenly raised his right hand, using his finger as a sword, and writing 2 words against the cave wall in the air. Tai Lao. He got up and bowed to salute Tai Lao's name. This worship is a belated farewell. Hope Tai Lao can vote for a good family in the next life. After, Hanju continued to meditate. Is another 10 years. Hanju's fire spirit roots were also cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, and the water spirit root cultivation reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, and there were still earth and wood spirit roots that had not been cultivated. This speed is already amazing, but he is a bit dissatisfied. He began to turn over the belt of Shao Qianquan to check the pill that Chen Santian left behind. Chen Santian is also a cultivator in the Golden Core Realm, and there may be a medicinal medicine specially cultivated in the Golden Core Realm. Unfortunately, no. The pill of this girl is mostly poison, love potion, and all kinds of indiscriminate drugs. You deserve to be a member of your mother's magic sect. Han absolutely couldn't help yelling. Chapter 29 crushed the 5th floor of the nascent soul. Without the aid of elixir, Hanju could only bite the bullet and continue to cultivate hard. Even so, he is getting closer and closer to the nascent soul realm. 2 years later, Waterlingen finally reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and Han Ju began to cultivate Woodlingen. A line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on your 100 years old, start the simulation test function. Simulation trial, you can set the opponent's cultivation level and strength level to conduct simulated battles, and you can also detect all creatures within 100 miles, copy their strengths and fight against them. The results of the battle will not affect the actual physical and mental conditions. Unlimited number of times. Simulation trial. Can also detect creatures within 100 miles. Han Ju was stunned, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. This is a magical skill. Han Ju has not been able to figure out how strong he is, and finally he can try. He immediately started the simulation trial, his eyes closed involuntarily. He came into a dark space. You can choose the character in the relationship as your opponent's strength template. Han Ju immediately chose Li Qingzi. He wants to see how far he is from the master's strength. Soon, Li Qingzi appeared in front of him. This Li Qingzi was expressionless, very much like a puppet. The battle begins. Li Qingzi directly took out a golden ruler and attacked Han Ju. Han Ju took out the unicorn sword and stepped on the sevenfold magic step to get away from Li Qingzi. He quickly cast the Sanqing Jueying sword, 3 sword shadows appeared out of thin air, and killed Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi quickly swung his ruler, smashed the sword shadows, and chased Han Ju. Han Ju raised his hand to cast the 9-dragon demon slayer seal. The 6 attributes of spiritual power were constantly changing, and the 9-dragon slayer demon seal ran into Li Qingzi one after another. At first, Li Qingzi was able to break the 9-dragon slayer seal, but he was quickly blown out by the 9-dragon slayer seal. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Looks like his 9-dragon slayer seal is very strong. No wonder the soul of the Supreme Elder can be suppressed. However, the Jiulong demon seal did not hurt Li Qingzi, and Li Qingzi killed him again. Han Ju is not in a hurry, he is already very satisfied if he can get entangled with Li Qingzi. The battle lasted for 10 minutes, and Han Ju was defeated. Li Qingzi's Tiangang golden body is extremely tyrannical, and the spell hit him without causing substantial damage. But Han Ju found that using the Qilin sword to cast the Sanqing Jueying sword is more lethal, and it can kill Li Qingzi's Tiangang gold body to break through the defense, and blood on the spot. Is indeed a superb magic sword. But it can only break the defense, unable to defeat it. Soon, he lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation base. The 7th floor of Yuanying realm. Still can't beat it. The 6th floor of Yuanying realm. Draw. The 5th floor of Yuanying realm. Grind and kill. Han Ju drives the Qilin sword and casts the Sanqing Jueying sword, and the 3 sword shadows directly shred Li Qingzi's body. Not bad. The higher the level of killing the 5th level of the nascent infant realm, it is worthy of my practice, aptitude, swordsmanship, and superb sword. Han Ju thought silently. Then, he picked Li Qingzi's cultivation base to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and found that his spiritual power far surpassed Li Qingzi. The strengths of the 6 reincarnation skills are reflected. The cultivation of the 6 spiritual roots makes Han Ju extremely powerful. Without using the Qilin sword, he can directly kill Li Qingzi in the same realm. Consciousness returned to reality, Han Ju opened his eyes. I can now punish a master at the 5th level of the nascent infant realm, and when I break through to the nascent infant realm, can I wrestle with Huashan? Han Ju thought excitedly, and then he shook his head again. Huashan's strength is definitely different from Yuanying, and he can't think too well to avoid overturning. I have to think this way, I must not be able to beat the gods, so I will be cautious. Han Ju silently gave himself a psychological drama. There are only wood spirit roots and earth spirit roots. Han Ju fights with high spirits, and feels that within 10 years, he will cultivate his 2 spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. When the spirit roots reach the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, there will be more and more spiritual roots, and the remaining spiritual roots will cultivate faster and faster. 10 years are enough for him to cultivate the 2 spiritual roots to the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. 10 years passed quickly. Han never left the cave for half a step, and he was practicing almost all the time. He successfully cultivated the 6 element spirit roots to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and then began to hit completion. Han Ju was surprised to find that he could start to absorb 6 auras at the same time. It was not possible before, but now it is. Could it be that the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is a hurdle? Han Ju soon discovered that he absorbed 6 auras at the same time, and his cultivation speed was not too slow. On the whole, it was faster than before. Good thing. Han Ju was full of ambition and continued to practice. After half a year, all of his 6 spiritual roots reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. You can practice Yuan Ying. Han never slackened, he immediately began to prepare for the catastrophe. The barrier opens, covering the entire congenital cave. Yuqing Zone, the main peak. In the palace, Li Qingzi sat in the first seat, and Shiba Feng coaching elders gathered together. In addition to them, there were several elders. Everyone's expressions are very solemn. Tian Lei Feng Dao Lei Lao Xian looked extremely ugly, gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this true?" Li Qingzi sighed and said, "It is true that Duan Tong Tian only succeeded in overcoming the catastrophe last month, and he is consolidating his cultivation base. He is already a power of God." God. Everyone was so frightened, like a big mountain, all of them were almost out of breath. Even Fairy Shixian's face is ugly. Where's the master? Hasn't he already cultivated the soul? Is he close to the realm of the gods? Jinshu asked quickly. Li Qingzi sighed, "No, his soul is just a kind of supernatural power. He seemed to have suffered some kind of shock before, and he gave up that supernatural power decades ago. Now he is still cultivating hard, even though he is in the raw infant stage. The 9 floors can be far away from the gods, and there is still an insurmountable gap." The hall fell into silence, extremely depressed. An elder couldn't help but ask, "Then what shall we do?" "Ask for help." Li Qingzi sighed and said, "I have sent letters of help from the right way. Yu reading www.akansha.com has not received a reply for the time being." The elders began to discuss. God, if we add these old bones together, we may not be the enemy. In addition to Duan Tong Tian, there are many Yuaning cultivators in Qingming demon cult. Hey, the demon sect of Tianxia has a god, and Yuqingzong's catastrophe has finally come. A face-to-face confrontation, surely we can't win, or we flee. How to escape? Where to escape? The foundation of hundreds of years is gone. The elders talked about each other, and all of them had a bad tone. Faced with such a catastrophe, no one can speak calmly. Li Qingzi sighed with a sad face. OM. Yuyo Peak rang a bell, and all the disciples gathered in front of the gate of Yuyo Hall. After entering the hall, the disciples looked for the futon to sit down. Fairy Xishuan glanced, frowning slightly. The kid Han Ju didn't come again. That's all. All the disciples looked at Fairy Xishuan, without any anxiety or expectation. They thought it was the upcoming inner gate assessment. The latest information, the leader of the Qingming demon sect, Duan Tong Tian, has already turned into a god. If there is no accident, at most a few years, the Qingming demon sect will invade our Yuqing sect on a large scale. Fairy Xishuan looked indifferent when she said this. The disciples were stunned, and then they fry the pan. Huashen. How can it be? Does our Yuqing sect have a of transformation? Where is it? The of transformation is a legend. It's over. No wonder the people of Qingming demon cult have become more and more rampant recently. Chapter 30 Supernatural Powers, Tianju Ghost Magic Sword. Fairy Xishuan raised his hand to signal all the disciples to be quiet. The disciples shut up quickly and looked at her nervously. Demon sect gave birth to the of transformation, which is absolutely a disaster for Yuqing sect. Even if the demon sect appears to transform into a god, we have to face it. The Yuqing sect has been established for hundreds of years. How can it be destroyed by the demon sect? The teacher usually does not require you to contribute to Yuyo Peak, but the Yuqing sect is in trouble, you must be prepared for the battle. Starting today, you and others are not allowed to leave the Yuqing sect, concentrate on cultivation, and prepare to face the Qingming demon cult. Fairy Xishuan glanced at everyone and said in a sentence. Yuan Ying's momentum erupted, and coercion enveloped the entire hall. All the disciples' hearts shuddered, even if they were afraid, they did not dare to show it. Now, there is no other way. They have all dealt with the magic sect, and they understand that surrender will end in even worse. In the Xiantian cave mansion, the sky thunders rolling. Han Ju is going through the catastrophe. Under the protection of the enchantment, neither the voice nor the pressure of the sky thunder spread out. This heavenly tribulation is different from what he has encountered before. Thunder and lightning transforms into a dragon, which is more destructive. But it's a pity that I still can't break the defense of Jean Chan's mysterious clothes. Because the flowers and plants in the cave were destroyed, Hanju used spiritual power to protect them, but fortunately, the sky thunder kept blasting at him. Although the cave is not big, it is very high, and the cloud just blocked the top of the cave. Hanju had nightmares from time to time in the process of crossing the catastrophe. There are all kinds of nightmares. Some friends and masters died tragically, and when he returned to the earth, he was surprised to find that it was a dream. Fortunately, Hanju was determined, and these nightmares could not affect him at all. As for the heart demon, it is impossible to be born. Yuan-ing, I'm broken. Hanju thought excitedly. As he continued to rotate his mind, the 6 spiritual powers in his body formed a whirlpool again, gathering on the golden core, vaguely having the outline of a baby. He is close to the nascent soul realm. Brother. Chang Yuer's voice came from outside the cave. Hanju thought it was a hallucination. He had heard it before, so he didn't take it seriously. Outside the cave. Chang Yuer called several times, but Hanju did not answer. She couldn't help but frowned, and murmured, Brother Smelly, you have cultivated so seriously, the sect is going to be a disaster, and you won't come out yet. She thought about it, and decided to stay outside the cave. She went to meditate under a tree not far away. If Qingming Demon Sect enters Yiqing Zone from here, then Hanju must be the first to suffer, and she has to protect Hanju. Of course, it is difficult to protect Hanju with her strength, but when Hanju wakes up from her practice, she can tell Hanju the first time and take Hanju back to the inner door to hide. 10 days later. Hanju finally achieved Yuan-ing and his spiritual power skyrocketed. The 6 elements of spiritual power in his body fused into a new and powerful spiritual power. 6 spiritual powers. Hanju followed him with a line of words. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul realm and get a magical power reward. You chose the road of sword repair. Congratulations on acquiring the magical powers of Kendo, Tian's Huggy magic sword. Hiss. Tianju Devil Excalibur. Good secondary, so shameful. Hanju thought with excitement, he immediately began to inherit this Kendo supernatural power. Even though it is supernatural power, it is also Kendo. It is not difficult for Hanju to comprehend. Divine powers are different from spells. Enlightenment means enlightenment, and there is no need to practice. Of course, after the epiphany, you can continue to practice magical powers to increase your proficiency. At the same time, outside the cave, Chang Yuer is meditating. She is used to cultivating around here. She opened her eyes to look at the Xiantian cave mansion, and muttered, Brother Smelly, if you don't come out yet, it's because the demon cult didn't invade at this time. She wanted to leave many times, but she was afraid of missing the time when Hanju left the customs. Chang Yuer sighed and closed her eyes again. Who told her to like him? Wait more. The next day, Hanju succeeded in mastering the Heavenly Jade Ghost Excalibur. He clicked on the attribute panel. Name, Hanju. Life, 111/988. Race, mortal. Repair, first floor of Yuan-ing realm. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spells, absolutely finger Excalibur, 7-fold magic step, Sanqing absolute shadow sword, peerless, 9 dragons demon seal. Supernatural powers, 6 soul-sucking, gods, and ghost sword. Artifacts, golden Chanxian Shini, 7 rank Lingbao, Shaoqian Kuan belt, Qilin sword. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderling roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny sword madness, top kendo qualifications, top kendo comprehension. Shinfa Jiuchen, top-level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationship. Life expectancy skyrocketed to 988 years. This is the first level of the nascent infant realm. When you reach the 9th floor, you will definitely be able to break the 1000 years. Cool. Hanju smiled triumphantly. He was not planning to leave the cave, but instead planned to continue practicing. He suddenly discovered that Chang Yuer was still meditating outside the cave. He had heard Chang Yuer's voice before, but he was breaking through and thought it was an auditory hallucination. Han Ju hesitated to leave the cave. But when he saw Chang Yuer practicing, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. This girl really wants to rub my cave aura. When she thought that the spirit grass in the cave was planted by her, Han Ju acquiesced. 1 year later, Chang Yuer got up suddenly and looked into the distance in horror. I saw thunderclouds appearing above the 18 peaks of Yuqingzong, violently surging, covering the sky and the sun. On the west side of Jade Qingzong, a famous demon cultivator slammed out of the woods, flew with his sword, and galloped towards the Jade Qingzong. The magical energy gathered together like a black sea. Magic cult is coming. Chang Yuer suddenly panicked. She subconsciously wanted to call Han Ju, but after another thought, the demon cult attacked Yuqingzong from another direction, and junior brother Han's Dongfu just avoided. Now I'm alarming junior brother Han and taking him back to the inner door. Chang Yuer gritted his teeth, jumped, and the sword flew towards Yuyo Peak. Dongfu. Han Ju was practicing, and a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Your sect Yuqingzong is being attacked by Qingming demon cult. Han Ju was stunned, and quickly swept out his spiritual knowledge, just in time to see the spectacular scene of Qingming demon sect rushing towards Yuqingzong. Why did you fight suddenly? Han Ju is already strong in the nascent soul realm, and his strength is far superior to before, so he naturally doesn't panic. But the scale of the demonic cult's invasion was so large, he felt he still had to be cautious. Han never went to support him immediately. He turned on the simulation trial function to detect everyone in the Yuqing sect and let the system find the strongest. Duan Tong Tian, level 1 of the Transcendent Realm, the leader of the Qingming demon cult. God. Han Ju immediately hit a Ji Ling. So fierce. Han Ju's first reaction was to run away. www.novel.com. Yuqingzong must not be able to withstand it. Calm down. I am not what I used to be. The Golden Core realm can kill the nascent infant realm. Han Ju decided to try Duan Tongtian's strength first. See if he, who has already cultivated the Tianju Ghost Divine Sword, can fight Duan Tongtian. Han Ju's consciousness immediately entered the trial space. The battle begins. 1 minute later. Han Ju opened his eyes, his face was strange. He muttered to himself, that's it. Han Ju found that he had underestimated his strength. He is holding a superb magic sword. The practice is the Immortal Emperor Inheritance technique. Physique is the 6 spiritual bodies. Still has supernatural powers. Cannot use the concept of a mortal to fit oneself. Han Ju got up, ready to go to Yuqingzong to see. The former prosperous Yuqingzong has been ravaged, the inner gate city has been destroyed into ruins, and there are corpses everywhere. Looking at the top of the 18 peaks, there are all fighting figures. Chow chow. Chow chow. Get out and die. Chen Santian's master Zhang Kunmo hovered in the air, roaring anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry. Zhang Kunmo is about to die of anger. It has been so long since Yuqingzong has been here, but Chow Chow hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he ran away? He has been holding back for decades, waiting to avenge his lover today, but he can't find an enemy, and he feels aggrieved in his heart. Zhang Kunmo turned his head to look at the main peak of Yuqing sect. The towering main peak has already ignited a raging fire, and the fire is sweeping the sky, which is extremely spectacular. The leader should be over soon. Zhang Kunmo muttered to himself, he could feel that the aura of the elders of Yuqingzong were rapidly weakening. In the face of Huashan, Yuqingzong is unstoppable. Chapter 31. Kill one person in 10 steps and get rid of everything. Yuqing Sovereign Peak. 18 Peaks elders were all seriously injured, either meditating to recover from their injuries, or lying on the ground and unable to get up. They are all staring at the sky. Li Qingzi and Taizhang elders are fighting through the sky. Duan Tongtian wore a black robe to hunt and hunt. A huge black mountain was suspended behind him. Thunder and lightning intertwined on the black mountain. The powerful suction made Li Qingzi and the elder Taizhang difficult to move. The wind raged on the mountain, rolling up countless trees and dust, mixed with sparks flying. Li Qingzi and Taizhang elders are all injured, their robes are torn, their heads are scattered, and they are extremely embarrassed. Although they are at the end of the battle, they still have to fight. They understand that if they fall, the Yuqing sect will really be over. The skins of both of them are golden, and the muscles under the torn robe are full of visual impact. Tian Gang golden body. If they hadn't relied on this fascination, they would have fallen. Duan Tong Tian looked down at them and said with a grin, "Give up, you are not an opponent of this seat at all. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, perhaps this seat can make you Yuqingzong disciples less sinful. The grievances that have lasted for hundreds of years should also end." Li Qingzi spit out blood, holding a golden ruler, and cursed, "Duan Tong Tian, even if my Yuqingzong disciple dies, I will never succumb to the magic way." He swung his ruler to hit it, and bursts of fire and wind rose on the ground and swept towards Duan Tong Tian. Duan Tong Tian waved his hand gently, and the black mountain behind him absorbed the fire and wind. The elder of the Supreme Master cursed secretly, gritted his teeth and said, "This mountain is a congenital black magnet, and spiritual power will be dissolved directly after being absorbed by it. This demon does not need to cast spells, relying on the congenital black magnet can consume us to death." Duan Tong Tian has not used all his strength, deliberately teasing them and torturing them. Damn. What should we do? Li Qingzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The elder Taizhang was silent. Fairy Shixian not far away sighed. Yuqingzong is finally over. Fairy Xishuan couldn't help thinking of Han Ju. That kid is probably still in retreat. Thinking of other disciples, she blamed herself even more. Being a master cannot protect you, you can only go one step ahead of you. Fairy Xishuan slowly got up, her body wobbly, but her eyes were still full of determination. Even if it is death, she will die for Yuqingzong. On the edge of the cliff, Emoju was stopped by two demons. "Hey, little beauty, if you are willing to serve our brothers, let us be happy, maybe you don't have to die." One of them laughed strangely, looking at Emoju's eyes full of greed. Emoju looked behind them. Emo Revenge was entangled by 3 golden core cultivators of the Qingming demon cult and couldn't get out to save her. Damn. Emoju gritted his teeth, turned and jumped. Even if she died, she didn't want to be ruined by the demonic cultivator. She fell into the air, and her body passed through the sea of clouds. She wants to fly with the sword, but the spiritual power in her body has been exhausted. She smiled bitterly, and she was really dying now. She slowly closed her eyes, a face appeared in her mind. A peerless face even better than a woman. If I had his will and kept practicing hard, now I can kill a few more demons even if I die. Ugh. Han Ju, can you meet again in your next life? Do not. I hope you will become in my next life. Crystal tears flew from the corner of Mo Ju's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was caught. A familiar voice came. "Miss Mo, why are you down?" Han Ju. Mo Ju was stunned. "What did you mean by coming down? Is Han Ju already dead?" They met in Huangquan. Mo Ju opened his eyes. What caught Han Ju's handsome face? She was lying in Han Ju's arms. Han Ju caught Mo's revenge, and immediately flew up with Mo Ju in his arms. I have to say, this girl has a surprisingly good figure and is very comfortable to hold. What are you thinking about? Must be the test of Dedeo. Are we dead? Mo Ju stared at him madly, and asked weakly. Han Ju raised his right hand when he heard it. Snapped. He slapped Mo Ju, and Mo Ju was awakened instantly by being photographed. It hurts. Mo Ju held his red cheeks and looked at Han Ju in surprise. The two returned to the cliff. Han Ju glanced away and saw that Mo Fu Vengeance was under siege by the 3 demons. He immediately used the Sanqing Jueying sword. The sword light flashed, and blood blossoms appeared. The 3 demons were directly killed by Jianying. Mo Revenge was in midair. 3 strong golden core realms were directly killed in seconds. When he saw that it was Han Ju who had shot, his face was shocked. How can it be? Brother Han. As Mo Fu wanted to speak, Han Ju suddenly threw Mo Ju to him. Take care of her. Abandoning these words, Han Ju flew towards the main peak. Mo Ju's favorability towards you has grown, and his current favorability rating is 5.5 stars. Han Ju ignored this prompt. Along the way, he used the finger as a sword, and continuously used the Excalibur sword. The sword aura shot out, shooting and killing a famous demon repair along the way. The disciples of Yuqingzong looked at him in astonishment. Who is that person? Amazing. Could it be a certain elder of the sect? Why haven't you seen it before? Wait, he seems to be a disciple of Yufeng. He was ranked 3rd in the inner sect exam decades ago. Is this person a core disciple? Han Ju ignored the gazes along the way. He spread out his spiritual knowledge. He can feel the powerful pressure from the main peak. The breath of God. When Han Ju passed by Yuyo Peak, he caught the breath of Chang Yuer. Chang Yuer and the Yufeng disciples are fighting in a group, but the number of magic repairs is twice as much as theirs, and the battle situation is extremely bad. Han Ju waved, and the Sanqing Jueying sword galloped away. The 3 sword shadows with different colors are as fast as thunder. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com killed a famous demon repairer. For a time, screams kept coming into my ears. Lu Sanqin, Chang Yuer, and others were stunned, and turned their heads subconsciously, just in time to see Han Ju flying by from a distance. Junior brother Han. Chang Yuer cried out in surprise. The magic repairs around were scared to flee, but the Sanqing Jueying sword continued to chase them down. When Han Ju disappeared from everyone's field of vision, the Sanqing Jueying sword had already killed nearly 100 magic repairs. Kill one person in 10 steps, and get rid of it. Really, junior brother Han Ju? The big disciple Lu Sanqin looked dull. Han Ju's strength was so strong that he thought that Han Ju was just passing by, and it was other experts who really shot. Main peak, in the woods. Xing Hongxian leaned back against the tree trunk, his right arm bleeds, and there are flowers of blood on his robe. The whole person looks very poignant. In front of her, stood a man in black. The black-clothed man holds a ring-headed knife with a grinning smile on his face. Give you a chance to go back and get married with me, and I will spare your life. If not, then you will die here. I will draw your soul and refine a ghost slave. Faced with the intimidation of the black man, Xing Hongxian gritted his teeth and said, I can't return to the Qingming demon cult again. When Duan Tongtian forced my parents to death, I decided to take revenge. As for marrying you, do you deserve it too? A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the man in black. Death is approaching, dare to taunt him. Is really looking for death. The black-clothed man was about to speak, and suddenly looked up, only to see a figure above the woods. Xing Hongxian raised his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Husband. Han Ju asked indifferently, Miss Xing, do you need help? Chapter 32 This seat is a god. Asterisk 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 thing. Dare to hurt my spare tire couple. Han Ju seemed indifferent, but in fact, his heart was murderous. Xing Hongxian nodded subconsciously when he heard Han Ju's question, but then he thought about it. This man in black is the second-ranked existence among the core disciples of the magic sect. Even if Han Ju has broken through the Golden Core realm, it must be the early stage of the Golden Core realm. How can you beat the men in black? Xing Hongxian said, Husband, hurry. Before uttering the escape character, the black-clothed man suddenly shot. In the perception of the black-clothed man, Han Ju is the 9th level cultivation base of the base building. The 9th floor of the base realm would dare to disturb him. Really presumptuous. The black-clothed man slashed away with a knife, and the sword surged upwards, very fast. Han Ju raised his hand as a seal of the 9 Dragon Slayer. The golden jade seal fell from the sky, shook the sword aura, and pressed it towards the man in black. The threat of terror fell, and the man in black's face changed drastically, and he immediately jumped away. Han Ju followed to cast the Sanqing Jueying sword, and the sword shadow flashed. The man in black had not landed, so he died suddenly. Can be described as 1,000 pieces of broken corpses, a terrible death. Xing Hongxuan's eyes widened, unable to believe his eyes. Find a place to hide. Han Ju left these words and flew towards the top of the main peak. Xing Hongxian was stunned in the woods, unable to recover for a long time. Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards you has grown, and the current favorability rating is 6 stars. Has improved again. Han Ju smiled bitterly. It seems that this woman can never fall in love with the second man in her life. My charm and strength. Above the main peak, the elders such as Fairy Xishuan, Old Fairy Dao Lei, and Reality Jingxi were all lying in a pool of blood and were seriously injured. Most of the elders of the 18 peaks are here, and the remaining few elders contain the masters of the Qingming demon sect in the inner gate. Compared with them, Li Qingzi and Taizhang elders are the most miserable. The golden body of the two of them had been broken. Li Qingzi lost both arms and knelt in the ruins. The elder Taizhang was covered with blood, and he was meditating to heal his wounds. There is no suspense in this battle. Duan Tongtian stood on the Xiantian black magnet with a joking smile. Do you want to resist again? Guess how many people are still alive in Yuqing Zone? The elders were silent, and many people even closed their eyes and began to wait for death. Fairy Xishuan also closed her eyes. The Jade Qing Zone will be annihilated today. From then on, there will be no Yuqing Zone in the cultivation world. The villain died of talking too much. You probably haven't heard of this sentence. A voice floated. Duan Tongtian glanced at him, and saw Han Ju stepping on Fei Jian, flying here without rush. Building the 9-basement level. Duan Tongtian smiled. The elders of the Yuqing sect opened their eyes and looked. When Fairy Xishuan saw Han Ju, he was immediately anxious, and said quickly, "What are you doing here? Don't leave soon." Li Qingzi and the elder Taizhang looked at Han Ju with complicated eyes. They all remember Han Ju. They had very poor evaluations of Han Ju, thinking that this son was greedy for life and fear of death, embarrassing and useful. Unexpectedly, when Yuqing Zone was in danger, only the disciple Han Ju dared to come up the mountain. Ugh! Both the master and the apprentice sighed at the same time. Han Ju flew up to Fairy Xishuan and asked concerned, "Master, are you okay?" Fairy Xishuan's hair is messy, and it's the first time Han Ju has seen her so embarrassed. "Don't say, even so, Master is still beautiful." Fairy Xishuan whispered, "Observe, leave quickly, how far you can escape, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of Yuqing sect." Facing the powerful demon leader, Fairy Xishuan wants you to leave. You have the following options. 1. Follow the command of the teacher, run desperately, and get a magic weapon if you escape successfully. Han was never affected by the choice prompt in front of him. The reason why he came here was because he had a decision in his heart. Duan Tongtian smiled and said, "Boy, you are courageous. You are also courageous among the disciples of Yuqing sect. If you kneel down and give this seat 3 beeps, this seat will spare your life and join you in the Qing Ming Devil. Opportunity to teach." Boom. He directly exploded with the terrifying aura of the transcendent god realm, and the gravel on the ground trembled to the ground. The black hair in front of Han Ju's forehead and ears fluttered with the wind. He looked calm and turned to look at Duan Tongtian. Does the Qing Ming demon sect really refuse to let the Yuqing Zone go? Han Ju asked. Qilin's sword appeared in his hand. His blood is boiling. Go Xiao is also passionate. Killing and transforming the gods, right in front of you. Duan Tongtian smiled contemptuously. How can we stop the grievances of hundreds of years? If it is Yuqing Zone, it is impossible to let go of the Qing Ming demon cult. Han Ju nodded, feeling reasonable. He stepped up to Duan Tongtian. Are you willing to compromise? Duan Tongtian said with a smile. Han Ju smiled and said, "That's not enough, I'm going to kill you." "I am going to kill you." He said this sentence very casually, but it brought an unspeakable shock to everyone on the side of Yuqing Zone. When all the strongmen of the Yuqing sect were defeated, a disciple of the Foundation dared to stand up and say that he wanted to kill the leader of the demon cult. What a courage! At this moment, the eyes of all the elders looking at Han Ju changed, and they were full of respect. Even if he died vigorously. Ha ha ha, my Yuqing sect can have such a disciple, even if it is destroyed. Dao Lei said with a big laugh, because he laughed too hard and accidentally affected the injury, it hurt him to cough. Other elders praised Han Ju. Duan Tongtian frowned, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was about to speak, and a loud shout came like thunder. Chow chow. So you are here. Take it to death. I saw Zhang Kunmo galloping forward, holding an iron whip in his hand, and stepping on a flying sword under his feet, his aura like a rainbow. Han Ju turned and looked at him, taking a closer look. Yo! Isn't this Qin Santian's master? The angry Zhang Kunmo directly killed Han Ju without stopping. Seeing that he was about to bump into him, Han Ju raised his hand and it was a seal of 9 Dragon Slayer. The surging 6 spiritual powers turned into a golden jade seal, which swept away like a mountain. www.novel.com is unstoppable. The elders of the Yuqing Zone all stared. This spiritual power. Fairy Xishuan was also shocked, her beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Kunmo's face changed drastically, and he immediately swung the iron whip away. The magic energy poured into the iron whip, and the whip set off a violent wind. Boom! The Jiulong demon seal was detonated, and Zhang Kunmo was shocked to vomit blood and flew out, falling directly through the sea of clouds, disappearing without a trace. Lose in seconds. How can it be? Everyone is scared. Duan Tongtian couldn't help but open his eyes, with a look of hell. Zhang Kunmo is not weak. In terms of strength in the Qingming demon cult, it is enough to rank in the top 3. This kid's spiritual power is so domineering. Is definitely not the 9-story base building. Yuan Ing Jing. Why did he not know that Yu Qingzong hid such a Yuan Ing? Good boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant, but do you know the cultivation level of this seat? Duan Tongtian asked with a smile. Han Ju thinks he has something wrong. Why are there so many words? Smelly. Han Ju pretended not to know, and said, Nineth floor of Yuanying realm. This seat is a god. Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Han Ju smiled, and at the same time raised a towards Duan Tongtian. Li Qingzi suddenly transmitted to Han Ju, he is delaying time. Although he is arrogant, he hasn't talked so much before. Boy, you are extremely talented, don't delay here, run away, you can still escape if you escape alone. Perhaps you can defeat Yuanying, but the of transformation is very different from Yuanying. Don't die. Procrastination. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. In that case, let's make a quick decision. Chapter 33 Jian Zhan Huashan, Changshan Zhao Zilong. His eyes fell on the black hill behind Duan Tongtian, and he was puzzled. What is this? Han could definitely feel the strong suction. He couldn't help but think of a modern thing. Magnet. Duan Tongtian has been standing on this black hill, is there any mystery? At this time, Zhang Kunmo rushed up from the bottom of the mountain again. He was murderous, and he held an oil lamp in his hand. He madly poured his own magic energy into the oil lamp. He glared at Han Ju, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was crazy. Chow chow. Want to fight our leader? The old man will kill you first. Zhang Kunmo roared. The oil lamp exuded black gas, condensed into a huge ghost, as if from hell. 3 sword shadows condensed behind Han Ju. He raised his left hand, waved towards Zhang Kunmo, and the 3 sword shadows galloped away. Fast as thunder. So fast. The elders of Yu Qingzong were all scared, and they couldn't keep up with their naked eyes. Zhang Kunmo's body was instantly pierced, blood spattered, and he was riddled with holes. He still held the oil lamp high. Died on the spot. A beam of light flew out of Zhang Kunmo's Tianling Gai. Yuanying. Zhang Kunmo's Yuanying. Han Ju's eyes condensed, and Sanqing Juiying's sword chased him away again. I'm not even afraid of transforming gods, isn't it easy to kill Yuanying? No accidents. Zhang Kunmo's Yuanying was directly strangled. The whole process took less than 3 breaths, and a Yuanying was directly killed by Han Ju. The whole main peak fell into silence. Fairy Xishuan, Li Qingzi, Tai's Hang Elder, Dao Lei Lao Xian, Jing Shuzhenren, and other elders were all dumbfounded. Their worldview is broken. Building 9 bases is so powerful. Fairy Xishuan, Li Qingzi, Old Fairy Dao Lei, Jingshu were the most shocked. They observed Han Ju for decades and determined that Han Ju was really weak before. Could this son be taken away? But even if it's a homecoming, you have to practice again. How can you break through so fast? Han Ju turned to look at Duan Tongtian, and found that Duan Tongtian was not shocked or afraid, instead he wore a playful smile. Crazy. Han Ju thought so. Duan Tongtian said, you are indeed very strong, but you are only nascent soul. How do you fight this seat? If you bow your head now, this seat can consider sparing you, otherwise, this seat will let you appreciate the horror of Huashan. Still pretending to be forced. Han Ju couldn't stand it, and the sword shadow of the Sanqing Juiying sword condensed again behind. He immediately waved his hand, and the 3 sword shadows killed them with extreme speed. Boom. 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 3 sword shadows hit Duan Tongtian and exploded directly. Duan Tong's celestial body is shining with black thunder and lightning, and it can easily offset the Sanqing Juiying sword. Not right. Is the black hill under his feet? What the is that? Han Ju frowned. He raised the Qilin sword, ready to use his magical powers. The innate black magnetism at the feet of this seat can absorb spiritual power. Unless your spiritual power is stronger than this seat, you can't hurt this seat. Duan Tongtian laughed presumptuously. Han Juejin pointed at him and said with a smile, "It's so fancy, I can kill you with a single sword, believe it." As soon as S words fell, Duan Tongtian suddenly exploded with the terrifying coercion of the transformation, covering the entire Yuqing sect. In an instant, all the disciples of the Yuqing sect and the Qingming demon cult who were fighting stopped one after another and looked at the main peak in shock. What a terrible pressure. Even the elders of the Yuqing sect were pale and short of breath. They are closer to Duan Tongtian, and the feeling is deeper. Huashan and Yuan Ying, the difference between cloud and mud. Han is absolutely moved. Transformation into the god realm is really strong. But he has gone through simulation trials and has already played against Duan Tongtian, so he is full of confidence. This seat has achieved god transformation, strong luck, and sheltered by heaven. It must be the first person in the great Yin cultivation world, and the Jade Qing Zone will be the first stepping stone in this unified cultivation world. Those who follow me prosper against me and die. Boy, if you really think you can kill this seat with a single sword. If you dare to make a move, you are dead. This seat has already given you a chance. Duan Tongtian raised his arms and laughed wildly. The elders of the Yuqing sect were gloomy. Duan Tongtian's momentum is too strong, so strong that it is difficult for people to rise up the heart of resistance. Han Ju has a strange expression on his face. This boy is too good to say. This seat becomes a golden pill at the age of 100, and an infant at the age of 200, talent. Oh shit. I can't take it anymore. Before Duan Tongtian finished speaking, Han Ju slammed his sword away. For an instant, the sky and the earth seemed to be still, not just the main peak. Everyone in the entire Yuqing sect saw a black sword chi flashing from the sky that looked like a stroke of ink, hanging high in the sky. Shocking. The roar of the unicorn followed, echoing above the top of the main peak. Tianju Ghost Excalibur. Duan Tongtian's eyes widened, too late to escape. Under the shocked expressions of Fairy Xishuan, Li Qingzi, and others, Duan Tongtian's body was directly crushed by Han Ju's sword energy. Sword chi passed by, leaving only an illusory figure standing on the congenital black magnet. The soul of Duan Tongtian. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was full of horror, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. His soul is trembling. He looked at Han Ju in horror, and asked in a trembling voice, "Where are you, holy?" Han Ju stepped up into the air, as if there were invisible steps under his feet. He stepped towards Duan Tongtian. Changshan Zhao Zilong. Han never reported his real name, so as not to kill Duan Tongtian and even older enemies. He performed 7 magic steps and flashed in front of Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian fled subconsciously, but Han Ju moved faster. He raised his left hand and used the magical powers of the 6 reincarnation techniques. 6 soul sucking. He directly absorbed Duan Tongtian's soul. Zhao Zilong. I will not let you go if I am a ghost. Duan Tongtian screamed sternly. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Without shouting a few words, his soul was refined by Han Ju, and he could not die anymore. A generation of Huashan, before he really showed his edge, he was beaten by Han Ju. Yuan Ying cuts and transforms the gods, which is outrageous. But Han Ju did it. Han Ju received his sword and looked at the congenital black magnet under his feet. The Jade Qing Zone side is still in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Fairy Xishuan looked at Han Ju in shock. She couldn't even believe that this was her apprentice. This. Too strong. Fairy Xishuan thought he was dreaming. Other people have the same idea. A moment ago, they were still on the edge of the cliff of life and death. Right now. Dao Lei Laoxian raised his hand and tapped a few times on his chest. The acupuncture points all over his body began to suffer severe pain, which made him make sure that he was not in an illusion. No wonder, no wonder. The elder Taizhang was so excited. At the beginning, he cultivated the supernatural powers and was almost beaten to death by Han Ju, which caused him to doubt his life and gave up the supernatural powers. It doesn't seem to be his supernatural powers now. But this person is too strong. Li Qingzi stared at Han Ju complicatedly, and couldn't help thinking of the intersection of the two in the 10,000 demon realm. I didn't expect him to look away. Han Ju ignored the various gazes from other people, and he stared closely at Xiantian Black Magnet. You successfully killed the of transformation and got a bottle of exquisite medicine. Congratulations on getting a bottle of Shenyan pill. Xiao Yi has hatred towards you, the current hatred is 5 stars. Who is Xiao Yi? The hatred degree turned out to be 5 stars directly. Han Ju secretly scolded him for not being a human being. Chapter 34 The Demon of the Void Realm. Han Ju quickly clicked on the interpersonal relationship check. Xiao Yi, on the 2nd floor of the Void Realm, because you killed his puppet Duan Tongtian, you are full of hatred for you. I can't wait to take your bones to refine your soul, the current hatred is 5 stars. The 2nd floor of the Void Realm. Oh my god. Sure enough, there are even older ones. Han Ju was speechless. Refining Qi, building foundation, golden core, nascent soul, transforming god, melting void, combining body, crossing tribulation, Mahayana. This is the realm of comprehension, the more difficult it is to break through. Huashan is enough to suppress the entire Yiqing sect, not to mention the Rongxue realm. After this matter is over, you must quickly retreat, and become as soon as possible. Han Ju thought silently. At this time, a figure emerged from the congenital black magnet. This person is also in the state of primordial spirit, with an ugly face like a ghost, as if after being burned, and then undergoing highly toxic fermentation, the scars are condensed into blue and black scars. His body is tall and different from ordinary people. Fellow Taoist is really a supernatural power, nascent soul cuts the gods, let me open my eyes. The person said yin and yang weirdly. Han Ju carried his sword. Wait. If you have something to say. The opponent's face changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his posture. Han Ju recognizes this person. Is the Xiao Yi who offended just now. The profile picture in the interpersonal relationship is as ugly as himself. Han Ju asked, who are you? Xiao Yi immediately straightened his waist and said proudly, I am the elder Xiao Yi of the Beizhou Imperial Demon Sect. You have ruined my plan. I can ignore you. As long as you kowtow and admit your mistakes, I'm the great monk of Rongxue. You are as relaxed as squeezing an ant, effortlessly. Li Qingzi and the elder Taizhang looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the Qingming Demon Sect is plotting against the 10,000 Demon Realm, it turned out to be the arrangement of the Imperial Demon Sect. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth. The elder Taizhang calmly said, after today, the Qingming Demon Sect should be expelled. The other side. Han Ju asked doubtfully, Duan Tongtian was delaying time just now, could it be for you? Xiao Yi hummed, that's natural. This tells me that no one in Yiqing Zone is his opponent, so I can let me. Nothing, do you admit it? Han Ju stared at Xiao Yi, and said seriously, I'm considering whether to kill you. Xiao Yi was moved. He said angrily, do you want to offend the Imperial Demon Sect? Do you want to? Before he finished speaking, he turned into a long rainbow and galloped toward the horizon. Han Ju was about to make a move, but he didn't expect him to escape first. If you try again, you can't catch up. As expected, seniors, the reaction is faster than me. Han Ju exclaimed, this is worth learning. He turned around and flew behind Fairy Xixuan, and his luck healed him. Fairy Xixuan glanced at Han Ju with delight, and found that Han Jueze was not too excited after killing Duan Tongtian, as always, very calm. She suddenly couldn't see through Han Ju. It turned out that he was not counseling, but he really didn't want to be caught in the footsteps of spiritual practice by trouble. Kid Han, don't help your master, hurry up and kill the enemy, kill all the demons of the Qingming demon cult. Li Qingzi urged. Han Ju replied, no, master is the most important thing. Just kidding. If he killed the Qingming demon cult by himself, wouldn't his reputation explode? When you become more famous, you have more enemies. There will even be many people who want to challenge you. Han definitely doesn't want to face such a situation, just help Yu Qingzong survive this catastrophe, and leave the rest to themselves. Li Qingzi. Xixuan Fairy's mouth curled slightly. The other elders all looked at Fairy Xixuan enviously. Someone is like that, what else can they ask for? Fellow Taoist, let's be honest, what is your origin? Your cultivation level is definitely not a disciple cultivated by our Yiqing sect. An elder asked, asking everyone's doubts. Han Ju replied, "Why do you know each other before? You only need to know that I am now a disciple of Yuqingzong. I will not harm Yuqingzong." At these words, everyone nodded. Who doesn't have a past that I don't want to tell? At the same time, the other elders of the Qingming demon cult came. They didn't see Duan Tong Tian, only the congenital black magnetism. "Where is the leader?" asked an elder in horror. Seeing that Han Ju and others were healing, but Duan Tong Tian was not there, they began to feel guilty. "Kill them quickly, we will try our best to satisfy you what you want afterwards," Li Qingzi said anxiously. With Han Ju's strength, killing these elders of the Qingming demon cult is easy. Han Ju hesitated. The demon elders were stunned and looked at Han Ju one after another. "Can you kill them even if you build the 9th floor of the base realm?" "Not right. This person must have hidden his cultivation base. Otherwise, how could the 9 layers of the base realm make their leader disappear?" The elders of the demon sect were frightened and evaded. Li Qingzi cursed secretly. He immediately got up and walked to the cliff, transporting the only spiritual power in his body, and roared, "The demon leader Duan Tong Tian is dead. The disciple of the Yuqing sect will kill all the demons in the sect. Repair." His voice resounded across the world. Everyone is in an uproar. The Qingzong side of Yu was excited, and they began to fight as if they were beaten up with chicken blood. Qingming demon cult party was scared. The leader is dead, what else to fight? Duan Tong Tian did not veto Li Qingzi, which shows that what Li Qingzi said is probably true. "Run. The leader is dead. Damn, Yuqingzong is so strong. The Yuqing sect has great power. Oops, they are going to counterattack." Li Qingzi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the demons fleeing around. It's okay to escape, so as to reduce the casualties of Yuqingzong. As for this account, you can calculate it slowly afterwards. Once Duan Tong Tian died, the Qingming demon sect did not dare to attack Yuqingzong again for a long time. Yuqingzong can even take the initiative to attack. He turned his head to look at Han Ju, who was healing Fairy Shixian. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com with fiery eyes. "We must not let this son leave the Yuqing sect." Li Qingzi thought to himself. He can no longer break through, and can only rely on others. Han Ju's strength is extremely terrifying. He cuts with a single sword, and must be well drawn. Li Qingzi immediately announced, "From today onwards, Han Ju will be the deputy sect master of Yuqing sect." As soon as this statement came out, the elders were all moved, but none of them refuted it. "I object." Li Qingzi glared, and the opponent was Han Ju. Han Jue said righteously, "I just want to practice, and I don't want to be the deputy suzerain. Deputy sect master is tired, which affects his cultivation." This. Li Qingzi couldn't help but struggle. The elder Taizhang said, "Let him be an elder, just put a name on him, and enjoy the salary treatment of the deputy suzerain. Unless the sect is in serious trouble, no one is allowed to disturb him on weekdays." Han Ju heard it and nodded in satisfaction. He likes this. By the way, that person was in the void realm just now. Han Ju said suddenly. To be honest, he is a little imaginary. After all, the enemy escaped. The elder Taizhang smiled and said, "He only has the soul. If I am not wrong, Duan Tong Tian helped him recover his physical body, and then he got the opportunity to break through. The reason for the delay just now is probably to absorb the aura and anger of Yuqingzong. This should be some kind of secret method. As for his martial art, don't worry, Beizhou is too far away from us. It can even be said to be the end of the world." He didn't put Shao Yi in his eyes at all. Han Ju was still worried after listening. "Can't think about things like this. I'm not afraid of 10,000, just in case. I want to retreat. I want to transcend the void realm as soon as possible." Chapter 35 God-Slashing Elder, Nascent Soul 2nd Floor. After Qingming demon cult broke out, the inner gate of Yuqing sect began to recuperate, and the destroyed inner gate city also needed to be rebuilt. The disciples are not too sad, but very excited. There is a great power that can easily punish the transformation in the Yuqing sect. The coaching elder of the 18 Peaks told his disciples that they did not disclose the identity of Han Ju, only the name of the Elder Slayer. God Slayer Elder. After today's battle, this title has become the most admired existence in the hearts of the disciples of the Yuqing sect. Everyone is curious about everything about God Slayer Elder. That evening, Yufeng. Fairy Shishuan calmed all the disciples and told them all to retreat, leaving only Han Ju. Although the disciples of Yufeng witnessed Han Ju's action, they still didn't think that Han Ju was the elder of God Slayer, including Chang Yuer. Before leaving, Chang Yuer looked at Han Ju. After such a catastrophe, Han Ju was as calm as ever. She admired in her heart. She was going to wait outside for Han Ju. She had something to say. The gate of Yuyo Hall is closed. Only Fairy Han Ju and Xixian remained in the hall. Fairy Shishuan has regained her makeup, and she is still all over the country, like a fairy in the sky. She stared directly at Han Ju. Han Ju lowered his head, not afraid in his heart. No matter what he does now, Yu Qingzong will definitely not expel him. Fairy Shishuan also had no reason to blame him. Don't you have anything to say? Fairy Xixian asked. Han Ju raised his head and asked in confusion, what am I going to say? Fairy Shishuan hummed, who are you, why come to Yuqing Sect? Li Qingzi can ignore it, but she has to figure it out as a master. The apprentice is better than the master, how can she be a master? No wonder this boy has never needed her to teach. I should call you Daoist Han from now on. Facing Fairy Xixian's ridicule, Han Ju had no choice but to say, Tyre really has no background. You should have understood my origin from Junior Tai. Do you not believe in my talent? Fairy Shishuan squinted and said, even if you are exceptionally talented, how did you come from? You can't get it out of retreat yourself. Yuan Ing cuts into the gods, it's too outrageous. Is unheard of. Fairy Shishuan believed, but neither did the head teacher and other elders. Then I tell you, don't tell me. When I was young, I was entrusted to dream by an immortal, saying that I was extremely talented and would become an immortal god, but my fate was rough and difficult, so I didn't dare to cause trouble, and closed up daily. Han Ju said seriously. Fairy Shishuan was silent. Han Ju did not say a word. A long time. Fairy Shishuan spoke again, if this is the case, why do you want to come forward? Yu Qingzong did not treat you favorably, and I believe you did not regard Yu Qingzong as a family. Han Ju replied, it is true, but I have lived for 100 years, and there are not many people who care about it. They all happen to be in Yuqing Sect. The most important person wants to live and die with Yuqing Sect. Friendship is rising. Fairy Xixian's favorability for you has grown, and the current favorability rating is 3.5 stars. This is only 3.5 stars. Deserves to be my master, just different from other women. The higher the colder, the more I like it. Han Ju sighed with emotion. Fairy Shishuan changed the subject and asked, then what are your plans in the future? Continue to retreat. Well, the demon of the void realm might be killed anytime, I have to hurry to become stronger. Then you go. Okay. Han Ju got up and left. I don't know why, he feels a little regretful inexplicably. When walked to the door, he turned his head and asked, Master, is your deadline close? Fairy Shishuan was taken aback, and asked, what do you mean? Curse me to die. I think of junior brother Tai. I don't want Master to pass away. If there is such a day, I hope Master will let you know in advance. Han Ju said the truth. Fairy Xixian said in a bad mood, go away, the life of the teacher is still long. Han Ju slipped away quickly. Shishuan Fairy shook his head and laughed. She couldn't help but think of the battle at noon today, and she still feels like a dream. I didn't expect such a powerful person to hide among her disciples. But this kid actually regarded her as the most important person. This really surprised her. After half an hour, Han Ju finally got rid of Chang Yuer's entanglement and returned to his cave. Sitting on the familiar wooden bed, Han Ju stretched out. It's a wonderful day, I'm so strong. Han Ju smiled triumphantly, slashing the great cultivator with a single sword, it feels so cool. Especially the high-level Yuqingzong's attitude towards him is very different. Is this the pretense often written in novels? Don't mention it, it's really cool. Sure enough, it's right to keep practicing in retreat. If I hadn't practiced for a few years before, I wouldn't be able to catch up with such an opportunity. You must do your best to practice. Han Ju thought silently. If this catastrophe happened 1 or 2 years ago, and he had not broken through to the nascent soul realm, then he would definitely not be able to defeat Duan Tongtian. At that time, he can only run away, and those women who may develop into his spare fetus will have to die. Thinking of this, Han Ju became more determined to cultivate hard. Before he was absolutely invincible, he would spend all his time on cultivation. Although Duan Tongtian is dead, the potential danger is still there. Royal Demon Sect. Han Ju is full of ambition. He wants to surpass everyone in the Demon Sect before the Demon Sect arrives for revenge. Han Ju thought as he entered the state of cultivation. Half a year passed in a flash. The inner gate of the Yuqing sect recovered as before, and the injuries of Li Qingzi and others were also healed. They began to mobilize a large number of disciples to attack the Qingming demon sect. Han Ju was not alarmed, and Fairy Shixian did not send any disciples to find Han Ju. Duan Tongtian and Zhang Kunmo are dead. In terms of high-end combat power, Qingming demon sect is bound to be no match for Yuqing Zone. Psychologically, Yuqing Zone also has an absolute advantage. 1 year later. Under the strong attack of Yuqing Zone, the Qingming demon sect retreated steadily and even fled the Zongmen base camp. Dian cultivation world is shocked. The prestige of Yuqing Zone is greatly enhanced. Han Ju's cultivation base reached the second floor of the nascent infant realm www.novel.com. It took 2.5 years to upgrade to the first floor. The small realm of Yuanying realm is not so easy to break through. But compared to before, the speed of cultivation has increased a lot, because now Han absolutely does not need to cultivate spiritual roots alone, he directly absorbs the 6 auras and transforms them into the 6 spiritual powers. After breaking through the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he has been able to cultivate in this way. For the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, it can be described as a divine help. This day, Chang Yuer came to visit. Zongmen has collected a lot of natural treasures for you that can boost the aura of the cave. I will help you plant them, as well as the spirit gathering formation method. After entering the cave, Chang Yuer laughed. She has already learned that the elder slayer of the Yuqing sect is Han Ju. Until this news, her favorability directly increased to 5.5 stars. She learned the news from Fairy Shixian, so she didn't doubt it. Junior brother Han is truly an unprecedented genius. Do not. The pride of heaven. Han Ju nodded and said, Sister Lao. Chang Yuer started to get busy, and while setting up, she smiled and said, You are already the elder of God / can I still be your senior sister? Han Ju smiled and said, As long as the senior sister is practicing seriously and not being a salted fish, she will always be my senior sister. Has such a high degree of affection, how can it be turned away? Chang Yuer is not ugly. So he hopes to lead the women who like him on the path of asceticism. Double. Do you practice together? The kind of hard work for thousands of years. Chapter 36 The Blood of the Demon Saint, the apprentice offers the opportunity. It is impossible for me to be able to catch up with you. Chang Yuer sighed, she felt heavy when she said this. Is she really worthy of Han Ju? Is the inner door alone? She has 2 more competitors. Mo Ju's talent surpassed her even more. Han Ju comforted, You really can't catch up with me. You only need to do your best to cultivate. Longevity is the first thing my generation of cultivators seek. Chang Yuer heard it, and it was even more depressed. Then, Chang Yuer talked about the recent events in the sect. Sect Master has taken Shurfeng disciples to attack the Qingming demon sect, and the remaining 8 peaks guard the sect. After the Qingming demon cult attacked the First World War, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner door was far greater than before, and the disciples had a sense of crisis. Zhou Fan has even reached the 9th level of the Foundation construction realm, ready to cross the catastrophe and become a golden pill. Yuqingzong's prestige in the realm of comprehension has greatly increased. In terms of fame, it has the posture of being the leader of the right way. As for the strength, that is not necessarily the case. The name of the Elder of God / also spread in the realm of cultivation. Although Han Ju wanted to keep a low profile, his vest became famous in one battle. After 2 hours of work, Chang Yuer left. As soon as the spirit gathering array opened, the concentration of aura in the cave began to increase significantly. It seems that the status of the sect is also very important, and it can affect my speed of practice. Han Ju thought silently. Later, I have to find Li Qingzi for the pill. Soon, Han Ju continued to practice. Half year later, a prompt appeared in front of Han Ju. Qing Ming demon cult gives up targeting you. Qing Zone, you get a magic weapon, a magic secret book. Congratulations on getting the rope of the demon and the great thunderstorm. Bind demon rope, it has a powerful effect, which can bind all the creatures below the transcendent god realm and make them immobile. Great thousand thunderstorms, thunder-based spells, which can seduce the aura of heaven and earth minds, cast world-destroying thunderstorms, and have a wide range of killings. Qing Ming demon cult finally gave up. I have to say that they are really resilient. They were beaten to flee their hometown, and they dared to plan revenge. From this point of view, the Qing Ming demon sect will be expelled. From now on, there will be no more Qing Ming demon cult in Dian's cultivation world. Han Ju smiled, and then began to let the demon binding rope recognize himself. Then pass on 1,000 thunderstorms. Great Thousand Thunderstorm is a large-scale destructive spell, very suitable for Han Ju. He likes this kind of big spell. Being handsome is a lifelong matter. That night, thunderclouds suddenly gathered above the inner gate of the Yuqing sect, and the terrifying majesty enveloped the 18 peaks, making everyone afraid. Qing Ming demon sect has attacked us again. Qing Ming demon cult is gone. Could it be other sects of the magic way? It is possible. After all, the Qing Ming demon cult is not the strongest demon way. Ready to fight. The Bafeng disciples who stayed in the inner gate were extremely nervous, even the elders. Soon the elders discovered that the spiritual power came from Han Ju's cave, and the billowing thunderclouds in the sky did not cause damage to the inner door. Could he be practicing spells? Hiss. The elders were even more in awe of Han Ju. It didn't take long for the elder to reveal it. The vision just now was that the elder slayer was practicing spells. After the incident spread, the disciples of the Yuqing sect became more secure. After the war a few years ago ended, the elders of God Slash became the biggest support in their hearts. As long as there is the elder slayer, they will not have trouble. 2 years later, Han Ju's cultivation base was still on the second floor of the Yuaning realm, and it was already close to the third floor. This kind of speed is fast enough. Since Han Ju joined Inner Sect, most of the Yuaning monks in interpersonal relationships have not increased their cultivation. Han is absolutely satisfied with his progress. After all, he can live for more than 800 years, breaking through the state of God, as stable as an old dog. Elder Han is free. A voice came from outside the cave. Li Qingzi's voice. Han Ju immediately waved his hand, opened the stone gate of the cave mansion, and let Li Qingzi in. Li Qingzi's face is full of spring. The most recent Yuqing sect can be described as majestic and majestic. As the head teacher, he naturally has the most face. Han Ju shook his head and said, "No, I'm used to staying here." He felt the breath of other people, and someone was waiting outside the cave. His cultivation base was very weak, and he seemed to have just built the foundation. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju, and he immediately checked. Yang Tiandong contains the blood of the demon saint, was born half human and half demon, with extraordinary aptitude, but when he was young, he lost control and turned a demon, hurt his fellow family, was imprisoned by the Qing Ming demon cult, fortunately saved by the Yuqing zone. Okay. Is the protagonist template again? Qing Ming demon cult is amazing. Actually hides 2 early weather luckies. But after another thought, Yuqing zone also has 2. There are actually a lot of geniuses, but there are very few geniuses who live to the end. If this is the case, then I won't force it. If Elder Han has any needs, you can speak directly. I have already greeted all the elders. Your little things are the big things of Yuqing zone. Li Qingzi said with a smile. Han Ju smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Although he has surpassed everyone in Yuqing zone, he is not arrogant because he still wants to stay in Yuqing zone. It's fine now. By the way, Elder Han wants to accept an apprentice. You can just give pointers at ordinary times. This son has excellent qualifications, and he will be able to respect you when he grows up. Li Qingzi asked with a smile. He turned his head to look at the entrance of the cave and summoned Yang Tiandong in. Yang Tiandong looks in his early 20s, with distinct features. Although he is not handsome, he is also fascinating. He has a very strong animal character. The Taoist robe of Yuqing zone looks a little nondescript when worn on him. He came to Han Ju and knelt down. His posture was very humble. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to refuse. Can change your mind, Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com is also good for training disciples, and he will also help him when he grows up. Li Qingzi smiled and said, the technique is okay, but he was not a disciple of Yu Qingzong before. I can give him the technique of the inner sect, but if he is absolutely knowledgeable, he needs to build up his work and accumulate contributions. Okay. Li Qingzi took out a bunch of tokens, all of which were engraved with the word Zhanshen. These are tokens that represent your Elder God Slayer, which can be issued to your disciples in the future. After Li Qingzi finished speaking, he turned and left. Han Ju waved his right hand, a token flew in front of Yang Tiandong, and all the other tokens were put into the belt of Xiao Qianquan. Yang Tiandong has a good impression on you, the current good impression is 1 star. Okay. Only 1 star. Han Ju squinted his eyes and said, as a teacher, you have calculated your origins. Your name is Yang Tiandong, half human and half demon. You have been imprisoned by the Qingming demon cult, right? Yang Tiandong looked up in astonishment, with a shocked expression on his face. Before coming, Li Qingzi specifically explained to him, asking him not to tell his past. I didn't expect Han Ju to calculate it directly. Is this the terrifying power that can kill thee of transformation with a single sword? Yang Tiandong's favorability for you has grown, the current favorability rating is 3 stars. Yang Tiandong respectfully said, the master is really amazing, this can be counted, I admire him. He paused, as if he had made a decision. He flipped his right hand, and a red feather appeared in his hand. He said seriously, Master, this is left by my father. It contains his unique skills. I need to reach the gods in order to cultivate. With my qualifications, the distance is changed. God is still early, let Master learn it first, and teach me later. Chapter 37 Yuaning 4th floor, FAT on Xiang D. Han Ju took the red feather and plunged his divine sense into it. Immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful force blocking his consciousness. It seems that it needs the consciousness of transforming gods to break through. Yang Tiandong has a 3-star favor with him, so he shouldn't lie to him. Then accept it first as a teacher. You will cultivate spiritual power for 10 years first. As a teacher, you like ascetics. If you behave well, you will teach you spells as a teacher. Han Ju said. Yang Tiandong quickly thanked him. Han Ju pointed to the side and said, you can find a place to meditate and practice. After that, Han Ju closed his eyes and began to practice. Yang Tiandong got up and found a corner to sit down. He didn't dare to look at Han Ju, for fear of offending, he immediately began to practice. Soon, he found that the aura of this cave mansion was extremely strong. It's a good place for cultivating immortals. Since the spirit gathering array and the new heavenly materials and earth treasures joined the Dongfu, the aura in the Dongfu has become stronger and stronger, and Han Ju's cultivation speed has also become faster and faster. Blinked, 10 years have passed. Han Ju's cultivation base reached the 4th level of Yuaning realm. This breakthrough speed is absolutely beyond mortal. According to this speed of practice, it is not far away to break through to the of transformation. Han Ju opened his eyes. Yang Tiandong has reached the 6th floor of the base construction level in the past 10 years. 6 years of small realm. The breakthrough speed is not bad. Is indeed a genius. Han Ju said, Tuaer. Yang Tiandong woke up suddenly and quickly bowed down to Han Ju. How do you feel in the past 10 years? Han Ju asked. Yang Tiandong replied, I have benefited a lot, not only has my cultivation base increased, but I also realized many truths. My God. Has been 10 years. Yang Tiandong wailed in his heart. In the past 10 years, he has been desperate how many times. But he feels that this is a test for Han absolutely, he can't relax. If he can't pass the 1st level, Han will definitely not regard him as a personal disciple. Han Ju raised his eyebrows, this boy still realizes the truth. Blow. I was in retreat for more than 100 years, but he didn't realize anything. Han Ju felt the need to polish, and said, go out and do the task. I remember that the Zongmen Mission building has a monthly contribution list. You will come back when you become the number 1 in the month. When I heard Yang Tiandong, I got up immediately. We were all together and almost fell. After 10 years of sitting, his lower body is stiff. He hurriedly bent over to salute, turned and left. Han Ju waved his hand and opened the cave door. After Yang Tiandong left, Han Ju thought for a while and took out the divine mind pill he had obtained when he killed the divine realm. Shen Nian Dan is specially designed to enhance spiritual consciousness. After strengthening his spiritual consciousness, he happened to try the red feathers that Yang Tiandong presented to him. There are 9 medicine bottles in, and Han Ju took them immediately. I don't know how long it has been. But when he was sober, he found that his consciousness had doubled. He couldn't help being surprised. This pill is a bit powerful. Han Ju continues to take it. Half a month later. After taking all the 9 Shen Nian pills, the effect was excellent, and his spiritual consciousness skyrocketed. Has increased more than 10 times. The more this pill is taken, the stronger the enhancement effect, which is very miraculous. Han Ju took out the red feather again, and his divine sense penetrated into it. Boom. That powerful resistance appeared again. Han Ju clenched his teeth and insisted. God's consciousness collided with it. Lasted about 3 seconds, and he broke through the resistance forcefully. Then, a huge memory poured into Han Ju's mind. Supernatural powers. The law of heaven and earth. This is a magical power that makes the body grow thousands of times. This supernatural power has appeared in many myths, and it can be a 10,000-footed physical body if it is practiced to great success. Han Ju is pleasantly surprised. This supernatural power is so powerful, he likes it. Among the mountains, a group of monks are on their way. It is Mo Revenge that is walking in the forefront. Mo Revenge has now achieved Jindan and has become a true core disciple. Except for him and 2 male disciples, the rest are teenagers and girls. Is the Yuqing Zone in front of you? Hey, will I lose the election? It is normal to lose the election. Be nice to me in the future. I will let you be a flute boy. With your whistling ability, it should be good to practice flute again. Which peak is the strongest of the 18 peaks? I don't know, Senior Mo will introduce to us then. These young girls are all new disciples of Yuqing Zone, and Mo Fuvenge is responsible for recruiting disciples. Dao Lei Lao Xian wanted to support Mo's revenge, but the core disciples were not enough, and he had to be in power. Recruiting disciples is the easiest way to win a group of personal connections. Listening to the discussion behind him, Mo Revenge smiled. I think he was so excited when he joined the Yuqing sect back then. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air came from the front. Mo Revenge subconsciously drew his sword, swung it away, and smashed a bamboo arrow. Then, the bamboo arrow fragments turned into poisonous fog, spreading in all directions. Go back, there is an enemy attack. Mo Revenge and said in a deep voice. He jumped up and swung his sword towards the attacker. That was a man in clothes with a hat covering his face. He drew 2 scimitars from behind, the blades were cold. In the face of Mo Vengeance who had killed him, Yi's figure shook, and he turned into 5 avatars, killing him all to take revenge on Mo. Mo took revenge and swung his sword away, and the thunder and lightning shone, turning into a big net and rushing towards the avatar of Yinyuan and him. The man in the clothes spins quickly, turning into a black whirlwind, and forcibly tore the net of thunder and lightning. Mo had no vengeance and did not panic. With his left hand, he flicked the tactics and slapped towards the ground. The thunder and lightning swept along the ground, very fast. Just as soon as he landed, he was entangled in thunder and lightning, shaking all over. Mo Revenge rushed forward, preparing to surrender the opponent. Boom. Suddenly, the ground next to exploded. www.novel.com. Another man in the clothes broke out of the ground, slashing his sword to revenge Mo. Do not revenge and curse. What is the origin of the enemy? Dare to make trouble at the feet of Yuqing Zone. Just as he wanted to act, a piece of talisman paper emerged from the ground behind him and quickly stuck it on his back. Mo's revenge was immediately unable to move and froze in place. Irin pierced Mo Vengeance's chest with a knife, and blood splashed out along the blade. Mo's pupils of vengeance dilated, and his heart was filled with despair. Oops. The others backed up one after another, and saw that Mo Revenge was hit hard. All of them panicked. Everyone kneels down. We only take revenge. If you dare to interfere with us, you will all die. A man in clothes shouted in a deep voice, scared that the disciples' legs were soft, and they knelt down one after another. Boys and girls have never seen such scenes, and each of them turned pale, trembling all over, and didn't dare to speak. Mo can't move for revenge. He stares at the men in dress in front of him, and asks in a deep voice, "Who are you guys anyway?" Heavenly evil spirits, any ghosts and charms, Yu Qingzong has committed a big taboo. First arrest you and go back. I can only tell you that Yu Qingzong's catastrophe is here. Do not hear revenge. His eyes widened, and his face looked incredible. At this time. Rumbling. I don't know when a giant appeared among the mountains. His upper body was submerged in the sea of clouds, and the highest mountains around him reached his waist. The scene was extremely spectacular. In front of this giant, everyone felt their own insignificance, like an ant looking at people. The two men in clothes were trembling with fright. Because this giant wears the Taoist robe of Yu Qingzong. Chapter 38 The Sacred Religion of the Yi found the meticulous work. Han Ju, who used the method of heaven and earth, looked down on the heaven and the earth, and the clouds and mist blocked most of his vision, but he was still very excited. This supernatural power is amazing. Han Ju is now at least 1,000 feet tall. It is not illusory. The physical body is indeed so huge, but the Taoist robe has also become bigger and magical. Not only that, but also the leap of physical strength. Supernatural powers are really unpredictable. Han Ju felt that he could knock down a mountain with one foot. This powerful feeling made him swell. This place is still some distance away from Yu Qingzong. In order not to cause a sensation, Han Ju came here specially. The law of heaven and earth is really amazing. Qianzhang's body, the nascent soul realm can't cut him. Han Ju was proud. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He turned his head and saw that there was a group of ants in the mountains not far away. Oh. Is not an ant. Is human. Han Ju didn't care at first, but later felt that one of the breaths was a bit familiar. Isn't this Mo Revenge? He fixed his eyes and saw Mo Revenge being stabbed. I wipe it. Who dare to kill the core disciple of my sect at the gate of Yuqing sect? As the elder of God Slayer, how can Han Ju sit back and watch? He immediately changed and disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the two men in clothes came back to their senses. One of them murmured, "Did you dizzy just now?" Another human said, "Perhaps it is an illusion." Yu Qingzong's side was also in consternation. I don't know why, Mo Fuvenge felt that figure was a bit familiar. Who? A gust of wind suddenly hit. Mo Revenge only felt that his eyes flashed, and the two men in clothes next to him all vomited blood and flew out. In a daze, Mo Revenge saw someone. His eyes widened. It really is him. He just blinked, and Han Ju and the two men in clothes have disappeared. Other people were also stunned, unable to recover for a long time. A long time. Mo had no revenge and said, "Hurry up and save me. There is still a knife stuck in his chest." Other people gathered around. "Brother Mo, are you okay? Who was that person just now?" One more question, it must be the Elder of God Slayer of our Yuqing sect. It must be the two Golden Core Masters who can hurt senior brother Mo. To defeat the two Golden Core Masters in an instant, it can only be the Elder God Slayer. Elder Sword God. Is that the famous Jade Qingzong God of Transformation powerhouse in the realm of cultivation? Main Peak, head of the temple. Han Ju rushed directly into the door and awakened Li Qingzi. Without waiting for Li Qingzi to speak, he flicked his hand and threw the two fainted men in black to the ground. He shocked the souls of the two with divine consciousness, making them unable to wake up in a short time. These two people want to catch Mo's revenge, I leave it to you. Han Ju dropped these words and left quickly. Li Qingzi was stunned for a while, then slowly looked at the two people in the palace. The other side. Han Ju returned to the Xiantian cave mansion. He sat on the wooden bed and stretched. Dare to kidnap people in Yuqing sect. It is estimated that it is another enemy. It will appear after Yuqing sect destroys the Qingming demon sect. It must be stronger. Han Ju thought silently. Ugh. Endless trouble, is this life? Have to quickly break through the God realm. Han Ju suddenly felt that the nascent soul realm was also very insecure. The next morning. Li Qingzi and the elder Taizhang are looking for it. Han Ju opened the cave and let them in. Tisk tsk, the aura here is almost catching up with the medicine garden of the main peak. The elder said in amazement. Facing Han Ju again, he was still a little embarrassed. After all, decades ago, he was shattered by Han Ju, but now he has picked up his supernatural powers again. and he is still a little unnatural to face Han Ju. Li Qingzi smiled and said, Dongfu is still a little smaller, do you want people to make it bigger? Han Ju shook his head, and said, it's good to be like this, too big and deserted. The current head teacher and the previous head teacher come together, and there must be some trouble. Just tell me, is Yu Qingzong in trouble again? Han Ju asked. It is estimated that the identities of the two people caught yesterday are not simple. Li Qingzi sighed and said, the two are people of the Dai Shengjiao. The Yuqing sect was established for nearly 1,000 years, and the Dai Shengjiao has existed for thousands of years. Their movements are secretive, and they unified the Daiyan cultivation world thousands of years ago. After being defeated by the various sects of the righteous path, they sneaked into the dark again. Now they are making a comeback and have captured many of our genius disciples. They seem to have a lot of information about us, and the disciples caught are all geniuses. The elder Taizhang hummed, it must be a spy. The spies of the Qingming demon cult have not been wiped out before, especially the masterpieces lurking in the elders. I suspect that they have deliberately found the sacred cult of Dai for revenge. This name is a bit interesting. Han Ju asked, is there a of transformation in the sacred religion of Ini? Is there Rongshu? Li Qingzi replied, there must be a of transformation, but Rongshu is not clear. Oh. Han Ju suddenly wanted to run away. Of course I just think about it, where can I go? The elder Taizhang said, we plan to visit each sect in person and unite the righteous sections. During this time, the Yuqing sect hopes to be protected by you. You are facing the request of the head of the Yuqing sect and the supreme elder. You have the following choices. 1. Refuse the request, betray the Qingzong of Yuqing, and get a pill in yen. 2nd, agree to the request, continue to practice, defend Yuqingzong, before returning from the headmaster, make Yuqingzong safe and sound, and get a magic secret book and a bottle of magical elixir. Han Ju had a long-lost choice in front of him. The reward for the second article is very generous. There is also a pill for the cultivation of the gods. No problem. Han Ju readily agreed. As long as you don't go out, you can say anything. Li Qingzi was pleasantly surprised, and their liking for Han Ju increased again, all reaching 4 stars. After the two left, Han Ju immediately entered a state of spiritual practice. Too dangerous. I have to hurry up and improve my cultivation. Han Ju thought silently. Although he can absorb 6 auras at the same time, it will take decades to reach the transformation. For decades, many mortals only have that time in their entire lives. With a blink of an eye, Yu read www.yuyukeangshu.com for 6 years. Han Ju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and his lifespan increased to 1,080 years. Such an improvement, not bad. Han Ju is very satisfied. He suddenly remembered something. Why hasn't the apprentice Yang Tiandong come back yet? He opened the relationship and noticed that the email was flashing with red dots. He immediately clicked on the email to check it. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by the sacred cult of Lini, X14. Your good friend Taizhang Elder is attacked by the sacred cult of Lini, X26. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong is attacked by the sacred religion. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong was captured by the saint cult of the Lini. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the saint cult of the Lini X8. Look down, they were all attacked by the sacred religion. Is even more spectacular than facing the Qingming demon cult before. Han Ju noticed that his apprentice had been arrested. Logically speaking, as a master, you should leave the customs. But it doesn't work. Han Ju felt that this was a trap, a mysterious force from in the dark, manipulating his life, forcing him to take risks. He must fight his fate and never take risks. Han Ju suddenly thought, are there any people from the sacred cult in the Yuqing sect? He immediately used the simulated trial function to test the people in the Yuqing sect first. He first searched for the strongest in Yuqing sect except him. Lao Lei Immortal Dao Lei, 7th floor of Yuanying stage, Elder Tian Lei Peak of Jade Qingzong, Secret Deacon of Ningyi Jiao. Han Ju was stunned. Because Dao Lei had no affection for him, nor did he hate him, so he had never understood Dao Lei. I didn't expect this boy to be a werewolf. Chapter 39 Killing the Elders, Beloved by the Demon. The Secret Deacon of the Sacred Religion. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This old dog hides so deeply. It is no wonder that after the battle with Demon Cult, many elders had a good impression of Han Ju, but Dao Lei did not. It turns out that this girl is a fine work. werewolf. How to deal with it? Kill directly, or look for evidence first. He thought for a while, got up and headed to Yuyo Peak. Fairy Sichuan is trustworthy, and her interpersonal relationship does not show that she is a meticulous work. Came to the Yuyo Hall, the door opened quickly, and Han Ju entered the hall immediately. This time, he didn't bow down, but bowed his fists. Master, I found out that there is a meticulous work by the sacred cult of the elders. How to solve it? Kill it directly, or collect evidence first? Han Ju asked. Fairy Sichuan opened his eyes and asked softly, who? Old immortal Dao Lei of Tianlei Peak. Kill it. Han Ju was stunned. This is completely different from the dialogue he thought. Could Fairy Sichuan have an enmity with old Fairy Dao Lei? Fairy Sichuan snorted, my teacher has long discovered that something is wrong with him. Since you even said that, it must be true. Han Ju nodded, turned, and left. Fairy Sichuan thought for a while, then got up. The two left Yuyo Peak and flew towards Tianlei Peak. As one of the most popular peaks, there are nearly 200 disciples on Tianlei Peak, who practice in various places on Tianlei Peak. Han Ju and the two quickly came to the Temple of Heavenly Thunder. Brother, I am here to visit you. Fairy Xixian said. The voice fell and the door opened. The two immediately went in. The door closed. Seeing Han Ju's arrival, old immortal Dao Lei was stunned for a moment and got up immediately. Two elders, come together to find. Dao Lei old fairy asked with a smile, but before the words were finished, the sword light shone in the hall. The Sanqing Jueying sword directly penetrated Dao Lei's chest and nailed him to the jade wall of the main hall. Han Ju on the first floor of the nascent infant realm was able to kill the of transformation, and now he was on the fifth floor of the nascent infant realm to deal with old immortal Dao Lei. So fast. Fairy Sichuan was shocked secretly, she didn't even see how Han Ju made the move. Dao Lei Lao Xian was even more frightened. He wanted to struggle, and found that Han Ju's sword energy had penetrated into his body, and it was quickly eating away at his spiritual power. How can it be? Why is his spiritual power so domineering? Dao Lei Lao Xian was terrified, and hurriedly shouted, Elder Han. What do you mean? Han Ju had no expression on his face, and said, the secret deacon of the Dai Xingjiao. When the headmaster left, let me protect Yuqingzong. Recently, the genius disciples of Yuqingzong have been captured by the Dai Xingjiao. It must be the information you provided. I killed you today. He lifted his steps towards old Fairy Dao Lei. Lao Dao Lei has hatred against you, the current hatred is 5 stars. Dao Lei Lao Xian was shocked, suddenly turned into thunder and lightning, bursting out, dozens of thunder and lightning sprinted along the wall and rushed towards the gate. Han Ju raised his right hand, thunder and lightning gushing from his palm. Thousands of thunderstorms. Countless thunder and lightning intertwined in the hall, and the jade bottles, scrolls, and other decorative objects were all shattered by the shock. Boom. The heavenly thunder palace was shattered, Dao Lei Lao Xian appeared out of thin air, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground. As he was about to get up, 3 sword shadows descended from the sky and directly destroyed his physical body. As soon as his Yuaning wanted to run, he was blown up by the 9-dragon demon slayer mark. Grind and kill. Han Ju turned around and left, leaving a word, saying, Master, I'll give you the rest. He left quickly. Not long after he left, a disciple named Tian Leifeng flew up, including Mo Revenge and Mo Zhu. They were dumbfounded when they saw the Tianlei Palace turned into ruins. Fairy Xixian opened the mouth and said, after investigations with Elder God / Old Immortal Dao Lei was actually a deacon of the saint cult of the Dai. Just now Elder Zhanshan executed Old Immortal Dao Lei on the spot. The disciples of Tianlei Peak practiced with peace of mind, and the elders will wait for the head teacher to return before making arrangements. During this time, try to avoid going out as much as possible to avoid being targeted by the sacred teacher. With a wave of her right hand, she took away the storage of Old Immortal Dao Lei. Tian Leifeng disciples were stunned. How is it possible? Master is a traitor. Elder Slayer will not wrong people, right? But the master has worked so hard for so many years, even if he doubts, he still has to wait for the master teacher to come back. Master is dead. I noticed when they went up the mountain, and it has only been a few dozen breaths now. The master was killed so quickly. Tian Lei Feng Dao Lei Lao Xian was killed by the Elder Slayer. This incident was like a blockbuster bombing the inner gate, causing the Shiba-Feng disciples to be in an uproar. Dao Lei Lao Xian is really a traitor. The elders quickly gathered in the main peak hall, and the matter was led by Jingshu. Fairy Xishuan opened his right hand, and a letter appeared in his hand. She opened the mouth and said, "This was found in the storage ring of old immortal Dao Lei, and it was passed on to him by the envoy of the sacred cult. He asked him to help collect the genius disciples of Jade Qingzong. In addition, the storage there are other correspondences in the ring, as well as magical tools." She passed this letter to other elders for reading. After reading, the elders were all angrily and shocked. They scolded Dao Lei one after another, and they were frightened. God Slayer Elder is too terrifying. Actually killed old immortal Dao Lei directly, don't you need to discuss with them? They were terrified and made up their minds not to provoke Han Ju. At the same time, Han Ju continued his search in the cave. Except for Dao Lei Lao Xian, the other elders of Yuqing sect are innocent. Is also normal. If there are a number of rapes among the elders of the Yuqing zone, it is not GG. The elder layer is cleaned up, and then the deacon layer. The deacon's detailed work is released on Baihua Road. This is the case in the entire cultivation world, or is it just the Yuqing sect that is so unlucky? Han Ju shook his head. Because there are too many people, he doesn't bother to pursue it. Anyway, these people can't harm Yuqing zone. Han Ju began to practice. Next, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com every 6 months, he will let the system help detect the strongest in the Yuqing sect, to avoid the invasion of the sacred religion. 2 years later, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. Another one. Han Ju checked immediately. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Black Prison Rooster, the reincarnation of the upper realm demon saint, the body is the Black Prison Phoenix, because of countless killings, offended the heaven, and was killed by the heaven. Its soul penetrated into the 6 reincarnations, reborn into the mortal world, and its soul will continue to transform its body, until completely transformed into a Black Prison Phoenix. His current state is a chicken, his intelligence is immature, just like a 2-year-old child. Han Ju was taken aback. Upper realm demon saint. So awesome. Yang Tiandong's bloodline of the demon saint is only mortal, and the black jail chicken is directly the demon saint of the upper realm. There is also the heavenly court. Isn't this an existence in the Chinese mythology? It also exists in this world. Han definitely became interested in the black prison chicken. His consciousness swept away immediately. At the foot of the mountain, there was an old farmer leading the herd of cows walking in the mountains. Each cow had 2 chicken coops on its back. Inside were chickens. Han Ju's consciousness quickly fell on one of the small black chickens. On the body, the feathers of this black chicken are shiny, with a metallic texture. Among a group of chickens, this little black chicken is the only one that has fluctuating spiritual power. Exquisite favorite, how can I miss it? Han Ju went down the mountain immediately. He came to the old farmer and asked for the little chicken straightforwardly. The old farmer did not dare to refuse. He himself was a servant of the Yuqing sect. This batch of cows and chickens was originally given to the inner door. Han Jue showed the order of the elders, and he obeyed. Han Ju grabbed the black jail chicken and returned to the cave. Chapter 40 A Men of the Wind, the 9th floor of the horrible foundation. After bringing the black prison chicken back to the cave, Han Ju threw it aside and began to practice on his own. At first, the black jail chicken wanted to eat his flowers and plants when he was hungry, but was knocked off by his 6 spiritual powers, hit the wall, and screamed in pain. So close. Almost fell to death. Han absolutely had to pour his spiritual power into the black jail chicken body and guide it to receive chi. Lasted for several days before the black jail chicken got used to receiving chi. Chi can alleviate hunger, and the black jail chicken begins to enjoy the state of cultivation. I have to say that the reincarnation of the demon saint is incredible. Although the bloodline has not completely transformed and the intelligence has not been developed, the instinct is still there. If it weren't for Han Ju, this black jail chicken would be sent to the 10,000 demon realm, eaten by other monsters, and reincarnated again. I don't know how many lifetimes it would take to reproduce the demon saint's grace. After the black jail chicken began to practice, Han Ju was relieved and continued to practice. The 5th floor of Yuanying realm is far from enough for him. His goal is to transform God as soon as possible. Do not melt the virtual as soon as possible. Early Mahayana. He wants to reach the highest level in the world as quickly as possible, so that he can rest assured. 2 years later. Li Qingzi and the elder Taizhang are back. Knowing that Lao Xianlei is a meticulous work, and has been killed by Han Juezu, the master and apprentice were shocked. After Fairy Xishuan took out the evidence, the two became angry and cursed Yi Xingjiao for shamelessness. At the same time, Han Ju is hosting Xing Hongxian in the cave. I haven't seen Xing Hongxian for a long time, and this woman is more and more moving. She has already built the 8th basement level, and the breakthrough speed is so fast that she has already caught up with Chang Yuer and Mo Zhu. The treatment of the main peak is indeed better than that of the 18 peaks. The Palm teaching has returned, the Yuqing sect is still safe, you have obtained a magic secret book and a bottle of spiritual cultivation medicine. Congratulations on obtaining Fengshen art. Congratulations on getting a bottle of God-gathering pill. Aeolian spell, a wind spell, you can travel between the world and the earth by wind, or you can transform your body into the wind. God Transformation Gathering Pill, high-quality pills for transforming God realm, a total of 12. Han Ju smiled when he saw the 4 lines in front of him. Xing Hongxian began to plant the natural treasures he collected. These treasures are all obtained when I go out to experience, and I will bring them to you as soon as possible, you must use them. Xing Hongxian smiled, turning his head just to see Han Ju smiling, and she couldn't help but feel sweet. It seems that the husband is very happy to come. Han Ju began to chat with her. Xing Hongxian talked about the story of going out to practice. Han Ju got to know the realm of comprehension by the way. Last month, she went out to practice with fellow seniors and senior sisters, and happened to encounter the Orthodox Sect Chiefing Sect and the Demon Sect King Longzong fighting. They defeated the cultivator of the King Longzong. Xing Hongxian also took the opportunity to pick up a storage ring. After returning, I found a lot of treasures hidden inside. Which is Yuqing Zone ranked in Dian cultivation world? Han Ju asked. Xing Hongxian pondered and said, there are more than 20 sect forces in the Great Swallow cultivation realm, among which there are 12 in the right way, and the Yuqing sect should be considered the top 5. Okay. Only the top 5? Han is absolutely disappointed, no wonder Yuqing Zone has so many enemies. In fact, the strength of most sects is not big, and there is no real ranking. Xing Hongxian shook his head and smiled. Han Ju nodded. How can there be so many rankings in the real world of cultivation, and there is no big data support? By the way, recently there has been a figure in the cultivation world, Wang Jihao from the Suzaku Sword sect. This person had once killed the nascent soul boss in the Golden Core realm. I am afraid that he has already turned his mind. He single-handedly entered an authentic sect, and no one is his opponent. Xing Hongxian seemed to think of something and continued. She frowned slightly, and said, it is said that Wang Jihao wants to challenge all the sects of Dian cultivation world, will he come to our Yuqing sect? Through the real person Jingxiu, she already knew that Han Ju was the elder god / If Wang Jihao killed him, Han Ju would definitely have to face him. Han Ju shook his head and thought, how come there are such fighting madmen everywhere? Can single out a sect, it should be very strong. Han Ju asked cautiously, did Wang Jihao kill anyone in the process of challenging the sect? Xing Hongxian shook his head and said, that's not true, after all, the Suzaku Sword sect is also a decent school. I can rest assured that. Xing Hongxian has a question mark on his face. The famous Elder Slayer god is so afraid of death. She thought it was funny, but she didn't underestimate Han Ju. In the entire Yuqing sect, no one has the right to look down upon him. After talking for half an hour, Xing Hongxian left. Han Ju continued to practice. Xing Hongxian, Mo Zhu, and Chang Yuer would visit him every few years, and they would not bother much, just chat. Han Ju gradually got used to such days. It's good to chat occasionally, by the way, learn about the realm of comprehension from their mouths. At the same time, the black jail chicken is also growing up. 1 year later. Han Ju habitually tests Yuqing Zone. Yesaburo, 7th floor of Yuanying stage, deacon of Ningxingjiao. The 7th floor of Yuanying realm, the strength is good. Han Ju got up slowly and walked out of the cave. The black prison chicken looked up at him, and immediately continued to practice. Under the cultivation of Han Ju, it has also become a self-cultivation temperament. A few miles away, in a forest, a man wearing a jade Qingzong Taoist robe is meditating under a tree. He has a handsome face and evil spirits between his eyebrows. Is Heisaburo from Nini Xingjiao? Why is Dao Lei still paying for the future? Could it be that something happened? Yi Sanlang cursed secretly. He has been waiting for a month. Patience is almost gone. He even wanted to rush directly into the Yuqing sect. But thinking of the mysterious Elder Slayer, he still compromised. At this moment, Han Ju came from deep in the woods. As soon as he saw him, Isaburo was immediately alert. Sweeping God sensed www.novel.com the 9 floors of the base building. Ants. Isaburo continued to practice, pretending that he didn't see Han Ju. Anyway, he was wearing Yukingzong's Taoist robe, and running away when he saw people was suspicious. Don't know. Han Ju went straight to him. Isaburo frowned and asked, "Your Excellency, something?" Han Ju said, "But Deacon Yi of the Sect of the Holy Sect. I am a direct disciple of old immortal Dao Lei. Recently, the Sect of the Holy Sect has often harassed the Sect of Yuqing. Old immortal Dao Lei was assigned other tasks by the leader and couldn't get away. Let me take over with you." Hearing this, Isaburo frowned deeper. He suddenly slapped Han Ju's chest with a palm, and poured his domineering spiritual power into Han Ju's body. Then, bang! Isaburo was countershocked and knocked down trees. Han Ju patted his chest and hummed in his heart, "I have a magical costume, how do you hit me? Just your spiritual power." Jin Chan Xian Shen Yi is not an anti-armor, but Han Ju uses 6 spiritual powers to resist like a conditioned reflex. How can Yi Sanlang's mortal spiritual power resist? You. Yasaburo stood up, surprised and angry. How can the 9-layer base building be so powerful? And many more. Is it? Yasaburo suddenly thought of a person, his face pale in fright, turned around and fled. He just turned around, and 3 sword shadows killed him like lightning, crushing his flesh directly. Between the electric light and flint, Yi Sanlang sacrificed Yuan Ying, who turned into a rainbow light and galloped toward the horizon. Very fast. Han Ju directly performed Fengshen art, which turned into a gust of wind to chase after him. In less than 3 seconds, he caught up with Isaburo, and he raised his hand to cast 1,000 thunderstorms, and the sky of thunder and lightning turned into a net of thunder to stop Isaburo. Chapter 41 Cultivation Base Breakthrough, Demon Saint Technique. Isaburo, who was entangled in 1,000 thunderstorms, was extremely desperate. He quickly turned his head and shouted, "I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me." Han Ju used 6 soul-sucking techniques and sucked his Yuan Ying into his hands. The 6 spiritual powers wrapped Yi Sanlang's nascent infant, like an invisible shackle, making Yi Sanlang unable to move. The black jail chicken opened his eyes and looked at the villain in Han Ju's hand curiously. Isaburo was terrified, and the little Yuan Ying was trembling. Han Ju put him on the ground, while sitting on the bed, looking down at him condescendingly. "What the does Nini Xingjiao have?" Han Ju asked. Isaburo gritted his teeth and said, "To annex the Yuqing sect, first capture the geniuses of the Yuqing sect. After the Yuqing sect is destroyed, these geniuses have nowhere to go and can only join the sacred religion." Han Ju continued to ask, "Is it just for the Yuqing sect, or the entire cultivation world? The whole world of comprehension? You are so courageous, do you have a in the sacred religion?" "Naturally there is." Isaburo replied truthfully, in the face of life and death, he could no longer care so much. "Is there any void realm?" Han Ju asked, narrowing his eyes. Isaburo said helplessly, "That is the realm in the legend, at least I haven't heard of it in the holy religion, but the leader is already the cultivation base of the peak of the gods. Why is the saint cult of Lini so strong, why keep hiding in the dark? Where are the geniuses of Yuqingzong held? This, I really don't know, I'm just an ordinary deacon. The 7th floor of Yuan Ying realm is still ordinary." Han Ju feels that Nini Xingjiao is dangerous. Scared to death. Isaburo cautiously said, "Senior, please let me go, I will never dare. I swear, I will never come to Yuqingzong again. Yesaburo has hatred towards you, the current hatred is 6 stars, and he will never die." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. "Young man, your path is narrow." Han Ju raised his hand like lightning, and shot out the magic sword, directly extinguishing Yi Sanlang's Yuan Ying. The black jail chicken saw this scene, and the chicken trembled with fright. It was the first time that it saw Hanju kill an enemy. After Isaburo died, Hanju began to count Isaburo's storage ring. Is worthy of being a strong person on the 7th floor of the nascent infant realm, and the resources in the storage ring are really fat. This storage ring is very large, and the spirit stones are piled up into hills. There are all kinds of magical instruments, exercises, secrets, and medicine, and there are many treasures of heaven and earth. Hanju first took a look at the secrets of the exercises. They were all magical exercises and spells. He didn't look at them. As for the magical artifacts, they can only be used by magic repairs. Hanju began to check the pill. Soon, he discovered the pill that could increase the cultivation base of the nascent infant realm. The 6 spiritual powers were submerged in this pill, and what he felt was surging aura. Hanju started taking it immediately. 2 years later, Hanju broke through to the 6th floor of Yuanying realm. The black jail chicken has become a great rooster, and its wood has finally grown to the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child, able to speak out. It is worth mentioning that when the black jail chicken cultivated a trace of demon power, it actually inherited a demon clan technique, which itself was very surprised. Hanju understood that this was the demon sage technique of his previous life. This is good. Hanju does not need to teach it too much. Li Qingzi came to visit Hanju again, and all the talks were about the sacred religion of Yi. Recently, the sacred religion of Yi seems to have disappeared, no longer targeting Yuqingzong. Li Qingzi finally investigated the address where the geniuses of Yuqingzong were imprisoned. Li Qingzi wants to ask Hanju to do it. Hanju said solemnly, perhaps this is a plan to tune the tiger away from the mountain. Once I leave, if the holy sect of Dai strikes, you can stop it. You must know that the Master Yuanying can only be a deacon in the holy sect of Dai. Li Qingzi was silent. This is quite possible. In that case, it would be useless to save those geniuses. Then I'll go out myself, Elder Han, Yuqingzong will be handed over to you. Li Qingzi said solemnly. Hanju nodded and said, unless you encounter a strong void realm, no one will want to attack Yuqingzong. Li Qingzi smiled at this. It seems that during this time, Hanju has become stronger again. Li Qingzi left contentedly. He set Duan Tongtian's cultivation base to the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Hanju barely drew a tie. This made Hanju panicked. You must know that the simulation trial can only set the cultivation base, and there is a big gap between the cultivation methods and spells of the 9th level and the 1st level. Waited for Duan Tongtian to truly cultivate to the 9th level of the transcendent god realm, and his strength was definitely stronger than that of him in the simulation trial. Besides, Duan Tongtian also relied on Xiao Yi to break through to the transcendent god realm, a little watery. You must hurry to break through the gods, otherwise you will not feel at ease if you want to sleep. Hanju thought silently. He clicked on the relationship to view friends' dynamics. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong is attacked by the saint cult of Lini X29. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the saint cult of the Lini X48. Poor disciple, still being beaten. Hanju is not too worried. He has been attacked so many times and has not died yet. What does this mean? Yini Xingjiao is a true lover, and he is reluctant to kill. Could it be that Ling Xingjiao is not a magic way? Hanju thought silently. Soon, he continued to practice. Hold on. As a teacher, I am practicing hard. When I am sure of my teacher, I will save you. In a dim attic, 4 people in clothes are sitting around the table. They all wore hoods to cover their faces. One of them said solemnly, "Why hasn't Yi Sanlang come back yet?" Other people followed. Did it happen by accident? Yi Sanlang is a master at the 7th level of the Yuanying realm. In the Yuqing sect, no one can keep him except for the Elder of God /www.novel.com, not to mention the careful work inside and outside. Who is that fine work anyway? I don't know, only Isaburo knows. Every meticulous work has only one contact with him except the leader. The leader is too cautious. I want to see how good it is to step down directly on the Yuqing sect. And those Yuqing sect disciples, kill them if you don't agree. The 4 began to complain about the leader of the Holy Church. In their opinion, although the elder of the Yuqingzong god swordsman is strong, it is impossible to be the opponent of the leader. Besides, there are other powerhouses in the cultivator of the gods besides the leader. Boom. the door of the room was suddenly kicked open. A gold-robed man walked into the house, embroidered with tiger and leopard patterns on his gold suit, and wearing a silver and blue jade crown like a dagger. His face was handsome, his eyes were piercing and energetic, and his eyebrows were pierced. Arrogant. 4 people in the clothes patted the table and stood up. Bold. One of them pulled out the knife on his waist, preparing to slash at the man in gold. The gold-clothed man's eyes were cold, and a terrifying coercion broke out. The whole attic shook violently, and the 4 men in the clothes were so scared that they did not dare to move. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is your excellency?" The man in golden clothes said expressionlessly, "I am the Suzaku Sword Sect Emperor Jihao in Xia. I heard that you are from the sacred sect of Ini. It just so happens that I want to challenge the sacred sect of Lini. Tell me, where is the sacred sect of Lini?" Emperor Jihao. The 4 of them trembled even more with fright. Recently, Wang Jihao's reputation is so great. A man in clothes suddenly said, "If we say it, we will definitely die, but if you go to challenge the Yuqing sect first, then we can explain the position of the mountain gate of the sacred religion." Book Friends Group, 668385276, Let Me Laugh at the Sword Repair Group. Chapter 42 Wang Jihao's Challenge. To deal with Yuqing Zone. Wang Jihao frowned and said coldly, "This lonely sect is not challenging." His words are full of disdain for Yuqing Zone. An Yi-man said anxiously, "Recently, the Yuqing sect has produced an elder of God Slayer, who can kill the strong god of God with one sword, and his strength is unfathomable." Upon hearing this, Wang Jihao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I have fought against the head teacher of the Yuqing sect and the supreme elder. I have average strength and have never heard of the elder slayer. Don't lie to me." Wang Jihao said solemnly, "That terrifying aura has not diminished, it is still terrifying. Never dare to deceive. It's true, you can go out and inquire about it." The other 3 people said in a hurry. Together, the 4 of them are not Wang Jihao's opponents, for fear that Wang Jihao will attack them. Wang Jihao's eyes flickered, and said, "You tell me the location of Ini Shengjiao first, I will challenge Yuqing Zone first, and then I will go for Lini Shengjiao." The 4 people looked at each other. In order to survive, they finally compromised. After a while, Wang Jihao left. The 4 men in clothes let out a sigh of relief and slumped on their chairs one after another. "How strong is this guy?" One of them gritted his teeth. Another person scolded, "It's not important. The important thing is that I think there is a problem with this inn. What about good sound insulation and spiritual consciousness?" Yuqing Zone. 2 more years have passed since Li Qingzi left. Hanju is still on the 6th floor of the nascent infant realm. With the help of Yi Sanlang's pill, he is already close to the 7th floor of the nascent infant realm. The black jail chicken is half a meter tall, but Hanju has tested its bone age and it is still too early to mature. This day, Chang Yuer came to visit. "I haven't come for many years," and seeing the black jail chicken grow so big, she couldn't help walking over to touch the black jail chicken. Itch, itch. The black jail chicken resisted and backed away. Hearing its milky voice, Chang Yuer became more interested. Hanju couldn't help but say, "Don't touch it, this is my baby mount. If you touch it, you will pay for it. Cut it, pay for it. Take a chicken as a mount, you are really promising." Chang Yuer curled her mouth and said, after all, her body was still very obedient, and she turned around and came to Hanju. She looked at Hanju and smiled, "Junior brother Han, your face is pleasing to the eye every time I see it, and I don't know how outstanding your parents are." "Parents? They. Nothing unusual," Hanju said with a smile in his heart. For so many years, Hanju occasionally thinks of his parents in this life. More than 100 years have passed. If they were still mortals, they would have been buried. This is good, it saves a lot of trouble. Han Absolutely's parents in this life didn't really miss it very much. When they abandoned Hanju and ran away, the blood and blood relationship was broken. Changing to be his parents in his previous life, I would never give up on him. Chang Yuer continued, "I heard that Elder Guan is coming back. Have you heard of Elder Guan? He and our master once worshipped Yuqing sect together, but 300 years ago, he offended Suzaku Sword Sect to avoid suspicion. The elder Taizhang quietly sent him out of the Dian dynasty. Half a year ago, he replied with magic techniques, saying that he would come back and he would fight for the position of Yuqing Zone as the head of the emperor." Hanju shook his head. He has never heard of this thing. I have never heard of such a person. Elder Guan is said to like our master very much, and he might become a Taoist couple with our master. Chang Yuer continued. Han Ju shrugged. I think too much. Fairy Shixian would not allow his disciples to become Taoists. How could he break the rules? He asked. That Elder Guan is very strong. Chang Yuer nodded and said, it is said that he has obtained the opportunity outside Dian and has become of transformation. This time he is coming back to lead the Yuqing sect to surpass the Sword sect. The elders are very happy. A transfiguration is more sure to deal with the saint cult of the Dai, and the Supreme Elder is also very happy, but the head teacher is out, and I don't know about it yet. Han could not help but silently mourn for Li Qingzi. After so many years of hard work, the seat is not guaranteed. When Han Ju was about to ask Elder Guan, a line suddenly appeared in front of him. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. Han Ju was taken aback. Encounter the first weather lucker again. Yu Qingzong's luck is so good. How can you jump out of the background? Han Ju quickly checked. Emperor Jihao, on the third level of the Transcendent God Realm, the elder of the Suzaku Sword Sect Ui, born with a sword heart, has a very high comprehension of Kendo. Because of his unparalleled aptitude since childhood, he has developed an arrogant mentality of arrogance, in order to become stronger. He can give up everything. Huang Jihao. Wipe. Why is this guy here? Do you have to challenge Yu Qingzong? Han Ju suddenly had a headache. Can't you practice hard? Han Ju followed up with a selection prompt. Jade Qingzong faces the challenge of Huang Jihao. You have the following choices. 1. Order the Quanzong to encircle and suppress Emperor Jihao, and achieve victory, move the world, get a fire spell cheat. 2. Quietly repel Huang Jihao, without causing too much movement, you can get a spiritual treasure. Han never hesitated to choose the second option. High profile is not his style. Besides, if Huang Jihao is defeated in an upright manner, Suzaku Sword Sect will definitely be the enemy of Yuqing sect. Han Ju has not yet figured out the ranking of Huang Jihao's strength in the Suzaku Sword Sect. Even if it is the strongest, if Suzaku Sword Sect and Mini Xingjia join forces, then Yu Qingzong will not be able to bear it. Oh, Yu Qingzong is still too weak. Han Ju sighed. He looked at Chang Yuer and said, you go back first, I have something to do. What's up? It's not convenient to say. Cut. Chang Yuer curled his lips, got up and left. She was saying that she was happy, but she was deported, which would be disappointing to anyone. After Chang Yuer left, Han Ju began to search for Huang Jihao's position with a simulation trial. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. At this moment, Huang Jihao is less than 20 miles away from Yu Qingzong. He walked slowly, not in a hurry. Han never left directly. First hold your hand. Come to a simulated trial battle. Han Ju's consciousness followed into the simulation trial. 5 minutes later. Han Ju finished the simulation trial. He frowned. Something. Han Ju took a deep breath and continued the simulation trial. Can't lose this guy in seconds. This fellow is capable of transforming into the third level of the God Realm. Han Ju changed his fighting style. 2 minutes later. The simulation trial is over. Han Ju's brows frowned again, and he murmured, it's worthy of being a natural swordsman, it's okay, it can last 2 minutes under my hands. Han Ju became distressed. The fighting momentum is too loud, 2 minutes is enough to attract many people to approach. Is not easy to handle. No way. Can't be done if it's not easy. When this guy is killed in Yu Qingzong, then it will really be earth-shattering. In the mountains and forests. Huang Jihao strolled forward. His expression is very calm, he doesn't feel the tension of the upcoming battle. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, walking towards him. Is Han Ju. Han Ju is wearing a Yu Qingzong Taoist robe. He is immortal and chic. At first glance, he is not immortal. Huang Jihao glanced. Build 9 floors of the base environment. Really weak. But this boy looks good and handsome. Huang Jihao has a good impression of you, the current good impression is 2 stars. Such a line suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, and he was stunned. What the hell? Chapter 43 Rank 6 Defensive Spirit Treasure, elder seriously injured. Why do you like me suddenly? Han Ju frowned, making things even more difficult. It is difficult for him to start with people who have a good opinion of him. Wang Jihao walked up to Han Ju and said, "Boy, I have an eye for you. Should I worship me as a teacher and become a nascent soul in the future? It is definitely not difficult. Yuanying is absolutely heaven for the foundation building monks." With these remarks, he didn't believe in Han absolutely. I margin. Han Ju's eyes are strange. What kind of affinity can a man have between a man? Could it be? Han never shuddered. Goosebumps are coming up. He takes a step back. Who are you and why come to Yuqing Sect? Han Ju asked in a deep voice. Wang Jihao jokingly said, I am the Suzaku Sword Sect Emperor Jihao. Have you ever heard of it? This visit to Jade Qingzong is naturally the Elder Slashing God who challenges you. Han Ju asked, why challenge the Elder Slash? Instead of challenging Yu Qingzong. Your head teacher and the previous head teacher have long been defeated by me. Only the Elder of God Slashing in the Yuqing Sect is qualified to let me take action. I will deal with the Elders of God Slash and tell me the location of their mountain gate. Wang Jihao spoke very casually, and Han absolutely heard that the hatred of Yi Shengjiao soared to 6 stars. Han Ju asked, are there many God-transforming powerhouses in the Saint cult? How strong is their leader? There are indeed many gods. After all, they have thousands of years of background. As for their leader, it is very mysterious. I don't know. How sure are you to challenge the Ningyi Shengjiao? Why do you ask so much? Do you worship me as a teacher? Wang Jihao's favorability towards you has decreased. The current favorability rating is 1 star. Wang Jihao looked impatient. Han Julo. Just ask you a few more words, the good impression will be half of it. Very good. Then I won't be soft when I deal with you. Han Ju directly took out the Qilin sword and said, if you can take my sword, I will worship you as a teacher. Wang Jihao was also happy, and said, boy, haven't you heard of my name? Just say you dare not. Okay. I will take your sword. If you can hurt me a bit, I will turn around and leave, and I won't bother you Qingzong in this life. You said. Okay. Wang Ji was arrogant, and after believing that Han Ju was only building the 9th level of the Foundation realm, he didn't take Han Ju's words to heart at all. Han Ju made a sudden move. The 6 spiritual powers in are like a volcanic eruption, poured into the unicorn sword. Wang Jihao's pupils suddenly enlarged. This spiritual power. Oops. Wang Jihao quickly raised his hands and mobilized the surging spiritual power in his body. The sword light was shining, a black sword aura cut through the woods, rose into the sky, and cut in half together with the sea of clouds in the sky, which was extremely spectacular. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook and the dust was flying. Wang Jihao gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the sword aura of the heavenly jade ghost Excalibur. The pressure of the horror sword made him retreat continuously, and the protective shield transformed by spiritual power appeared cracks, like glass cracking. Not good. Can't stop it. Wang Jihao cursed secretly and jumped quickly. At the moment he jumped up, Han Ju's sword energy penetrated into his body, causing him to spit out an arrow, and then his body jumped hundreds of feet away. Sword chi swept away, crushing the trees along the way, cutting a huge gully on the ground, unfathomable, like a narrow canyon. Wang Jihao stopped and looked at Han Ju in horror. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Not right. Is supernatural power. The famous Wang Jihao shouldn't be able to speak, right? Han Ju raised his head and asked blankly. Wang Jihao hates you, the current hatred is 4 stars. Han never panicked, his eyes fixed on Wang Jihao. Wang Ji was trembling with anger. He wanted to kill Han Ju very much, but he had already put down the big talk just now. He wouldn't slap himself in the face. In addition, Han Ju's sword aura is indeed strong. If he is really desperate, he may not be able to win. He gritted his teeth and asked, who are you on earth? You come to me and ask who am I? Wang Jihao laughed angrily when he heard it. The God-slashing elder of the Yuqing Sect. As expected. Under the prestigious reputation, there are no avatars. Although I said that I won't come to Yuqing Sect again, but when you leave Yuqing Sect, I will challenge you again. Abandoning these words, Wang Jihao left. Han Ju smiled contemptuously, and thought to himself, wait for me to leave Yuqingzong. Can you afford to wait?" He turned and left. Not long after, a famous elder of Yuqingzong rushed to see the scene where Jian Qi had been slashed, and they couldn't help but be frightened. But they guessed that Han Ju made the shot, otherwise the battle would not stop. Could there be another powerful enemy attacking? After leaving the Yuqing sect, Wang Jihao stood on the flying sword, healed his wounds while he was aggrieved. Damn it, dare to play with me. Wang Jihao was almost mad. If Han Ju had reported his identity from the beginning, would he be careless? If he is wary, how can he not take that sword? Okay. Really can't take it. But he will not easily agree to such an agreement. Ugh. Careless. When Wang Jihao was shutting down, a figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Who is your excellency, and why did you come out of Yuqingzong?" The visitor is a male monk in Tsingyi, Fengshan Junyi, Yuxuanang, carrying a sword box with 4 swords in the box. Wang Jihao was in a very bad mood, and immediately hummed, "What's up with you? Get out." Brother Tsingyi smiled, "Dare to be so rude to me, are you afraid of death?" "Hee hee, what are you? Then fight to see who is the thing. Looking for death." Boom. Back in the cave www.novel.com, just as Han Ju sat down, 2 lines appeared before his eyes. "You quietly defeat Wang Jihao and get a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 6th rank Lingbao, Fen Sha Zhong. Fen Sha Zhong, 6th rank defensive spirit treasure, which can resist all attacks in the Void Realm. After the spiritual power is injected, the body of the clock will increase with the amount of spiritual power injected, until it is as heavy as a giant mountain." Ha! Good baby. Can resist all attacks below the Void Realm. I like. Han Ju happily took out the Fen Sha clock and looked carefully. The body of the clock is black, revealing an ancient and evil aura. Han Ju immediately began to shed blood to recognize the Lord. Half an hour later, he played with Fen Sha Zhong. After successfully acknowledging the Lord, Fen Sha Zhong was like an arm's command to him. When Fen Sha Zhong covered him, he felt extremely safe. Wearing a golden cicada mysterious robes, and a coat burning Sha Zhong, I have the world. Han Ju was extremely proud. Soon, he continued to practice. The next morning, Fairy Xishuan found it. This is the first time Fairy Xishuan has come to Han Ju on his own initiative. Han Ju got up to entertain. "Yue told you about my senior brother Guan Yogang. He came back yesterday, but he encountered Wang Jihao near Yuqingzong and was seriously injured." Fairy Xishuan walked to Han Ju and said directly, "Okay." The guy who threatened to be the head teacher pulled his hips when he first came. Han could not help silently mourning for him. There is a saying, Guan Yogang is a bit weak. Wang Jihao was injured by him, and he couldn't beat him in this situation. Still want to become a priest with his master. Chapter 44 Fairy Domain Conference, 10 Gods of Transformation. It's really unfortunate, alas. Han Ju sighed. When Fairy Xishuan raised the matter, what else could he say besides this? Fairy Xishuan stared at Han Ju and asked, "Brother Guan said that he happened to meet Wang Jihao coming out of Yuqingzong. A forest near Yuqingzong was destroyed. It was suspected to be some kind of sword energy. Didn't you want to challenge our Yuqing sect and be repelled by you?" Han Ju nodded and said, "That's right." Fairy Xishuan said with emotion, "I didn't expect that the famous Wang Jihao would also be defeated by your younger generation." Han Ju motioned Fairy Xishuan to sit down and talk. Fairy Xishuan sat on the chair next to him, and continued, "I came to you this time because I hope you can help me suppress senior brother Guan." Suppress Guan Yogang? Han Ju was puzzled. The head teacher may not be as good as senior brother Guan, but he has done his best to Yuqingzong. For the sake of Yuqingzong, he even delayed his cultivation. At this time, it is chilling to oust him from the position of head teacher. Besides, my senior brother Guan, it's just for revenge, not really for the sect's consideration. When he recovers from his injury, I will let him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, he can be the head teacher, how about? Fairy Xishuan said softly, her tone and eyes never variety. Han Ju hesitated. Yes, it's okay, but this battle is best to be carried out quietly. If it is spread in the Yuqing sect, it will definitely spread in the cultivation world. I don't want to show too much limelight, otherwise it will cause endless trouble. Before, he helped Yuqingzong deal with the Qingming demon cult and became famous, and Wang Jihao also came for this. That's natural, just to save senior brother Guan's face. Han Ju nodded. Fairy Shishuan suddenly looked at the black jail chicken in the corner and asked in surprise, "How do you raise a chicken? This chicken looks extraordinary." The black jail chicken raised his head and hummed, "I am a phoenix, and the master told me that sooner or later I will become a phoenix." Fairy Shishuan smiled slightly. "A chicken wants to become a phoenix too. I got it from a farmer in Yuqingzhou. It's boring to practice, and it's nice to have it with me." Han Ju explained with a smile. Regarding the origin of the black prison chicken, he did not say. Even if he said, who would believe it? The gap between a chicken and a phoenix is as big as a snake and a dragon. Fairy Shishien looked at Han Ju again, and said, "The Fairyland Conference once in 100 years is about to open. I have the Fairyland Order, which can be given to you. The Fairyland Conference is a rare event, where you can get what you want. All magic weapons, medicines, heavenly materials, and earth treasures, and even the secrets of the exercises, as long as you have enough equivalent resources. Fairyland Conference. Sounds very compelling and very lively. If this were put in a novel, it would definitely be a grand event for the protagonist to pretend to be. It's easy to add new enemies accidentally. Cannot go." Han Ju declined to say, "Thank you for your kindness, master. I just want to retreat well. With my qualifications, I don't need to go out for adventure for the time being." Fairy Shishien nodded. She got up and left. Han Ju got up and sent him off. After Fairy Shishuan left, Han Ju returned to the bed and began to practice. The Fairyland Conference, hey, wait for me to achieve Mahayana, but I can go and see. Han Ju thought of it silently while receiving his energy. Suzaku Sword Sect. As the righteous master of the Dayan dynasty, the number of disciples of the Suzaku Sword Sect is nearly 10,000. Most of them majored in Kendo. Almost all the strongest swordsmen in the history of Dayan came from the Suzaku Sword Sect. In the Sect Master Hall, Huang Jihao sat on the futon, his face extremely ugly. On the first seat sits the lord of the Suzaku Sword Sect, Tang Han. Tang Han looks like he is 30 or 40 years old, and he looks handsome. He has sharp eyes under his sword eyebrows, and a sword is suspended on the left and right sides. The whole person has a very strong spirit. You can't even catch him with a sword. Tang Han asked with a frown. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, it is true. His spiritual power is extremely domineering. This is the first time I have encountered this kind of spiritual power. It is not a common spiritual root attribute, nor is it a rare spiritual root. I can't tell." Thinking of the scene when he faced the Tenchu Ghost Excalibur before, he couldn't help but feel frightened. In addition, what else? This person is very good looking. No one in the Suzaku Sword Sect can compare his appearance. This is important. Well, it's not very important. Huang Jihao sighed. For some reason, his tone was a bit regretful. Tang Han frowned. "I didn't expect Yu Qingzong to have such a character." Huang Jihao is outside, which represents the highest combat power of Suzaku Sword Sect. Although he consciously is stronger than Huang Jihao, he will not be much stronger. Huang Jihao continued, "By the way, the holy sect of Ini is infested and is still targeting Yu Qingzong. After this injury, I plan to challenge the holy sect of Ini." Tang Han nodded and said, "Although the sacred sect of Dai began to be lonely thousands of years ago, the foundation should not be underestimated. The supreme elder of the Yuqing sect had approached me before, and hoped that the right path would join forces against the sacred sect of Dai. I did not agree. That person will not die, the sacred cult of the Yi cannot die." "Who is that person?" "The leader of the Mini Shengjiao. This person was just like you when he was young, and he was very energetic. It was a coincidence that he fell into the magical way and became the leader of the Mini Shengjiao. I heard from my master that in their generation, the leader of the Lini Shengjiao the most powerful, you can just test his strength this time, but don't be reckless. If you lose, quickly retreat. Don't worry, I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid. Okay." Since Fairy Shishuan left, the time flies, and 7 years have passed quickly. While practicing, Han Ju has been paying attention to the situation of other people through personal relationships and emails. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were arrested by the Saint cult of Lini. www.novel.com, the cultivation base was even improved. In recent years, I haven't been attacked by the Holy Church of Dai. it seems that I have compromised. However, their identities did not become disciples of the Ningxing Jiao. Han Ju guessed that they were just pretending to compromise. It is Li Qingzi, who is often attacked by the Saint clerk, and has been seriously injured many times. This head teacher is really too hard. For the sake of the disciples, I rushed around, got hurt all the time, and continued to get hurt when he got better. Besides, Guan Yougong never came to Han Ju. Han Ju can also understand. Even Huang Jihao is no match for him. How can this guy dare to challenge him? It is worth mentioning that the black hell chicken has grown faster and faster recently, and its strength has been equivalent to that of a monk in the 8th floor of the Qi refining realm. Not to mention that for a chicken, if it is a monk, there are very few people who can reach this speed. The mind is getting bigger and bigger, and the black jail chicken is more and more curious about the outside world. Han absolutely had to brainwash it. It's dangerous outside. Many people want to eat you. You must be strong enough to be invincible before you can go out, otherwise you will definitely die. Master, I dare not go out. As time passed, the black jail chicken dared not want to go out anymore, just wanted to practice hard. This day, Li Qingzi visited again. Han Ju noticed that his breath was weak and his face was very ugly. It seemed that the injuries he suffered this time were very serious. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth and said, "The big thing is not good. Maple Leaf Valley was destroyed by the Holy Sect of Dai. The next goal of Holy Sect of Dai is probably our Yuqing Sect. The Lord of Maple Leaf Valley sent a letter to me before he died, saying there are 10 transformation gods in the sacred cult, enough to sweep the realm of Daiyan cultivation." Han Ju heard this, and asked, "Why not run quickly?" Li Qingzi was stunned. Chapter 45 Innate Taoism, Attention from the Devil. Haven't you run quickly? Is this human talk? Li Qingzi roared wildly in his heart. The reason why he came to Han Ju was to give Han Ju a thorough understanding and prepare him. I didn't expect Han Ju to want to slip straight away. Li Qingzi said depressed, "Where can I escape? So many disciples, even if they escape, they have to escape from the Daiyan cultivation realm, but if we go to other cultivation realms, those sects will definitely not allow us to gain a foothold and will only swallow us. Yu Qingzong still has to die." Han Ju frowned. He wanted to say that if Yu Qingzong is dead, it's fine, as long as the people are still alive. Jade Qingzong is in danger of extinction. You have the following options. 1. Run immediately, be chased by the sacred cult, wandering around the world, get a magic weapon. 2nd, guard the sect, live a lifetime, and you can't just retreat. After defeating the sacred religion, you can get a spiritual treasure, a kendo secret book, and a lucky beast egg. Han never made a decision immediately, but thought carefully. Even if you escape, where can you escape? After the Yuqing sect is destroyed, the Ningxing Jiao will definitely continue to take action and sweep the Daiyan cultivation world, unless he joins the Ningxing Jiao. Join if you can't beat it. This is no longer stubborn, it's counseling. Otherwise, wait and see, if you can't beat it then run away. He is wearing a golden cicada mysterious robes, holding a burning clock in his hand, and coupled with the wind technique, can't he escape if he wants to escape? Han Ju asked, when will the holy sect of Lini come to surround us? At most 10 years, they also need time to clean up the mess of Maple Leaf Valley. Li Qingzi replied. Han Ju sighed, and said, "Master, why are our Yuqing sects being targeted one after another? I thought Yuqing sect was very strong before." Li Qingzi was embarrassed and blushed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jade Qingzong is indeed powerful, but the strongest, that is, the founding ancestor went to search for the immortal gods on the land. After 500 years, there is no news. If he is here, how dare the Daixing Jiao take action against us? Thousands of years ago, the founding ancestors were the first to take the lead in the decisive battle against the sacred cult of Ini." Han Ju raised his eyebrows, and said, "In other words, the saint cult of the Yi is looking for us to seek revenge." Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. For mortals, 1,000 years is extremely long, but it is not long in the world of cultivation, especially for a sect. Li Qingzi is the 3rd generation head teacher of Yuqing sect, and his master Taizhang Elder is the 1st generation. Master Patriarch left the treasure to contact him. I and the Elder Taizhang have already used it, and I don't know if Master Patriarch can sense it. If he can come back, the sacred sect of Lini will certainly not be a concern. By then, Qingzong Jade will definitely become Elder Han, the most powerful sect in the Yan Xiuzhen realm. We must grit our teeth through this level. As long as we pass through, there will be no more threats in the future. You will be able to retreat and practice with peace of mind. The Patriarch might still be able to teach you the cultivation method of the land gods. Li Qingzi grabbed Han Ju's hand and said seriously. Han Ju almost got goosebumps, and quickly pulled his hand back. He sighed. Okay, I will accompany you to face the holy cult, but I said in advance that if I can't beat it, I can only run away. Li Qingzi solemnly nodded his head and said, if it is really no match, I can't let you die with us. The two chatted for a while, and Li Qingzi left. Han Ju had originally wanted Li Qingzi to take some pills to help him strengthen his cultivation, but Li Qingzi embarrassed that Yu Qingzong did not have a suitable pill for Yuaning realm cultivation. Yu Qingzong is very short of alchemists. Han Ju turned his head to look at the black jail chicken, and said, did you see it? It's really dangerous. Even if we don't cause trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. The black jail chicken kept nodding, as if a chicken pecking at rice. Master, are you sure? No. Ah. Otherwise, shall we run quietly? Ah. Okay, you already got my true story. Really running? Hold on. On that day, Han Ju came to the inner gate city and bought a beast control bag. It is convenient to bring the black jail chicken when running. After walked out of the attic, he was just about to go back, when a line suddenly appeared in front of him. The first weather operator is detected, whether to check its origin. Is the first weather operator again? Yu Qingzong is really lucky. Han Ju chose to view immediately. Xianqing Juan, building the 3 levels of the base realm, the true identity is the mortal body of the demon, born with Tao heart, and exceptionally talented. 800 years ago, the demon wanted to break through the road and soar, so he created a mortal body, and the deity was sealed in the depths of the soul. Everyone who travels the world, experiences the various states of life, strengthens the Taoist heart, 9 heavens, and 10 places, all have her footprints. 3 years ago, she joined the Yuqing sect and has been dormant. Ma Juan. This is a bit of a criticism. Born with Tao Xin, but from the devil. What kind of anti-routine is this? Han Ju was speechless. He followed the instructions of the system and saw Xianqing Juan. This woman is wearing a jade Qingzong Taoist robe. She has a normal figure and is not a killer from the back. When she turned her head, Han Ju made an assessment. The appearance value is also average. A very ordinary female disciple, sweeping the street, it is easy to skip her directly. Xianqing Juan stood on the side of the street and stopped. She was watching people quarrel. 2 male disciples are blushing for a beautiful disciple. Do you want to hook up with Demon Lord? She is about to ascend, not to mention that she is also a Mahayana monk. Han Ju thought silently. Shook his head immediately. Forget it. So as not to cause trouble. Han Ju turned and left. After turned around, he didn't notice that Xianqing Juan was aiming at him with his peripheral light. Xianqing Juan has a good opinion of you, the current good opinion is 1 star. Han Ju paused, with question marks all over his face. What the hell? He turned his head subconsciously and looked. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com just met Xianqing Juan's gaze. Oops. The devil is paying attention to him. Han Ju was a little flustered inexplicably, so Xianqing Juan politely smiled. Xianqing Juan's favorability towards you has increased, the current favorability rating is 2 stars. Han Ju hurriedly left. Xianqing Juan turned around to follow him. After leaving the inner gate city, Han Ju immediately performed Aeolian magic and returned quickly. Back in Xiantian Dongfu, Han Ju sat on the bed, panicking. I hope she just thinks me good looking, don't really stare at me. Han Ju thought silently. Even if Xianqing Juan likes him, he will not soar into the sky. After all, she is the devil, how many years she has been floating in the world. How can you fall in love with someone at first sight and give everything? If Han Ju goes to please her, there will only be one end. Minion. Mr. Xianqing came to Xiantian Dongfu and saw the 7 characters on the mountain wall. Forbearance for a moment, the sky and the sea are brighter. She couldn't help but laugh. This kid is so funny. Xianqing Juan smiled, his face suddenly serious. These 7 words actually make sense. Xuanqingkuan thought for a while, then turned and left. After she left, Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief. I hope she will give up her desire for me. Han Ju murmured to himself. The black jail chicken asked, what is desire? Han Ju did not have a good temper. I want to eat you, just wanting. Ah. That woman just wanted to eat you, master. The black chicken was shocked. In other words, that woman is better than Han Ju. Han Ju looked weird and said, you can also understand it like this. Chapter 46 Become a Taoist couple, somersault cloud magical powers. Because of the pressure brought by the sacred religion of the Yi, Han Ju practiced harder. The black jail chicken is bitter and can't tell. As Han Ju began to desperately receive qi, the spiritual energy in the cave mansion rushed into his body madly, and the black prison chicken's rate of receiving qi was suppressed. 7 years later, Han Ju finally broke through to the 8th floor of nascent soul realm. He still feels time is tight. If he could break through to the god of transformation before the sacred cult of Dai attacked, then he would be more sure. Han Ju clicked on the interpersonal relationship as he exclaimed. Your friend Zhou Fan is attacked by the saint cult of the Lini X87. Yang Tiandong, your apprentice, is attacked by the sacred cult X87. Your friend Mo Zhu was attacked by fellow disciples. Your friend Li Qingzi was severely injured when he was attacked by the same family. Okay. How did Li Qingzi encounter the same attack? Han Ju was stunned. Is there another spy? He immediately tested Yu Qingzong. The monks in the Yuaning realm are not spies. And many more. Is it Guan Yogong? Han Ju was right, it was Guan Yogong. Guan Yogong didn't dare to challenge the elder Zhan God, so he stopped thinking of teaching, but he was not angry, so he went to Li Qingzi to learn from and take the opportunity to vent. In this regard, the elders of Yu Qingzong were extremely dissatisfied with him. Yu Qingzong is in a tense moment, but you are in trouble, just like that, do you still want to be the head teacher? After Guan Yogong was scolded, he was so angry that he shut himself up and stopped showing up. But he did not leave Yu Qingzong either, which shows that he has Yu Qingzong in his heart. Han Ju didn't know all this, he continued to read the mail. Fairy Xishuan, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian did not have an accident, and other friends more or less fought with others. Includes Xianqing Juan. Xianqing Jun's cultivation base is still on the 3rd floor of the Foundation realm. Han Ju suspected that she hadn't practiced at all, patronizing and observing others. When Han Ju secretly complained to himself, he suddenly felt a breath. Xianqing Juan. This lady is here again. Our fellow Taoists here, can I visit you? Hearing Xianqing Juan's voice, Han Ju became nervous. He thought about it, the other party must know that he is here, if he pretends to be dead, maybe his favorability will be gone. The opponent is a demon, and the degree of affection is definitely better than the degree of hatred. After thinking about it, Han Ju opened the stone gate of the cave. Xianqing Juan comes in various styles. Han absolutely helpless. The black prison chicken still remembers the breath of Xianqing Juan. It cried out in horror, please. Don't eat my master. Xianqing Juan looked confused. Han Ju was a little embarrassed. He glared at the black jail chicken, so scared that it dared not speak anymore. Jun Xianqing walked up to Han Ju and said with a smile, I am a disciple of Yuzhu Peak, Jun Xianqing. I met with my brother in the inner door a few years ago. I was shocked by the heavens and buried your shadow in my heart. I rushed to visit this time, and I hope my brother will not blame it. Is direct enough. Han never knows how to answer. Brother's handsomeness is really rare in the world, unparalleled in the world. Junior sister is willing to offer a treasure. I hope senior brother will not refuse. Xianqing Juan continued to laugh, flipping his bare hand, and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. Han Ju asked curiously, what is this? This is the order of the Tianxian Mansion, and the Tianxian Mansion is the holy place for cultivation in the realm of cultivation. Only when you get the order of the Tianxian Mansion, you can practice. From there, no matter how bad you are, you can become the nascent soul. Xianqing Juan explained with a smile. She hummed in her heart, I don't believe you are not moved. Boy, your good skin bag is accepted. Han Ju shook his head and said, thank you, my sister, for your kindness, but I don't want to leave Yuqing Sect. I intend to practice in Yuqing Sect for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Xianqing Juan's face froze. She changed the treasure again, and said, This is an earth spirit sword, which can easily kill a master of the Golden Core realm. Not enough. I'll give you another bottle of medicine to break through the Golden Core realm. I'll give you another body refining exercise. Add 3 more magical cheats. Is this special? Really? If it had been 100 years ago, Hanju would definitely not be able to stop him, and he really didn't want to work hard. Hanju hesitated for a moment, and said, actually, I'm already a cultivation base in the Yuaning realm. He no longer hides his cultivation base, but reveals the cultivation base of the 8th layer of the nascent infant realm, and then hides it again. Xian Qingjuan was shocked. She guessed the truth in an instant, and asked, you are the Elder God Slayer. Hanju nodded. The opponent is a demon. Since he is staring at him, he will definitely not give up. Mr. Xianqing was even more happy, but he didn't expect that his eyesight was so good that he would directly capture the most mysterious and powerful Elder Slayer of the Yuqing sect. Xian Qingjuan's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability rating is 4 stars. She once again took out a bottle of pill from her sleeve and said, this is a first-grade Yuaning pill, which can help you grow your cultivation quickly. Is 1 bottle enough? If it is not enough, I will give you another bottle. While talking, she took out another bottle of Yuaning pill. Now, Hanju really couldn't stand it anymore. He asked cautiously, Junior sister, what is your origin? Xuanqingkuan realized that he was exposed. But it doesn't matter, it's exposed. My identity is not important. The younger sister wants to be Taoists with the older brother. I wonder if the older brother is willing. Xian Qingjuan asked with a smile. Hanju frowned and asked, it's certainly not easy for you to take out so many treasures. Can you help us deal with the holy religion of Dai? If there is a demon king, then it is safe. Mr. Xianqing shook his head and said, no, I only care about you, not Yuqingzong. Could it be that brother is practicing for Yuqingzong? Hanju was silent. As expected. It is not so easy to instruct the devil. But these 2 bottles of Yuaning Dan are very fragrant, it is difficult for him to refuse. If I promise you, what price will I pay? Hanju asked cautiously. Mr. Xianqing covered his mouth and smiled, I won't really eat you. Naturally, I will practice together. You will only be stronger than now. This is a great thing. Xian Qingjuan wants to become a Taoist couple with you. Yu reading www.yukangsha.com. You have the following options. 1. Refused. How can a male monk of my generation be threatened by a woman, and get the hatred of the demon king, and an inheritance of Kendo supernatural powers? 2. Accept. The 2 become Dao partners, contaminate causal luck, and get the goodwill of the demon lord, once the inheritance of magical powers. What will happen if I refuse Xian Qingjuan? The devil will jump out. That is the big guy who is about to ascend. Hanju sighed in his heart, and said, if this is the case, then I will become a couple with the younger sister. You successfully become a Taoist couple with Xian Qingjuan. You have a magical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining magical power Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud, Teng Nua magical powers, one with a fight for thousands of miles. Xian Qingjuan's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability rating is 4.5 stars. Somersault Cloud. Incredible. Hanju's eyes lit up. This thing is a magical skill of running away. Haha, if the devil comes in trouble, he will fight directly and jump out of 1,000 miles. Mr. Xianqing smiled slightly, put down the 2 bottles of Yuaning pill in his hand, and smiled, from now on, you will be my Taoist companion. You practice hard, and I will come to you when I need you in the future. After speaking, she turned and left. Hanju couldn't help asking, apart from me, do you have any other Taoists? Jun Xianqing paused and hummed, how is it possible? I can't look down on a mortal womb. If I hadn't needed a Taoist companion to practice together, and you were extremely beautiful, I wouldn't choose you. She left quickly. Han despaired of the 2 bottles of Yuaning Dan by the bed, and said nothing for a long time. The black prison chicken asked carefully, Master, will she still eat you? Chapter 47 Achieve the God of Transformation, the God of 10,000 Swords Sect. After Jun Xianqing left, Hanju opened the medicine bottle, and each of the 2 medicine bottles contained 12 pills. He used the 6 spiritual powers to test it first, and he confirmed that it was not a poison before he started taking it. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this medicine is very effective. Is more than twice as powerful as Isaburo's pill. Deserves to be the devil, he is generous. Hanju strongly endured the surprise and began to practice. Inside a gloomy underground palace. Snapped. 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 The sound of whipping and beating the body is endless. I saw Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fen being tied to a wooden stake, and the two men in clothing slapped them with long whips, and blood was spilled all over the ground. In the distance, there are many monks who are meditating and cultivating, and they can't bear to look directly at them. Oh, these two people of Yuqing sect are really stubborn asses. Yes, I have to run away every year, and then get beaten, not giving up. It's so pathetic. Why didn't the Lingi Xingjiao kill them? If you kill them, how will the saint cult of Lini gather people's hearts? Actually, it's pretty good to follow the sacred religion of Ningi. The monks talked a lot. After smoking for a while, Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were put down. A demon saint blood. A Mahayana monk reincarnated. At this moment, both of them are dying. Yinyaren's whip is not an ordinary whip, but is made of the tendons of a certain monster. It is drawn on the body as if a piece of flesh was torn off by a rake, which is extremely painful. Yang Tiandong lay on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "This is your plan, you will be caught before you go out." Zhou Fen was very suffocated, his eyes full of tears. How many years have it been? Every time I escape, I fail. Damn it. If I have the Tao in the future, I will surely kill you all. Let's stop struggling and wait for my master to come. Yang Tiandong sighed. Master, master. Why are you not here yet? 10 years ago, Li Qingzi came and tried to save them, but failed. But before leaving, Li Qingzi passed a message to him and told him that Hanju would come sooner or later and let him help stabilize the hearts of other disciples. It is this sentence that keeps Yang Tiandong persistent. Zhou Fan did not have a good air. Your master is so timid, it is impossible to come. He already knew that Hanju was the Elder Slayer. Although shocked, he understood Hanju's character. The talent of this person is indeed terrifying, but he is afraid of death. Those who are afraid of death, it is impossible to save them. Will come early. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, my master will definitely come. He might be paying attention to me in the dark, wanting to see if I can endure hardships, and Dao's heart is stable enough." Zhou Fen rolled his eyes, and he felt that this kid had gone crazy. Ugh. Don't talk about him, Zhou Fan can't make it by himself. 2 years later. Hanju made a strong breakthrough to the 9th floor of Yuanying realm. I have to say that the elixir of the devil is comfortable. I have to think of more points in the future. At first, Hanju was worried that Xian Qingjuan would often look for him, but he thought too much. It seems that Xuanqingkuan was not greedy for his physical body, and became a Taoist companion, probably for the future use of the deity when he was born. Han never dared to trust her completely. Before that, he still had to become as strong as possible. What if Xuanqingkuan wants to squeeze him out? 4.5-star favorability does not mean that Xian Qingjuan will not harm her. How many killings are for love? This spirit is often promoted in foreign movies in previous lives, especially those superhero movies. Hanju began to inherit Somersault Cloud magical powers. Somersault Cloud, the moving distance, is related to the spiritual power injected by oneself, not only can jump thousands of miles. After succeeded in passing on, he then tested the strongest in the Yuqing sect. The strongest is Guanyogang, the 2nd floor of the God Transformation realm. Hanju continued to search for the nascent soul realm cultivator, but he didn't find anyone from the sacred cult of Yin Yi, and he was relieved immediately. There is still time. Continue to practice, and strive to break through the gods as soon as possible. Hanju was full of energy and full of energy. 1 month later. Li Qingzi came to look for Hanju. Hanju frowned and asked, "Is the Mingi holy religion coming?" He is close to the transcendent god realm, so does the enemy come at this time? Bad luck. That's not true. The Emperor Hao of the Suzaku Sword Sect attacked the Mini Xingjiao and was captured by the Mini Sect. The Suzaku Sword Sect was furious and prepared to unite with us to attack the Mini Sect. The situation turned around. Li Qingzi said more and more. Excited. He loves Huang Jihao to death. Really messes up, this time I got it right. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Yes, Xiao Huang. Then you go, call the Elder Guan, I will guard the Yuqing sect, you can even transfer all the strong Yuan Ing, I am enough. Han Ju said seriously. Li Qingzi's face twitched. You are really. Go. Han Ju said in a low voice, I am about to break through the transformation of God, it will take time. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzi's body was shocked, and his face was ecstatic. Han Ju Yuan can slash the of transformation when he is in the infant stage. When he breaks through to the of transformation, isn't it? He didn't dare to think about it. Li Qingzi excitedly said, okay. You can stay at ease and make a breakthrough. Leave this to us. Apart from Suzaku Sword Sect, there should be other sects that can join us. Then I wish you all the best. The two did not talk for long before Li Qingzi left excitedly. Before leaving, he even teased the black jail chicken. The black jail chicken was very annoying, and while he turned around, he pecked his ass. Li Qingzi was anxious, but when he felt Han Ju's gaze, he quickly left. Han couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, this Xiaochang is like a child. Xiaochang is his nickname for Li Qingzi. Can't die. 6 months later, Li Qingzi and Guan Yougang left Yuqing Zone with a dozen elder Yuanying, core and elite disciples. This incident caused a lot of trouble in the inner door, and everyone knew that something big was going to happen in the realm of cultivation. The other side. Han Ju came to the demon pet building, showed his elder's order, and entered the 10,000 demon realm. He is ready to cross the calamity within the 10,000 demon realm. The robbery of the god of transformation is too dynamic, and it is easy to razor a mountain. He doesn't want to destroy his innate cave, so he thinks of the 10,000 demon realm. Before came, he asked Fairy Shixian, or Fairy Shixian suggested that he come to 10,000 demon realm. If you go outside the Yuqing sect, if you encounter an enemy, it will be a big trouble. After entering the 10,000 demon realm, Han Ju found a plane to meditate, and he took out the Yuaning pill and continued taking it. About 6 months have passed. www.novel.com. Han Ju relied on the pill and quickly reached a state of impending breakthrough. He took a deep breath. Before crossing the catastrophe, he clicked on interpersonal relations. Li Qingzi and others are still alive. That's okay. But it seems that some elders are gone. Han Ju couldn't remember exactly who it was. After killed Duan Tongtian, many elders had a good impression of him. Looking at the overall situation, there is no major incident for the time being. Can break through. Han Ju immediately refreshed his energy and prepared to break through. When the spirit of the sky and the earth poured into his body frantically, the billowing thunderclouds also began to gather, and all the monsters in the 10,000 demon realm were uneasy. A terrible heavenly might enveloped this small world. With the Jin Chan mysterious clothes and 6 reincarnation techniques, Han Juedu Jie is naturally not a problem. I have to say that the strength of the God-transforming heavenly tribulation far exceeds the Yuanying heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, the 6 spiritual powers are strong enough. Han Ju did not use Fen Shazhong, he wanted to overcome the calamity by his own strength. Many monks died in the matter of crossing the catastrophe. Han Ju's aptitude and skills will naturally not let him overturn. A few days later, Han Ju broke through successfully. Transform the first floor of the gods. You successfully break through to the god of transformation and get a Kendo supernatural power inheritance. Congratulations on your acquisition of supernatural power Shinzong of 10,000 swords. Shin Sect of 10,000 swords, summon ancient swords and shadows in the long river of history with its own sword aura, and the number of summons is related to its own spiritual power. Han Ju opened his eyes, and the 6 spiritual powers in his body began to skyrocket. Is like a small stream becoming a river, and then a vast ocean. In an instant, a light and shadow flew out of his sky spirit cover, exactly what he looked like. Yuanshin is out of the body. Chapter 48 Demon's Gift. Name, Han Ju. Life, 158/3007. Race, mortal. Cultivation, level 1 of transforming God realm. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spells, absolutely finger Excalibur, 7-fold magic step, Sanqing Jueying sword, peerless, 9 dragons demon seal, great thousand thunderstorm, Fengshinshu. Supernatural powers, 6 soul-sucking, heavenly killing ghosts, magic heaven and earth, somersault clouds, 10,000 sword Shinzong, can be inherited. Artifacts, Golden Chanxian Shani, 7th rank Lingbao, Shaoqian Kuan belt, Qilin sword, Demon bound rope, Fencha bell, 6th rank Lingbao. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies, containing top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderlying roots, and increase a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless Warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Madness, top Kendo qualifications, top Kendo comprehension. Shenfa Juechen, top level qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationship. Transform the first floor of the gods. 3000 years of life. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. Yuaning realm is only 1000 years old, and the transcendent god realm has tripled. Beautiful. Immediately, Han Ju took out the Fensha bell, covered himself, and then continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 days later, Han Ju began to inherit the inheritance of the 10,000 Sword God Sect. The God Sect of 10,000 Swords belongs to the supernatural power of large-scale destruction, and the God Sword of Heavenly Jade Ghost is more straight-lined. Both have their own advantages. With top-level Kendo aptitude and comprehension, within half a day, Han Ju mastered the 10,000 Sword Sect. He got up and left. Came to the front of the teleportation circle, and the disciples who guarded the circle cast an admiring look at him. The movement before crossing the robbery was really terrifying, and this disciple suddenly thought of Elder Sword God. It didn't take long. Han Ju returned to the Xiantian cave mansion. When he saw him coming back, the black jail chicken was instantly energetic and rushed over and said, "Master, you are finally back. I thought you were eaten by that woman." Han Ju glared at it, and said out of breath, "What do you think about your brains all day?" "Master, am I not a phoenix?" "But you are a chicken now. Only by practicing hard can you become a phoenix." "Okay." The black jail chicken suddenly got rid of it. "Practice hard, when do you want to practice?" While receiving his breath, he started the simulation trial. He set Wang Jihao's cultivation base to the 9 levels of the God Transformation realm. Direct spike. Han is absolutely satisfied. Stable. Wait for the Lini Holy Church to strike, and then teach them how to behave. Han Ju thought for a while, and set Wang Jihao's cultivation base to the 1st level of the Void realm. It took 5 minutes for Han Ju to kill him. He frowned suddenly. Can't do it. It's too long. Have to continue to practice hard. The pride in Han Ju's heart dissipated directly, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. If you can't kill the enemy in seconds, the enemy will have a chance to come back. Dimly in the palace, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong meditated in the corner. Zhou Fan is paying attention to the monks of the Holy Sect. He whispered, "Why are they less than half of them?" Hearing the words, Yang Tiandong opened his eyes, and said in deep thought, "Maybe something has happened." He suddenly became excited. Zhou Fan couldn't help but squinted, and whispered, "Little brother, do you want to run away again?" Yang Tiandong trembled all over, and said in horror, "Brother, let's forget it, let's wait for the sect to save us with peace of mind." "No promise. I don't want to be beaten. My generation cultivators are afraid of this pain. How do you prove the truth? How do you pursue the immortal road? I know the truth, but it's really painful." Yang Tiandong's expression seemed to be wearing a mask of pain, recalling the previous torture. He couldn't even control his body trembling. Zhou Fan is upset and feels embarrassed by Yang Tiandong. Boom. The underground palace began to shake violently. Li Qingzi's voice followed. "All the disciples of the Yiqing sect are ready to resist, kill them, and destroy the sacred sect of Lini with this seat." Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were instantly ecstatic. Really came. After breaking through the transformation of God, a blink of an eye, a year passed. Han Ju is still in retreat. He occasionally pays attention to emails. Judging from the overall situation, Yu Qingzong is already at war with the Holy Sect of Yin Yi. Guan Yougang and Li Qingzi were hit hard again. It was really miserable. His apprentice Yang Tiandong has also been attacked by the Ningyi Shengjiao. It seems that he has joined the large army, so he can fight all the time. Han can only cheer for them in his heart. He has a more important responsibility, that is, guarding Yu Qingzong. Now Han Ju is not at all worried about the sneak attack on Yu Qingzong by the sacred religious sect. he is worried about enemies farther away. It is worth mentioning that the cultivation base of the black jail chicken is already equivalent to that of the foundation building monk, and his cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. It is lying in the corner now, like an elephant, with extremely fine feathers on its body. Although it is a chicken, it also has the temperament of a magical chicken. When Han Ju was looking at the black jail chicken with satisfaction, Xian Qingjuan suddenly came to visit. Seeing her again, Han Ju looked very unnatural. Although Xian Qingjuan only has the foundation-level cultivation base, there is a Mahayana demon in the depths of her soul, which cannot be offended. I heard that our Elder Slayer made a breakthrough in the 10,000 demon realm. Xian Qingjuan sat beside Han Ju and asked with a smile. It has been circulating throughout the year that the 10,000 demon realm has the power to overcome the calamity, and even the Elder Yuanying dared not approach it. The disciples all guessed that it was the mysterious Elder Slayer. Han is absolutely unnatural, his body is a little stiff, he pretends to be calm, and asks, "What's the matter with you coming to me?" "Will not start that. My boyhood." Han Ju was panicked. "I am going to leave, come to say goodbye to you." Xian Qingjuan smiled. Han Ju was stunned. "Go." Mr. Xianqing asked, "Before leaving, what do you want?" "I will try my best to satisfy you. I will meet you again next time. I don't know how many years it will take." Han Ju asked in surprise, "You just left. Don't follow me." Xuanqingkuan gave him a white look www.novel.com and snorted, "You can't wait to be beautiful, I need you, but not now, don't think about me sinking with you every day, the time has not yet arrived." "That's good." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Almost lost her virginity. He pondered, are there any medicines to improve the cultivation of the gods? Mr. Xianqing immediately took out 4 bottles of elixirs from his sleeves, and said, "This is a pill for transforming gods and enhancing spirits. I have these 4 bottles on my body. I will give you all of them." Han Ju quickly thanked him. Jun Xianqing stretched out his hand, raised his chin with his fingers, and smiled, "I'm really reluctant to see your face for many years, but it is not convenient for me to take you. You will stay in Yuqing as much as possible in the future. Zone cultivates well, don't run around, the cultivation world is very dangerous, although you are already a god, you are not invincible." Han Ju nodded unnaturally. Xuanqingkuan teased him a few words and left. Han Ju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The devil puts him under a lot of pressure. It seems that the devil is really just passing by the Yuqing sect. He is not trying to plot anything. The next thing is to go to other places to enlighten the way and experience the various forms of sentient beings. Alas, my unparalleled charm, even the devil can hardly resist the heartbeat. But then again, it smells so good. Han despaired of the 4 bottles of transforming god pills next to him, feeling happy. After Xuanqingkuan left, the black jail chicken said excitedly, "Congratulations, Master, Master no longer has to worry about being eaten by her." Han Ju did not bother to pay attention to it and continued to practice. He wanted to first practice the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and then take the pill to enhance his cultivation. Book Friends Group, 668385276. Chapter 49 The Leader's Worries. In the Palace of the Master. A number of elders stand side by side, all of them are extraordinary, wearing black robes, like ghosts. In front of them, a man meditated on a golden chair. The man was wearing a white robe with disheveled hair and fair skin, but his face was full of wrinkles and looked very old. He is the leader of the Holy Church, Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian frowned and said, "Suzaku Sword Sect really wants to smash with us." The elders answered immediately. "Yes, it's just looking for death. Suggest to kill Huang Jihao to frighten them. Huang Jihao's mouth is too stinky, I think it's good to kill it, Suzaku Sword Sect just wants to save him. Suzaku Sword Sect also has 2 gods, and Yuqing Sect has only 2. One of them dare not come. With this strength, they will be able to fight for 100 years, and they will not be able to penetrate our small world." "Yes." Hearing the words of the elders, Wang Zuantian's brows did not stretch. He hesitated and asked, "They are so confident, will there be mysterious forces supporting them?" A tall elder couldn't help but said, "Master, you think too much. We are the strongest in Dayan cultivation world. Don't be too intimidating, can you be a little confident?" Huang Zuantian has changed since the war 1,000 years ago, thinking about the worst consequences of everything. It is precisely because of his personality change that the Ningyi Xingjiao has lurked for thousands of years. Now that the Yingyi Holy Sect is strong again, the elders are forcing Huang Zuntian to give orders to unify the realm of Dayan cultivation. But Huang Zuntian was too cautious, even timid, which caused the unification plan to be delayed. If it had not been ordered by Huang Zuntian, the captured disciples would have died long ago. I propose to send 2 elders to attack Suzaku Sword Sect and Yuqing Sect. Their sects are definitely lacking in combat power. This is a good opportunity. An elder suggested. His words were approved by other elders. This is indeed a good opportunity. Huang Zuntian frowned, without saying a word. Finally, the elders all looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Huang Zuntian hesitated and asked, "We must fight." "You must fight." "Well, then I will do it myself. I don't worry about you. I will go to Suzaku Sword Sect and Yuqing Sect, right?" The leader is wise. The elders smiled, but their smiles were very helpless. If the leader goes, I guess it will take time again. A few months later, Han Ju practiced the 5th level of the 6 reincarnation techniques, and he realized the new supernatural powers. To be precise, it is an advanced version of 6 soul sucking. He can absorb the soul and exist in the depths of his own soul. This move can protect the soul or imprison it. In addition, he can make 6 marks on his soul. The 6 marks will last forever. No matter how many times the opponent is reincarnated, the 6 marks are still there, which is equivalent to crossing the cycle of reincarnation and quasi-finding the opponent. This is not bad. If you encounter the death of a person you care about in the future, you can be marked with 6 marks and meet again in the next life. The higher the realm, Han Ju found that the 6 spiritual powers became more overbearing. He took out the pill and continued to practice. The first level of the God realm is not enough. He wants to be stronger. The next goal, Rongshuer realm. Han Ju no longer puts Yingyi Xingjiao in his eyes. What he was worried about was the Imperial Demon Sect. He hasn't forgotten Shao Yi. The head of this servant is hung in the relationship, and it has not disappeared. It is still so ugly, the hatred is still so high, and it is endless. The key is that Shao Yi is not the sovereign, which is outrageous. How strong is the Demon Sect? When Han Ju was worried, Chang Yuer visited. To be precise, Fairy Shixian has requested. Fairy Xishuan is rare to ask Han Ju, and Han Ju naturally has to give face. He went immediately. When I came to Yuyo Hall, most of the disciples were there. The big disciple Lu Sanqin had long been out of the teacher and became the core disciple. Today's big disciple is the 7th senior brother Meng He. Meng He saw Han Ju again, still a little embarrassed, but still respectfully salute. Under his command, the other disciples followed suit. The disciples were puzzled, and quickly guessed the truth. There is a gossip that the elder Zhang God is from Yuyo Peak, and he is extremely handsome and unparalleled in the world. Could it be this person? Looked quietly, they couldn't help being surprised by Han Ju's appearance. What a handsome man! Is definitely him. The eyes of all the disciples looking at Han Ju became admired. Chang Yuer stood in front of Han Ju, very proud, and deliberately wanted to hold Han Ju's arm, but was cleverly avoided by Han Ju. Meng He urged all the disciples not to reveal Han Ju's identity, and the disciples promised. Soon, Fairy Shixian arrived, and all the disciples sat down. Han Ju still sits at the end. Elder Han, sit next to me. Fairy Xishuan opened the mouth and waved his right hand, and a futon appeared next to him. Han Ju hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Sat beside Fairy Shixian, wondering in his heart. What does Master want to do? Do you want to pass on me? That can't work. Too much trouble in charge of Yufeng. Han Ju thought worriedly. The headmaster has sent a letter back saying that they have joined the Suzaku Sword Sect and are attacking the Dai Xingjiao. The imprisoned disciples have also been rescued, but he is worried that the Dai Xingjiao will attack our sect because of the transformation they encountered. There are only 5 strong people, and the other 5 must have other arrangements. Recently, I hope that everyone will not retreat to practice and patrol the inner and outer gates of Yuqing Sect. Fairy Xishuan said, with a solemn expression. 18 Peaks disciples, we are the only one who contributes the least to Yufeng. Apart from our small population, it is also because of the Master's preference for us, understand? Her voice is very soft, but it makes all the disciples feel the power. Everyone is ignited. Many years of hard work, it's time to shine. Hanju nodded slightly, not as excited as the disciples. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Fairy Shishuan glanced at Hanju and asked, Elder Han, do you have confidence in dealing with the powerhouse of the holy sect of Yin-Yi? The disciples quieted down one after another, all looking forward to Hanju. The of transformation is too far away for the disciples. If they were really asked to deal with the of transformation, wouldn't it be death? Not even their master Shixian Fairy. Hanju had a full view of the expressions of his disciples, and finally understood why Fairy Shixian was looking for him. Turns out to be a reassurance pill. Alas, I just want to practice quietly, but the sect has been beaten all the time. After thinking about it, Hanju said, I still have experience in dealing with Huashan. He was very humble, but when it fell in the ears of the disciples, it was domineering. The elder in front of him has killed the of transformation. It is said that it is still a second kill. The disciples cheered and released their respect for Hanju. Okay, go down and prepare. This matter is arranged by your senior brother. In addition, you must not spread the identity of the elder god slayer. Only Yu Yofeng knows about this matter. Fairy Shishuan ordered, and the disciples bowed out. Soon, only Fairy Hanju and Shixian were left in the Yuyo hall. Fairy Shishuan tilted his head to look at Hanju, and asked softly, how many floors are you on? Repair. Oh, 1 floor. Why is it still a layer? Fairy Shishuan frowned, and after so many years of retreat, with Hanju's aptitude, he couldn't make much progress. Han Juhan coughed and said, the first floor of the gods. Li Qingzi didn't tell her that he was going to break through. Fairy Shishuan was stunned. Chapter 50 The Holy Religion struck, the 9th floor of the God realm. Fairy Shishuan shook his head and laughed, not knowing what to say about Hanju. This kid can really sell off. Huh, want to see my jokes? It seems that you have not regarded me as a master, and yes, as a master, I have not taught you anything. Fairy Shixian hummed. Hanju shrugged his shoulders and said, you asked too suddenly, I didn't go around the corner, besides, I asked you before where is suitable for crossing the catastrophe. Fairy Shishuan shook her head and laughed. How did she think that Hanju would break through the god realm so soon? How many years have passed since he broke through the nascent soul realm? Immediately she continued to ask, whatever you need, you can mention it. You are more kind to Yu Qingzong than Yu Qingzong for training you, so you don't need to be polite. Demand. Hanju thought for a while. Is there a pill to transform the gods? No. Then try to help me enhance the aura in the cave. Well, I will think of another way. Hanju has his own practice and spell inheritance, and does not need the orthodoxy of Yu Qingzong. The reason why he has stayed in Yu Qingzong is that there is northwest other good place to go. Rather than drifting away, it is better to cultivate here with peace of mind. After a brief chat, Hanju got up and left. Fairy Shishuan looked at his back, and asked the ghostly, how long can you stay in Yu Qing sect? Hanju stopped, turned his head to look at her, and asked, why do you ask? If I wanted to run, I would have run away. Fairy Shixian shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of you running, but you are growing too fast. By then, the temple will not be able to fit your big Buddha. There are more powerful sects in the realm of cultivation than the Jade Qing Zone. People go higher. Go everywhere, the water flows down, especially for ascetic monks like you, the ancestors who founded the sect back then left dying for a higher realm. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Hanju smiled and said, perhaps, if I really want to leave one day, then I will tell Master Yu in advance. After that, he turned and left. Go to a broader world to pursue the avenue. Bullshit. I would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Anyway, his aptitude is extremely high, and he can continue to grow stronger with peace of mind, so why bother to go out? Back to Xiantian cave house, Hanju began to meditate. The black jail chicken suddenly said, Master, I heard the crowing from the mountain before. When I heard their voice, I felt a kind of throbbing in my heart and wanted to rush out. Why? Could it be the demon you said? Law. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, yes, you have to restrain this impulse. If you follow it, you will fall into an unforgettable place, and you will never become a phoenix. This is the test of heaven for you. Could it be that spring is here? I can't hold it when I hear the sound of the hen. Hearing the black jail chicken, he suddenly became nervous, and the feathers stood up, as if fighting with the cock. Thanks to the master for reminding me, I almost started the Tao. The road of spiritual practice is really full of crises. The black jail chicken said with emotion. Han Ju secretly stole music. I'm still a boy, don't even think about being happy. You will be a boy, G. Soon, Han Ju and the black jail chicken were both engaged in spiritual practice. When he is free, Han Ju instills his own ideas into the black jail chicken. Everything is inferior, only high in practice. The spiritual practitioners are all human masters. Cultivation chicken is also a chicken. Blinked, 2 years passed. Han Ju did not break through the second level of the transcendent God realm, but relying on the pill, he was already approaching the second level. He did not stop, but continued to practice, striving for an early breakthrough. This day is finally here. Came from the leader Huang Xuantian and an elder. This elder's Taoist name is Shankui, who is also the cultivation base of the gods. Huang Xuantian fell on the top of the mountain and looked at the 18th peak of Yuqingzong in the distance. The real Shankui wore a satin coat, and his eyes under the brim of his hat were extremely cold, implying murderous intent. Master, do it. The real Shankui spoke, his tone full of disdain. This is Yuqingzong. Really weak. There is no breath of God. There are fewer than 10 nascent soul powerhouses left, which is not enough for them to kill. Huang Xuantian hesitated and said, I'm too weak, will there be any fraud? It's me, it's impossible to dare to attack the holy religion. The Truman Shankui was speechless, and said, what are you afraid of? They just let go, or they will be swallowed by us sooner or later. Huang Xuantian was silent. Seeing his wimpy, Shankui was very angry. If he can't beat him, he really wants to the position of leader. No, I feel uneasy, I always feel something is wrong. Huang Xuantian frowned. The real Shankui was mad, and said in a deep voice, the leader. The opportunity is not to be missed, and he will not come again. If the sacred cult is buried in our hands, how to face the former leader? Huang Xuantian's brows were almost twisted together. Xianti and Dongfu. Nini Xingjiao is about to invade Yuqingzong. Han Ju opened his eyes and immediately tested the strongest in Yuqing sect. Huang Xuantian, 9 levels of the gods, the leader of the sacred religion, he is extremely cautious and does not like killing. The leader is here. Extremely cautious. Don't like killing. Han Ju blinked, thinking he was wrong. Is really not the magic sect. Han Ju no longer thinks about it, and cautiously starts the simulation trial, and first fights against Huang Xuantian. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes again. He breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up, preparing to walk out of the cave. The black prison chicken was very nervous, and shouted, Master, are you going to run away? It quickly stood up, ready to run together. Han Ju did not have a good temper. If you can't beat it before you run away, you can wait here with peace of mind. The voice fell, and he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the cave. Soon, he found Huang Xuantian and Shankui real people. The 2 people are still arguing. The Truman Shankui was very hard-hearted, but Huang Xuantian stopped him and didn't let him act rashly. Seeing Han Ju flying over, the 2 stopped immediately and looked at Han Ju vigilantly. Han Ju stopped, less than 10 feet away from them. He looked around curiously and asked, just you 2? As soon as this statement came out www.novel.com, Huang Xuantian's heart beat wildly. This tone. Sure enough. The real Shankui saw that he only had the 9-layer foundation cultivation level, but he dared to rush over and say such things. This person must have a hidden cultivation level. The legend of God slashing elder, he has naturally heard of it. Could this person be the elder of God slayer of Yuqing sect? However, Duan Tongtian first entered the divine transformation realm, which is completely incomparable with them. The real Shankui said in a deep voice, we are not enough. Taoist friends are really arrogant, then I will learn your way. Han Ju ignored the real Shankui and looked at Huang Xuantian. Is this the leader of the St. Catherine? Looks really imposing. Just. Why does his eyes dodge a little? It seems to be very false. Han Ju said, Shengjiao, I heard that you don't like killing, why do you want to target us Yuqingzong? Huang Xuantian wanted to speak but stopped. The real Shankue was annoyed and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." He shot suddenly, and the silver dagger in his hand suddenly shot at Han Ju. "Chill. So fast." Ding. The silver-white dagger was bounced off when it hit Han Ju, as if hitting an invisible clock. The pupils of the real Shankue dilated, and he was about to cast a spell, preparing for the next move. Han Ju raised his hand like lightning, and the Sanqing Jueying sword was condensed out of thin air, killing Shankue with a single blow. The real Shankue evaded subconsciously, but the Sanqing Jueying sword was too fast. It's almost too late for him, a strong to evade. Boom. The real Shankue was killed directly, and his body turned into a blood mist. Huang Xuantian's eyes widened and his expression was astonished. Chapter 51 Huang Xuantian's Fear, Which Sect is Changshan? After the real person Shankue's body was destroyed, his soul had just emerged, and Han Ju appeared in front of him out of thin air, raised his hand and performed 6 soul absorptions, and sucked his soul into his hand. Han Ju squeezed hard, and directly squeezed the soul of Shankue. Strongly kill. Huang Xuantian's eyes widened, he didn't have time to rescue him. Too fast. Han Ju killed the real Shankue, like trampling an ant to death, very easily. Sure enough, fraud. Huang Xuantian immediately turned around and chose to escape. Han Ju jumped and moved to the front of Huang Xuantian, stopping him. Somersault Cloud. The moving distance is more or less related to the 6 spiritual powers he uses. It may be difficult to jump for hundreds of thousands of miles, but a small range is nothing to Han Ju. Huang Xuantian was stunned, and looked at Han Ju in amazement. Han Ju took out the unicorn sword and pointed it at Huang Xuantian. "Wait. Don't do it, I can make the Lingi Xingjiao stop the war." Huang Xuantian said solemnly, with cold sweat on his forehead. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, "You can cut the grass to get rid of the roots, understand?" Huang Xuantian actually admits to counseling. When Han Ju thinks of his introduction, he doesn't like killing. Could it be that Huang Xuantian didn't want to attack Yuqingzong? That's the way the action of Lingi Xingjiao is so delayed. Huang Xuantian said helplessly, "In fact, I don't want to create so many contradictions, but I am the leader, and I am responsible for the entire sect. If it were not for my claim, the Yuqingzong disciples would not know how much they would die. Now, they are all alive and well. This is the truth, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong are still alive." Han Ju hesitated to kill him. If it is true as Huang Xuantian said, Huang Xuantian can still suppress the holy sect of Dai. If he kills Huang Xuantian, the holy sect of Dai will be crazy, and when the time comes to revenge wildly, Han Ju will not be able to hunt down all over the world. As long as you let me go, after I go back, I will order the Lingi Xingjiao to no longer attack Yuqingzong," Huang Xuantian said solemnly. Han Ju's eyes flickered when he heard it. Huang Xuantian breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I can talk about it." At this time, Han Ju suddenly made a move, slashing. Tianju Ghost Excalibur. Huang Xuantian was shocked, and quickly raised his hand to resist. The surging spiritual power forcibly blocked the terrifying sword energy. But he was still beheaded and backed away, with blood spilling from his mouth. Friends of Tao. You. Huang Xun is in an emergency. Huang Xuantian hates you, the current hatred is 2 stars. Han Ju snorted coldly. Maybe Huang Xun could not help himself, but let him go, can he turn things around? He can let the Lingi Xingjiao stop. Can't before, why can it be after? Might as well be killed directly, shocking the sacred religion. So as not to continue to make troubles. Han Ju raised the Qilin sword, the sword pointed at the sky. The 6 spiritual powers in his body exploded and soared into the sky. In an instant, a blue brilliance appeared on the sky, like the ocean, dazzling, and a sword shadow emerged from it, quickly condensing. Huang Xuantian flicked the tactics with both hands, and 4 scepters appeared around him, quickly rotating around him. He looked at the sword shadow in the sky, panicking. What kind of spell is this? Not right. Is supernatural power. Han Ju is exactly the god of 10,000 swords. 10,000 sword shadows hung high above the sky, so magnificent, all the swords pointed at Huang Xuantian, making Huang Xuantian's hands and feet cold. He quickly displayed the formation, the 4 scepters immediately opened the distance, and the 4 corners burst out with spiritual power, forming a large rectangular array. Han Ju swung his sword, Tens of thousands of sword shadows all killed Huang Xuantian. Is like a Crucian carp crossing the river, a magical soldier descends from the sky. Boom. 10,000 swords divine sect hit Huang Xuantian's circle, shaking the surrounding clouds. Huang Xuantian's robe was blown frantically, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. What a domineering supernatural power. Huang Xuantian was very nervous, he regretted it. If I knew a long time ago, I should abide by my heart. I shouldn't listen to slanders and commit suicide to the Yuqing sect. As expected. Yuqingzong is really confident. When Huang Xuantian scolded in his heart, his magic circle was shattered, and the violent sword shadow hit his body, causing him to vomit blood and fly out. Did not directly kill. Huang Xuantian still has something. The boy quickly turned around during the inverted flight and flew towards the sky. It seems that he also used some kind of magical power, his body turned into a rainbow light, extremely fast, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Can't let it go. Han Ju immediately used the somersault cloud to track its breath. Since it has been hit, it must be killed. Han Ju moved faster. A tango stopped in front of Huang Xuantian. Huang Xuantian was almost scared to death, and immediately waved his palm. Among the lightning and flint, Han Ju took out the Fensha clock and slammed it at Huang Xuantian. Bang! Huang Xuantian hit the Fenshazhong with his right palm and was shocked to dizzy. Fenshazhong quickly grew bigger. Han Ju waved his right hand, Fenshazhong first lifted, and then hit it heavily, directly pressing Huang Xuantian down. Plunged into the woods, and the Fenshazhong kept rising and slamming down, and the earth shook violently. The woods within a few hundred meters of the area were razed to the ground. Huang Xuantian's body was smashed, and he quickly sacrificed his soul, wanting to continue to escape. But his speed is in front of Han Ju, which is not enough. Han Ju used 6 soul-sucking methods and directly sucked Huang Xuantian's primordial spirit into his palm. The end. Huang Xuantian, who was on the 9th level of the God Realm, faced Han Ju, just like Duan Tongtian, and was equally powerless to fight back. Another boss was defeated by me. I'm so strong. Han Ju smiled with satisfaction, and then returned to Yuqingzong. The place where the previous battle had fought has attracted the elders of the Yuqingzong to come and investigate. Han Ju used the wind technique to bypass these elders and quickly returned to the Xiantian cave. When the black jail chicken saw him, he quickly asked, "Master, what's the situation? Do you want to run?" "I'm ready." Han Jubai gave it a glance www.novel.com and said, "Master, I don't take it lightly. If it is taken, the enemy must be dead." The black jail chicken was stunned first, and then slowly got down. Han Ju sat on the bed. He raised his right hand and brought out Huang Xuantian's soul. Was bound by the 6 spiritual powers, Huang Xuantian's primordial spirit could not escape. As soon as he saw Han Ju, Huang Xuantian was full of fear, and asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Too strong." Huang Xuantian is cautious, but still confident. He never thought he would lose so badly. Han Ju said without expression, "Changshan Zhao Zilong." The black jail chicken has a question mark on his face. Who is Zhao Zilong? Which sect is Changshan? Huang Xuantian was equally confused. Han Ju asked, "You have no such elders as the sacred sect of Yi, right?" The reason why Huang Xuantian's soul is not destroyed is to obtain information. Now his 6 soul suction can seal the soul and soul, so that he can ask questions. Huang Xuantian hesitated, and said, "Yes, but I have already left Dian. Now I am the strongest of the sacred sect of Ini, can you let me go?" "It really can't work. I quit the sacred sect of Lini and I can join the Yuqing sect." In order to live, he can let go of his dignity. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This boy has a personality like him. Is really contemptible. Han Ju hummed, "Look at your performance." After finishing speaking, he closed his right palm and threw Huang Xuantian's soul into the depths of his soul and imprisoned him. Huang Xuantian is gone, so there is nothing to worry about. Can practice with peace of mind. Han Ju smiled and continued to practice, sprinting into the 2nd floor of the God Realm. Chapter 52 9-Star Tread Shoes, Chaotic Tengu. The leader Huang Xuantian and the elder Shankue went to Yuqingzong, but there was no news for several years. Under the siege of Yuqing sect and Suzaku Sword sect, Mini Xingjiao began to panic. Especially the elders. With Wang Xuantian's strength, they should be back soon. Why did it take so long? Could something happen? They thought of Wang Xuantian's worries, and couldn't help but panic. So, they ordered all the disciples outside to rush back to the sect to defend the attack of Yuqingzong and Zhikejianzong together. Dealing with the two cases before, the sacred cult of Dai looked very relaxed, and only the monks stationed in the sect were enough to resist. Now they are scared. Afraid of a mysterious and powerful enemy. After a long period of time, Yuqing sect and Suzaku sword sect received the request for peace from the Dai Xingjiao. The Dai Xingjiao released both prisoners. Including Huang Jihao, the Yuqing sect and the Suzaku sword sect also retreated. Go back to each house. After playing for so many years, I am really tired. It has been 5 years since defeating Huang Xuantian. Han Ju relied on the pill and swiftly broke through to the third level of the transcendent realm. His pill was also used up. Without the elixir of transforming the gods, he found that the spiritual energy in the innate cave mansion was a little thin for him. How young is it to break into the void realm by practicing this way? No matter how powerful the technique is, it depends on the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. When Han Ju was a little bit distressed, Yang Tiandong suddenly came back. After entering the cave, he rushed to Han Ju and began to cry. Master. After so many years, I finally see your old man. Do you know? How much suffering has the disciple suffered over the years? I always believed that you would come to rescue me, Master, and the head teacher told me that if you hadn't been in the Yuqing sect, he wouldn't dare to come and rescue us boldly. Yang Tiandong cried so much that it was earth-shattering, mixed with joy and sorrow. The black jail chicken tilted his head, blinked his corns, and stared at the stranger. Han Ju was ashamed of hearing it. He does not save Yang Tiandong, mainly because of fear. Han Ju said, Apprentice, your performance is very good, and then I will teach you spells for the teacher. Yang Tiandong's favorability for you has increased, and the current favorability rating is 5 stars. Yang Tiandong was grateful, and kept kowtow. Then Han Ju introduced the black prison chicken to Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong had discovered the black jail chicken long ago, but it was too late to ask. You are the master's apprentice, you can call me Brother Chicken from now on. Hai Jiji said. Chicken brother. Han Ju was speechless. Sun Tiandong was also stunned. The black prison chicken hummed, I am a phoenix, and sooner or later I will fly my master for 9 days. I don't know why, when I saw Yang Tiandong, it became hostile inexplicably. It doesn't like the breath of sunny days and winter. Yang Tiandong saw such a big chicken for the first time, a little flustered, for fear that he would say something wrong and offend Han Ju. Well, you go to the side to practice, after a few days, I will teach you spells. Han De Yang Tiandong said. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was pleasantly surprised, obediently nodded, and quickly walked aside to meditate. Han Ju also continued to practice. It seems that Li Qingzi and others have returned. As predicted. At noon the next day, Li Qingzi came to visit. Ha ha ha, Elder Han, the meticulous work that I have placed in the Holy Sect of Lini tells me that the leader of the Holy Sect of Lini has disappeared. Did he come to the Yuqing sect? Was he killed by you? Li Qingzi asked excitedly. Yang Tiandong couldn't help but looked at Han Ju in anticipation. Han Ju hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. It doesn't matter if this matter is revealed, so as not to worry Li Qingzi all day long and often trouble him. Sure enough, Elder Han, you are the greatest hero of our Yuqing sect. The leader of the Holy Sect of Lini has died, and it is estimated that you will not dare to make trouble for a long time. Li Qingzi was very happy and kept talking. Han responds politely most of the time. After Li Qingzi finished speaking, Han Ju said with a smile, Yuqingzong should also practice peacefully. The head teacher should not run around anymore and practice hard. Every time he sees Li Qingzi being beaten, Han Ju sweats for him. Li Qingzi smiled and said, Right, there is one more thing. Patriarch will be back in at most half a year. In another 5 years, it will be the Millennium Ceremony of the Yuqing sect. It is the great celebration of the Yuqing sect, although it has been postponed 2 times. Years, but it doesn't get in the way. I will invite all sects and factions to come to participate and establish a good relationship by the way. Would you like to come forward at that time? I can introduce you to the realm of cultivation and let them know the most powerful elder of the Yuqing sect. Who is it, let you be famous in the realm of cultivation? Han Ju hurriedly said, No. No. I can't tell you about the death of the leader of the sacred religion. We don't know about it, and I don't want to show my face. I just want to practice hard. If the headmaster wants to build momentum for me, this is hurting me, how many enemies I have killed for. Yuqing Zone, if this is made public, I will be dead, and then I can only run away and leave Yuqing Zone. Hearing this, Li Qingzi also felt reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Han Ju talked about his recent confusion and asked Li Qingzi to help improve the concentration of aura in the cave. Li Qingzi immediately agreed. After leaving the cave, Li Qingzi began to worry. How to improve? This aura is already the strongest in the whole sect. I can only wait for the ancestor to come back. Li Qingzi was distressed. He had transplanted the best natural treasures before, but Han Ju was still unsatisfied. The breakthrough speed of this girl is too fast. As soon as Li Qingzi walked away, a line of words appeared before Han Ju's eyes. After you successfully protect the sect and defeat the sacred religion, you will get a spiritual treasure, a kendo secret book, and a lucky beast egg. Congratulations on obtaining the 5th grade Lingbao, 9-star treading boots. Congratulations on obtaining the Cheats Unfeeling flying sword. Congratulations on getting the Chaos Tengu. 9-star spirit boots, 5-rank spirit treasure, which can step on and absorb the aura. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com can fly extremely fast, and can enhance the magical powers of Tengnua and the speed body method. Unfeeling flying sword, ruthless sword technique. After practicing this sword technique, the passion will continue to decline. This sword technique is extremely lethal. Chaos Tengu, one of the ancient beasts of luck. There was a legend that the Tengu eats the moon, and it is currently in the egg state. Han Ju smiled. Finally come. 9-star walking spirit boots are okay, very suitable for running. I like. Blinked. 3 years have passed. Han Ju is still on the 3rd level of the Transcendent God Realm. During this period of time, he passed the unfeeling flying sword to Yang Tiandong, and he himself did not practice. Yang Tiandong likes the unfeeling flying sword very much. With his outstanding qualifications, he has been proficient in the unfeeling flying sword in 3 years, and he has gained a reputation in the inner door. He was promoted to an elite disciple only half a year ago. He is about to break through to the Golden Core realm. The Chaos Tengu had hatched, but it was hatched by the Black Jail Chicken. The Black Jail Chicken doesn't know how to hatch, it was Han Ju who taught it. It has not established its own values and sense of shame, so it does not contradict it. After the Chaos Tengu is successfully hatched, it will also be specially taken care of by it. Today's Chaos Tengu is the size of a calf, with silver hair, like a fat wolf. That's right. Fatty. The Black Prison Chicken has a fat body, which leads it to think that this is good looking, so it also feeds the Chaos Tengu to fat. Han never stopped. The chubby pet is cute. His cultivation is far beyond the Chaos Tengu, and the Chaos Tengu cannot surpass him, so he doesn't expect the Chaos Tengu to fight. It is worth mentioning that the Chaos Tengu is arrogant by nature. When he was 2 years old, he dared to challenge the Black Jail Chicken, and was often angry with the Black Jail Chicken, which caused the congenital cave mansion to often feel restless. Chapter 53 9 Ding Jinren, Tathagata. This day, Yang Tiandong came back from a mission, and he looked quite excited. Master, Grand Master is back. Yang Tiandong said to Han Ju. Han couldn't help but open his eyes. He immediately tested the strongest in the Yuqing sect. Jiuding Reality, 8th floor of Rongshu Realm, the founding master of Yuqing sect. The 8th floor of the Void Realm. Yes. Han Ju suddenly felt safe. With such a strong guarding Yuqing Zone, the Yuqing Zone shouldn't encounter the previous hardships again, right? Han Ju whispered, practice well. After finished speaking, he started the simulation trial and played against the real Jiuding. Yang Tiandong touched his nose, a little embarrassed. There were a lot of things he wanted to say. I didn't want to listen to what Master said, so he could only honestly walk aside and start cultivating. The Chaos Tengu stared at him and whispered, Brother Chicken, the breath on him is so annoying. The Black Jail Chicken narrowed its eyes and said, well, I feel that way too. Although their voices are very low, Yang Tiandong can hear them clearly. He was speechless. Is his half-monster bloodline so resistant to monsters? Yang Tiandong felt wronged, but he didn't dare to say anything. After a while, Han Ju opened his eyes and secretly said, "Is this the Void Fusion Realm?" "That's okay." He lost. Relying on Fengshen art and Somersault Cloud, he barely managed to hold on for a few minutes. It is still very difficult to transform the 3 levels of the gods and the 8th levels of the Fusion Virtual Realm. Han Ju took a deep breath. There is a goal next. Defeat the real Jiuding as soon as possible. In the next period of time, the entire Yuqing sect is very lively. One is that the Millennium Ceremony is about to come, and the other is that the Grand Master is back. Under the propaganda of the Elders of the 18 Peaks, various legendary deeds of Jiuding Jinren spread. The great monk who has lived for thousands of years is extremely rare in the entire Dian cultivation world. Han Ju was still in retreat, and didn't go out to wander around. A few days later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Also accompanied by the real Jiuding. The true figure of Jiuding is tall, full of white hair, immortal wind and bones, and has a great demeanor. Han Ju got up and saluted. Yang Tiandong followed by kneeling and worshipping the master. The black jail chicken and the chaotic Tengu lie on the ground, quietly looking at the real Jiuding. After entering the cave, the real Jiuding took the lead to look at the black jail chicken and the chaotic Tengu, and said in amazement, "These 2 monsters are not simple, little friend, where did you get it?" The other people in the Yuqing sect cannot see the roots and feet of the 2 beasts, but the real Jiuding can feel their extraordinary. After all, he travels around the world and is knowledgeable. Li Qingzi couldn't help turning his head to look at him. When did he have an extra dog? Han Ju smiled and said, "Accumulated by accident." Jiuding Jinren smiled and didn't ask much. He walked to a chair and sat down, looked at Han Ju, and said, "Little friend, Yuqing Zone, thanks to you, otherwise the orthodoxy has been destroyed. This time the old man came to thank you. You have also brought you a chance, I wonder if you want it or not." Chance? Han Ju frowned suddenly. In his understanding, as long as it is not the opportunity that is sent to his hands, it is a risk. Dangerous. Is easy to get into trouble. The old man left the Dian cultivation world thousands of years ago, went to pursue the immortals on the land, and later reached overseas, ups and downs in the red dust. Now he is the deputy leader of the Yijiao. This time I will bring some geniuses to practice and become a master of cultivation. You can come back to Yuqing sect again later, are you willing? Jiuding Jinren said with a smile. Overseas vice leader. Han Ju was speechless. Your hometown is almost gone, and you join others, and you get mixed up. Han Ju asked cautiously, "Is your sect invincible overseas?" Invincibility is difficult, but it is also considered one of the overlords. Overlord? Is there an enemy? That is natural, but it is not to be afraid of. It is difficult to shake our sect. Among our sects, there are many strong people in the Void Realm. Oh, thank you Patriarch for your kindness, I won't go. Han Ju shook his head and refused. It's so dangerous overseas, it's not an invincible sect, it's definitely dangerous to go there. In Dian, at any rate, Yuqing Zone has no enemies. The strongest Ningyi Xingjiao is about to fall. Jiuding real person laughed and said, "They all said that you are very cautious. It seems that you are afraid that going overseas is dangerous." That's true, I want to be old. He started to brag about his adventures, and sure enough, no matter where he was, the old man talked a lot and loved bragging about the past. Han Ju listened quietly. It took a while for the real Jiuding real person to speak before Li Qingzi had a chance to speak. Elder Han, you don't want to go. It's good to stay in Yuqing Zone. Next, the ancestor will help us develop Yuqing Zone. Then Yuqing Zone will definitely become the overlord of the Dian cultivation world. You want to suffer? Correct, no problem, I will try my best to help you search for the treasures of heaven and earth. From now on, the entire mountain belongs to you. I can expel the disciples of other cave houses on the mountain. I will leave it exclusively to you and your disciples in the future. Z smiled. He is the head teacher, so naturally he doesn't want Han Ju to leave. Jiuding real person said so well, how can geniuses go to a better sect and be willing to come back? Unless you don't mix well, you often encounter oppression. If Han Ju left with the Jiuding real person, what should Yuqing Zone do next time he is in danger? Jiuding Jinren laughed and said, yes, the old man will wait at least 50 years before he leaves. First transform the Yuqing Sect and make Yuqing Sect a holy place in the realm of Dian cultivation. During this time, you can also think about it. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. You face the invitation of Jiuding real person and Li Qingzi. You have the following choices. 1. Follow the Jiuding real person to go overseas. You can get a bottle of cultivation medicine, a magic weapon, and a spiritual treasure. 2nd, continue to stay in Yuqing Zone, practice low-key, strive for stability, and get a magical inheritance. Han Ju smiled and said, then thank the ancestors and masters, I will stay in Yuqing Zone first. He chose the second one silently. From the selection point of view, the first option may be more superior, which is different from the previous situation. But he thought about it, he didn't need to go overseas at all. Maybe the aura here is far inferior to overseas, but he has no enemies and can practice safely. If you go overseas, you may encounter many troubles. Han Ju does not have a sea of blood and blood, or a terrifying enemy, can he go for it? In addition, Li Qingzi's proposal is also good. This cave is indeed small, and the whole mountain is just right for him. As for the other disciples on the mountain, Han absolutely can only say sorry. He believes that Li Qingzi can weigh good relationships. You choose to stay in Yuqing Zone and get a magical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining magical powers Tathagata mantra. Tathagata, Buddhist supernatural powers. www.novel.com can supersede ghosts and suppress evil. Buddhist supernatural powers. Interesting. Han Ju thought silently. The 3 of them continued to chat for a while. After Li Qingzi and Jiuding Jinren left, within 3 days, all the other monks on this mountain moved. Under Li Qingzi's arrangement, a group of mortal servants came to plant the natural treasures. This batch of heaven, material, and earth treasures should have been brought back by Jiuding real people, and the quality is obviously better than the heaven, material, and earth treasures sent before. Not only that, Li Qingzi also personally came to the foot of the mountain to set up an array for Han Ju. Full treatment. This matter spread to the inner gate, and the disciples thought that the master was to cultivate a sacred mountain of cultivation, and all of them began to yearn for it. As everyone knows, this mountain belongs to only one person. Han never interfered with things outside the cave, so he practiced with peace of mind. The Black Jail Chicken and Chaos Tengu are also practicing hard. Yang Tiandong did leave the cave. Li Qingzi deliberately trains him and prepares to let him be in power in Yuqing Zone. One is to fancy his qualifications, and the other is to win over Han Ju. Half a year passed in a hurry. On this day, Xing Hongxian came to look for Han Ju. The disciples of all peaks were ordered not to come to this mountain, but Xing Hongxian had Jingxiu who was the master, so he dared to come. Han Ju led her into the house. Husband, I recently picked up a baby again, and I specially came to give it to you. Xing Hongxian happily came to Han Ju and sat down, and then took out a jade bead the size of a baby's fist as if offering a treasure. Han Ju took the bead, his face swept away and his expression was strange. Xing Hongxian excitedly said, this bead can automatically gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and give birth to the spirit-gathering pill. This is a good baby. Chapter 54 Heavenly Broom Star, Exceptionally Talented. Hearing Xing Hongxuan's words, Han Ju's expression was even more weird, because his spiritual sense discovered that there was a soul hidden in the jade pearl. This soul is still fierce, full of evil spirits. Is not a good thing at first sight. Han Ju asked, where did you get this pearl? He told the situation of the evil spirit in the jade pearl, and Xing Hongxuan's eyes widened when he heard it, and his face was incredulous. Immediately, she frowned and said in a low voice, I got it from a cultivation market. I participated in the auction and got a treasure, but someone looked at me, so she followed me and wanted to take my treasure. I tried to kill and received this item from his storage ring. The fellow Taoist accompanying me told me that this is an innate spiritual gathering jade, which is extremely rare. It is a sacred treasure for cultivation. When I heard it was so powerful, I brought it to you. Han Ju always feels something is wrong. But he can't figure it out again. He directly used 6 soul sucking to get rid of the evil spirits inside, and then returned the innate spirit-gathering jade to Xing Hongxian. Let's take it, the evil spirit inside has been removed by me. This treasure is not very helpful to me, but you are about to break through the golden core, just need this treasure. Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongxian subconsciously wanted to refuse, and Han Ju continued, your cultivation is too slow. If this continues, the possibility of me becoming your husband will become less and less. What you should think now is to speed up your practice as much as possible." Hearing this, Xing Hongshuan's smile became bitter. Han Ju couldn't bear it for a while. After all, this woman in front of him was the woman who had the highest affection for him. He flipped his right hand and handed Xing Hongxian the panacea he had seized before. These pills can help Xing Hongxian break through the golden core realm and help her strengthen her cultivation. Before you gave me the treasures, now I send you, and you open up a cave in the back mountain to practice," Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongxian was immediately pleasantly surprised, and his heart was full of sweetness. Seeing this, Han Ju felt a little flustered in his heart. He solemnly said, "You and I are not a husband and wife. I hope you do your best to practice. In addition, don't promote the relationship between you and me. I have killed many powerful enemies for you, Qingzong. Don't become the enemy is threatening my weakness, understand?" Xing Hongxian nodded obediently. "Humph. Stinky boy. I still care about me as expected. I am afraid of becoming my own weakness, but I am actually worried about my safety. The more Xing Hongxian thinks, the sweeter my heart becomes." Recalling that time, Han Ju was only a teenager in her eyes, and now he has become the powerful god-slayer elder of the Yuqing sect. Such an aptitude is unheard of in the entire cultivation world. She really has to work hard. If this continues, she won't be worthy of Han Ju. Xing Hongxian did not wait much, and left soon. She wanted to seize this opportunity to get close to Han Ju, but the black jail chicken and the chaotic Tengu kept staring at them, with big eyes, which made her embarrassed. 1.5 years later. The spiritual energy of the mountain where Han Ju is located has greatly increased. In addition to the spirit gathering array, Li Qingzi also set up a large array to protect the law. Under the instruction of Han Ju, Xing Hongxian quietly moved to the back mountain to enjoy the majestic aura together. This day, the Millennium Ceremony of the Jade Qingzong is about to open. The Zhengdao sect of the cultivation world has sent people to congratulate, and the Jade Qingzong ushered in unprecedented excitement. It is said that the leader of the Nini Xingjiao disappeared after going to the Yuqing sect. In other words, it is very likely that the leader of the Nini Xingjiao died in the Yuqing sect. This speculation has greatly improved Yuqingzong's status in the cultivation world, and no one dares not give face. After the real Jioding came back, he began to rectify the Yuqing sect with his own hands. The aura of the 18 peaks and the inner gate city pool was also greatly improved. Although not as good as Han Ju's mountain, it was several times stronger than before. Not only that, but Jioding Jinren also went to catch a few big monsters comparable to the nascent soul realm, and imprisoned them in the 10,000 monster realm. Yuqingzong is growing day by day. Han was absolutely not interested in the Millennium Ceremony, and continued to practice without going out. It is worth mentioning that as the Black Jail Chicken and Chaos Tengu grew larger and larger, the cave mansion could no longer accommodate them, and Han Ju drove them out half a year ago. Let them find a nest on the mountain by themselves, and at the same time strictly ordered them not to go down the mountain and not to be arrogant. The Black Prison Chicken was instilled in values by Han Ju since he was a child. Now he is a very timid, oh no, very cautious chicken. He often educates the Chaos Tengu and wants the Chaos Tengu to develop the same temperament as it. However, the Chaos Tengu is arrogant in nature, and he despises it very much. Although the Chaos Tengu disrespects himself very much, the Black Jail Chicken still relies on his powerful strength to forcibly control it. After all, this dog was also hatched from it. In Han Ju's words, this is its dog's son. This day, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. The first weather operator is detected, weather to check its origin. See you again. Han Ju now has an understanding of early weather luck, and he is a man with extraordinary destiny. Some may be the lone star of the gods, and some may be the son of destiny. Being lucky in the first place does not mean that it is absolutely powerful. Han Ju immediately chose to check his history. Su Qi, the reincarnation of the heavenly broom star, is born with bad luck and will harm the people around him. His life is extremely hard, and people around him often die by bad luck. He can always turn the danger to the end. I heard that the Jade Qingzong is the most powerful sect in the realm of comprehension. He wanted to worship the Yuqing sect and learn the orthodoxy. Special reminder, because you have the luck of the descendants of the immortal emperor, you are not affected by the bad luck of the broom star. In addition, you must not kill the broom star, otherwise the monstrous bad luck will even the immortal emperor gas unstoppable luck. What the hell? Broom Star reincarnated. Han Ju looked speechless for a while. Although the luck of his descendants of the immortal emperor can be protected from the influence of the Broom Star, Yu Qingzong can't. Han Ju hurriedly scanned with his spiritual sense. Su Qi is walking towards the mountain where he is. This is not a good thing. Han Ju hesitated for a moment, and decided to meet the Broom Star. At the foot of the mountain, a young man sits on a large rock, breathing continuously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he is not handsome, his eyes are full of aura. He turned his head to look at the 18 peaks in the distance, his eyes hot. "Why are you immortal here?" Han Ju's voice suddenly floated www.novel.com. I saw him appear in front of Su Qi out of thin air. Su Qi was shocked and knelt in front of Han Ju. He held back his excitement and said, "My name is Su Qi, I want to cultivate immortality. I know the rules of the cultivation sect, but I want to skip the outer gate and bring my talent directly into the inner gate of Yuqing sect." This tone is so arrogant. Han Ju was speechless. Besides, how did he find this sentence a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere? Han Ju shook his head and said, "You are old enough and you have missed the best time to practice. In order to be able to live well in the future, for the sake of the peace of the Yuqing sect, Han absolutely can only drive him away." "Impossible, I am extremely talented. Let's do this, I will teach you the method of receiving qi. If you find another place to practice, don't join the Yuqing sect." "No, I have to join the Yuqing sect." "Are you not a member of the Yuqing sect?" "I heard that the Yuqing sect is opening a 1,000-year ceremony, inviting all factions in the cultivation world." Su Qi looked at Han Ju vigilantly. Han Ju wondered, how do you immortal know so much? Really not leaving? No. It is good. Han Ju grabbed Su Qi and took him back to Xiantian cave. Su Qi was thrown on the ground and his hurts. Han Ju sat on the bed again and said, "From today, you can only stay here. In this life, you don't even want to go out again. Anyway, he can offset Su Qi's bad luck, so I'm not afraid. As for why not kill Su Qi? The terrible bad luck, he can't stand it." Han Ju was also worried that after killing Su Qi, the servant would directly restore his status as of heaven, and then trouble him again. It's always true to be careful. Chapter 55 The Fifth Floor of the God Realm, Infinite Resurrection. Hearing what Han Ju said, Su Qi was taken aback. Immediately, fear and despair filled his heart. He trembled and asked, "Who are you?" "This is Yu Qingzong." In his cognition, Yu Qingzong is a decent sect, and it is impossible to do such a thing. "Su Qi hates you, the current hatred is 2 stars. Han Ju calmly said, "I gave you a chance, you don't cherish it, now you have no choice, and you will stay here in the future." Su Qi was panicked. He changed his mind. Something is wrong. If Han is definitely a bad guy, then he should be killed directly. He is just an ordinary mortal, and he is not a disciple of Yu Qingzong. What is the point of arresting him? And many more. Could it be that this is the master of Yu Qingzong who is testing him? Su Qi thought so, and he was sure in his heart. He immediately walked to the corner of the Dongfu, imitated Han Ju, and began to meditate. "Su Qi has a good opinion of you, the current good feeling is 3 stars. Han Ju was stunned. From 2-star hatred to 3-star favorability. What happened? Could this kid is sick? Han Ju stopped paying attention to him and practiced with peace of mind. In order to prevent Su Qi from eating, drinking, lasa, and stinking his cave, he passed on to Su Qi the simplest method of receiving qi he had captured. Only pass on the first level, lest this fellow really cultivates to become famous. Han Ju, as long as his cultivation base does not catch up with him. With his teaching, Su Qi's favorability for him reached 5 stars. The Millennium Ceremony is also going on in full swing. Even if they stayed in the Dongfu, Han Ju and Su Qi could hear Li Qingzi's speech facing the whole sect. They talked about the history of the Yuqing sect and heard Su Qi's blood boiled over. He really is still in Yuqing sect. Han Ju must be a master of Yu Qingzong, otherwise he would not be so bold. Su Qi made up his mind to follow Han Ju's practice. The Millennium Ceremony passed very quickly. After the sects left, the Yuqing sect did not calm down, but became more lively. Jiuding Jinren and Li Qingzi reformed the internal and external doors, and established more and more rules. In addition, Jiuding Jinren also put a lot of good resources into the treasure house of Yuqingzong, including exercises, spells, magic treasures, etc. It can be seen that Jiuding Jinren is really ready to come back. Blinked. 3 years have passed. Han Ju succeeded in breaking through to the 4th floor of the Transcendent God Realm. With the help of Jiuding Jinren and Li Qingzi, Han Ju's mountain spirit is more than 5 times higher than before. Han Ju is very satisfied now, and doesn't want to run around, let alone go overseas with the real Jiuding. During this period of time, Yuqingzong recruited new disciples aggressively, and the number of outer disciples increased significantly, but the increase in inner disciples had not yet exploded. Yuqingzong accepts his disciples, only selects from mortals, and avoids the same as before, and there are no more detailed works of 3 teachings and 9 streams. The number of Jiudingzhen will not leave for 10 years. Just this year, he left Yuqingzong with his core disciples. Chang Yuer came to visit Han Ju and told Han Ju about it. The sacred teaching of Ini is finished, and now everyone shouts and beats like a dog. Chang Yuer said excitedly. The chaotic Tengu next to almost exploded when he heard it. It couldn't help but said, "What happened to the dog?" In order to prevent Chang Yuer from meeting Su Qi and getting bad luck, Han Ju specially came out to meet her, and the two chatted in a forest. Chaos Tengu and Hell Chicken usually stay here. Chang Yuer smiled and said, "I'm talking about dogs raised by mortals. You are different, so don't check in." Chaos Tengu makes sense. Chang Yuer continued, "Under the leadership of the ancestor, the Ningyi Xingjiao failed to become an army. The ancestor emptied the homes of the Ningyi Xingjiao, and it will be used by our Yuqingzong in the future." Han Ju was very satisfied after hearing this. Jiuding true person is okay. Before leaving, help Yuqingzong unify the Dian cultivation world, so that Yuqingzong will not encounter the crisis of extinction one after another in the future. Han Absolute Jiuding's impression of the real person has improved. Chang Yuer blinked and said, "There is one thing to tell you, Master intends to let me follow Grandpa Master to go overseas." Han Ju nodded slightly, not surprised. Fair enough. Under the care of Jiuding Jinren, she should be able to quickly improve her cultivation. "Brother, are you really not going with us?" Chang Yuer asked expectantly. If Han Ju followed them overseas, then Xing Hongxian and Mo Zhu would have no chance. Han Ju shook his head and said, "Overseas is too dangerous. Now Yuqing Sect has become stronger, and it is safer to stay in Yuqing Sect. Of course, for mortals like you, it's good to go out and make a fortune." Chang Yuer was stunned, almost to death. Han Ju said seriously, "When you go overseas, you must be careful in your practice. Don't be fooled by other men. After all, you have to rely on yourself for the road to immortality. Feelings will delay yourself. When you and I go to the Great Road and travel through the red dust together, isn't it beautiful?" Chang Yuer's beautiful eyes shine brightly. What the younger brother said. As expected. I have me in my heart. He was right. The love of children can't hold the Xiuxian Avenue. Chang Yuer's smile is even worse. The two chatted for an hour before they parted. After they left, Chaos Tengu lay next to the black jail chicken and asked, "Brother Ji, that woman seems to like our master very much. Is a beast of luck after all, not like a black jail chicken, it is still a chicken for the time being." The black jail chicken said solemnly, "That's greed, she wants to eat the owner. You remember, if you encounter other dogs that are interesting to you in the future, you have to avoid it, otherwise you will not be able to enter the main road for life. You think too much." "Really, this is what the master taught me." "Brother Chicken, you are just a silly chicken. How can you become a phoenix with your brain?" "Okay." The black prison chicken began to violently beat the Chaos Tengu. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. For a time, the woods flew around and the leaves were falling. 10 years passed in a hurry. Han Ju broke through to the 5th level of the Transcendent God Realm, and Su Qi's cultivation reached the foundation building realm. His talent is really amazing, he doesn't need to build a basement, he can easily break through. Su Qi enjoys the process of cultivation very much. For more than 10 years, he has not proposed to leave, and he is very respectful to Han Ju. This day, Jiuding Jinren brought his core disciples back home in a mighty manner, arousing the cheers of Yuqingzong. Han Ju was also disturbed. He opened his eyes and prepared to relax for a while. He clicked on the relationship to check the email. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong is attacked by magic repair. Your Taoist Xian Qingjuan was attacked by a monster and was seriously injured. Your Taoist Xian Qingjuan was attacked by Buddhism and was seriously injured. Your Taoist Xian Qingjuan was killed and resurrected again. Your friend Zhou Fen strayed into the ancient forbidden land, his luck changed. Han Ju was stunned. Xuanqing Kuan was killed. It seems that her mortal body can be resurrected infinitely. Han Ju is not worried, after all, she is the devil. He noticed that Zhou Fan's luck had changed. But he can't see how to change it. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yohan, the old man has come to visit you. The laughter of Jiuding real person came, and then, he directly turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the cave. Su Qi couldn't help but open his eyes. Han Ju secretly said that it was bad. The broom star is next to him, will it bring bad luck to Jiuding real person? Although it is a broom star, it should not be infected so quickly, right? Chapter 56 Ancient Forbidden Land, Mysterious Wooden Sign. Jiuding real person noticed Su Qi as soon as he appeared, and asked in surprise, "This is your disciple?" Han Ju shook his head and said, "No, it's just my servant." Su Qi hesitated to speak, and finally chose to remain silent. Jiuding real person looked at Su Qi carefully, his eyes lit up, and said, "This son has very good qualifications. It is really a shame to be a servant for you. Otherwise, follow the old man to go overseas and pursue the road." Han Ju frowned, his heart chuckles. Patriarch. You are dying. Jiuding real person looked at Su Qi, and asked with a smile, "Boy, are you willing? The old man is the founding ancestor of Yuqing Zone, this is a great opportunity." He skipped Han Ju directly because he had already understood Han Ju's character. This child is most afraid of trouble. If he could take Su Qi away, perhaps Han Ju would still be grateful to him. When Su Qi heard this, he was suddenly excited. Han Ju couldn't help but said, "Master, this child is in a special situation, it is best not to accept it." What can he say? Say that Su Qi is a broom star. Who believes? Jiuding real person asked with a smile but a smile, "What? You don't want to let people go?" Su Qi immediately said, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your kindness, I just want to stay here." He is not stupid, Jiuding Jinren is the founding ancestor, and he came to visit Han Ju in person with such an identity. What does this mean? Han Ju's status is not low. May not even be inferior to the real Jiuding. Never mind. Jiuding real person smiled, not angry. He walked over to Han Ju and sat down, and said with a smile, "Little friend, Dian, the sect of the realm of cultivation, the old and the old have walked through it, and the Yuqing sect will not be in danger again in the future. You can practice with peace of mind." Han Ju smiled and said, "The patriarch is the patriarch. It's really amazing. Your shot is really amazing." Jiuding real person strokes his beard and laughs, flattering him is very useful. The old man went out this time and found an ancient forbidden place with abundant resources. The old man intends to take it as his own and become the place of cultivation of the Yuqing sect. This forbidden place has just been discovered, and there may be many treasures hidden in it. Do you want to check it out? Hearing this, Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Ancient forbidden land. Two big words popped up in his mind instantly. Danger. Could it be the forbidden place that Zhou Fen fell into before? Han Ju shook his head quickly and said, "Forget it, let's give it to the other disciples of the sect." Jiuding Realman couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. This kid is really afraid of death. This is also good, his apprentices and grandchildren are too reckless, it is better to have ascetic monks like Han Ju in the sect. Jiuding Jinren continued to laugh and said, "At most 20 years, the old man will have to leave. The Tianxian mansion is about to open, and the old man is ready to enter the mansion to pursue the avenue. Tell you, this Tianxian mansion has an extraordinary origin. Every 100 years, there will be people who have risen to immortals. Disciple." He began to talk endlessly. Han Ju felt familiar. And many more. Isn't this what Xian Qingjuan wanted to give him the first time he looked for him? Tianxian mansion order. He refused at the time. Now it seems that the Tianxian mansion is really amazing, and even the 8th floor of the Void Realm like Jiuding Jinren wants to join. Han listened patiently. Su Qi is also listening. At last. Ha ha ha, when the old man comes back next time, maybe it is already in a fit state. My disciple said that you have excellent qualifications and you can catch up with the old men in hundreds of years. Then you and I will come to fight and see who is good. Said with a smile. Han Ju was speechless. He suddenly discovered that the character of Jiuding real person deviated from his imagination. This boy has a pretending heart. Is also right, the return of Jiuding Jinren this time is an extremely sensation, and even suppressed the dying cultivation world. This kind of person's disposition must be a bit high profile. Han Ju shook his head and smiled. If you give me thousands of years, I won't be able to catch up with you, master. These words made Jiuding really happy. Jiuding real person has a good impression of you, the current good impression is 1 star. Finally got a good impression. Han Ju had been wondering before, that he has done so much to Yu Qingzong, why does Jiuding Jinren have no good feelings about him? I didn't flatter him. Jiuding Jinren is finally satisfied. Came to see Han Ju this time, but he just happened to pass by. He was shocked to find that his prestige in the Yuqing sect was not the highest. It's better to be Elder Slayer. Jiuding Jinren led Jade Qingzong to become stronger, but God-slashing Elder saved the Yuqingzong. There is indeed a gap between the weight of the two. In addition, Jiuding Jinren is too high profile, and often walks in the inner door. Almost all his disciples have seen him. Except for Yufeng, most of the disciples of God Zhan God have never seen him before, and they have always been mysterious. Under such circumstances, the disciples worshipped the mysterious Elder Slayer. After was forced, Jiuding Jinren left with satisfaction. Han never thought much, and continued to practice. Time flies. 10 years passed quickly. When the Yuqing sect grew rapidly, Han Ju had been practicing silently. His cultivation base broke through to the 6th level of the Transcendent God realm. He once again used a simulated trial against the real Jiuding. This time, he lasted for half an hour. Still lost. Ugh. Han Ju sighed. The true character of Jiuding on the 8th floor of the Void Realm is very strong. Han Ju is in a bad mood and is going to go out for a stroll. He suddenly remembered that Jiuding Jinren had already contacted Su Qi. Would he encounter bad luck? He immediately clicked on the personal relationship email to check. Your friend Mo's revenge is attacked by a monster. Your friend Mo Zhu was attacked by a monster. Your friend Jiuding encountered a heart demon while practicing real life. Your friend Jiuding Jinren was attacked by a heart demon, reducing his 100 years of Taoism. Your friend Zhou Fan died, was resurrected by power, and reborn. Han Ju Lo. Jiuding real person really suffered bad luck. And Zhou Fan, this experience is completely the protagonist. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, his mood improved, and he got up and left. Su Qi is still practicing Qi. Han Ju didn't teach him anything. He has been practicing with the basic Qi satisfaction method to this day, and he has not taken the Yen pill before. Now he is mature and no longer the original handsome boy. Xing Hongxian went out a few years ago. Less than 3 days after returning, Han Ju decided to visit her. This is the first time Han Ju has come to her cave. Xing Hongxian was so excited, she got up to greet her. After the two entered the cave, Xing Hongxian waved and closed the cave entrance with the array. Han Ju looked at her cave. Although it was a cave, it had a special charm. There were many scrolls on the wall. Yu reading www. The yuyukanshu.com bed is a huge white jade stone, white and flawless. Xing Hongxian directly hugged his arms, pulled him to the table, and smiled. Husband, you came just right. A few years ago, I went to the ancient forbidden area and got a lot of treasures in it. Come pick and choose, see what you like. With a light wave of her right hand, one by one baby appeared on the table. There are jade, magical artifacts, heaven, material and earth treasures, etc., all of which are very small. Han Ju sat down and swept it divinely. He just scans it casually. Although Xing Hongxian is already a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, what kind of treasure can he find? What? Han Ju was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on a wooden sign, which was very similar to a spiritual position sign. Xing Hongxian noticed his expression and smiled triumphantly. How about? If you like it, just take it away. Everything about me belongs to your husband. Han absolutely ignored her and picked up the wooden sign. There are no words on the surface of this wooden sign, it looks very ordinary. But Han Ju was able to capture a sense of spirit in it. Is very weak. Ordinary cultivators of the god realm may not be able to detect it. Hanju closed his eyes and probed his divine sense into it. Boom. The powerful divine consciousness broke through the divine consciousness in the wooden sign, and then a flash of memory poured into Hanju's mind. Xing Hongxian raised his hands and looked at Hanju with his cheeks. It's been a long time since I looked at him so close. Why is this face so handsome? Xing Hongxian is no longer young. She often goes out to practice. It can be said to be well informed, but no matter how many days she has seen her, she thinks Hanju is the best looking. Deserves to be the man who made her fall in love at first sight. Book Friends Group, 668385276. Chapter 57 Grade 4 Lingbao, Heir to the Poison King. A long time. Hanju opened his eyes, his face was surprised. There is a secret method hidden in this wooden sign. The puppet of the sky. This kind of puppet is made by spiritual power. Hanju can create a puppet of the sky with the same cultivation base as his own. The disadvantage is that the puppet of the sky is not durable enough. After the spiritual power is exhausted, the puppet will stagnate until the next time. The puppet of the sky does not fight automatically. It needs a trace of soul control. It is similar to the clone, but the puppet of the sky is destroyed and will not affect the creator. Because there is no need to breathe, the puppet of the sky can be put in the storage ring. This is a good secret. Han can definitely create some puppets of the sky for those who he wants to protect. Hanju immediately got up and said, "It is indeed a good baby. I will go back to practice first, and I will come to you in a while." After finished speaking, he disappeared in the same place out of thin air. Xing Hongxian was stunned. Her expression suddenly became bitter. But after another thought, it must be a good baby to make Hanju so impatient. Her mood is sweet again. He must like her more now. Back in the Xiantian cave mansion, Hanju directly began to create the puppet of the sky. Both hands mobilized spiritual power, as if making an invisible clay figure. He was pleasantly surprised to find that using 6 spiritual powers to create the puppet of the sky has no hindrance. The memory of the previous inheritance told him that the process of making the puppet of the sky is very difficult, and the degree of difficulty is related to spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for spiritual power to turn into entities, let alone make puppets directly. But according to the method of the puppet of the sky, it can indeed be done, which is extremely magical. At the same time, the secret method of separating soul minds is also quite rare and can be applied to other spells. Soul Nian is equivalent to an extra pair of eyes. Hanju plans to make some puppets of the sky for Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, and Xishuan. Oh. Next time they experience distress outside, his puppet of heaven can save their lives. However, Hanju still underestimated the difficulty of making the puppet of the sky. It took a full year. Hanju Etzai created a puppet of the sky. Although it is not difficult to make, it is too cumbersome and requires a lot of time and energy. The newly formed heavenly puppet's spiritual power is already full. This heavenly puppet is like a wooden man, with a rough image. Han absolutely dare not to engrave his face, isn't that a hatred? Then, Hanju came to Xing Hongshuan's cave. She was still cultivating and was startled by Hanju's sudden appearance. But as soon as she saw Hanju, her face was filled with joy again. Hanju directly took out the puppet of the sky, and said, "Put this puppet in your storage ring, and you will have to bring it wherever you go in the future. At the critical moment, it can save your life." Abandoning these words, Hanju moved back to Xiantian Cave Mansion. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised, and looked at the puppet of the sky happily. His body shape is very similar to Hanju. The other side. Hanju continued to make heavenly puppets. With his first experience, Hanju created 2 puppets of the sky in the next year. The puppet of the sky is equivalent to his clone, except that it does not have his magic weapon, it can display his own true strength. Is very bug. Hanju once thought about whether to create an army. But after making 3 heavenly puppets, he dispelled the idea. Soul thought is equivalent to cutting off a piece of his soul. A few soul thoughts are okay, if there are dozens of them, then there will be a problem. More, his soul will be cut into a remnant soul. In addition, making heavenly puppets also delayed his cultivation. In the past 2 years, his cultivation level has not increased at all. If he is obsessed with making heavenly puppets, wouldn't he delay his studies? Do not delay in practice. Han Ju took a deep breath. He waved his hand to collect the 2 heavenly puppets, and then set off to leave. Suchi secretly wondered, what are those 2 wooden men? In the past 2 years, he has watched Han Ju make a puppet of the sky with his own eyes. He didn't understand it, so he just didn't want to. Han Ju gave the 2 heavenly puppets to Chang Yuer and Fairy Shixian respectively. Chang Yuer's surprise has been pestering Han Ju. It took a long time for Han to escape. Fairy Shixian was very calm, and the 2 did not communicate too much. One is as passionate as fire, and the other is as cold as ice. Han Ju is amazed. Yang Tiandong followed the Pong teacher, staying out all the year round, and temporarily unable to touch it. He was still considering whether to refine a puppet of heaven for Mo Zhu, but after hearing Chang Yuer say, Mo Zhu had already gone to the Secret Hall. Secret Hall is the ancient secret realm discovered by the real Jioding. He created a sect residence in it. The spiritual energy inside is stronger than the inner door, and if you want to join the Secret Hall, you must at least be an elite disciple. In other words, the Yuqing Zone now has a new hierarchy. Secret Hall, Inner Gate 18 Peaks, Outer Gate. The ancient mystery has not yet been fully explored, so only the Secret Hall is the safest, and the inner door has a teleportation circle to the Secret Hall. But the concentration of aura in the Secret Hall can't compare to the mountain where Han Ju is. So Han Ju didn't bother to move in. Back to the cave. Han Ju was full of energy and began to practice. Blinked. 3 years have passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. You are already 200 full years old, life is considered a long process, you have the following choices for the future path of spiritual practice. 1. Low-key practice, just like your first half of your life, quietly practice, not competing for fame and fortune, the future choice rewards will still be low-key practice, you can get a spiritual treasure. 2nd, high-profile practice, achieve a generation of Tianjiao, famous all over the world, future selection rewards are biased towards high-profile practice, you can get a magic weapon, a magic secret book, and a magical power inheritance. Unconsciously, Han Ju is already 200 years old. Can be described as the passage of time. Han never hesitated and chose the first option www.novel.com Generation Tianjiao. Sounds cool, but I just don't believe in evil. I am so qualified, why should I be high profile? Wait for me to achieve the Great Road, to go to the world, wouldn't it be quicker? Han Ju thought proudly. You choose to practice low-key and get a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on your acquisition of the 4th rank Lingbao, Hanjuan Liuli Crown. Hanjuan Glazed Crown, Grade 4 Defensive Spirit Treasure, which can rebound all attacks below the Void Realm, does not contain special magical powers, can effectively defend against soul and spiritual impact. Is a defensive spirit treasure again? The system knows my heart. Han Ju thought in surprise. He immediately took out the Hanjuan glass crown and began to drip his blood to recognize the Lord. This crown is very beautiful, with a purple-blue color and exquisite atmosphere. From now on, Han Ju will be Lingbao from head to toe. Armed to the extreme, it is impossible for the transcendent God realm to hurt him. As for the Void Realm, don't even think of killing him directly. Suchi noticed Han Jun's glazed crown, his eyes straightened. This is the first time he has seen such a handsome crown. It took half a day for Han Juetsai to let Han Jun Liliguan successfully recognize himself. He put on the crown directly, and his sense of security improved again. Happy Han Ju continued to practice. 5 years have passed. Jiuding Jinren took a group of disciples and left for overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to say goodbye. It took Han Ju a long time to send away the crying sister. After the real person of Jiuding left, Han Ju was bored, and used a simulated trial to test the person with the highest cultivation level in Yujing Sect except him. Li Qianlong, the 5th floor of the Transcendent God Realm, heir to the Poison King. Chapter 58 The 8th floor of Transcendent Realm, Book of Doom. Li Qianlong, the descendant of the Poison King. Han Ju has a strange expression. The name Li Qianlong is familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. And many more. More than 100 years ago, Mo Zhu asked him to find Chance, as if he was looking for Li Qianlong's cave. Unexpectedly, in the past so long, Li Qianlong actually came. The cultivation base of the 5th level of the God Transformation Realm is extremely high in the Dian Cultivation Realm. If he comes back in an upright and bright manner, it will definitely cause a big disturbance. Han has never heard of it, but Yang Tiandong, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian often come to him, and none of them mentions it. What does this mean? Shows that Li Qianlong is sneaking in. Han Ju immediately searched for the location of Li Qianlong. Li Qianlong is actually on the main peak. At this moment, Jinshu summoned all the disciples of the main peak, and Xing Hongxian was also there. Li Qianlong looks ordinary, and his aura is suppressed on the first level of the Golden Core realm. He has an honest appearance. Who would have thought that he was the heir of the Poison King? Han never explored the divine sense into the main peak, avoiding the grass and scaring snakes. The reason why Jinshu summoned all his disciples was to inform the news of the departure of Zhenjin Jiuding. Li Qianlong was ecstatic when he learned about it, but he hid it well. He finally waited for his chance. Before the Jiuding real person was there, he did not dare to mess around. Now that the real Jiuding person is leaving, he finally feels like he can see the sky through the clouds. Calm down. One more person will hinder me. Li Qianlong thought silently. The most mysterious person of Yuqingzong. God Slayer Elder. He had heard that the reason why Ningyi Xingjiao was defeated was that the leader came to Yuqingzong, but there was no return. At that time, Jiuding Jinren had not returned. In other words, the Elder Slayer has the terrifying power to kill the leader of the Saint cult. Before implementing the plan, Li Qianlong must find a way to solve the Elder Slash. But up to now, he hasn't inquired clearly who the Elder of God Zhan is. It is said that he came from Yufeng. Yuyo Peak. Li Qianlong's eyes became bitter when he thought of the person on Yuyo Peak. Since discovering Li Qianlong, Han Ju will always pay attention to him when he is practicing. In case Li Qianlong didn't intend to murder Yuqingzong, then Han would definitely not kill him directly. He asked Xing Hongxian through his voice that the inner gate of the Yuqing sect was very peaceful, and there was no unrest. That's all. 5 years have passed. Han Ju broke through to the 7th floor of the God of Transformation. Is getting closer and closer to the Void Realm. Han Ju's mood is very happy. He checked Li Qianlong's location again and found that Li Qianlong had left Yuqingzong. Han Ju did not care. As long as Li Qianlong doesn't mess up. Han Ju called out the emails in the interpersonal relationship to check. Your Taoist companion Xian Jingjuan feels life and understands supernatural powers. Your friend Mo revenge and fall into the devil's way. Your pet, Chaos Tengu, comprehend the magical powers of his life. Your friend Jiuding real person was attacked by the Demon King and was seriously injured. Your friend Jiuding is really popular, and Dao Heart is damaged. Your good friend Zhou Fen has achieved hegemony, earth-shattering. Han Ju was stunned. Wipe. So many big things have happened in the past 5 years. Mo revenge actually fell into the evil way. What happened to him? The dog's comprehension of his life's supernatural powers didn't even tell me this, master. Jiuding real person is really miserable, and it deserves it, so you have to stare at the broom star. And Zhou Fan. Sure. I am worthy of you. Han Ju took a deep breath, feeling that he could not relax. His cultivation base may have been the ceiling in the realm of Dian cultivation, but it does not mean that it will still be in the future. He has to practice diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fen might change an era. Although Zhou Fen is still a Golden Core monk, his recent experience is very similar to the early practice of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he is constantly laying the foundation. After so many years, the heaven, material, and earth treasures of the mountain where he is located have also begun to mature one after another, and the aura is ushering in a period of explosive growth. Han Ju decided to sprint into the Void Realm with all his strength. Dazzled. 10 years have passed. Han Ju's cultivation reached the 8th level of the God Transformation Realm, and he was not far from the 9th level. Whenever he thinks of Rongshu Realm, he is very excited. This day, Li Qingzi came to visit. In order to prevent Su Qi from passing bad luck to Li Qingzi, Han Ju walked out of the cave. Elder Han, long time no see, how is your practice? Li Qingzi asked enthusiastically. Now he is full of scenery. With the help of Jiuding Jinren, his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the nascent infant realm. In addition to cultivation, he is also the leader of the right way in the realm of Dian cultivation. Han Ju hasn't seen anyone attack him during these years. It's okay, I don't know what the teacher is looking for. Han Ju Xiao asked. Li Qingzi smiled and said, The Righteous Immortal Cultivation Conference is about to begin. Are you going to it? This conference is located in the imperial capital of the Dian dynasty. It can gain human luck and help cultivation. Han Ju followed with a prompt. Teacher Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the cultivation conference. You have the following options. 1. Refuse, continue to practice, get a spiritual treasure. 2nd, accept, follow the master to leave the sect, you can get a high-grade spiritual stone. The reward gap between the two is huge. But Han Ju is used to it. Such a choice was not because the system forced him to make a choice, but he had chosen to practice low-key before. This was the path of choice planned by the system according to his wishes. Han Ju chose the first option silently. The cultivation conference, it is easy to have trouble at a glance, or something big. Han Ju shook his head and said, forget it, I won't go. Be careful with the headmaster. Although Yuqingzong has been going smoothly recently, the departure of the patriarch must have been known to other forces. Li Qingzi sighed secretly. The penance of this elder Han is really outrageous. It's in www.novel.com with Han Ju's strength, he has long been out of the world. You refused the invitation of the head teacher and got a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the exquisite Lingbao Book of Doom. Book of Doom, a superb spirit treasure, which can curse creatures and bring bad luck to the opponent without being noticed by the opponent. Okay. Book of Doom. Curse. Han is definitely interested in this Bora. But Li Qingzi was in front of him, so he couldn't take it out to check. Teacher, what do you think of Li Qianlong? Han Ju asked suddenly. Li Qingzi will leave Yuqingzong soon. In case Li Qianlong comes back again, Han Ju has to know whether he can kill him if he wants to make trouble. Hearing this, Li Qingzi's face changed, and he asked in a deep voice, why does Elder Han ask that? As soon as he said the words, he felt that his attitude was a little bad, and he quickly explained, this person was once my junior and he is extremely talented, but he and Guan Yogong both like Fairy Xishan. The two had a life and death battle, which forced me. The master took action, but Li Qianlong was not convinced, so he dared to take action against my master. During his imprisonment, he quietly escaped from Yuqingzong. Before leaving, he left a letter. When he comes back in the future, he will subvert Yuqingzong. When Li Qianlong was mentioned, he was very upset. Han Ju blinked. Is another tragedy caused by being jealous? No wonder Fairy Xishan forbids his disciples to talk about love. Han Ju said softly, Li Qianlong has returned, but he went out recently. He disguised his identity and worshipped inside the main peak. When Li Qingzi heard it, his eyes widened, and his body trembled with anger. He grabbed Han Ju and said, if he comes back again, Elder Han, you have to grab him. By the way, don't kill. Don't take it too hard, just kill him. Chapter 59 Prepare for a Breakthrough, the Secret Mission of the Broom Star. Hearing what Li Qingzi said, Han Ju was very curious about the gossip of their generation of brothers. How do you feel that all the brothers like Fairy Xishan? Isn't Jingxiu really fragrant? Seems to be too. Jingxiu real person is really not beautiful. Li Qingzi confessed a few words before leaving. The appearance of Li Qianlong made him feel uneasy. He kept frowning when he left. Han Ju returned to the cave and took out the Book of Doom. This is a superb spirit treasure. Han Ju was very excited and began to shed blood to recognize the Lord. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Doom in Han Ju's hand. The Book of Doom looks more like a black picture than a book. For some reason, Su Qi felt inexplicably close when he saw the Book of Doom. He likes this baby. But liking is just liking, Su Qi dare not ask for it. He continued to practice. Because of his outstanding qualifications, Han Ju passed the Yuqingju to Su Qi some time ago. Yuqingju is the unique school of the Yuqing sect, and it is not difficult to get it as Han Ju. The two of them already have the real relationship between master and apprentice. It took a whole day before Han Juetzai let the Doom book recognize himself. He injected 6 spiritual powers into the Book of Doom and began to curse Li Qianlong. He imagined Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Between the mountains and rivers, there is a bamboo house. Li Qianlong bowed down at the entrance of the bamboo house. He said solemnly, Master, how exactly do you want to get out of the mountain? A long, old voice came from the bamboo house. As a teacher, I have retired from the realm of cultivation for thousands of years, and I don't want to participate in the disputes in the realm of cultivation anymore. If you have hatred, you will avenge it yourself. The teacher has taught you the mantle and bowl, so don't get too far." Hearing this, Li Qianlong was very unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, then you pass the secret recipe of the poison god pill to me. I rely on myself." "No, that is your master's treasure of the town. After passing it to you, if you poison your master, wouldn't it be wrong to be a teacher?" Li Qianlong almost vomited blood. He abused in his heart. He can worship the Poison King, and he is not lucky. He has been the Poison King for 100 years. He has tried all kinds of poisons. During that time, life was worse than death. Said that he would be the only heir of the Poison King from now on, but in the end, the Poison King was a dog and didn't try to teach it. The Poison King's voice floated out again. Jiu Ding Jinren has been aware of the existence of a teacher before. Being a teacher can't offend him rashly. Today's Yuqing sect is still in the sky. Few sects dare to offend them, but if you insist, you can find the Wei family. Although Wei family is not top-notch in the dying cultivation world, he often travels to various cultivation worlds, and his contacts are still very wide. Li Qianlong's eyes flickered, and he thought about it in his heart. After a stick of incense time, Li Qianlong left. Just walked out less than 10 miles away, a thunderbolt hit him in a clear sky. Caught off guard. Fortunately, Li Qianlong was cultivated high and was not injured. He raised his eyes to the sky and cursed secretly, "Evil door." Han Ju cursed Li Qianlong for a while, and he couldn't verify the result, so he could only give up and concentrate on practicing. 1 month later, Yang Tiandong is back. In order to prevent him from meeting Su Qi, Han Ju walked out of the Xiantian cave. Today's Yang Tiandong has completely demonstrated his talent. After entering the Golden Core realm, he was first promoted to an elite disciple, and then promoted to the core disciple of the Yuqing sect. It is one of the faces of the younger generation of the Yuqing sect. "Master, I plan to go to the Immortal Cultivation Conference. When the time comes, the various sects will discuss fighting techniques, can you?" Yang Tiandong asked nervously. After learning the unfeeling flying sword, Yang Tiandong's strength soared, but he always felt that it was not enough. Han Ju nodded and said, "Then I will teach you a trick to win glory for the Jade Qing Zone. This genius is a wind technique." Yang Tiandong was excited, and quickly thanked him. 3 days later, Sun Tiandong leaves. Han Ju always felt as if he had forgotten something. Oh. Forgot to help him refine the puppet of the sky. It's okay. He is lucky and should be fine. 5 years later, Han Ju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Transcendent God Realm. Next is Rongxi Realm. But before that, he has to upgrade his cultivation to the Realm of God Transformation Great Perfection. Han Ju looked at Su Qi. Thought it was time to throw this kid out. It's not convenient to stay here every day. Han Ju Fa coughed. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at him. Han asked blankly, "You have followed me for a while, so you have already entered the path of spiritual practice." Su Qi said gratefully, "Thank you, teacher, senior." Han Ju said, "I will give you a task. If it can be completed, I will accept you as a disciple." Hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up and he quickly asked what the task was. "I want you to go to Beizhou and join the Demon sect. You don't have to do anything. It's good to be lurking in the Demon sect to practice. In the future, I will go to the Demon sect and destroy their sect. Say yes, the Royal Demon sect is very strong, and the Void Fusion realm can only be regarded as an elder." Han Ju's tone is meaningful. Su Qi was shocked. He has already understood the realm of cultivation, and the strongest face of Yuqing Zone can transform into the realm of gods. How strong is the Demon sect? The most important thing is that Han Ju wants to destroy the Imperial Demon sect. How strong is Han Ju? Su Qi's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability rating is 5.5 stars. A question mark popped up in Han Ju's mind. Su Qi quickly promised, "The disciple must complete the task. This is a confidential mission, you can set out now, leave Yuqing Zone directly, and you are not allowed to deal with anyone in Yuqing Zone." "It is good." Su Qi got up excitedly. After walked out of Xiantian Dongfu, the sun shone on Su Qi, and he couldn't help feeling like a world away. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Master's test I must complete. Su Qi immediately went down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, he ran into a fight between the Chaos Tengu and the Black Jail Chicken. Okay. Fight. The blood of the Black Prison Chicken is still awakening, and the Chaos Tengu is a beast talent. The cultivation base has come from behind and has caught up with the Black Prison Chicken. This fat dog doesn't want to be a dog. Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com wants to be a dog brother. As a chicken brother, he naturally wants to educate him. The two beasts often fight. Fight back to fight, they did not kill. Although the Chaos Tengu was arrogant, he was still very close to the Black Jail Chicken in his heart. After all, it was hatched by the Black Jail Chicken. After all, the Black Chicken is its chicken, Dad. Su Qi was over, and smiled. A fat dog, chicken, and dog fights, it's really funny. The Chaos Tengu heard it and immediately turned and rushed towards Su Qi. Su Qi ran away in fright. After leaving this mountain, Su Qi got rid of the chase of the Black Jail Chicken. He suddenly realized a problem. Where is Katashu? Forget it. Is not important. I can definitely find out. This must be one of Master's tests. After Su Qi left, Han Ju continued to practice. 2 years later, Han Ju's cultivation level finally reached the great perfection of the Transcendent God Realm. He is about to break through the Void Realm. Han Ju suppressed his excitement. He called up the interpersonal relationship to check the email. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Demon King and was seriously injured. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong gets a chance, awakens the blood of the Demon Saint. Your pet Chaos Tengu made a mistake in his practice, and his Taoism has declined for 20 years. Your friend Mo's revenge is attacked by a monk on the right path, X104. Your friend Chang Yuer got chance by chance, and his cultivation base increased greatly. Your apprentice Su Qi is attacked by Magic Repair X27. Your apprentice Su Qi was captured by the Blue Ghost faction. Your apprentice Su Qi spreads bad luck. The Cyan Ghost faction suffers a tribulation that is hard to see for hundreds of years. The whole faction is destroyed. Chapter 60 eventually become a realm of fusion. Accompanying magic weapon. All factions are destroyed. Han Ju was stunned to see, and he cried out in his heart. Deserves to be the broom star of heaven. Is totally a nuclear bomb. But Han has never heard of the Blue Ghost School. It is probably a small sect. The Xiuxian sect that has a real foundation will not even be able to survive the tribulation that has been rare for hundreds of years. Perhaps relying on Su Qi, can Han absolutely kill the Imperial Demon sect without having to act? Han Ju noticed that Mo Revenge was being pursued and killed by the righteous monks. This is a complete fall into the magical way. Have to say, the outside world is really exciting and things are fickle. Fortunately, he chose to practice low-key at first. If he was the same as Mo Fu Vengeance, Zhou Fan, and Li Qingzi, would it be more painful? There are other disciples who said that they went to the cultivation conference, but they were attacked by the Demon King. Fortunately, the danger is turned away. If he died outside, Han Ju would be speechless. It is worth mentioning that Li Qianlong has not appeared recently. Could it be that he cursed successfully? Han Ju shook his head and got up to go to the 10,000 demon realm to cross the robbery. In a dark gorge, Li Qianlong leaned against the mountain wall, holding his breath. A dozen monks stood beside him. Looked up, countless monsters hovered over the canyon. A young monk beside Li Qianlong couldn't help but complain, "Senior Li, don't you know the road? How did you bring us to the demon cave?" The other monks were also full of horror. They are all monks of the Wei family. Li Qianlong found the Wei family in accordance with the reminder of the Poison King. It took several years to accept the eldest son of the disciple Wei family and establish a good relationship. This time, he followed the Wei family and left Dian, preparing to win over other powerful sects in the realm of cultivation. As a result, something went wrong during the transmission of a teleportation circle, and they were directly teleported to the demon cave. There were countless monsters here, and there was also a demon king whose strength was extremely terrifying, and it was difficult for Li Qianlong to beat it. Li Qianlong is also very depressed. In recent years, his luck has been extremely bad. Was struck by thunder on the way, practiced and met the demons, and robbed young monks. As a result, they turned into gods who pretended to be pigs and eat tigers. This time it was even more unlucky with the Wei family's children. No. I have no revenge yet. Can't be planted here. Li Qianlong gritted his teeth and thought. Demon Pet House. Dozens of disciples gathered here, and real Jingxu was also here. From today, all disciples are not allowed to enter the 10,000 demon realm, waiting for the opening notice. Jingxu said blankly. One of the main peak disciples couldn't help asking, Master, what happened to the 10,000 demon realm? Other disciples are also very curious. Every disciple will go to the 10,000 demon realm to capture demon pets, increasing their confidence in walking in the realm of cultivation. Realman Jingxu calmly said, the Elder Slasher is crossing the catastrophe, maybe he is cultivating supernatural powers. She never thought that Han Ju might break through the void realm. Only decades. Totally impossible. It took thousands of years for Jiuding to reach the void realm. You know, Jiuding was the #1 genius in the realm of Dian cultivation back then. Wow. The disciples were in an uproar. Elder Slayer is inside. Wow, I haven't seen the Elder Slayer. It is said that God-slashing Elder is the most powerful pillar of the Yuqing sect and has been practicing in retreat. No one can compete with the Elders of God-Slasher's penance training ability. It is said that the Elders of God-Slasher look better than all men and women in the world. I really want to see the true face of God-slashing Elder. Is the Elder Slayer accepting disciples? The disciples were very excited and kept talking. The news spread quickly, and more disciples came and blocked the demon pet building. All the disciples have heard of the legendary deeds of God-Slayer Elder. Some people even say that the Yuqing sect is able to survive today, and the Elders of God-Slashing have done more than the ancestors. A few days later, Guan Yugong came and saw so many people gathered outside the building. He cursed, get all away from this seat. Who dares to gather here anymore, go to the outside door. As soon as this statement came out, all the disciples fled and dispersed. Guan Yugong came to the counter and said, activate the magic circle, I am going to the 10,000 demon realm. The shopkeeper hesitated and said, Major Jingxu said that no one is allowed to be released. Anyone in this seat? Facing Guan Yugong's words, the shopkeeper was so scared that he hurriedly opened the teleportation circle. After 7 days and 7 nights of breakthrough, Han Ju finally survived the mighty catastrophe and was promoted to the Great Monk of the Void Realm. With his patience, it is impossible for the robbery to kill him. Congratulations on breaking through to the Void Realm and obtaining a companion magic weapon. The companion magic weapon will merge with your soul and only recognize you. As you become stronger, the companion magic weapon will continue to grow stronger. About the companion magic weapon, you have the following choices. 1. Sword. 2nd, defensive magic weapon. Han Ju is a defensive spirit treasure, naturally choosing a sword. After all, he is Jian Xiu. Choose one directly. Congratulations on obtaining the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. Hongmeng Judgment Sword, because you are not a regular reincarnation, but through the Hongmeng, and descended into this world, the spirit of the Hongmeng is refined into your companion magic weapon. Hongmeng. Han Ju was taken aback. Is the Hongmeng in the prehistoric novel? The system did not answer him. He didn't think much, and continued to consolidate his cultivation. Now his attribute list is: Name, Han Ju. Life, 227/8940. Race, human race, phase of transcendence. Cultivation, first floor of Rongxu realm. Gong method, 6 ways of reincarnation, can be passed down. Spells, absolutely finger Excalibur, 7-fold magic step, Sanqing Jueying sword, peerless, 9 dragons demon seal, great thousand thunderstorm, Fengshinshu. Supernatural powers, 6 soul-sucking spirits, heavenly killing ghosts, magic heaven and earth, somersault clouds, 10,000 swords godsong, Tathagata curse. Artifacts, golden cicada xianshani, 7th rank lingbao, shaoqianquan belt, qilin sword, demon bound rope, Fenshazhong, 6th rank lingbao, 9-star step spirit boots, 5th rank, Hanjuan glazed crown, 4 products, Book of Doom, exquisite product. Associated magic weapons, Hongmeng Judgment Sword. Spiritual qualifications, 6 spiritual bodies. www.novel.com contains top-level wind, fire, water, soil, wood, and thunderlying roots, adding a certain amount of luck. The first weather is as follows. Peerless warriors, Xianzi, top charm. Destiny Sword Madness, Top Kendo Qualifications, Top Kendo Comprehension. Shinfa Juichin, Top Level Qualifications. Descendants of the Immortal Emperor, acquired a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones. View interpersonal relationship. Life expectancy skyrocketed to 8,940 years old. Is so cool. Hanju also noticed that his human race's identity has added a reminder of the destroying stage. Is this a hint to the fairy? Hanju was in a good mood. 200 years of boring practice, changing to someone else would be crazy. But he is used to it and even enjoys it. This feeling of steadily becoming stronger is so cool. The reason why mortals hate cultivation is that most of the time they don't feel that they are getting stronger. But Hanju is different. He has excellent qualifications and is getting stronger almost every day. Reaching the Void Realm is truly invincible in the realm of Dian cultivation. Next. Of course, continue to sprint into the fit state. Hanju thought firmly. At this time, a voice came. Elder Swordsman, I am Guan Yogang, wait for you to consolidate your cultivation base, you and I will discuss it, if I beat you, I will be the master of Yiqing Sect in the future. Chapter 61 Wonderful World of Comprehension, the master wants to run away. Hanju couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Guan Yogang's words. I saw Guan Yogang looking at him from the top of the mountain a few miles away, hunting in white, and he looked confident. When Hanju crossed the tribulation, he opened the enchantment, so the coercion of the heaven tribulation was not so terrible, which caused Guan Yogang to feel that Hanju was suddenly lonely. Hey, I didn't come early, but I just came now. Hanju shook his head and laughed, continuing to consolidate his cultivation. 4 days later. Hanju's cultivation base is completely stable, and his 6 spiritual powers far exceed those before the breakthrough. He got up and stepped into the air, and the forward direction was Guan Yogang. Guan Yogang has long been waiting. He was too lazy to be polite, so he directly took out a sword and rushed towards Hanju. During the flight, he quickly cast spells with both hands. The whole body was mobilized, making his robe agitate. As long as I defeat him, I can become the head teacher of Yiqing Zone. Then Sister Xishan will definitely marry me. Guan Yogang's eyes were fiery, thinking of a bright future, his whole person was ignited. He was about to display the peerless supernatural power he had recently realized, and immediately beat the opponent. There is a sound of breaking through the air. Sword Chi. Guan Yogang's pupils dilated, subconsciously trying to resist. However, this sword aura is too fast. It's almost too late for him, the powerhouse of God transformation realm, to react. Ju means that the sword Qi of the divine sword penetrates directly through Guan Yogang's abdomen, dispersing the spiritual power in his body. Guan Yogang vomited blood and flew out, like a kite with a broken line, falling on the hillside. After landing, he covered his abdomen and couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. His whole body's breath instantly wilted. Yener. How can it be? Guan Yogang was struck by lightning, staring dumbfounded at Hanju who was walking towards him. Hanju, wearing the golden cicada mysterious clothes, has a stunning temperament. He wears a Hanjuan glazed crown on his head, a small Qiankuan belt around his waist, and his feet are wearing 9-star stepping boots. Before he was meditating, Guan Yogang didn't have much feeling. Looking at Hanju now, he only thinks that the fairy is descending from the earth. Especially that perfect face. If there are immortals in the world. Should be so. And many more. What am I thinking? Guan Yogang awakened suddenly, followed by endless frustration. He couldn't even catch the opponent with a sword. Ridiculous. Before, he even smiled and wanted to beat the opponent with a single blow, but was defeated by the opponent with a single blow. At this moment, Guan Yogang can't wait to find a place to drill in. Hanju fell in front of him. Guan Yogang lowered his head and was so ashamed that he did not dare to look at Han absolutely. Hanju said softly, "Don't be discouraged, you are strong enough, but you just picked the wrong opponent, and the entire Yiqing Sect, you are worth my shot." The voice of fell, and Hanju disappeared in place. Guan Yogang was stunned. He didn't feel that the other party was bragging, but there was a touch of comfort. "Elder Slayer, how strong are you?" Hanju left the 10,000 demon realm quickly, and did not stay in the inner gate city. Went back to the mountain where he was practicing. He suddenly had an idea. He shook his figure and came to the foot of the mountain. He cast a spell with his right hand, and the soil rose up and quickly condensed into a stone tablet. Han Ju used his finger as a pen to mention words on the stone tablet. 4 words. Cultivation hard to become immortal. This will be the name of this mountain in the future. Cultivating hard to become a fairy mountain. Han Ju smiled with satisfaction and returned to the mountain. Heiji and Chaos Tengu are still cultivating. Xing Hongxian did not know where he went, not in the cave. Han Ju went back to the cave after chatting with the black jail chicken and the chaotic Tengu for a little while. Meditated on the bed, Han Ju took out the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. This sword is red all over, with a trace of black lines, which makes this sword look even more extraordinary. Holding this sword, Han Ju felt inexplicably close. He poured spiritual power into the sword. Rumbling. The whole mountain began to tremble violently, so that Han Ju quickly cut off the 6 spiritual powers. It's very strong. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. Because it is a companion magic weapon, he does not need to drop blood to recognize the Lord. Immediately, Han Ju conducted a simulation trial and fought against the real Jiuding. Half a minute later, Han Ju opened his eyes, he let out a sigh of relief, and murmured, "I can finally defeat you. You are really stubborn. You have so many abilities." In the battle, he hit Jiuding Jinren with a single sword. After, Jiuding Jinren kept avoiding, prolonging the fighting time. The 8th floor of the Void Realm, but so. Han Ju's confidence increased greatly. Is no longer afraid of Yu Yao Demon Sect and Xiao Yi. From the interpersonal relationship, it can be seen that Xiao Yi is still on the 2nd level of the fusion realm. How did Xiao Yi kill him? How to kill? When thinking of Xiao Yi, Han Ju immediately took out the Doom Book and began to curse Xiao Yi. I will curse him when he is free in the future. Although Han is absolutely not afraid of him, he does not want him to delay his practice. 10 days later, Han Ju put down the Doom Book contentedly. He began to practice the 6th level of the 6 reincarnation exercises. 1 year later, Han Ju has practiced the 6th level of the 6 reincarnation techniques, and can practice in the Void Fusion realm. At the same time, he realized a new supernatural power. 6 paths. This seal is applied to the enemy, you can directly kill the enemy's soul town. The physical body has not yet died, and the soul has taken the lead. This is a magical power that can be used as a trick. Han Ju stretched out and said with emotion, "It's another day to become stronger." He is not in a hurry to practice, click on the interpersonal relationship to check the email. Also don't know if any of his friends happened recently. Your apprentice Su Chi is attacked by Ghost Repair X12. Your apprentice Su Chi has killed tens of thousands of souls and increased his karma. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by Magic Repair X58. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by a monk on the right path, X44. Your friendly Qingzi was seriously injured and his life is hanging by a thread. Your Taoist Xian Qingjuan leaves the world. Your friend, don't take revenge and slaughter one side, the karma is overwhelming. Your friend Xing Hongxian strayed into the secret realm of the ancient monk www.novel.com Life and Death Unknown. Okay. So wonderful in just 1 year. Han Ju blinked. Oh shit. Who attacked me again? The 2 realms of the demon are going to rebel. Mo revenge, this is on the road of no return. And Xing Hongxian. He is immortal, how can he always get treasures and chances? Could it be that I was infected by the luck of my descendants of the Fairy Emperor? Han Ju made up a lot on his own. After a while, Han Ju continued to practice. Although the world of comprehension is wonderful, he still doesn't want to set foot. Yu Qingzong has the backing of Jiuding real people, who can guarantee that there are no other sects. It's not enough to be the fusion realm. The reincarnated Mahayana monk Zhou Fan is still suffering. Han will practice with all his strength, and strive to achieve a perfect state within 100 years. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Han Ju let him enter the cave, and his face returned to the morbid and weak look that he had often seen decades ago. It seems that his injury is serious. Han Ju sighed, "Master, you really can't live in peace for a day, can't you cultivate for hundreds of years?" Li Qingzi was embarrassed and said helplessly, "I am the head teacher, and many things are involuntary. In recent years, some of my core disciples of the Yuqing sect have fallen into the magic way and have formed a lot of hatred. I have to deal with these causes and effects. Getting deeper and deeper, now the trouble is getting bigger. The two realms of the Dian cultivation world are uniting, ready to join forces to attack my Jade Qing Zone. Yuqing Zone currently has two transfigures. Elder Guan is seriously injured for some reason, and is still in retreat for healing. Alas, Elder Han, maybe you really have to run away this time. Chapter 62-19 Lu Zongmen attacked Yuqing Zone. The two realms of the real and demons jointly besieged Yuqing Zone. Han Ju has a strange expression. He couldn't help but ask, how do you deal with cause and effect? Kill all those who are dissatisfied. Li Qingzi was immediately annoyed and cursed. I personally came to apologize for these dog things, but they did it directly. Most of the time, I didn't even have the opportunity to speak. You seem to know the core disciple who fell into the devil's way, named Mo Revenge. He didn't take the initiative to fall into the devil's way. I suspect that someone discredited him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, let's talk about it. Li Qingzi began to pour bitterness. He first talked about the origin of Mo's revenge. Mo revenge came from the Mo family, originally from a family of spiritual practitioners. Because of evidence of collusion with the demon Dao, they were banished by the various sects of the righteous Dao. Only Mo Vengeance and Mo Zhu survived. Dao Lei received his revenge personally and re-given his name. Mo Venge is the name Dao Lei personally took, hoping that he would forget his hatred and be a new man. Mo Revenge went out to practice once, met the enemies of the past, and killed many disciples of this sect, and then successively attacked and killed other authentic sect disciples who committed crimes that year. Li Qingzi thought this matter was strange. After all, he had also seen Mo Revenge and was humble. Even if he couldn't help but kill the enemy, he should come back after killing the enemy for the first time, instead of keeping revenge, just like going crazy. There are now more than 5 sects chasing and killing Mo's revenge. A few years ago, Mo's revenge was desperate and had to use his family's supernatural powers. As a result, it was Modeo's supernatural powers, which caused him to directly fall into demons. There are more and more people killed by this magical power, and Mo's revenge has become a demon, unable to look back. This matter is too strange. These sects didn't ask me, they just chased me for revenge. I can admit it, but I went to the door to apologize, but I was beaten. Can the juniors' affairs involve the master-teacher level? Obviously they are taking the opportunity to fight. Li Qingzi got more and more excited as she spoke, and she felt almost crying. In the end, he was still Yener. He sighed and said, now that the two realities are besieging us, we definitely can't stop us. Let's run as you wish. The real Jiuding left, and Guan Yogong was seriously injured. How can Han Ju alone stand alone? Some powerful sects still exist in the gods of transformation. For example, there are 2 Suzaku sword sects, and all sects join forces, and Han Ju will inevitably not be able to stop them. Han Ju asked cautiously, can the 2 realms of righteous demon exist in the void realm? The integral realm exists. Li Qingzi widened his eyes, and said, how is it possible? Huang Zun's previous cultivation of the 9th level of the heavenly transformation divine realm can be domineering. If they have a great monk in the void realm, how can they always be angry? Will it be like our Yiqing sect, someone from the ancestors went out to practice and seek opportunities? There must be, but I have never heard of the existence of Rongxu realm. When the ancestors went to the door one by one, they were all the same as their grandsons. Li Qingzi couldn't help sighing when he mentioned this. If only the real Jiuding was still there. Yuqing Zone finally ushered in the opportunity to grow, without fighting, the past hundreds of years quietly, enough to become the strongest sect of Dian. However, this kind of thing happened at this juncture. Li Qingzi is very weak. Since becoming a master teacher, how much has he given and how much pain he has suffered? In the end it was nothing. Han Ju has a strange expression on his face. Li Qingzi understood his thoughts, sighed, and slowly stood up. You have to prepare well. For up to 3 days, Yuqing Zone will be ready to run, rush overseas, and go to the ancestor. Han Ju hurriedly said, what are you running? I didn't even want to run, what are you running? Li Qingzi was stunned. He asked cautiously, what do you mean? Han Ju calmly said, let them come, they will understand one thing, the most terrifying thing about Yuqing Zone is not the patriarch. For a long time, Han Ju's imaginary enemy has been the demon sect. What is Dian cultivation world now? Come here as you please. Dare to disturb my practice, I will let you back and forth. Li Qingzi was ecstatic after hearing this. He understands Han Ju's character. Such a timid Han Ju dared to say such things, that is absolutely sure. Which state are you now? Li Qingzi forced his surprise and asked. Han Ju replied, at least not inferior to the patriarch. Okay. Is not inferior. To kill the real Jioding, he needs half a minute. This old man's body is too strong. A long time. When Li Qingzi walked out of Xiantian Dongfu, he was still confused. Was so sad to great joy, it made him feel as if he was dreaming. After Li Qingzi left, Han Ju carefully tested Yu Qingzong, who was the strongest besides him. Still Guan Yogong. There are no enemies lurking. Han Ju is inexplicably regretful. Where is Li Qianlong? Will not be cursed to death by him, right? Han Ju is still looking forward to teaching Li Qianlong. As a result, the boy disappeared. What a pity. Han Ju shook his head, took out the Book of Doom, cursed Xiao Yi for a few days, vented and continued to practice. 1 year passed quickly. The realm of Dian cultivation is surging. Mo Revenge has smashed his own bad name. The two realms of Jing Mo have already formed an alliance and are preparing to attack Yiqing Sect. The number of sects involved has reached 19. This matter has spread to every corner of the realm of cultivation. This is discussed wherever there are monks. The 19th Road Zoneman attacked Yu Qingzong. However, Yu Qingzong did not panic, but this made the 19th Road sect a little panic. 19 Road Zoneman didn't dare to do it easily, for fear that the Jioding real person would return. This day, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a breath www.novel.com somewhat familiar. He immediately swept the divine sense out. Suzaku Sword Sect's Emperor Jihao. At this moment, Wang Jihao was standing by a small river, looking at the 18 peaks of Yiqingzong from a distance. He was indifferent and stood facing the wind. He seemed to be calm, and he was flustered. Han Ju's voice came into his ears. Wang Jihao was so frightened that he shook his body and quickly said, "Do not do it, fellow Taoist, I'm just here to visit you. I have absolutely no malice towards you, Qingzong. Visit me." Han Ju finds it inexplicable. He hesitated, whether to make a move. Wang Jihao didn't get a reply, and he was even more flustered. He continued, "Recently someone took the lead and wanted to unite the two ways of righteousness and devil to deal with Yu Qingzong. Our suzerain sent me to inquire and ask if Yu Qingzong needs help." Han Ju in the cave raised his eyebrows. Suzaku Sword Sect, this is the backstab of the Cultivation Alliance. Han Ju had a plan in his heart, and the sound transmission said, "Jade Qingzong does not need help, I will be here waiting for all of you to arrive, no matter how much you come, you will have to die." Wang Jihao's heart beat wildly after hearing these words. What an arrogant tone. If someone else said that, Wang Jihao would definitely sneer, but when he said this from Han Ju, he believed it. But, this matter is strange, maybe someone is instigating behind it. If you Suzaku Sword Sect can find the master behind the scenes, then I don't mind letting the master be in harmony with you forever. Han Ju's words surprised Wang Jihao. Wang Jihao has a good opinion of you, the current good opinion is 4 stars. Han Ju couldn't help being speechless when he saw this line of words. Okay. This girl. Chapter 63 The Power of the Mysterious Curse. Wang Jihao is gone. But Han absolutely can't look at him directly. The degree of affection has risen inexplicably, and Han Ju even suspects that this guy has bad feelings about him. After that, Han Ju continued to practice. Whether the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect can find the master behind the scenes is still unknown, and Han Ju doesn't care whether they can do it. Even if the 19th Road Zoneman attacked tomorrow, he was not in vain. There is only one thing in his eyes. Break through the 2nd floor of the Void Realm as soon as possible. In a cave with swaying fire, Xing Hongxian meditated in front of the fire. Roar dash. There was a deafening roar from outside the cave, terrifying. Xing Hongxian slowly opened her eyes, she looked at the written text on the mountain wall, frowning slightly. How do you feel a little bit worse? Xing Hongxian thought in distress. This is a secret realm of an ancient monk. Xing Hongxian accidentally discovered that the exercises are recorded here. She is unpredictable. She has the courage to practice. In a year, she has improved a lot, But she has not learned the exercises completely before she learns the exercises completely. Less distance. Xing Hongxian couldn't help thinking of Han Ju. If he were there, maybe he could help me out. Thinking of this, Xing Hongxian took out the puppet of the sky. She let the puppet of the sky sit beside her, she gently leaned her head up and began to rest. Since I have the puppet of heaven, whenever she misses Han Ju, she will take out the puppet of heaven. She often tells her thoughts to the puppet of the sky. Because the puppet of the sky has Han Ju's soul thought hidden in it, Han Ju is not worried that something will happen to her. A long time. Xing Hongxian sat up straight, ready to continue practicing. At this time, Xing Hongxian was alert, and immediately took out the magic weapon. I saw an old man in a gray robe wandering in. He saw the nervous Xing Hongxian and said with a smile, "Junior, don't worry, I also came to learn the exercises. Participate in the practice." Xing Hongxian frowned, confused. Could it be that this person had discovered this mountain wall before she came here? The gray-robed old man ignored Xing Hongxian, walked to the mountain wall and sat down, and started to stare at the words on the mountain wall, thinking hard. Neither of them noticed that the eyes of the puppet of the sky shone slightly. Xianti and Dongfu. Han Ju hesitated. Do you want the puppet of the sky to shoot? Since Xing Hongxian fell into the ancient mystery, he has kept an eye on him for fear of Xing Hongxuan's accident. But this gray-robed old man seems to be really harmless. That's all. Look again. If you can't beat the gray-robed old man first, it will be embarrassing. Han Ju continued to practice. Blinked. 2 more years have passed. Xing Hongxian and the gray-robed old man are still comprehending the exercises on the mountain wall and do not disturb each other. Han Ju opened his eyes and opened up the interpersonal relationship to check his emails. Your apprentice Su Qi is attacked by the Lu family X43. Your apprentice Su Qi was forcibly taken into her family by the Lu family. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by Magic Repair X8. Your friend Chang Yuer learned magical powers. Your friend Huang Jihao is attacked by the monk of the Wei family, X288. Your friend Huang Jihao was seriously injured, his life was hanging by a thread, and he escaped by chance. Your apprentice Su Qi spread bad luck, the Lu family suffered a plague that was rare in 1,000 years, and the whole family perished. Your friend Fairy Shixian has an epiphany during his practice, his cultivation base is diligent, and his soul strength is greatly improved. Su Qi, this kid is too scary. Where to go, where to die? Han Ju was secretly surprised. It seems that the luck of his descendant of the immortal emperor is really strong, and he can withstand such bad luck. Poor Lu family. Besides, what's wrong with Huang Jihao? Could it be that Wei Jia is the master behind Mo Revenge? This Wei Jia is fine. When is there such a person in the Dian cultivation world? Han Ju immediately used his spiritual sense to transmit to Li Qingzi, who was recuperating on the main peak, and asked the Wei family. Li Qingzi immediately rushed to his cave. Elder Han, why are you asking the Wei family? Li Qingzi asked nervously. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and said, this Wei family is very strong. Li Qingzi replied, the Wei family is not strong. There is only one ancestor of the Yuan Ying, but the Wei family is rich in women who are all over the country. The Wei family marries everywhere and even does business outside the Big Yan. His network may be Dian has the broadest cultivation world. Han Ju asked, is it possible that the Wei family is behind the scenes? Hearing this, Li Qingzi's expression was wrong, and he hesitated. It shouldn't be possible, the Wei family has no grudges with the Mo family, and the Yu Qingzong also has a good relationship. He has no confidence himself. Now he thinks anyone is possible. It's okay, take care of the injury, if the enemy comes, I will be there. Han Ju nodded. Li Qingzi nodded, he got up and left. Before leaving, he looked worried. Could it be the Wei family? Han Ju didn't think too much, took out the Doom book, and habitually cursed Li Qianlong and Xiao Yi. Now, he will curse these two people whenever he has time. Practice, read mail, curse, practice, read mail, curse. This is Han Ju's daily life. Amidst the mountains resembling a fairyland, Xiao Yi meditated in the bamboo forest, the surrounding heaven and earth turned into mist and swirled around him. Xiao Yi suddenly spit out an arrow, and his ugly face turned pale. The state of his whole person is wilting. He gritted his teeth and cursed, what's the matter? Why is there always something wrong? In the past 10 years, I don't know what's going on. I often encountered demons during cultivation, which interfered with his practice, and even almost caused him to become confused. If this continues, when will he return to heyday? Xiao Yi is very depressed. Ever since he went to die in cultivation world, he felt that he was not going well. Is very evil. He made up his mind that he would never go to die in cultivation realm alone in the future. As for Han Ju, although he hates him, he does not have a strong urge to take revenge immediately. He has hated too many people in his life, and Han Ju is still not named in his heart. So he didn't even think about the reason for Han Ju. Xiao Yi became more depressed the more he thought about it, so he could only take out the pill to heal his injuries first. In a magnificent palace, there are dozens of monks seated in Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com. Li Qianlong sat in the first seat with a black robe monk. Everyone, this is Senior Wei Yuan, a great monk in the Void Realm. I would like to come to help us eradicate the Yuqing sect this time. Li Qianlong introduced to the monks present. Wei Yuan is the black robe monk beside him. The leader of the sacred cult has the cultivation base of the 9th level of the transformation of the gods. That is to say, the elders of the Yuqing zone are likely to have the strength to match the 9th level of the transformation of the gods. The Wei family and I specially invited Senior Wei Yuan to do we uphold justice. As for Jiuding Jinren, we have received news that Jiuding Jinren has indeed gone overseas, and their sects are also facing their own troubles and have no time to take care of Yuqing zone. Li Qianlong's words made the monks look at each other. These cultivators are all the suzerains or deputy suzerains of the two sects of the Jingmo Dao. This time they came to discuss the attack on the Yuqing sect. I heard that Wei Yuan was a great monk in the Void Realm. They were not surprised, but hesitated. Defeated the Yuqing sect, will Wei Jie become the next Yuqing sect? They can't beat the great monk of the Void Realm. Li Qianlong captured the expressions of everyone in his eyes, and continued, Senior Wei Yuan has his own sect. This time it took our Wei family a lot of sincerity to invite him. After this matter, Senior Wei Yuan will leave. After the overthrow of the Yuqing sect, the Wei family only has the secret realm of the Yuqing sect and will never participate in the power struggle in the realm of cultivation. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the sect masters eased a lot. Li Qianlong is secretly proud. Elder God / I want to see if you can stop the great monk of the Void Realm. At this time, the spiritual power in Li Qianlong's body suddenly rioted, and a mouthful of blood came out from his mouth. The sect masters here were stunned, stood up one after another, and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 64 Moved by Su Qi, the Void Realm struck. 3 years later, Han Ju broke through to the second floor of the Void Realm. Xing Hongxian is still in the epiphany of the exercises, and does not disturb each other with the gray-robed old men. After a successful breakthrough, Han Ju habitually clicks on personal relationships to check emails. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong becomes a demon king. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a monk on the right path, X129. Your friend Jiuding Jinren was attacked by casual repairs. Your apprentice Su Qi gets a chance and understands magical powers. Your friend Mo Revenge is attacked by Moshio, X287. Your friend Mo's Revenge is attacked by a monk on the right path, X302. Your friend Mo Revenge was seriously injured and escaped by chance. Your friend Zhou Fan fell into the magic way. Wipe. Another disciple fell into the magic way. And it's the first weather lucker. Han Ju was speechless. What happened to Leifeng this day? The Peak Master is a spy, and the two core disciples have rebelled. Mo Revenge and Zhou Fan's cultivation level has reached the level 5 or more of the Golden Core realm, which can be described as rapid progress. I don't know what they have experienced. When Han Ju was wondering, he suddenly felt the aura of the Chaos Tengu. The fat dog squatted at the entrance of the cave, without saying a word, looking like he wanted to talk but stopped. Han Ju asked, "What's the matter?" When the Chaos Tengu heard it, he immediately said, "Master, I can go out and practice. I really can't help it." Han Ju frowned. Chaos Tengu waited nervously. "You are a sacred beast. Once you reveal your identity, it is easy to attract covetousness from others, and it will be difficult for me to save you at that time." Han Ju said seriously. Chaos Tengu's temperament is indeed troublesome. Different from the Black Prison Chicken, the Black Prison Chicken has become a Go Chicken through his precepts and deeds, but due to the nature of the chaotic Tengu, it is difficult to persuade it to yearn for the outside world. Master, don't worry, I'm absolutely careful, I don't cause trouble or reveal my identity. I will come back when I go out and around. Chaos Tengu promised. Hanju thought for a while and said, then you go. As a beast of luck, it is difficult for the Chaos Tengu to die. Just let it go out and be beaten badly, only to realize how good it is to follow him in low-key practice. Chaos Tengu was surprised, and immediately rushed down the mountain. It didn't take long. The black prison chicken is here. Hanju didn't have a good temper. What? Do you want to go out too? The black jail chicken trembled with fright, and said, how is it possible? I can't go out if I'm killed. I have to keep following my master. It's too dangerous outside. That dead fat dog finally left. Master, can you teach me to practice? What? Hearing this, Hanju got up immediately. It is indeed necessary to pass on some skills of the black jail chicken. The black jail chicken has natal techniques, but lacks spells and supernatural powers. Today's black jail chicken is the size of an attic. Seeing that it is so big, Hanju came up with an idea. He decided to teach the law to the black jail chicken. He first briefly introduced the power of Fat on Xiangdi. Black prison chicken was surprised, and secretly said, dead fat dog, I didn't expect it, as soon as you leave, I will find my master to learn magical powers, and wait for you to come back to see if Brother G will not beat you. In this way, Hanju began to teach the black jail chicken to practice supernatural powers. In a prosperous city, Suchi was walking on a street with stalls on both sides, and all monks were going to and fro. After leaving Hanju for so many years, he is no longer so childish, and there is no smile on his face, giving people a sense of vicissitudes that have gone through all kinds of life. Suchi looked left and right as he walked. After the Liu family was destroyed, he evacuated the Liu family's premises by the way before escaping. Now his storage contains spirit stones and spirit gathering pills. After so many difficulties and obstacles, he still hasn't forgotten the task Hanju gave him. Maybe the result of the task is not important, but the process is important. Suchi thought silently, thinking about the events of these years. He was very embarrassed. Whenever he is about to despair, he can always save himself from danger. He guessed that Hanju must be protecting him secretly. That's right. Absolutely. Otherwise, every time he falls into danger, why can he escape? And he remembered that Hanju had said that Hanju would personally go to the Imperial Demon Sect and step down the Imperial Demon Sect. Senior is training him and making him a qualified disciple. Whenever he thinks of this place, Suchi will be ignited and his blood is surging. He is not alone. He is never alone. In his heart, Hanju is already his master. There is a master secretly protecting, I must protect it. Boom. Just when Suchi was thinking secretly, he accidentally bumped into someone. The opponent immediately shook him back with spiritual power. Suchi backed up a few steps, looked up and saw that it was a woman, and immediately apologized, I'm sorry. The woman had a nice face, but she had a hot temper, and she immediately pointed at Suchi and cursed, no eyes. Grandma, I will goog your eyes out, believe it or not. So good. Suchi shook his head and laughed, not angry, ready to bypass the woman and leave. However, when the woman saw him not caring, she became even more annoyed, so she drew her sword and slashed at him. The sound of the sword blade unsheathed the demon birds waiting to be trafficked nearby. Several demon birds immediately rushed to her, frightening her to swing the sword in a panic, very embarrassed. Suchi smiled silently when he saw this scene. As expected. Senior is quietly helping me again. A warm current flows in Suchi's heart. Less than a year after the chaotic Tengu left. Under the leadership of Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, the 19th Road Zongmen finally prepared to attack Yiqing Zone. Every sect brought dozens of disciples, all of them were cultivation bases above the 8th floor of the base construction realm. Altogether, there are thousands of people. They did not kill from all directions, but concentrated on one front. They were worried that they would encounter a god-transforming realm powerhouse, especially the mysterious Elder Slayer, so they decided to follow Wei Yuan. Wait for Wei Yuan to slay the elders of the Jade Qing Zone www.novel.com and they will be able to drive straight in. Wei Yuan wandered in the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, he was full of fairy tales. He swept Yiqing Zone with his spiritual knowledge. He frowned slightly and said, there is a in the Yiqing sect, and he is seriously injured. He glanced at Li Qianlong dissatisfiedly. Those eyes seem to say you are talking about me. Wei Yu and Da dared to come all the way, but the result was to deal with a wounded powerhouse in the transforming gods. Fortunately, before he came, he deliberately prepared for the battle, and all kinds of magic tools and talisman papers were ready. Result. That's it. Li Qianlong heard it and was pleasantly surprised. He is injured. That's a good thing. His goal is to overthrow Yu Qingzong, but no matter so much. Wei Yuan snorted uncomfortably. Have come. He can only move on. At the same time, Xianti and Dongfu. A prompt appeared in front of Han Ju. Yu Qingzong was attacked by the two sects of the 19th Road Jingma. You have the following options. 1. Run immediately, stay away from right and wrong, and get a spiritual treasure. 2nd, kill the enemy, protect the Jade Qingzong, get a spell book. Han never made a choice immediately, but cautiously used simulation trials to detect the strongest nearby. Wei Yuan, 1st floor of the Void Realm, from Shiyuan Prefecture, Deputy Sovereign of Zhelongzong. 1st floor of Fusion Void Realm. Is not bad. Han Ju followed in a simulated trial, fighting against Wei Yuan. 3 seconds later. He opened his eyes and shook his head. He had the same idea as Wei Yuan. That's it. Chapter 65 Sovereign, are you still attacking? News of the attack on the 19th Road Sect quickly spread throughout the Yuqing sect. But Li Qingzi didn't panic. He asked Elder Shibafeng and Elder Outer Sect to stabilize the military, and first opened the Patriarchal Guardian Array, and all the disciples were not allowed to go out to fight. The disciples did not panic either. Because they are all waiting for someone. God Slayer Elder. The elders have already revealed that the Elder Zhan God will face the 19th Road Sect alone to reduce the casualties of the disciples. Li Qingzi didn't plan to do this long ago. Who is the 19 Road Sect did not act separately. Just in time for the Elder God Slayer to kill them all in one go. Han Ju has already left. As soon as he walked out of the Xiantian cave, the black jail chicken came. Master, there are a lot of breaths in the distance, is there an enemy invading? Are you going to run? The black jail chicken asked in a row, with an anxious tone. Han Ju directly bypassed it, and left a sentence, a bunch of chickens and dogs, why run away? The voice fell, and Han Ju turned into a gust of wind and left to cultivate into a fairy mountain. The black jail chicken admiredly looked in the direction of his departure. And many more. What is a chicken dog? The black jail chicken feels offended. But after another thought, I am a phoenix, not a chicken. It was a fat dog who was offended. The black jail chicken suddenly became happy again. The monks of the 19th Road Zongmen were very nervous and excited. The front is Yu Qingzong. That senior Wei Yuan is really a great monk in the Void Realm. Otherwise, the elder of the Yu Qingzong God Slasher can be described as the first monk of the Great Yen today. Without the cultivation base of the Void Realm, who dares to come? This battle will go down in history. Yu Qingzong is dead. Zhou Fan and Mo's revenge are so arrogant. Yu Qingzong has not cleaned up the door, it is a scum of the right way. The monks talked and cheered each other up. Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan walked in the forefront. They are not moving fast either. Wei Yuan was full of confidence, and didn't take Yu Qingzong in his heart at all. To end the battle too soon, how can the strength of the great monk of the Void Realm be shown? At this time, Han Ju is here. Han Ju stepped on the unicorn sword and flew with the imperial sword. He could fly directly, but he thought it was more handsome stepping on the flying sword. With the help of the 6 spiritual powers, his face was obscured by the mist, making it impossible to see his true face. Wei Yuan's eyes fell on Han Ju. Building the 9 basement level. What the hell? And many more. He is. Wei Yuan's eyes widened. He has lived for thousands of years, he is very knowledgeable, and he can see through the spirit treasure of Han Ju at a glance. Ling Bao in one body. Wei Yuan is not so lavish, he has a spiritual treasure on his body, and it is not a defensive type, but an attacking magic weapon. Li Qianlong did not have Wei Yuan's vision, but he instantly guessed that Han Ju was the Elder Zhan God. He immediately raised his hand and signaled that all the 19th Road sects stopped. Yu Qingzong sent a person to come. So arrogant. Could it be that he is the legendary For a time, all the monks of the 19th Road Zongmen shut up, not daring to take it lightly. Han Ju's eyes fixed on Wei Yuan. How to fight on the second floor of the Rongshiwei realm? Do you want to act? Is it bad to be too strong? Forget it. Too troublesome. Kill it directly. Han Ju had an idea in his heart. He is getting closer and closer to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took out a wooden staff inlaid with various colors of spar, ready to fight. He sent a voice message to Li Qianlong and asked, "Is this person really Jiuding real person? This soul treasure is too scary." For a moment, Wei Yuan wanted to surrender directly. Li Qianlong replied, "No, it should be Elder Zhanshen. I have inquired that Elder Zhanshen is only talented. It is said that he was born in the outer gate of Yuqing Sect, less than 300 years old. Less than 300 years old. Pull the calf. Where can there be so many spirit treasures in the real world of Dian? This son is definitely not a member of the Yuqing Sect." Just when Wei Yuan hesitated, Han Ju suddenly rushed over. Very fast. Eelis. The strong wind blew on his face, and Wei Yuan was shocked to lift up the stick subconsciously. "This young man. Do not talk about martial ethics. Do you not introduce yourself before the start of the war?" Wei Yuan is angry. He waved his stick, and Han Ju waved his palm. In an instant, Han Ju's palm burst out with 6 kinds of light, rotating at high speed, forming a circle mark. 6 paths. Boom. A bright light burst out, making the world pale, and all the monks closed their eyes. Wei Yuan felt an extremely terrifying force rolling over, and his wooden staff couldn't stop it at all. This force directly penetrated into his body, dissolving his spiritual power like a ruin. Not good. Wei Yuan was horrified. Before he could think about it, his mind went blank for a moment. Liu Daojian directly obliterated his soul. Spike. With no doubt. Han Ju was able to crush the real Jiuding on the 8th floor of the Void Realm when he was on the 1st floor of the Void Realm, and he was naturally easy to deal with Wei Yuan. When the strong light dissipated, Li Qianlong opened his eyes and saw that Wei Yuan's body was lifted by Han Ju, his limbs drooping naturally. Wei Yuan opened his eyes wide, staring at him, his pupils lost their glamour. Li Qianlong almost died of fright, and shouted in horror, "Senior Wei Yuan." Han Ju recognized his breath. "Isn't this guy Li Qianlong? Came just right." Han Ju raised the index finger of his right hand, and used the Excalibur sword. The sword gas pierced Li Qianlong's chest. The 6 domineering spiritual powers penetrated into Li Qianlong's body, destroying his golden core, tearing his primordial infant, and severely injuring his primordial spirit. Li Qianlong vomited blood, his spiritual power dissipated directly. Is another spike. Li Qianlong froze in the air, bleeding from Qiqiao, extremely miserable. He looked up with difficulty, faced with the shock, and asked in disbelief, why? All this happened too fast. The war has not yet started, Wei Yuan has fallen, and he has also been abandoned. Thousands of monks from the 19th Road Sect were all frightened and dumbfounded. Han Ju disdainfully smiled. www.novel.com. Why? It's the Immortal Emperor technique that I practice. Ling roots absolutely. Great luck. Killing you, isn't it as simple as killing chickens and dogs? Han Ju raised his hand and sucked Li Qianlong in front of him. He looked at the sect of the 19th Road, without speaking, turned around and left. There are too many monks here. If they are all killed, the Yuqing sect is really the public enemy of the Dian cultivation world. Not only that, the strength of the entire Dian cultivation world will be weakened. By then, the cultivation world of other states and dynasties might be able to do so. Take advantage of the void and enter. Wei Yuan's tragic death was enough to shock the 19th sect. A cultivator was sweating profusely, looked at his suzerain, and asked with a trembling, "Suzerain, are you still attacking?" Sect master heard it and cursed, "Offensive? What offense? Are you a spy? We are here to support Yuqing Zone. Young people have no eyesight. The future of sect is worrying." After Han Ju abolished Li Qianlong, he threw it into the main peak and let Li Qingzi lead him. He went back to Xiantian Dongfu and put Wei Yuan's body on the ground. He flipped his right hand, and a soul emerged from his palm. Is impressively Huang Zuntian, the leader of the Saint sect of Dai. Han Ju never killed Wang Xuantian, but instead imprisoned his soul in the depths of his own soul. Han asked blankly, "Do you want to resurrect?" Wei Yuan is the deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. Killing him will definitely forge a feud with the Nine Dragons sect, so Han Ju wants Wang Xuantian to occupy his body. To be precise, Wei Yuan hasn't completely died yet, it's just that the soul has been annihilated, and the vitality of his body is still there. Of course, once the soul is destroyed, his physical body will not last long.